After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big brothers. Chapter 758 to Chapter 822. He saw a girl wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and a baseball cap walking towards him. She had a great figure, and her exposed skin was fair and smooth, just like a fine pearl. However, the photographer couldn't help but frown. His attire was too simple. It could even be described as plain and simple. As for her appearance, the brim of the baseball cap blocked most of her face, so he couldn't see clearly. However, he could tell from her jawline that she wasn't ugly. But her fashion sense, the photographer shook his head with a regretful expression. However, he didn't look away. He was curious why this group of rich girls would look at an ordinary female university student with adoration. It was just like how ordinary people looked at celebrities, perhaps even more fanatical. However, this girl didn't seem special at all, at least not for now. Oh, except for her figure, Jiang Fuyue left the laboratory 15 minutes before the agreed time and arrived on time. Sister Yu, you're here. The girl who originally invited her greeted her with a smile. It was said that she was the one who led the F Society today. It was obvious from the way she spoke that she was a straightforward girl. Sister Yu, it's great that you agreed to help us shoot the first issue. I can't wait to see the photos. I'm looking forward to it too. The group of girls surrounded her and chattered, praising and thanking her. Jiang Fuyue nodded and greeted them one by one. However, she didn't forget the purpose of today's visit. What do you need me to do now? Oh. Do your makeup first. The stylist is already inside. Okay. Jiang Fuyue entered the makeup room. 15 minutes later, the door opened from the inside. So fast? Didn't you say that it would take at least 20 minutes? I'm looking forward to it. Sister Yu is beautiful and has a good figure. She'll look good in anything. Coming. Jiang Fuyue, who was dressed in a black dress, lifted the hem of her dress as she walked out. Her black pointy heels made her slender and straight calves look even longer. Her fair ankles were in stark contrast to the black straps. The sling design only left two thin ribbons on the girl's thin shoulders, revealing two delicate collarbones. Her hair was all tied up, and her elegant swan neck could no longer be hidden. The diamond crown on her head was dazzling under the light. The makeup artist didn't use excessive eye makeup to accentuate her aura. On the contrary, he only used eyeliner and didn't even use eyeshadow. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were sparkling. Anyone who saw such a pair of eyes would immediately think of words like pure and clean. Coupled with the faint smile on his face, he looked even more elegant and mysterious. She wasn't a beautiful but fragile princess, but a high and mighty queen with a strong offensive ability. This is too beautiful. Sister Yu's legs. Black suits me so well. My aura is 8 meters. I declare unilaterally. From now on, Sister Yu. In the past, I used to think that I looked old with my hair tied up. Now, I know that this hairstyle is picky. The photographer was also stunned. He had been adjusting the parameters of the camera to prepare for the next shoot. Unexpectedly, he heard a gasp. He looked up and saw that the door of the makeup room was open. The girl who had finished her makeup appeared in front of him. At that moment, he felt as if his soul had been hit hard. So, she looked like this without the baseball cap. This student has a good foundation. She didn't need too much makeup. She finished the whole set 5 minutes faster than expected. The makeup artist was proud of everyone's amazed eyes. He also played a part in it. The president finally recovered from the shock of his beauty. Then, shall we begin? Photographer, no one responded. Photographer? Where is he? At that moment, the girl closest to him pushed him. Photographer, I'm talking to you. Ah? Okay. Then let's start. After saying that, he hurriedly picked up the camera. Suddenly, he paused and went forward to Jiang Fuyue. Hello, you can call me Kevin. Happy working with you. Jiang Fuyue nodded slightly. She had no intention of exchanging names. The photographer couldn't help but be a little disappointed. But then, his eyes lit up. Cold, arrogant, and classy from head to toe. Wasn't this the muse that every photographer dreamed of? With just one look, Kevin couldn't suppress the surging desire in his body. In the end, they finished the shoot in less than 40 minutes. Moreover, he was surprisingly satisfied with every picture. She's so fashionable. Whether it's her body movements or her expression, they're all perfect. Kevin was amazed as he looked at the photos. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue left after the shoot. He didn't have time to say a few words to her. Suddenly, the photographer looked up at the president. "May I ask which school that student is from?" The president's expression was strange for a moment. But soon, he returned to normal and asked, "What do you think?" He pondered for a moment. "Capital Film Academy?" Seeing that the other party didn't say anything and just smiled, he guessed, "Media University?" Then, he mentioned a few more schools, but all of them were art schools. The president shook his head and said word by word, "You're wrong. She's from Ming University." The photographer had obviously heard of Ming University's Head of the Wild Chickens title, and his expression froze. "Your reaction? Why? Is Ming University not worthy of having such an outstanding student?" No. I didn't mean that." The president pouted. "Little guy, I know what you're thinking just by looking at your eyes. Why are you still pretending?" Ahem. The photographer coughed awkwardly. "That student is so good. She's very talented. I thought she was from a professional school. If it were anyone else, they would have thought the same." The president raised his chin slightly and felt proud. "That's right. Sister Yu is good in every aspect. She's very talented in everything. What's the big deal about taking a few cover photos?" The photographer's eyes flashed. "Can you give me her contact information?" "What for?" "I know a lot of people in the fashion industry. If there's a chance, I can introduce some good resources to her." Usually, it was the young models who rushed to ask for his contact information. Whether he gave it to them depended on his mood. Kevin had never been so proactive. This was the first time. However, the next second, the other party actually rejected him. "I'm sorry. Sister Yu is not interested in your industry. So, you can forget about giving her contact information. She's very busy. She doesn't have time to answer the phone or reply to messages." Kevin frowned. "Are you sure you don't want to ask her personally? It's your idea to reject her, not hers." In other words, he was saying that Kevin was overstepping his boundaries. The president smiled. "Rejecting her is my idea. It's also Sister Yu's attitude. Before she left, she specifically told me not to leave any contact information." "Why?" The man looked puzzled. "Doesn't she want to be famous?" "Famous?" The president seemed to have heard a joke. "The things that you guys crave and dream of may not be rare to others." He still didn't understand. "It's such a good opportunity. Let me put it this way. Other girls may be envious of the celebrity halo and yearn for the dazzling spotlight, but she won't. Because..." The photographer was confused. How can the light of a firefly compare to the brilliance of the moon? Would the sun envy the street lights? It was too funny. In the end, the photographer fixed the photo and walked away. Before he left, he asked, "Can't you leave your contact information?" The president sighed and shook his head slowly. In the past, he had always heard other people praise Sister Yu. Today, he finally saw it with his own eyes. This photographer is really persistent. One of the girls leaned forward. "Haven't you heard? What you can't get is always in turmoil," another girl said. They thought that their looks and figures weren't bad. However, the photographer didn't take a second look at them since he walked in. His soul was on Sister Yu. "Hey, don't you think this is called white moonlight? Beautiful and bright, but high up in the sky. You can see it, but you can't touch it, but you can't help but think about it. In the end, you can't forget it and remember it for life." Wow. This description is amazing. Sister Yu gives people the feeling that she can only be seen from afar, but not touched. Why don't we set the theme for this issue as white moonlight? But Sister Yu's makeup is mainly black. Wouldn't it be inappropriate? Isn't a white moonlight wearing a black dress? If that's the case, it only means that this white moonlight isn't white enough. Yes, I agree. The real white moonlight, no matter what she wears, is a woman's dream and a man's mystery. Okay. It's settled then. On the day of the fashion club's release, there was a long queue at the entrance. Thanks to the publicity, the whole school knew that the fashion club was going to release an issue with Sister Yu as the cover model. However, after searching the school forum and the official website of the fashion club, there was not a single photo of her. When they asked the staff, they received the same answer: no comment. The confidentiality measures are too good. My curiosity has been successfully piqued. Hee, I want to see Sister Yu on the cover. Who doesn't want to see her in the queue today? I woke up at 8 a.m., but I didn't expect the queue to be so long. God Yu's damn charm has nowhere to be found. It's open. It's open. Don't push. You told me not to push, but didn't you rush forward yourself? A group of people pushed and shoved each other. They were cursing and fighting to be first. Seeing that the order was about to break, the club members quickly called the security guards for help. Everyone, don't panic. Don't fight. Everyone will get one. Because this is the first issue, we don't charge any money. Everyone can only receive it once. You can't receive it on behalf of others. You have to come in person. Okay, everyone, line up. We'll start distributing it. With the security guards maintaining order, everyone became more obedient. As far as the eye could see, there were both boys and girls in the long line. The ratio was almost 50-50. I thought there would be more boys. I didn't expect there to be so many girls. This means that Sister Yu likes both men and women. It's normal for boys to like beautiful girls. However, I didn't expect girls to be so friendly to Sister Yu. Don't they say that like repel? Girls repel other girls because they are jealous. You're a girl too. Are you jealous of Sister Yu? I'm not jealous, why? I don't think I'm worthy. That's the reason. You might be jealous of your deskmate's beauty, but would you be jealous of Changyi's beauty? They were no longer on the same level. You couldn't even be jealous. Everyone who received the magazine was amazed. Are you sure she's not an international superstar? Look at her eyes and aura. Sister Yu is going to kill me. I can find a reason to love Sister Yu 100 times every day. The quality is comparable to those top fashion magazines. There's only one word to describe it: awesome. Can I pay for a few more copies? Don't even think about it. Someone offered a sky-high price just now, but those ladies rejected it without batting an eye. This is the first time I hate that everyone is so rich. Compared to them, I have no advantage at all. It's harder to buy more copies of the magazine. Brother, you'll get used to it. After all, you're at Ming University. This time, the magazine had invited a senior fashion editor to set the page. Famous big shots in the industry used the best ink and paper. They chose the best printing factory. Whether it was the content or the appearance, it was very good. Therefore, the magazine was well received. The members of the fashion club had a hunch that this would happen. But in just 2 days, it had become so popular. This was not within their expectations. First, there was the spectacular scene of tens of thousands of people posting photos on the campus forum. Then, someone posted the photos online and attracted a lot of fans. The official Weibo account of Jiangji Restaurant's private kitchen also joined in the fun and shared it. In the end, it became a trending topic. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh: Jiang Fuyua's popularity is amazing. Even a B-list celebrity isn't as popular as her, right? I thought she would be ruined after going to Ming University. I didn't expect her to be so popular. Ming University was originally fine, but now that she's there, she's going to turn the world upside down. Putting aside the matter itself, no one thinks that this set of photos is dazzling? Finally, someone said it. This photo is really amazing. It's a miracle that someone can be so beautiful. Sister Yu is the best. It's a pity that she's not in the entertainment industry. It's a pity that she's in the entertainment industry. Who's this? She must have bought the trending topic. Where did this small-time celebrity come from? I've never heard of her. What a joke. Which mad dog doesn't have a leash? Hurry up and go back. Don't make a fool of yourself. Come on, I'll give you a free lesson about my moon god. Logically speaking, after the trending topic, the matter should have come to an end as the popularity decreased. However, it was not over yet. First, a few well-known domestic photographers shared the photos one after another with the caption, "A new generation of models? Great sense of camera. Want to shoot?" With someone taking the lead, naturally, there would be people following the trend. Whether it was for the sake of gaining popularity or sincere praise, there was a strange moon god trend in the photography industry. These photographers, regardless of whether they were old or young, famous or unknown, all sent invitations to Jiang Fuyue on social media, hoping to shoot a series of fashion blockbusters for her. Many times, if one praised too much and did not stop, it would easily cause a backlash. Sure enough, after 2 days on the trending topic, there were many voices of criticism. And what pushed the matter to a climax was an Instagram post by the international supermodel Mars. Not only did she post Jiang Fuyue's photos, but she also called her the most perfect model in my mind. There was no one else who could compare. This time, the public opinion exploded. Excessive consumption is disgusting. You don't have to boast to the heavens. Isn't Mars very cold? She used to be in the same frame as our national model, and her chin was so high up in the sky. Why did she turn into a bootlicker in front of Jiang Fuyue? The trending topic comes one after another. It's really bad for the passers-by's good impression. This Jiang Fuyue is really good. So many men want to shoot her. The public opinion began to develop in an extremely unfavorable direction. Just when everyone thought that the wind would continue to be one-sided, the U Army took action. Wherever they went, they would refute rumors, explain what they needed to do, and not argue. They were organized and disciplined. Even the well-known public relations companies in the industry had to admire such action. Too professional, under the swift and decisive purge of the U Army, the public opinion was pulled back. Not only that, they also refuted the rumors and led Ming University to a new height. The magazine cover was beautiful. Ming University Fashion Club published it. Sister You was super photogenic. Ming University Fashion Club published it. Soon, Jiang Fuyue's popularity gradually faded, but the attention of Ming University Fashion Club continued to increase. The school allocated 150,000 yuan for the event, which made the netizens exclaim in unison and made the other schools envious. However, this was just the appetizer. As the news continued to spread, the various rich behaviors of the Ming University Fashion Club were exposed one by one. A group of rich young ladies used their own money to create a magazine for the club. The total cost was as high as 7 figures, and the magazine was distributed free of charge. The Crosstalk Club hired famous actors to teach and built a performance hall at their own expense. It was said that a sofa in the event hall cost more than 80,000 yuan. The model club invited the famous model Mars to take charge. Not only did he bring his own fashion resources, he also taught them everything he knew. It was said that the club spent a huge sum of money to build a crystal runway for daily training. The cost was more than 1 million yuan. There was also a golf club. Before the club was established, they built a golf course. Digression, 2 chapters combined into one, 5,000 words. Today, it was also the beautiful and strong charming yeah oh my god. What kind of divine, earth, immortal, rich, society is this? In my impression, university clubs are very poor. Not only is the school very stingy with their funding, but they also need the students to go out and find sponsors. They're trying to save as much money as they can for activities. Anyway, university clubs are a pit. You'll only know how deep it is after you jump in. 1 million yuan print run, famous actors, and even built a runway and golf course? Those who don't know would think that they're doing something big, but in the end, it's just a club? Maybe the happiness of the rich is so simple and unpretentious. I'm a country bumpkin. I'm not worthy. May I ask if the young masters and misses of Ming University are still lacking followers? I heard that the students of Ming University can freely choose which club to join, and they don't even have to pay membership fees. 2 minutes. I want to transfer to Ming University. It's just a diploma mill. A bunch of people are jumping on it like crazy. I think Huaxiao will be finished sooner or later. Those who say they want to transfer are probably going to a school worse than Ming University in real life. Why don't I see those students from famous universities yearning for a diploma mill? This is the difference. You keep saying that it's a diploma mill. The quality of the person above is not that good. No, you're wrong. I'm a freshman in capital finance and economics, and I'm very envious of the students of Ming University. Not only can they win the military training exercise, but they can also join so many high-quality clubs. Capital Finance and Economics University Freshman reporting. I'm also envious of Ming University. Not only is it rich, but it also has the lunar goddess. Seeing that the Finance and Economics University have appeared, I won't hide as a student of Q University. Q University students who haven't eaten in Ming University's cafeteria are definitely not from the main department. Only Q University students know how good Ming University's swimming pool, basketball court, and gym are. Ming University is ranked last. Needless to say, everyone in the country knows that. But they're really rich. What's wrong with being a diploma mill? They're also a golden diploma mill. Is it so hard to admit that they're rich? What a strong smell of jealousy. You can't eat grapes and you're complaining that they're sour. How funny. The public opinion went from the club to the school. In the words of Director Li, it's been more than 20 years, and Ming University has never received so much attention from the outside world. Although the reviews were a mix of good and bad, the popularity was rising and the popularity was steadily increasing. Based on the search index of various major websites in the past 3 days, Ming University of Qi was firmly in the top 3. Ming University, in the principal's office. Jiang Fuyue put down the iPad in her hand and stopped at the main page of Weibo. It was full of news related to Ming University. So far, it seems to be working. Compared to her calmness and indifference, Xiaoshan was much more extroverted. Not only were his eyes shining, he was also so excited that he rubbed his hands together. Fortunately, the public opinion was pulled back in time, and Ming University was also brought out of the circle. You can say that it was a blessing in disguise. Here, one had to mention the valiant fighting strength of the Yu army. Xiaoshan even suspected that Jiang Fuyue was trying to beat him at his own game. At the same time, she was trying to push Ming University to the front so that it would return to the limelight. That would be too scary. She could make clouds and rain with a flip of her hand. She could take 1 step and look 10 steps ahead. How scheming was this kind of person? How scheming was she? Xiaoshan's eyelids twitched. He suddenly met Jiang Fuyue's gaze. In an instant, he felt his scalp go numb and a chill run down the back of his neck. Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow. Do you have something to say? Xiaoshan's lips moved a few times, but he did not make a sound. After a while, he slowly shook his head. No. Jiang Fuyue did not pursue the matter. She got up and said, I'm going back to the laboratory. Okay. Xiaoshan watched her leave. After a long while, he let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. He looked up and widened his eyes in surprise. It's you? Please come in. Xiaoshan could not be blamed for losing his composure. It was Shen Wenjiao, Professor Shen. He was an old man who was on the same level as Su Kaiqing. He was a veteran of the academic world. Shen Wenjiao walked in with a smile. Are you busy, Principal Xiao? Xiaoshan quickly got up. No, I'm not busy. Please have a seat. Thank you. After the old man sat down, he sat down as well and said, Why are you here? Is there anything I can help you with? You're welcome, Principal Xiao. I saw that Ming University's official website is recruiting professors? Xiaoshan nodded. That's true. He just died last week. Have you found one? Xiaoshan shook his head. The university chooses its teachers. Similarly, the teachers also choose their universities. Ming University. He could not help but sigh as he said this. In the past 20 years, Ming University's reputation had been completely ruined. Its reputation as a wild chicken had been too well known. Although he and Jiang Fuyue had tried their best to salvage the situation and had seen some initial results, prejudice was still deeply rooted. Time was needed to prove everything. In the short term, they might not be able to attract any high-quality teachers. Fortunately, Xiaoshan had a hunch about this outcome. He was not disappointed, but he could not help but feel melancholy. He knew that Ming University was getting better day by day, but the outside world stereotype of it still existed. Shen Wenjiao said, "But why did I hear that you've poached many professors from Q University? Even old Su came over to start classes?" Ahem. Xiaoshan clenched his fist and coughed softly. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the old man was still smiling. He was not angry. He said slowly, "It's just a class." Their establishment was still in Q University. Strictly speaking, they were not part of Ming University's teaching staff. Xiaoshan originally wanted to catch both ends. First, he wanted to get the professors from Q University to come over and start classes. Then, he wanted to recruit a teaching staff from his university. The first step was quite successful, but the second step, haste makes waste. I understand. Xiaoshan sighed softly and smiled again. But take it slow. It will get better. Shen Wenjiao nodded. You're neither arrogant nor rash. I admire your attitude. Xiaoshan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Suddenly, what do you think of me, Principal Xiao? Xiaoshan was stunned. He did not quite understand what he meant. You? Shen Wenjiao was still smiling. I'll come to Ming University to start classes. How about that? Just like that, a huge meat pie fell from the sky and smashed onto his head. Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. After a while, he reacted. Of course, you're welcome. We can't ask for more. Since you can't ask for more, why did you skip me when you've contacted everyone else? The old man pretended to be angry. Xiaoshan was so embarrassed that he did not know where to put his hands. In the end, he could only touch his nose obediently. I'm afraid that your position is too high and we can't invite you. Ahem. At least we know our limits. On the list, Xiaoshan deliberately skipped a few people at the top of the pyramid. Coincidentally, Shen Wenjiao was on that list. What about old Su? His position is not high? Xiaoshan was slightly embarrassed. The point is, I'm not the one who invited old Su, oh? Shen Wenjiao raised an eyebrow. Who is it then? He's quite influential. This? Xiaoshan hesitated. Fine, I'm here to find a side job for myself today. I won't make things difficult for you. So, will Principal Xiao accept me or not? Of course. Of course. Xiaoshan immediately took out a contract and the two of them signed it on the spot. When he sent Shen Wenjiao off, he grabbed a magazine from the table and handed it to the old man. He had a subtle expression. This is a fashion magazine published by Ming University. It's quite interesting. You can take a look when you have time. Shen Wenjiao was a little puzzled. Fashion magazine, did he look like someone who would read such girly magazines? Although he was puzzled, he did not show it on his face. He accepted it with a smile and even thanked him politely. When he returned to Q University, he casually threw the magazine on the table and did not care about it anymore. Then, he ran next door to look for Su Kaiqing. I'm going to start classes at Ming University in a few days. Su Kaiqing paused and looked up with suspicion. You? Why? Can't I? Why do you suddenly want to start classes at Ming University? Did Xiaoshan invite you? Shen Wenjiao's eyes flashed. It was not an invitation. He was the one who wanted to go. However, he could not reply like that. How embarrassing would that be? He snorted softly. You're going. Why can't I go? Su Kaiqing spread his hands. Of course you can. Ming University is not owned by me. He was just curious. If he went because Jiang Fuyue invited him, why did old Shen go? After Shen Wenjiao was done showing off, he left in satisfaction. He even happily agreed to go to Ming University with Su Kaiqing next week. Oh, and he also took 2 cafeteria vouchers. The reason was, consider it a loan. When Ming University sends it to me, I'll return it to you. Su Kaiqing. Oh. As long as you're happy. When he returned to his office, Shen Wenjiao happily brewed a pot of tea. He had just taken 2 sips when his phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was a string of international encrypted numbers. He could roughly guess who it was and quickly picked it up. "Ah, Yuan? Teacher, it's me. I need your help with a problem." Shen Wenjiao's gaze suddenly turned cold. Xie Dingyuan was in the research base in Continent F, and all signals were blocked. He was not allowed to contact the outside world at all. Since he was able to call his phone, it meant that he had encountered a tricky situation. "Tell me." "Okay, I roughly know what it means." "How about this? Use an encrypted email to package all the data and send it to me. I'll deal with it right away." After ending the call, Shen Wenjiao immediately turned on his computer and logged into his email. In less than 2 minutes, an email came in. He used the encryption steps to open it in reverse. A large amount of data appeared on the screen. Shen Wenjiao grabbed a piece of draft paper and started to calculate. Half an hour later, he heaved a sigh of relief and put down his pen. While waiting, he checked again to confirm that there were no errors. Then, his phone rang again. It was the same number. Xie Dingyuan called him on the dot. "Teacher, how is it? I've written down the steps on a piece of paper. How do I send it to you?" "Take a picture and send it through WeChat." "Okay." Shen Wenjiao did not ask any more questions. He laid the paper flat on the table, turned on his camera, and took 3 pictures in a row. On the other end, Xie Dingyuan quickly replied, "Got it." Shen Wenjiao's tense nerves slowly relaxed. At this moment, Xie Dingyuan sent 2 more messages. He sat up straight. His first reaction was that he had made a mistake. However, "Xie Dingyuan, teacher, what's this? Can you take a clearer picture?" "Xie Dingyuan, picture." Shen Wenjiao zoomed in on the picture. It was one of the 3 pictures he had sent. There was a red circle in the upper left corner. As it was not in focus, there was a blurred effect. It was not very clear. He could only vaguely make out the facial features of the female model on the cover. Yes, the place that was circled by Xie Dingyuan was the magazine that Xiaoshan had given him. Shen Wenjiao was puzzled. However, he was afraid that Xie Dingyuan did not have enough time, so he did not ask any more questions. He took out his phone, took a picture of the magazine cover, and sent it over. This time, it was very clear. Needless to say, this little girl was quite pretty, and her aura was strong. "Xie Dingyuan, got it. Thank you, teacher." F State, Civitan Military Base. After Xie Dingyuan received the picture sent by Shen Wenjiao, he immediately followed the steps to deal with the virus. His hands were covered with layers of protection. He reached into the isolation box and used the microprocessor to isolate the virus. Time passed by slowly. Everyone stared nervously at the big screen. Even their breathing became very careful. They were afraid of interrupting and causing the work to be in vain. Finally, "It's a success. Quick, send it to the incubator immediately." A group of researchers stepped forward and skillfully took over the rest of the work. Xie Dingyuan was sent into the disinfectant pool. After many steps, he took off his protective suit and came out of the laboratory. Khazar was waiting outside with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were filled with anxiety. However, the moment he saw Xie Dingyuan, all of his anxiety disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a relaxed expression. "Yes. I knew it." He clenched his fist and waved it hard. It hit Xie Dingyuan's shoulder. His excitement was beyond words. Xie Dingyuan glanced at him coldly. He subconsciously lightened his strength. In the end, it landed on his shoulder and was just a light touch. "You've worked hard. Do you want one?" Khazar took out a cigarette box. "No need." He shrugged and did not force it. It was as if he already knew that Xie Dingyuan would not smoke. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat. You've been hungry for almost 12 hours. You can really endure it." After the meal, Xie Dingyuan sat on the edge of the fort in the base to enjoy the wind. The setting sun was like fire. In the distance, there was a yellow desert. He was holding his phone and looking at something. Even though the wind with the sand was blowing on his face, he didn't feel it at all. Hey, Kezar walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Why are you sitting here instead of taking the time to rest? Xie Dingyuan pressed down the screen without batting an eyelid. I'm not sleepy yet. TSK, there's no signal in the base. The encrypted signal changed to a new channel after you used it. Now the phone is like a brick. What's there to look at? Xie Dingyuan, it's none of your business. Kezar rolled his eyes. Brother, are you serious? You're so bored that you're hiding to play games? The corner of Xie Dingyuan's mouth twitched. He ignored him. Kezar became more and more curious. He was sure that he was playing some stupid game. Without another word, he suddenly reached out and snatched the phone. He was a specially trained Special Forces soldier. His eyesight and speed were excellent. Xie Dingyuan did not even have time to react. His phone was snatched away by the other party. Now I've caught you. How old are you and you're still playing with children? His voice stopped abruptly. Kezar looked at the photo on the screen. He was a little confused and a little silly. This should be a fashion magazine because the word fashion was printed in fancy font in the middle of the page. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the magazine's title. It was the model that occupied almost the entire picture. The girl was wearing a black dress. Her long hair was tied up and she wore a diamond crown. The diamond shone brightly under the lens. It complemented her exquisite collarbone. But the most amazing thing was not these. It was the look in her eyes. She looked at the camera frankly, but there was pride and indifference hidden in the depths of her eyes. This made her look mysterious and noble. Wow, is this an Asian beauty? She looks like a queen. Xie Dingyuan's face darkened the moment he snatched the phone. When he heard him talk about Jiang Fuyue, his eyes were sharp and piercing. When Kezar was not paying attention, he reached out and snatched the phone back. He warned, there won't be a next time. You don't have to be so petty, right? I just took a look at your phone. I didn't break it. Kezar felt a little wronged and a little wronged. Xie Dingyuan ignored him. He put the phone back into his trouser pocket and walked away. Kezar curled his lips. The appearance of the beauty in the magazine unconsciously appeared in his mind. She was really beautiful. It was the kind of seductive charm that had the magic to make people daydream. Bro, wait, he chased after him. Good things should be shared. Send me a photo too. Xie Dingyuan stopped and turned his head expressionlessly. What did you say? I like that photo very much. Can you send it to me? Anyway, it's the cover model of the magazine. It's for everyone to see. I think you won't mind. We're good friends, right? I think. I mind. Ah? Kezar was stunned. I said, Xie Dingyuan said word by word, I mind. I mind very much. Next time you make such a request, I'll beat you every time I see you. After that, he strode away. There was still anger in his back. Kezar was puzzled. She's not your girlfriend. Why do you mind? Also, what request did I make? Why did you make it sound like I'm wicked beyond redemption? Finally, and also the most important point, can you beat me? Xie Dingyuan did not turn around. His cold voice reached Kezar's ears. She is. She's not your girlfriend. Why do you mind? She is. Digression, 2 chapters in 1, 5,000 words. Today's 520, let Xie 99 come out to show off his affection. Well, there's Xie 99's chapter. Everything else is good, but it's a little difficult. Ahem, happy 520. The night was dark and the moonlight was bright. When Jiang Fuyue returned to the dormitory, everyone was still awake. Hua Fanjin was practicing his listening ability. Lu Sisi had just finished hitting the sandbag and was about to take a shower. Xin Chaqiao hugged her pig pillow and nestled in the chair. Sister Yu, you're back. Jiang Fuyue held her stiff neck with one hand and turned around twice. She had been lying on the experiment table today, so her waist and neck were a little uncomfortable. Today's newspaper is on your table. Okay, thank you. Jiang Fuyue quickly flipped through it and found news about the epidemic in Continent F in a small box at the bottom right corner of the subpage. South Continent F was basically under control, but the vaccine in North Continent F was ineffective due to the mutation of the virus. Huaxiao's Team F had to develop a new effective vaccine. After flipping through the newspaper a second time and making sure that she didn't miss anything, Jiang Fuyue folded the newspaper and threw it aside. There was a small mountain of newspapers that she had read before. The next day, Jiang Fuyue went straight to the laboratory after eating breakfast in the cafeteria as usual. She heard from Xiaoshan that thanks to the help of the students' parents, the golf course near the back of the mountain had been built. The golf club sent her an invitation, hoping that she could attend the club's founding ceremony as a guest. Jiang Fuyue declined. Her collaboration with Su Kaiqing was in the final stage of the experiment, so there couldn't be any mistakes. If there was a mistake in one of the data, due to the difficulty of investigation, all the preparations would be in vain. This was also why Su Kaiqing wanted Jiang Fuyue to join the team. With her, the success rate would be at least 50% higher. Sister Yu isn't coming? Why? I heard that she's busy with the experiment. Oh. Then Sister Yu is busy with her things. We don't have to worry about it. We can have fun by ourselves. Yes, Sister Yu's matter is the most important. Everyone expressed their understanding. Xiaoshan was stunned for a long time. When did this group of young masters and young ladies become so easy to talk to? I'm still not used to it. In any case, the golf club was built. Due to the hype on the internet, the outside world had been paying close attention to this self-built golf course, and their attitudes were polarized. Those who believed in it wantonly advocated it, exclaiming endlessly. Those who were still doubtful held back and continued to observe. Don't be ridiculous. Building your own golf course? Be careful that you don't blow your cover, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. Do you know how much a standard golf course costs? Ming University is really going all out in order to create the image of a nouveau riche. Modern university students are all obsessed with money. Boring, too boring. Anyway, I've been keeping an eye on Ming University. I'm just waiting for them to embarrass themselves. Don't end up with a lousy version of the golf course. That would really be puffing oneself up at one's own cost and making a fool of oneself. Due to the fierce debate on the internet, the golf club specially invited the news media and Weibo celebrities to attend the ceremony on the day of its establishment. Cameras, selfie sticks, cell phones, and cameras all took turns. There were interviews and live streams. It was said that Ming University's campus was very lively that day, and there were occasional exclamations. There were long stretches of lawn, rolling hills, blue sky, white clouds, and green ground. In addition to the standard course, there were professional caddies, electric scooters, lawn mowers, and so on. Those who did not know would think that they had entered a golf club. Who would have thought that such a costly golf course was actually built in a university, and its original intention was to facilitate club activities? After that day, the doubts and mockery on the internet all disappeared. Now I really believe that Ming University has a mine. I'm poor. May I ask if I deserve to study at Ming University? Admit it, upstairs. You just want to freeload food and drink. The truth is out, other than the popular crosstalk club, model club, fashion club, and golf club, Ming University's other clubs also sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Years later, when people mentioned Ming University, other than its strong academic strength and open campus atmosphere, they would also think of its rich and colorful club culture. The fashion club was like a small socialite club. Over the years, it had produced many high-quality idols and devil editors for the entertainment and fashion industry. The model club was even more so. Mars had brought out a group of international supermodels. During the interview, he was proud and helpless. To borrow a famous Huaxia saying, the new generation excels the old. The old generation, can only bask in the sun on the beach now. Oh, and there's another saying, if you teach your disciples, you'll starve the master to death. All the meat has been snatched away by the little bastards. At that time, he had already become a god in the modeling circle. He was the lifelong ambassador of several major luxury brands, a permanent guest of honor at the top fashion shows, and a landmark in the fashion industry. These words were just to tease him. Over the years, his support for the rising stars had already spread throughout the industry. A reporter asked him, "Aren't you worried that your job will be stolen?" Mars, "To be honest, I was worried before, but later I stopped worrying." Reporter, "What caused this change in you?" Mars went silent for 2 seconds and said, "Someone told me, true excellence can't be stolen away, but a higher level of excellence is contagious and makes the people around you equally outstanding. You know, I can't refuse anything related to high level. I have no choice but to make myself more outstanding." The reporters all laughed. "Then, is it convenient for you to reveal the person who said this to you?" Mars made a shushing gesture and said, "It's a secret." After 2 seconds, he added, "Maybe you can call her Mars Moonlight. Miss White Moonlight." At the end of the interview, a nosy reporter suddenly dug up an old story and asked him, "Back then, you personally posted on social media and called Miss Jiang Fuyue, who is now academician Jiang, the perfect model, and there was no other. Did you successfully invite her to be a model?" Mars. "Where are the security guards? Kick this reporter out, thank you. Let's not talk about what happened many years later. Back to the present." In the blink of an eye, it was November. The capital was gradually infected with autumn. The weather was no longer as hot as before, and it was a little cooler. On an ordinary morning, the students of Ming University were still as usual. They went to class, ate in the cafeteria, and then went to the clubs later. It was calm and peaceful, and the atmosphere of a university was gradually becoming more and more like a university. Until a piece of news came out that instantly caused an uproar in the university. Jiang Fuyue was the first author of a paper, "Accurate Analytical Propagator of Anisotropic Quantum Dots with Atomic Spin-Orbit Coupling Under Magnetic Fields." This paper was published in the latest issue of the academic journal Nature. As we all know, Cell, Nature, and Science, or CNS for short, are the three internationally recognized journals with the highest academic reputation. CNS papers were an important yardstick to measure the level of original theories and innovative scientific and technological achievements of universities. Simply put, the number of CNS papers published was directly related to the university ranking. Jiang Fuyue's paper was in the field of physics, which made it even more plausible. The academic community knew that the two journals, Nature and Science, had one thing in common, and that was that 70% to 80% of the total number of papers they published were in the field of biology. This objectively increased the difficulty of physics research results being accepted by these two journals. Let's put it this way, it was already difficult to publish biological research results in Nature, and it was even more difficult to publish physics research results. Many well-known physics professors in the country were unable to leave behind a thesis in Nature. But Jiang Fuyue did it, and today, there was only one physics researcher in China who could do this, Su Kai-ching, and as the first author, Su Kai-ching had only published 3 papers in Nature. Jiang Fuyue was still young, and she was still a student, but she had already published 1 paper. Would she be able to publish more in the future? Su Kai-ching was almost 40 years old when he published his first Nature paper. Now, she was not even 20 years old. When the news came out, not only did it shock Ming University, but it also caused a sensation in the Chinese academic community. At noon that day, the media reporters who heard the news surrounded the school gate. The security guards were not notified in advance. When they saw the large group of reporters rushing to get in, they were stunned. By the time they reacted, it was too late to stop them. F***CK. Are these reporters crazy? Nothing big happened in our school. How did you attract them here? You're asking me? Who should I ask? The reporters were also angry at being pushed around by the security guards. They simply pointed their microphones at one of them and asked, "Is Jiang Fuyue at school? Can you ask her to come out for an interview? What is your first impression of Jiang Fuyue? What do you think of her as a person?" The security guards finally reacted. This group of people was here for Sister Yu. That's right, they also called her Sister Yu like everyone else. Originally, the brothers were old enough to be the little girl's uncles. However, this nickname was too magical. It could be heard in almost every corner of the school. They got used to it after a while. "Sorry, we don't accept interviews during working hours." The few of them did not answer the questions thrown by the reporters. Soon, Xiaoshan appeared and took charge of the situation. "Dear reporters, please calm down. I can understand your feelings. I just received this news and am not mentally prepared at all. The reporters keenly grasped the key point. So, Ming University does not know the specific content of Jiang Fuyue's research? Xiaoshan said, we fully respect the students' autonomy. The school built an independent laboratory for Jiang Fuyue. I think this is the greatest support for her. The reporters wanted to ask more questions, but they were all rebutted by Xiaoshan. In the end, he promised, of course, we can interview you, but not today. Please leave your contact information at the gate. The school will inform you of the specific time. Only then did he dismiss the group of reporters. Xiaoshan heaved a sigh of relief. He did not even have time to wipe his sweat as he strode towards the laboratory. He wanted to find Jiang Fuyue and ask her about it. What thesis? When did she submit it to Nature? Why was there no warning at all? Why was he suddenly doing this to him? He was almost scared silly. Xiaoshan was angry, but on the way to the laboratory, he could not help but smile. Oh my god. That's Nature, the top academic authority. Damn, Jiang Fuyue did not do it, but once she did it on a big scale. When Xiaoshan arrived at the laboratory, he saw Jiang Fuyue sitting in front of the computer, importing data. She was wearing a white lab robe. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her eyes were focused. Xiaoshan opened his mouth, but suddenly he did not know how to speak. After a while, he said, there are so many reporters outside the school. You're lucky to be here. Jiang Fuyue did not stop what she was doing. Anyway, you will handle it. I don't have to worry about it. Xiaoshan's mouth twitched. She was quite self-righteous. But, you should at least take some time to meet those reporters. It will be good for you and Ming University. Yes, I know. Jiang Fuyue nodded. You can arrange it as you see fit. After 2 seconds, she said, but I suggest you wait for another week. Xiaoshan frowned and looked puzzled. Is there a special reason? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Let the bullets fly for a while. It will be better. Xiaoshan, ? Did she watch too many movies? His puzzlement did not last long. Soon, he knew the reason. Only 2 days after Jiang Fuyue's thesis was published in Nature, there was another shocking news. Her other thesis in the field of biology, analyzing the three-dimensional structure of active human histone pre-mRNA-3 end processing complex, was published in the latest issue of Science. Science and Nature were on par with each other. They were both world-class authoritative academic journals. It was not an exaggeration to say that if one was able to publish a thesis in either of the two journals as a doctorate student, they would be promoted to associate professor by the time they joined the school. If one was able to publish both of them, they would definitely be promoted to professor. This made things difficult for Ming University's students. Before this, the young masters and young ladies did not know what Science and Nature were. Even if they had heard of them, they were not aware of the authority and glory they represented in the academic world. Therefore, over the past few days, students could be seen frantically searching for these two journals on campus. Then, F***ck. I thought it was just 2 journals. I didn't expect it to be so awesome. I just saw a comment from a netizen. He said that if anyone could give him a CNS thesis in his lifetime, he would be willing to pay for it. Sister, you won 2 of them in one go. What kind of standard is this? So far, no one in the country can match her standard. Yes, it's that simple. The moon god is indeed the moon god. Please accept my kneeling. Damn. The group of reporters is going to block the school gate again. Brothers, I have a strong feeling that Ming University is going to take off. Everyone, sit tight. Hold on tight to Sister Yu's thick thighs. Even a salted fish can become fat. I can't think of any suitable words to describe Sister Yu. Genius? Too tacky. Awesome? Too rude. Not only were the people at Ming University amazed, but even Su Kaiqing and Old Peter, 2 big shots who had been in and out of the same laboratory as Jiang Fuyue, were in disbelief. I'm curious. You're always under our noses, following up on collaborative projects. Where did you get the time and energy to conduct research in 2 different fields at the same time? She had also submitted to Science and Nature. You're keeping it a secret, aren't you? Jiang Fuyue coughed softly. I submitted them a long time ago. It's not like I only submitted them recently. Su Kai-ching, old Peter held his iPad and opened the electronic version of the latest Science and Nature. He found Jiang Fuyue's 2 papers and read them from beginning to end twice. Then he exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, "Oh. Cho, you're practically a bug in the academic world. You're an all-round genius in the interdisciplinary field." At this moment, Xiaoshan was sitting in his office, rubbing his chin with his fingers and thinking quietly. Was this the reason why Jiang Fuyue had asked him to postpone the scheduled interview by a week? 1 paper was an interview, and 2 papers were also interviews. It would be easier to put them together. Therefore, she had already expected that one of her papers would be published in Science. TSK, but why was it a week? It was clearly only 2 days. Xiaoshan thought to himself. So what if she had a godly foresight? She still couldn't estimate the time, right? Jiang Fuyue wasn't that omnipotent, but as it turned out, the face that deserved a slap would get slapped back sooner or later. And Jiang Fuyue was really omnipotent. Because, 3 days later, another good news came from the front line. Jiang Fuyue's next paper, Microglial Cell Forgetting via Complement-Dependent Synaptic Elimination, was included in the latest issue of Cell. At this point, Jiang Fuyue had collected 3 of the world's top academic periodicals, Cell, Nature, and Science, and the timing just happened to be 1 week. Xiaoshan sat alone in his office. His hands were shaking so much that he couldn't hold his teacup properly. Was she still human? Knock, 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 someone knocked on the door. Xiaoshan raised his head abruptly and looked at the person. The tea spilled on the back of his hand, but he did not react at all. Dean He, what's the matter? Principal. We can't stop her. Please go and take a look. That group of reporters seems to have gone crazy. Oh, there are also a few old professors from Q University next door. They are trembling at the school gate, hoping to see Jiang Fuyue. I can't persuade them, and I can't stop them either. Dean He was about to cry. This week, Ming University was like a roller coaster ride. No, it was even more exaggerated than a roller coaster ride. A roller coaster ride was at least uneven, with ups and downs. However, Ming University only had ups and downs this week. In short, Jiang Fuyue's 3 theses had brought them to the top of the clouds. They seemed to be going up and up, but in fact, their backs were hanging in the air. They did not know when they would fall down. If they were lucky, they would lose an arm or a leg. If they were lucky, they would be smashed into pieces. The dean was panicking. He squeezed out from the crowd of reporters and hurried to look for Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan took a deep breath and took a tissue to wipe off the back of his hand that was once again drenched by the tea. In the past, when he did not have any academic results, he was worried. Now that he had 3, he seemed to be even more worried. What was this? Dean He, how about you bring those reporters to the conference room and calm them down first? I'll be there soon. As for those old professors from Q University, Elder Shen has a class here today. Ask him to attend to them later. Okay. Dean He nodded. What about you? Xiaoshan gritted his teeth. I'll look for the lazy one. Who, in the laboratory? Xiaoshan came in like a gust of wind and almost knocked over a chair. Elder Su, where's Jiang Fuyue? Su Kaiqing glanced at the sealed laboratory. She just went in. Xiaoshan, when will she come out? I don't know. Probably half a day. Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan came in a hurry and left listlessly in the end. He should deal with those reporters first. In the evening, Jiang Fuyue came out of the laboratory. Because his hands had been soaked in the potion for too long, even though he had taken protective measures, his 10 fingertips were still wrinkled. She stretched out her hand and looked at it with disdain. In his mind, he was already thinking about what materials with better protective properties could be used as a replacement. In the next second, he suddenly looked up and saw Xiaoshan sitting on a chair. His eyebrows revealed fatigue, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Why are you here? She walked over. Xiaoshan stood up. She's finally out. He had already sent away the reporters and the old professors from Q University. He had been waiting here for almost 3 hours before Jiang Fuyue finally came out. More than half a day had passed. Jiang Fuyue asked, "What's up?" "It's already been a week." "You won't write a few more articles, will you?" She smiled. "Take a guess?" Xiaoshan. "No, I don't want to guess." "Do you think S is a cabbage?" Xiaoshan, "It's with you." "Isn't it?" Jiang Fuyue, let's not joke around. Seriously, those reporters can't be persuaded anymore. You sent them away today, but they'll probably come back tomorrow. My suggestion is that you accept the interview as soon as possible. Jiang Fuyue nodded and hummed softly. Then tomorrow? Xiaoshan probed. Okay. He breathed a sigh of relief. There's one more thing. The old professors from Q University next door also want to come. They might ask you questions about the specific content of your 3 theses. Do you agree to it or not? Jiang Fuyue, it's okay. They can all come. Before leaving, Xiaoshan confirmed with her again. There's no 4th article, right? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Principal Xiao, do you want to have one or not? Xiaoshan. This was beyond his scope. He refused to answer. The interview was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. All the major media outlets heard about it. There were more professors from Q University than the ones from yesterday. They occupied the first 2 rows of the conference hall. Xiaoshan clicked his tongue. Dean he stood beside him and quietly wiped his sweat. Ming University has never been so popular. Yes, it was the center of attention. Xiaoshan, at times like this, we have to be more careful. We can't make any mistakes. Dean he nodded. You're right. At 10 o'clock in the morning, all the invited guests arrived. There were no empty seats. Jiang Fuyue walked up to the stage. The questioning officially began. The reporters' questions were more conventional and not difficult to answer. Jiang Fuyue handled them with ease. However, when it was the professor's turn to ask questions, the atmosphere became serious. An old professor flipped open a thesis and pointed to a point. In microglia-mediated amnesia through complement-dependent synaptic elimination, you mentioned. Jiang Fuyue listened carefully. Then, she took out her iPad and opened the thesis. In 1856, the German Dr. Rudolf Virchow observed. As we all know, microglia are the resident immune cells in the brain. They account for about 10% of the brain cells. In the past, they were regarded as passive bystanders in the brain. They only play a role when the brain is injured or infected. Then, another professor continued to ask questions. Jiang Fuyue, there are 3 main types of RNA polymerase II transcripts in metazoan cells: polyadenylated messenger RNA, mRNA, histone mRNA, and small nuclear RNA, snRNA. I tried to reconstruct the active human histone pre-mRNA. I processed the complex at the end and analyzed its structure with a low-temperature electron microscope at near-atomic resolution. She stood on the stage and faced the industry authorities, media reporters, and many teachers and students who came to watch. She spoke confidently and calmly. She was like a shining object that could not attract everyone's attention. It was obviously an interview, but after listening to it, the reporters felt like they were listening to an academic report. What microglia? What RNA polymerase? When they left, their expressions were still a little confused. Forget it, they did not understand. The group of old professors from Q University, on the other hand, nodded their heads and left in satisfaction as they discussed. Zhou Jingqi was also among them. Originally, there was no seat for him. He was not on the list handed over by Q University. Halfway through the interview, he sneaked in like a thief. In the end, he was bumped into by Xiaoshan. It's you, Principal Zhou. He was a little embarrassed. He coughed to cover it up and avoided the main point. The senior professors are all out. I was worried, so I came to take a look. Oh, I see. Xiaoshan nodded. In fact, he did not say anything, but Zhou Jingqi felt that something was wrong. Then I'll arrange for you to sit in the front. Thank you. Just like that, Zhou Jingqi sat in the second row and witnessed Jiang Fuyue's graceful manner in answering questions fluently. At that moment, Xianxia could not tell whether he was more envious or regretful. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. He had offended Jiang Fuyue. And Q University had missed a good seedling. When he was about to leave, Xiaoshan came out to send him off. His smiling face made him look like he deserved a beating. Take care, Principal Zhou. You're welcome to come to Ming University often in the future. Zhou Jingqi. Who wants to come here? Zhou Jingqi was not the only one who secretly came to listen to this interview. Su Kaiqing and old Peter also came. It was not considered secretly, but because they came too late, there were no seats left. So the two of them could only stand at the back door. When the interview ended, Jiang Fuyue left. The two of them also followed. Su Kaiqing, you call this not prepared in advance? I think you're well prepared. Jiang Fuyue, who's cooking? What a strong smell of jealousy. Su Kaiqing, alright, he admitted that he was a little jealous. It was no wonder that he was still so childish at his age. It was just that Jiang Fuyue's amazing talent was like a cheat code. Anyone would be envious. In academia and research, the longer one worked, the clearer it was that hard work only accounted for 1% of success, and the remaining 99% was talent. The former could be obtained through change, but the latter was innate. If it was not there, then it was not there. Along the way, old Peter kept saying amazing, really amazing, in all kinds of tones and exaggerated expressions. Oh, Cho, do you have any research plans for next? Su Kaiqing could not help but perk up his ears. Jiang Fuyue, I haven't decided yet. It might be a new mechanism for gamma, delta, and T cells to detect cancer and infection. It might also be a key enzyme molecule that regulates liver damage in NASH, or something else. Old Peter was really envious. These were all tough bones. Most people would not have the courage or ability to take them down, but she did it as easily as having a meal. This time, Su Kaiqing was even more jealous. On the evening of the end of the interview, all the major media outlets reported that Jiang Fuyue had won 3 theses in a row. Not only that, but it was also on CCTV news. This time, the internet was in an uproar. Every time Sister Yu is on the trending searches, she either wins some award or a competition. This time, she's even fiercer. She directly threw out 3 theses, blinding everyone's eyes. There's only one word, amazing. I suddenly thought of a joke. 3 theses is enough to buy 3 butts, cough cough. Previous poster, can you be more disgusting? My Sister Yu doesn't need it. Thank you. I used to think that the only difference between me and my goddess was beautiful appearance and interesting soul. Only today did I realize that my IQ is 180. If Sister Yu asks, how did a person die? I think there's only one answer in front of her, death by stupidity. I'm studying for a PhD and am competing with theses. I even dream of publishing one, just one. I'm also studying for a PhD, but I'm so worried that my hair has turned white. Sister Yu is just an undergraduate student, sob sob, no, actually Sister Yu is not even an undergraduate student. After all, Ming University is not an undergraduate school. It's not even a vocational school. Being stepped on by a pheasant is like the devil's footsteps. Don't keep saying pheasant, thank you. If this continues, we will be worse than pheasants. Sister Yu's 3 theses, 2 of them are in the field of biology and 1 in the field of physics. I want to know what Sister Yu is studying. Can she study both biology and physics at the same time? I'm curious too. Sister Yu is studying in Ming University's Paya class, which advocates general education. Before deciding on a specific direction, she seems to study everything, from politics, economics, culture, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy. With Sister Yu's IQ and learning ability, it's my loss if she's not a decathlon. Wait and see, biology and physics are just appetizers. I won't be surprised if Sister Yu says that she's going to space to study aliens one day. Jiang Fuyue, an amazing woman who goes through all subjects and leaves students with no way out. Walking on everyone's path, leaving everyone with no way out. Perfect. Forgive me, but I can't help but think of an octopus, society, my Sister Yu, beautiful and wild. With such a big commotion on the internet, It was hard for people related to Jiang Fuyue not to pay attention to it in real life. Because, even if you didn't mention it, others would talk about it. First, there was Jantar and Han Yunru. Jiangji Restaurant's private kitchen's official Weibo account received tens of thousands of messages overnight. Some congratulated them, some envied them, and there were all kinds of fancy confessions. Some netizens even called Jantar and his wife father-in-law and mother-in-law. As soon as Chao Dou opened Weibo, his phone froze. Then, all kinds of messages popped up. Only then did he realize that Jiang Fuyue was trending. Senior. Come and see. Then, Jantar and Han Yunru also found out. The couple was quite happy, but they were far from ecstatic. Chao Dou was puzzled. That's it, shouldn't they be jumping up and down in excitement, or screaming and hugging? Or crying on each other's shoulders? Anyway, ordinary parents wouldn't be so calm when they saw their children doing so well. Jantar scratched his head. This is very powerful? Chao Dou immediately explained to him, spittle flying everywhere. It turned out that he didn't know how powerful his child was. He wouldn't be so calm after he explained, right? However, Chao Dou was wrong. Jantar listened and nodded. He was still smiling and didn't seem too excited. He said, I knew Yaya was very powerful. Han Yunru nodded in agreement. Chao Dou, that's it? Just then, Chao Sanpeng came out and said that the kitchen and front desk were too busy. The couple quickly went to their places. Chao Dou, ? So, I'm the country bumpkin, he didn't know. He had a habit of calling it, no one knew better than them how powerful their daughter was. Yes, in all aspects. At the same time, Linan First High also received the news. Not only that, the old principal, Hu Yongwei, also received a congratulatory call from the Education Bureau. Old Hu, there's an amazing student in First High. After ending the call, Hu Yongwei was full of emotions. He still remembered Jiang Fuyue standing in front of him and exposing Li Shui's evil deeds. Her gaze was firm and her expression was calm. That was the first time he looked at this student seriously. He seemed to see light and justice in her. After that, Jiang Fuyue won the physics competition and the math Olympiad. It was as if she had cheated. She was no longer the little invisible person that her classmates hated and teachers ignored. However, her rebellious nature was also proportional to her excellence. She rejected the recommendation and got full marks for the college entrance examination. However, she applied to Ming University. Hu Yongwei still felt shocked when he thought about the third year of high school when Jiang Fuyue was there. He used to feel sorry for her. She missed out on B University and Q University. Not only did she miss out on a diploma from a famous university, but she also missed out on countless good resources and opportunities. Although he chose to be understanding and give his blessings in the end, his heart was full of worry and regret. Hu Yongwei believed that with Jiang Fuyue's ability, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself in the future. But how long would this future be? 5 years? 10 years? Or even longer? She could have taken a more relaxed path that would have saved time and effort, but in the end, every time he thought about this, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. But no one expected the surprise to come so unexpectedly. 3S level theses. Hu Yongwei was also an undergraduate and postgraduate student. Of course, he knew what it meant. It was only at this moment that Hu Yongwei realized that he had underestimated Jiang Fuyue. She didn't take the right path because it was right, it was because she walked it that it became the right path. Su Jing was still in class. While doing the questions, one of the students suddenly gasped. Then, the whole class was in an uproar. Su Jing was confused. What was going on? Teacher, did you teach senior Jiang Fuyue before? All kinds of reports on the internet were talking about Jiang Fuyue's education background. Linan First High School was on the list, and Su Jing was also on the list. Su Jing nodded. Why are you suddenly asking this? Wow, there was a burst of exclamations. I have the same math teacher as Sister Yu. I suddenly feel so lucky then we are Sister Yu's direct juniors? They were chattering excitedly. Seeing that Su Jing was still in a daze, the study committee member sitting in the front row told him, Senior Jiang sent 3S level theses in one go. That's amazing. Su Jing didn't care that it was still class time and immediately took out his phone. 2 minutes later, how come it's physics and biology? Was the math he taught not worth it? Meng Zijian and Yu Wenzhou were overjoyed. Meng Zijian, although I can't send S-level theses in my life, my student sent one. Yu Wenzhou, that's still my student. Su Jing. Damn, Jiang Xiaodi, who was still studying at the first high school, also received unprecedented attention. However, he was already accustomed to big storms and was no longer at a loss and cowering. Deskmate, Qinxing, your sister is too strong. Jiang Xiaodi nodded. My sister has always been strong. I envy you. I also want to have a sister like that. And, just think about it. My sister only has one little brother, me. Deskmate. So infuriating. No matter how heated the discussion was online, Jiang Fuyue, who was the center of the topic, did not care. Even though she already had 3S articles in hand, she was still working as usual, the laboratory, the dormitory, and the cafeteria. She did not slack off or become complacent because of the results she had already achieved. Anyway, Su Kaiqing asked himself, if he had taken down 3 international authoritative journals before the age of 20, he would never have been able to do what Jiang Fuyue had done. It was not that he was carried away, but it was inevitable that he would be complacent. After all, he was young and spirited. But Jiang Fuyue, not to mention spirited, she did not even have any extra expression. Every day, he saw her either doing experiments or analyzing data. It was as if she was racing with someone. But there was clearly no opponent in front of her. It was no exaggeration to say that among her peers, no one could catch up to her. Time. Jiang Fuyue looked up and looked at him indifferently. When you're running with others, your end point is only the end point, but when you're racing with time, there is no end point. Only when there was no end point could one never stop. Su Kaiqing was stunned and was in a daze for the entire afternoon. Old Peter came out of the laboratory next door. Seeing this, he looked puzzled. What's wrong with him? Jiang Fuyue, maybe he's thinking about life? Old Peter, ? Jiang Fuyue continued to stay in the laboratory, mainly to complete the cooperation project. To be honest, she was a little annoyed that Su Kaiqing and old Peter were too slow. If she were to do it herself, the time would be at least halved. However, there were also benefits to being cautious. It was a little slow, but it was steady. Su Kaiqing understood and even teased himself. I'm old. I don't have the drive anymore. I don't dare to take risks. Old Peter nodded. The future is the world of you young people. Then, the two of them simultaneously increased Jiang Fuyue's workload. Su Kaiqing, the capable do more work. Peter, the world is yours. Jiang Fuyue, during this time, Han Qishan and Shi Qingji both called and asked her to stay at home for a few days. Yes, Jiang Fuyue hadn't been home for almost 2 months. After finishing these 2 projects, the weather gradually turned cold, and winter unknowingly arrived. The t-shirt was replaced by a coat. The only thing that remained unchanged was the white lab robe on his body. Finally, it was the end of the project. Jiang Fuyue temporarily ended her life in the laboratory. Han Qishan, darling, when are you coming home? Calling her sweetheart, the old man was getting more and more mushy. Second Uncle Han also called. It's been so long. Even the dogs at home miss you. Uncle Han Heng, yeah, I heard from old master that you're coming home to stay. Wait for me, I'll cancel my work here and come back to accompany you. Jiang Fuyue. She didn't know who was accompanying whom. After all, it was only when she was at home that Han Heng could touch the plush toys openly. Otherwise, he would only dare to sneak around like a thief. Han Shen was even more direct. He told the driver to drive the car to the school gate and then called her, come out, uncle will take you home. Jiang Fuyue, as soon as they entered the villa, a dog barked. Xiao Mei ran down from the 2nd floor, rushed out of the house, crossed the lawn, and went straight to Jiang Fuyue's feet. Then, it jumped up and pushed half of its body into her arms. Woof woof, woof woof woof, you're back. Hug. Hug, Jiang Fuyue reached out and patted its broad and thick back, making a muffled sound. You've gained weight again. Woof woof, I'm not fat, I'm strong, although it was scolding, its tail was wagging happily. Sister, you're back. Han Ting was also at home, and he chased after Xiao Meng. Let's go, yeah. Let's talk inside. Okay. Dinner was another big table of dishes. There were meat and vegetables, and almost all of them were Jiang Fuyue's favorite dishes. Han Qishan, I've tasted it. This pork rib is not bad. Come, and this beef fillet with pickled pepper. It's a new dish. See if you like it. Not only Han Shen and his brothers, even Han Ting, as the eldest grandson, had never enjoyed such treatment before. To borrow Han Ting's private mockery, you guys didn't see how attentive old master was to my sister. He almost held her in his hands and placed her at the top of his heart. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue accompanied Grandpa Shen for a walk and played chess. She also gave Xiaoming some food. At night, she returned to her pink room. Before she could close the door, Han Heng squeezed in like a loach. Little Yaya, I'm here. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. She watched him dive into the pile of plushies like a swallow. Ah, my teddy bear. Little Katie. Pikachu. He rolled and rubbed, his face full of satisfaction. He was so happy that his eyes narrowed into two lines. Jiang Fuyue sat by the bed and watched him roll around like a wild donkey. She couldn't help but click her tongue. Why did you bring so many plushies into my room again? Are they nice? I just bought them. They're all limited edition. The fur is thick and plush. You don't believe me? Come and touch them and you'll know. Jiang Fuyue leaned back strategically. No need. You can play by yourself. Oh. Such cute and adorable things. As a man, he liked them. How could a girl not be moved by them? He couldn't understand it, but on second thought, his little niece, who had posted 3 S's in a row, didn't seem to need his understanding. Cough, he couldn't understand it either. Sister, at this moment, Han Ting ran over. Seeing that the door wasn't closed tightly, he pushed it open. The next second, he saw Han Heng, who was immersed in the pile of plushies. He couldn't retract his gaze in time. Uncle, what are you doing? Han Heng patted the dust off his sleeves calmly and stood up. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. You two have a chat first. After saying that, he walked away. After he went out, his footsteps in the corridor showed that he was a little flustered. Fortunately, Han Ting didn't see it. Sister. The young man was standing in front of Jiang Fuyue. He wanted to say something but didn't. He looked embarrassed. What's the matter? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Speak if you have something to say. Cough. Can I ask you for a few autographs? Autographs? Whose autographs? Yours. Jiang Fuyue was surprised. I'm not a celebrity. Why do I need an autograph? Sister, don't you know that you're more popular than a celebrity now? Jiang Fuyue knew that there were many discussions about her online, but, is it that exaggerated? More popular than a celebrity? Han Ting immediately gushed. Now, you're the godchow in the eyes of us students. The highest benchmark in the world of top students. Oh, and the koi in every exam. Many students take out their phones to watch videos of you before entering the exam hall to gain some luck. Jiang Fuyue's expression was complicated. Is it useful? Of course it's useful. I'm looking for psychological comfort. If I have a good mentality, my results won't be too bad. That actually made sense. Han Ting scratched his head. A few of my good buddies know that you're my sister. They insisted that I come to ask for your autograph. Then, he came. Jiang Fuyue agreed readily. She asked him to bring a pen and paper and signed immediately. Hee. I'm all prepared. After saying that, he took out a pen from behind him as if he was performing a magic trick. Jiang Fuyue took a look. It wasn't a blank piece of paper. There were photos, posters, autographs, and a magazine shoot with the fashion club not long ago. She signed more than 20 autographs in a row. There were still more. Jiang Fuyue, you have so many buddies? Han Ting, no. Actually, there are only 6 or 7 of them. Each of them wants at least 5 autographs. Then, adding them up. That's a lot. Jiang Fuyue. Okay. After signing, she sent Han Ting off and closed the door. After taking a shower, she called Han Yunru. Jantar occasionally said a few words. After hanging up, she specially called Xianxia. Sister. You're not asleep yet? I'll sleep after I finish the call. He was specially waiting for her. Have you been tired recently? Xianxia, no. Do you have any sports? Yes. Long distance running and swimming. You have to persevere. Xianxia knew that she couldn't see, but he still nodded heavily. Sister, I know. When they ended the call, it was already 11 p.m. Jiang Fuyue turned off the lights and lay down. Gradually, she fell asleep. The next day, she woke up naturally. When she went downstairs, Grandpa Shen, Han Shen, and Han Ku were already having breakfast in the dining room. Han Heng wasn't around. He was probably still sleeping in his room. Grandpa Shen laughed and said gently, "Sweetheart, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Han Shen. You weren't like this when you were complaining about third brother just now. Han Ku. You'll get used to it. I'm already awake. Jiang Fuyue walked to Han Shen's side. She was about to sit down when Grandpa Shen waved his hand and called her over. Come, sit next to Grandpa. Jiang Fuyue. Okay. Han Shen. He was really speechless. After Jiang Fuyue sat down, the servant quickly served milk and sandwiches and placed them in front of her. During the meal, everyone ate separately. It was so quiet that only the soft sound of the cutlery could be heard. Suddenly, yeah, it's your 19th birthday this Saturday. I plan to throw a birthday party for you and introduce you to everyone. What do you think? If Han Qishan hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Fuyue would have forgotten that her birthday was on the 6th of December. It happened to be this Saturday. Although the news of the Han family's youngest daughter being found was already known to everyone in the circle, Han Yunru had never made a public appearance. After 20 years, no one knew how the Han family's youngest daughter, who had mysteriously disappeared and then suddenly returned, looked like. They only knew that she had started a family in Linhui, started a business with her husband, and had a daughter. And this beloved granddaughter of the Han family was Jiang Fuyue. This was already confirmed by the netizens when Han Heng made a mistake in the scandal. They had also vaguely heard about Jiang Fuyue in the industry, but they had never seen her in person. Therefore, Han Qishan planned to take this opportunity to officially announce Jiang Fuyue's identity to the world. At the same time, she could show her face in the industry. All the research projects on hand had come to an end, so Jiang Fuyue didn't have any other plans this Saturday. She pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I'll leave it to you. Okay. Old Master Han suddenly beamed with joy. Because Jiang Fuyue was home, Han Shen and his brothers didn't go out, which was a rare occurrence. Han Shen ate breakfast and made a few work calls before he was completely free. Han Ke stared at the stock market on her iPad for a while before putting it aside. On the other hand, Han Heng was still sleeping upstairs. Get a few more people to wake him up. He's already a few decades old. How can he still laze around in bed? The servants didn't dare to disobey and went upstairs. However, the third young master's temper when he woke up wasn't for show. In the end, they could only stand outside the door timidly and call him twice. As for whether he heard it or not, no one knew. Anyway, half an hour had passed. The three generations downstairs had already started playing mahjong, but Han Heng still hadn't come downstairs. Han Ke was the one who suggested playing mahjong. I'm bored and want to have some fun to pass the time. At first, Han Qishan said, you don't want to learn anything good, but you teach two kids how to gamble. What's the use of you? Han Ke kept quiet and didn't dare to speak. Han Ting looked at his second uncle and felt that he was quite pitiful. He helped him and said, playing mahjong can train your intelligence and prevent Alzheimer's. Han Qishan glared at him. Who are you calling Alzheimer's? I'm the only old man here. Han Ting. Sob sob. If I had known, I wouldn't have said so much. Han Shen looked down and didn't have any intention of speaking. At this time, whoever spoke up would be scolded. Except, Jiang Fuyue said, mahjong is also a form of exercise. It's okay to play it occasionally, right? Han Qishan immediately said, it's okay. Of course it's okay. Yeah, do you like mahjong? Then let's start. What are you guys waiting for? Han Shen, Han Ku, Han Ting, as expected of you. You have double standards. When Han Heng woke up and went downstairs, they had already played mahjong a few times. Hey, are you playing mahjong? Han Heng's eyes lit up and he walked behind Jiang Fuyue. Good fellow, Yaya has a lot of money. The money box can't even be closed. Han Heng glanced at the money and saw that it was all 100 yuan bills. There were at least tens of thousands of yuan. Han Ke looked up and said softly, all our money is with her. How can it not be a lot? Haha. Second brother, you lost so badly? You're like a resentful wife, ha 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 ha. Old Master and Han Shen looked at him at the same time. Han Heng, exclamation point. Pretend I didn't say anything. He watched 2 rounds and Jiang Fuyue won both times. Moreover, she played the big card every time. Most importantly, she won. Not bad, yeah. You got whatever you wanted. Your luck is not bad. Han Heng smiled like a silly boy. This is not just luck, Han Shen said meaningfully. After that, he suddenly stood up. I lost all my money. Third brother, you continue to play. Where are you going? Han Shen picked up his phone. To return 2 calls. Han Heng smiled and rubbed his hands. Okay, I'll play a few rounds. After that, he sat down and started to play mahjong. Yeah, don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful, your uncle is the sparrow god of the entertainment industry. Jiang Fuyue smiled and nodded. Old Master looked at him and was speechless. Han Ke felt a little sympathetic. Half an hour later, Han Heng glanced at the 2 circles that he played and then looked at Jiang Fuyue's mahjong. He couldn't believe it. I lost again? Han Ke replied, yes. Han Heng looked confused. Am I that unlucky? From the moment he started playing, not only did he not win a single round, but he also played continuously. Basically, he gave Jiang Fuyue everything. Even if he didn't play any mahjong, he would still be able to play the big card in the end. From the beginning, he was in high spirits, to now he was listless. Han Heng's ability showed that the more he smiled at the beginning, the more he lost in the end. Jiang Fuyue said, Uncle, I won again. No. You didn't want the 2 circles that second brother threw at you. Why did you want mine? Also, Old Master threw 30,000 yuan last round. Why didn't you touch him but me? Because when second uncle and Old Master were playing, I couldn't afford it. Han Heng, question mark. You wanted to afford it when I was playing? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Yes. They played until the sun went down and it was time for dinner. Needless to say, Jiang Fuyue won the most. Old Master was second. Han Shen came back midway and Han Ke gave up her seat to him. Taking advantage of this wave, he went on a killing spree. Actually, there was no such thing as winning spree. He only needed to stare at Han Heng, this fat sheep, and he could make up for all the losses that he had lost earlier. Therefore, in the end, everyone won except for Han Heng. He didn't know if he should curse. Han Ku, big brother, thank you for giving your seat to third brother. Han Shen, you're welcome. It's my honor to sacrifice one person to help everyone. Han Heng. Honor my ass. You're not the one who sacrificed. After everyone left, Han Ting walked to Han Heng's side. After watching the whole scene, he sighed. Uncle, it's better if you don't play mahjong with them in the future, especially my sister. She knows how to remember and calculate. You can't win against her. Old Master pouted. God of the entertainment industry? More like bird poop. Han Heng, question mark. I let all of you win and you're still treating me like this? Jiang Fuyue stayed at the Han family for 2 days. When she returned to school, Shi Qingji and Qing Yuanchen drove over to pick her up. Han Qishan couldn't bear to see them together. Although they didn't do anything intimate, he still felt annoyed. However, he didn't feel depressed for too long. Soon, he found something to do. Ye's birthday party couldn't be sloppy at all. Han Shishan made up his mind. After all, this was his precious granddaughter's first public appearance in the circle. Wouldn't it make sense if she didn't make a big fuss and make a big fuss out of it? For this reason, he didn't hesitate to personally make arrangements. Every day, Han Shin couldn't help but have a headache when he saw him meet the hotel manager and the gift company manager with a cane. He was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground. Do you think Dad has to do this? Hanka spread her hands and shrugged. No, but he's happy. Han Heng smacked his lips. Actually, it's not bad that old master is busy. At least he doesn't have time to care about me. As for Jiang Fuyue, the main character of the banquet, she didn't have to care about anything and could be a carefree boss. Old master, sweetheart, Grandpa promises not to let you down. Jiang Fuyue agreed. 2 days later, he called again. Sweetheart, what color do you like? What flower? Purple. Iris. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the birthday party. Those who came were all friends and business partners of the Han family. The men were dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they brought their families. The women's makeup was exquisite, and their dresses swayed. It was a birthday party, and also a vanity fair. Old master, congratulations! You've recovered your 2 beloved pearls. Han Shishan shook hands with him and smiled until his wrinkles flew. Thank you for the honor. Please come in. As the eldest son, Han Shin was also busy greeting the guests and shaking hands. Li Chen was also here today. He accompanied his father and was dressed pretentiously. Li Jiahui, I don't care how messy you are usually, but behave yourself today. Li Chen pursed his lips. It was this kind of boring social interaction again. Did they think he wanted to come? Wouldn't it be better to study 2 more pages of investment analysis at home? Yes, in the environment where the classmates around him were either studying hard or developing their sidelines, Li Chen wasn't idle either. He had always been very interested in investing. Occasionally, he would buy some stocks for fun. He earned more than he lost, but it was really just for fun. He had never put in any effort to study it. However, after the 7-school joint training ended, looking at everyone studying and founding the club, it seemed that if he didn't do something, he wouldn't fit in with this group. However, he did not like to study and did not have any talents. After thinking about it, he seemed to be doing well in the stock market. Just like that, he began to systematically learn how to invest. He hired a tutor, attended online classes, and practiced. Li Chen felt like he had opened the door to a whole new world as he continued to deepen his studies and broaden his knowledge. Every teacher who had taught him had praised him for his talent, his intuition was accurate, his vigilance was high, and he was a natural stock market hunter. After Li Chen received the affirmation, he worked even harder. He didn't fall behind in school either. During his idle university days, he actually felt a hint of nervousness that he only felt before the college entrance examination. However, this feeling of fullness made him extremely satisfied. In his own words, I have an inexhaustible amount of energy in my body. Chairman Li was surprised to find that the devil at home hadn't caused any trouble for a long time. When he called the school, the teacher said that everything was normal. However, the McLaren in the garage had not been driven out for a long time, and the family's private doctor did not come to the door because of his bloody head from fighting. How strange. Are you trying to pull some dirty tricks again? Do you want to do something big? Li Chen, ? Was this his biological father? Anyway, Chairman Li did not believe it. A dog could not change its habit. How could Li Chen not cause trouble? However, reality proved that he had been very obedient in the past 2 months. Chairman Li, ? Happiness came too suddenly. On the other side, Liang Jingzhou had also arrived. The bored expression on his face was exactly the same as Li Chen's. The adults were chatting, and the 2 children could finally take the opportunity to sneak away. Liang Jingzhou, you're here too? Li Chen, my dad dragged me here. Liang Jingzhou immediately held his hand. Brother in distress. Li Chen, I didn't even know what kind of party this was, and I was dragged here. Speaking of which, what kind of party is this? Li Chen looked around and saw that the party was mainly purple. There were silk ribbons, a red carpet, and irises on both sides. It looked youthful and energetic. What kind of girl was this? He was also a little confused. Wasn't this a business cocktail party? What's the surname of this family? Liang Jingzhou, ? You're asking me? I was the one who wanted to ask you. Great, you actually hid here. Old Qing and I looked for you all over the place. Just then, Gu Huayu and Qing Lian walked over side by side. Great. This time everyone was happy. Liang Jingzhou, why are you here too? Gu Huayu raised his eyebrows. You're allowed to come to Sister Yu's birthday party, but we're not. What kind of logic is that? Sister Yu? Birthday party? What? You don't know? Gu Huayu's mouth twitched, and he reminded him, this is the Han family. Right, Jiang Fuyue was the granddaughter of the Han family. Li Chen had investigated her family background before. Liang Jingzhou coughed lightly. Now I know. Gu Huayu, what a long reaction. Li Chen was much smarter. He didn't say anything to avoid being mocked. Where's Sister Yu? Qing Lian looked at his watch. The party hasn't officially started yet. She shouldn't be here. Liang Jingzhou, hee. Maybe she's still putting on makeup. Girls are the most troublesome. Unlike us, who can go out as soon as we put on a suit. Gu Huayu rubbed his chin and blurted out, actually, she looks good even without makeup. Of course. Liang Jingzhou nodded. Her beauty is not an exaggeration. Li Chen muttered, she looks good without makeup. She looks even better with makeup. Then, she changes into a long dress. From a man's point of view, he felt that Jiang Fuyue would look very good in a long dress, especially one with a tight cut, a tube-top design, and silk fabric. Every step she took was graceful and flirtatious. Coupled with that pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes that lightly swept across and faintly squinted, as long as it was a man, they would probably not be able to resist. Old Li? What are you thinking about? You didn't respond even when I called you a few times. Gu Huayu elbowed him. And you're laughing so flirtatiously. Li Chen suddenly came back to his senses. Really? I don't think so. Hey. You still won't admit it. There's definitely something wrong. Hee. Are you thinking about Sister Yu? Liang Jingzhou smirked as if he had already seen through him. Don't deny it. You're a man who dares to take responsibility for your actions. If you think about her, then so be it. Sister Yu is beautiful and smart. Only a fool wouldn't think about her. Oh. You admit that you're thinking about her. Li Chen countered. Liang Jingzhou nodded generously. Yes, I've been thinking about her. Sister Yu is the dream lover of all the boys in our school. Old Gu, old Qing, I'm just asking you too if you've thought about her. Don't be so pretentious. Be honest, okay? Gu Huayu's eyes flashed. Qing Lian looked up at the sky. Choosing to remain silent at this time already explained a lot. Liang Jingzhou winked at Li Chen. Look, you're the only one who's hypocritical. You're the only one who denies it. Li Chen was speechless. He wanted to beat someone up. But old Gu and old Qing's attitudes, he was secretly shocked. Suddenly, hey, what do you think if I pursued Jiang Fuyue? Liang Jingzhou's words were shocking. Gu Huayu's face darkened. Not very good. Li Chen pursed his lips. You? Qing Lian shook his head and slowly said, you're thinking too much. Liang Jingzhou was so angry that he rolled his eyes. What do you mean? Huh? You're jealous. It's fine if you're a coward, but you're even criticizing others. Sinister. Cunning. Narrow-minded. When I get Sister Yu, I'll make all of you call me brother-in-law. Li Chen said, Jiang Fuyue's eyes are pretty good, and her brain isn't damaged. In other words, how could she possibly like you? Gu Huayu said, aren't you a grandson? You still want to be brother-in-law? Qing Lian said, wake up. It's easy to drool when you dream too much. Liang Jingzhou was speechless. F*ck, the four boys went back and forth, scolding and insulting one another. Their voices grew louder and louder, and there were even a few clear words like Jiangfuyue mixed in. The boys' good feelings and admiration were undisguised. They were presumptuous and unreasonable. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly. Because in their line of sight, a black figure moved. It was near the fountain not far away. Because the light was too dim, no one would look at it except for the rhythmic sound of the water. However, there was actually a person standing in that place. When he didn't move, his back was almost one with the darkness, so Li Chen and the others didn't notice him at all. "Hey, why are you eavesdropping?" Before they could finish speaking, the figure left. His calm footsteps didn't show any panic after being caught eavesdropping. On the contrary, his back seemed to emit a sense of coldness. "No. Who is that? Does he know the rules?" He was so quiet, but he was pretty arrogant after being discovered. That. Did he hear everything? The four of them looked at each other, their expressions unnatural. "I hope he doesn't know us." He didn't know Jiangfuyue either. Ba," Qinglian said, "the banquet is about to start. Let's go in." "Okay." The four of them left. When they entered, they saw a sea of purple. There were no cheap stickers, nor were there any messy decorations. There was a huge purple screen in the background. A young phoenix with its wings spread out was embroidered with silver thread. If one looked at it from the other side, the pattern looked like a young tiger chasing a butterfly. The front was exciting, the back was interesting. The elegance of the phoenix, the ferocity of the tiger. What a beautiful double-sided embroidery. It's worth a lot. I remember that 10 years ago, Christie's auctioned off an embroidered screen called Young Phoenix and Tiger. It set the record for the highest price ever for an embroidered item and still holds the record. Could it be this one? Looks like the rumors are true. Old Master Han really dotes on his granddaughter. Even the sky-high auction items are treated like decorations, casually decorating the venue. Speaking of which, where did the Han family's granddaughter come from? How come I've never heard of her before? You don't know about this. It all started from 20 years ago with the Han family's youngest daughter. Unlike Li Chen, the people present today did not specifically investigate Jiangfuyue, so 99% of them did not connect Jiangfuyue with the Han family's youngest daughter. They only knew that the Han family had a hidden gem who had never shown her face in the circle, and there was a genius girl called Jiangfuyue online. Although Jiangfuyue's identity was not a secret to the gossipy netizens because of Han Heng, how many of the guests present would check Weibo day and night? Therefore, when the banquet started and Jiangfuyue came down with old Master Han, the surprise in everyone's eyes was so obvious. The girl was wearing an off-shoulder white dress with lace and lotus leaves, revealing her snow-white shoulders and a pair of beautiful collarbones. The hem of the dress was made of feathers, but the light feathers brought out a sense of elegance as she walked. She had light makeup on, and her hair was tied up in a bun. There was a dazzling diamond crown on her head that was slightly tilted into her hair. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were sparkling. She just stood there. She did not need to do anything or say anything. She was a beautiful scenery. Liang Jingzhou stood in the hall and looked up. With one glance, he swallowed his saliva. She was really beautiful. Li Chen was also stunned. Gu Huaiyu was in a daze. Qing Lian was also in a daze. If the four of them had such a reaction, one could imagine how the others felt. At that moment, the sound of conversation disappeared, but the sound of people gasping could be heard. "This is the Han family's hidden gem? I thought that a child who was not pampered would be a little rough and not magnanimous enough. Who would have thought that reality would give everyone a slap in the face? Interesting. Very interesting. That calm temperament and generous smile. How does she look like someone from an ordinary family? Not to mention other things, just her bearing alone is better than most of the socialites here. No wonder old Han treasures her so much. If I had such a beautiful granddaughter, I would love to hold her in my hands and place her at the top of my heart." I heard that the Han family's youngest daughter was also charming and beautiful back then. What a pity, this little girl is even prettier than her mother back then. It was not just her appearance, but also her temperament that was as light as frost and as cold as snow. It made people want to get close to her, but they did not dare to. There was a distance between them, but she did not move at all. She allowed the other side to be anxious and impatient. TSK. Why do I find her more and more familiar? Have I seen her somewhere before? Now that you mention it, I think so too. Yes, yes. She does look familiar. I remember now. Isn't this Sister Yu, the top student on the internet? She just won 3 CNS articles a few days ago. All the major media outlets are fighting to report on her. She's also trending one after another. It's actually her. Everyone was shocked and kept talking. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue and Old Master Han had already walked down the last step. In front of everyone, Han Qishan personally admitted, "This is my granddaughter, Jiang Fu. Everyone was stunned at first, then went forward to congratulate him. Old Han, your little granddaughter is really well hidden. You only introduced her to everyone now. Congratulations, there's a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. The future will be even better." Han Qishan cupped his hands. "Thank you for your auspicious words. Director Han, your granddaughter is amazing. I saw her everywhere on the news yesterday." "You flatter me. Children should not be praised. They're afraid of being arrogant." "I'm not praising her. I'm just speaking the truth." Han Qishan was surrounded in the middle. When he heard everyone praising Jiang Fuyue, he immediately beamed. He seemed humble, but he was actually very proud. Han Shen and his 2 brothers were beside him. They were all speechless. "You're already so old. Can you not be so doggy?" Han Qishan used his actions to prove that he couldn't. He was a doggy. Why? The 3 brothers, as Old Master Han was too eye-catching, Jiang Fuyue, who should have been the focus of attention, was ignored by everyone. She took the opportunity to sneak away. When she was outside, the toasting behind her became more and more distant. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. The moon was bright in the sky. Nearby, there was a dimly lit fountain. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder gently. Jiang Fuyue turned around, digression, 2 chapters in 1, 5,000 words. Can anyone guess who the Black Shadow is? Liang Jingzhou's silly smile appeared in front of her. "Hee, Sister Yu." Glancing to the side, Li Chen, Gu Huayu, and Qing Lian were all there. "You're all here?" She smiled. The night breeze blew, and the girl's faint fragrance floated into the nostrils of the young men. Liang Jingzhou's face turned red. Happy birthday." "Thank you." Gu Huayu stepped forward and handed her a red box. "Birthday present. I hope you like it." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "Don't worry, it's not a fake snake. I wouldn't do such a thing." Liang Jingzhou, who had done such a thing, was confused. "Why did you have to step on me if you want to give me a present?" "You're crazy." Jiang Fuyue took it and opened it. It was a Cartier bracelet that cost between 50 to 60,000 yuan. It wasn't expensive for a rich second generation like Gu Huayu. Jiang Fuyue accepted it. "It's mine." Qing Lian handed over a box that was slightly bigger than Gu Huayu's. She opened it and saw a platinum necklace from Cartier. The price was about the same as the bracelet. She seriously suspected that the 2 of them went to the Cartier counter for wholesale. Liang Jingzhou and Li Chen looked at each other. They didn't know that today was Jiang Fuyue's birthday, nor did they know that this banquet was for her birthday, so they didn't prepare anything. Fortunately, Han Heng came over. Yeah, it's time to cut the cake." "Okay." They turned around and went in. Jiang Fuyue and her uncle walked in front. Han Heng saw the small box in her hand and raised his eyebrows. "Who gave it to you?" "Gu Huayu and Qing Lian." "Tisk, little brat, you know how to prepare a gift. But yeah, you're still young and don't know how bad the men in this world are. Don't be moved by these 2 small gifts. If you like them, I'll give you a bunch tomorrow. We don't lack money." Jiang Fuyue nodded obediently. "Okay." Han Heng immediately felt comforted like an old father. Sigh, it was difficult to raise a daughter. He would rather have a son in the future. It was simple and worry-free. If Grandpa Xing was present and knew what he was thinking, he would probably be speechless to the extreme. Is a single dog even worthy of considering such a problem? Who gave him the courage? Li Chan and the other three fell behind, creating some distance between them and Han Heng and Jiang Fuyue. At this moment, Liang Jingzhou was complaining to Gu Huayu, "You and Old Qing are too sneaky. You didn't even tell us when you were preparing gifts. Are you still brothers?" Gu Huayu was getting a headache from his nagging. "How many times have I told you? I didn't know you weren't prepared. Otherwise, I would have reminded you." Excuses. They were all excuses. "Tell me, do you and Old Qing want to get Sister Yu's favor alone?" Gu Huayu was speechless. He didn't want to talk to the silly bun. "Oh. You acquiesced. Do you want to pursue Sister Yu too?" Gu Huayu was shocked. This guy really knows how to talk about everything. "Shut up." Liang Jingzhou snorted and looked at him coldly. "You're guilty." Gu Huayu was confused. "What the F***ck? No. Why do you keep biting on me? Qing Lian didn't remind you either, right?" Liang Jingzhou scratched his head. "That's true. You have to be fair." Qing Lian staggered, his scalp tingling. Then, he escaped at the speed of light. Now that the drama was about to unfold, when would he escape? Gu Huayu also took the opportunity to escape. Liang Jingzhou glanced at Li Chen and suddenly sighed softly. "Luckily, you didn't give them anything, hee. Li Chen was speechless. This was like not doing well on an exam, but your deskmate laughed and said, "Yeah, you failed like me." That feeling was simply F***king bullsh**. After Jiang Fuyue went in, the cake was pushed up. It was actually purple too. Old Master Li handed her the knife. Jiang Fuyue took it and held Han Qishan's hand at the same time. Then, she called Han Shen, Han Ku, and Han Heng. "Let's do it together." The three generations worked together to make the first cut. The atmosphere was pushed to the climax, and there was endless applause. At this point, Jiang Fuyue's task was completed. After saying goodbye to Old Master Li, she went out. Han Shen and his brothers were there to send the guests off, so she didn't need to do anything. The moonlight was like water, and the night was dark. In the back garden, Jiang Fuyue brought dog food to feed Xiaomeng. She also opened a can of meat. The child was so happy that he jumped up and down and wagged his tail. "Eat." Xiaomeng only started eating after she gave the order. It was no wonder that Han Ting called it a wild pig. Jiang Fuyue squatted at the side. She didn't care that her skirt was dragging on the ground. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. She looked up immediately. Before she could see who it was, she was hugged by a pair of strong arms. Then, her back was pressed against a warm chest. Jiang Fuyue subconsciously bent her elbow and was ready to attack. "Yeah, it's me." A familiar voice appeared beside her ear, accompanied by hot breaths. Her body stiffened. She turned around in disbelief and met the man's smiling eyes. Xie Dingyuan's arms tightened, and the two of them got closer. "Are you scared?" Jiang Fuyue finally realized that it was really him. "Why are you back?" "It's my girlfriend's birthday. As her boyfriend, I'm not here." "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" She was not prepared at all. Just now, she almost thought that he was a criminal and was ready to attack. "Xie Dingyuan, would it still be a surprise if I told you?" "Jiang Fuyue, it's more like a shock." "Are you really scared?" He turned her shoulders so that they were facing each other. "Let me check you." The dress was an off-the-shoulder style, and almost half of her back was not covered. The man's hot palms were pressed tightly against her butterfly bones. It was as if two iron locks were locking her whole body. Thin and strong, slender and thick, it was a strong visual impact. Jiang Fuyue felt as if there was a fire spreading where their skin touched. It was so hot that her heart beat faster and her breathing quickened. "You, don't move." The man's voice was deep. Jiang Fuyue looked up at him. The next second, Xie Dingyuan hugged her. "What are you afraid of?" "I won't do anything stupid." Jiang Fuyue let him hug her. "You don't know how to use your hands, but you have a glib tongue." "How so?" He still refused to admit it. Who was the one who said that he wanted to check? Cough. It's just a check. He didn't say that he wanted to touch you. Jiang Fuyue was calm and composed. Okay, let go of me now. Xia Dingyuan, I thought you didn't want to touch me. At this moment, Xiao Meng, who had finished eating, realized that there was another person in front of him. That person was actually hugging Jiang Fuyue. Woof. Woof. What are you doing? I haven't hugged her before, he bared his teeth as he barked. His muscles instantly tensed up, and he slightly lowered his front legs and shifted his center of gravity backward. He was ready to pounce and bite Xia Dingyuan. Jiang Fuyue smiled, look, even Xia Dingyuan wants you to let go. When Xia Dingyuan heard that, not only did he not let go, but he also hugged her even tighter. He looked at Xiao Meng and said proudly, no. Woof. 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 Xiao Meng was anxious. However, without Jiang Fuyue's orders, it didn't dare to attack rashly. Its 4 legs were eager to give it a try as it hopped back and forth. It bared its teeth and bared its teeth, its gaze fierce. Xia Dingyuan was fearless. He was no longer satisfied with hugging her. In front of Xiao Meng, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Fuyue's cheek. Xiao Meng? I'm not a dog. You're the dog, right? Woof. 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 I'll bite you to death. I'll bite you to death, Xia Dingyuan, kiss again, I'll continue to kiss. Jiang Fuyue, who had been hit by a series of critical attacks, questioned Mark. Okay. In the end, she patted the dog's head and comforted it. It's okay. He's not a bad person. Woof. Xiao Mei rubbed against her palm and lay down obediently. Jiang Fuyue turned to look at Xia Dingyuan. Why are you arguing with a dog? Professor Xia touched his nose and muttered softly, it's because it doesn't allow me to hug you. Jiang Fuyue opened a bag of snacks for Xiao Meng. The child was temporarily appeased and stopped making trouble. The two of them walked to the pavilion and sat down. When did you arrive? In the evening. After getting off the plane, he went back to change his clothes and rushed over immediately. Are you tired? Jiang Fuyue leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered softly. I'm not tired. It was an expected answer. Jiang Fuyue didn't believe him. Although he tried to hide the tiredness on his face, the blood vessels in his eyes couldn't lie. However, Jiang Fuyue didn't expose him. She only smiled and asked him, are you made of iron? The man thought for a while. Yes, I'm made of iron. So rest assured that you won't fall. Jiang Fuyue smiled. The night wind blew, and the lights were dim. Suddenly, Xia Dingyuan sat up straight and took out a small cake and a candle from his pocket as if by magic. Happy birthday, Yaya. The cake was only the size of a palm, and it was decorated with blueberries. In the middle of the cake, there was a little girl in a princess dress dancing. The cake was filled with sugar and colored. Xia Dingyuan inserted the candle and held the cake. He took out a lighter from his trouser pocket and handed it to Jiang Fuyue. She reached out and took it. Click, it was lit. Unfortunately, the flame was blown out by the wind before it could touch the candle. Again, the same thing happened again. Jiang Fuyue used her other hand to protect the flame. Unfortunately, it was still extinguished. Take it. Xia Dingyuan gestured for her to take the cake. Jiang Fuyue did as she was told. He unbuttoned his jacket and pulled it open. Then, he moved closer to the cake and used his body and clothes to block the wind from behind. Try it again. Click, the flame leaped up, but it did not sway or waver. It stood steadily. The light illuminated the man's face. The burning candle was reflected in his pupils like falling stars. His originally cold eyes were also tinged with a bit of warmth. Jiang Fuyue said, thank you. Thank you for coming back to celebrate my birthday with me. I'm very happy. During the 7-school joint training, he said that he didn't want to miss her growth. Jiang Fuyue only listened and didn't take it seriously. Now, he used his actions to prove that he wasn't just saying it. During her military training, he returned home overnight. On her birthday, he appeared in surprise. This man was silently fulfilling his promise. The birthday candles have been lit. How can there be no birthday song? Xie Dingyuan was stunned. Jiang Fuyue urged him softly, sing, who could withstand this? I sang out of tune. It's okay. I won't laugh at you. But, if you don't sing, the candles will burn out. Then, Professor Xia, who had lived for 30 years, sang for the first time. Happy birthday to you, Jiang Fuyue said. There's also an English version. Xie Dingyuan, after the song ended, the man's face was completely red. I didn't sing well. Just listen to it, who said that? Jiang Fuyue held the small cake and leaned into his ear. I think it's very good. You can only sing for me in the future. Okay. Xie Dingyuan tilted his head and gently touched her lips. Jiang Fuyue's eyes rippled and she kissed him back. When the man tried to move closer to continue, she slightly avoided him and reminded him with a smile, it's time to blow out the candles. Xie Dingyuan could only give up. He met the girl's sly gaze and sighed helplessly. She did it on purpose. You should make a wish before blowing out the candles. Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and said, I hope you'll be safe and sound. Xie Dingyuan was stunned. Me? Yes. She smiled. Do I need to say my full name? Then I'll say it again, I wish Xie Dingyuan peace. Wait. Huh? The man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Why don't you make a wish for yourself? There's no need. Because I can get whatever I want through hard work. But your safety and happiness are not something I can control. Jiang Fuyue looked up and focused her gaze. You can save the dying and heal the injured. You can do it for the country and the people. But promise me, don't expose yourself to danger easily, okay? The man lowered his eyes and restrained the tears that flashed across his eyes. At the same time, he closed his heavy heart. After a long time, he nodded. Okay. In the last 2 seconds before the candle burned out, Jiang Fuyue said in full. Thank you, Dingyuan, for being safe and sound, without illness or disaster. When the two of them blew out the candles together, Xie Dingyuan said in his heart, if possible, I'm willing to exchange my safety for her happiness. The fire went out, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Fuyue was about to cut the cake when Xie Dingyuan handed her a spoon. You don't have to cut it. Eat it by digging. You don't want it? Xie Dingyuan, just feed me 2 mouthfuls. Okay. Since he came all the way back to celebrate her birthday with her, she could still satisfy this small request. Jiang Fuyue took 3 mouthfuls, and Xie Dingyuan took 1 mouthful. The two of them dug and ate the entire cake just like that. How does it taste? Not bad. The man smiled. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. You made it? Half. Ahem. I bought the cake base, but I whipped the cream and smeared it on. No wonder the cake was so neat that it looked like a model. Even the distance between each blueberry was exactly the same. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue reached out and hugged his waist. She rested her head on his chest. 3 seconds later, she moved away again. The man was about to hug her back, but he ended up hugging a lonely one. He looked a little stunned. That's it? Otherwise? Ahem. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly. You should at least kiss me, right? After that, he nodded affirmatively. You should kiss me. Jiang Fuyue, she asked him to close his eyes. Why do you have to close your eyes when kissing a man? Why can't a man close his eyes? Xie Dingyuan blushed again. But I want to look at you. This time, it was Jiang Fuyue's turn to feel embarrassed. In the end, Xie Dingyuan closed his eyes. Jiang Fuyue raised her head and kissed the man's chin. He should have just shaved, and there was a smell of aftershave. Even if he was travel-worn, he still maintained his appearance. This was Xie Dingyuan. The man closed his eyes and could not see, but his other senses became particularly sensitive. He could feel the girl's breathing getting closer and closer, and his heart was beating faster and faster. Finally, they were together, but the position is wrong. The man opened his eyes and saw her moving away. Xie Dingyuan subconsciously raised his hand, clasped her back, and pressed her into his arms. The whole process was smooth and fluid. Before Jiang Fuyue could react, she was in his arms. In the next second, the man's warm lips were on hers, and he did not give her any chance to escape. He twisted and entangled with her. If he was the dignified Professor Xie just a moment ago, then he was a hungry wolf now. Halfway through, Jiang Fuyue could not breathe properly. She pushed his chest, but he held her even tighter. After some time, Xie Dingyuan finally let go. Jiang Fuyue leaned into his arms, panting slightly. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes were shining. You cheated. Xie Dingyuan caught her waving hand and clasped it. Their fingers intertwined, and his dark eyes were smiling. Who's the one who cheated? Are you angry? Jiang Fuyue did not speak. He lowered his head and leaned over. His voice was low and magnetic with a hint of sexiness. Are you really angry? Then I'll apologize. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. This was not like Xie Dingyuan. In the next second, he stretched out his hand, clenched it into a fist, and stopped in front of Jiang Fuyue. Then, he slowly opened his hand with his palm facing up. A small white square box lay quietly in his palm. A birthday present. Isn't there a cake already? That's the appetizer. This is the main course. Open it and take a look. Jiang Fuyue reached out and took it. Under the man's expectant gaze, she opened the lid. A flash of brilliance came into view. Even though the light in the pavilion was dim, it did not diminish the brilliance. It was as if a shooting star had fallen into the box. It was dazzling. Do you like it? Both of them spoke at the same time. Digression, 2 chapters combined into one. 5,000 words. A sweet and greasy chapter. It was a naked diamond. It was half the size of a fingernail, and its cleanness and cutting quality were excellent. Under the light, every cut surface reflected a shining white light. From an expert's point of view, this diamond's base-to-tip ratio was perfect. As everyone knew, if the tip was too small, it would be easy to wear and tear, and if it was too big, it would affect the color. As for the price, a conservative estimate was 7 figures. Jiang Fuyue held it in her hand and looked at it from all angles with interest. Why are you giving me a diamond? It's strong and clean, just like you. It didn't need to be embedded in a ring holder, nor did it need to be hung on a necklace. It could be brilliant on its own. Xie Dingyuan liked it at first glance, and bought it from a raw gemstone dealer in Continent F after a lot of twists and turns. Is it expensive? Jiang Fuyue asked. He smiled. It's cheap for you. Then I'll reluctantly accept it. Xie Dingyuan pinched her fingers. I'll buy you a better one in the future. Tisk, you're such a spendthrift. Don't worry. The man leaned close to her ear. It's more than enough to support you. Before Jiang Fuyue could speak, suddenly, a dog barked, woof. It turned out that Xiaomeng, who had finished eating snacks, started to bully Xie Dingyuan again. Especially when he was so close to Jiang Fuyue, and his mouth was almost on her ear. How could the dog tolerate this? Woof, woof, Xie Dingyuan hugged Jiang Fuyue's waist and complained pitifully, it's biting me. Xiaomeng, woof? Jiang Fuyue, Xiaomeng, be good. Don't quarrel. The dog whimpered and ran over. It lay down docilely at Jiang Fuyue's feet, and its dog but was facing Xie Dingyuan. Jiang Fuyue asked him, how long can I stay this time? The man was silent. I'll leave in the morning. They arrived this evening and had to leave early the next morning. The total time they landed was no more than 12 hours, at least he had stayed for a full day during the military training. This time, he didn't even have half a day. Jiang Fuyue wanted to ask him if he was crazy. Why did he come back in such a short time, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he couldn't say them. After a while, he said, Are you stupid? The man laughed in a low voice, his palm rubbing her side waist, I'm happy. Do you think I'm wasting the country's resources? He frowned. What does this have to do with national resources? Professor Xie's hands are supposed to be used for experiments, but they're used to hold the cake for me. Isn't that a waste? The experiment needs to be done, the cake needs to be held, and of course, his tone suddenly deepened, and he wrapped his arms around her waist. I also need to hug her waist. Jiang Fuyue. Did other people know that you were such a Professor Xia? As if he had guessed what she was thinking, Xia Dingyuan said, don't worry, you're the only one who has seen it. In the front hall, after sending off the last guest, Han Shen heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ke's shoulders slumped, and he stretched out his hand to loosen his tie. Finally, you're all exposed. Han Heng's legs went soft, and his whole body fell onto the sofa, like a delicate flower that was withered by the storm. On the other hand, Grandpa Shen leaned on his walking stick and was in high spirits. The smile on his face never disappeared, and the corners of his mouth were still curled up. Eh? Where's my sweetheart? Han Shishan looked around. She went back to her room, right? Han Heng waved his hand. I just went up, and there's no one in the room. She's probably outside in the garden to get some fresh air. At this moment, there was a dog barking, and it was quite loud, woof woof. Woof woof woof. Han Ku, that's strange, why is Xiaomeng barking so much tonight? Han Heng, really? Why didn't I hear it? Han Ku pursed his lips, your ears are just for decoration. TSK. If you want to talk, just talk. Don't talk about Rooster Ginseng. Han Shen frowned. Second brother, did you hear it barking? No, it started after Yaya came back and cut the cake. Something's wrong. Let's go to the back garden, huh? Han Heng suddenly sat up. Wait, I'll go too. The four of them went to the back garden. The night wind blew through the empty pavilion, and the lanterns hanging on the eaves swayed gently. The tassels at the bottom also swayed elegantly. Xiaomei was lying on the stone table with its front legs crossed. Its chin was hanging on its paws, and its tail was swinging in circles. It was very obedient. Han Heng scratched his head. Second brother, are you sure it was barking just now? Of course. Are there other dogs around our house? Seems like it, Han Ku, idiot. While the two of them were talking, Han Shen had already finished walking around the garden. Yaya was here. Han Heng looked left and right. Why didn't I see her? She fed Xiaomeng dog food and snacks. The packaging is still there. Grandpa Shen, but where is my sweetheart? Oh, I know. Han Heng's eyes widened, and he clapped his hands. She must have been kidnapped by those brats. The three of them were shocked by his words. Han Shishan, what brats? Han Ku, where did they come from? Han Shen, you saw it with your own eyes? Han Heng immediately spilled the beans and told them about how he bumped into Jiang Fuyue and Li Chen in the garden. Two of them even gave Yaya gifts. Great. He actually dared to have designs on Yu. I'll hammer those brats to death. As Han Shishan spoke, he started to swing his walking stick. Dad, calm down, where's your phone? Call the Li family, the Liang family, and the other two immediately. Han Heng whispered. Gu Huching. Yes, call them quickly. Ask them where my sweetheart is. Send her back immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Han Shen pondered for a moment and took out his phone. Just as he was about to dial. Uncle. Jiang Fuyue opened the window and poked her head out from the second floor. Why are you all in the garden? Han Ku, yeah, are you in the room? Of course. The few of them looked at Han Heng with condemnation in unison. What happened to the room being empty? Uncle, do you want to call someone? Han Shen quietly put away his phone. Not now. Then, he dragged Han Heng into the room. Brother, listen to me, I really didn't see. Han Ku chased after them, waiting to watch a good show. Han Shishan looked up, and the anger disappeared. Only kindness and kindness were left in his eyes. It's getting late. Sweetheart, rest early. You too. The storm dissipated without a trace. As for Han Heng, Jiang Fuyue looked apologetic and quietly closed the window. The next second, her slender waist was grabbed by a pair of big palms, locking her on both sides. Because her waist was too thin, the hands could even touch. She could not bear the brunt of his attack. Then, she was dragged away from the window by Xie Dingyuan. With hands on her waist, he carried her directly to the bed. Jiang Fuyue was already considered tall among girls. She used to be 173 centimeters, and in the past year, she had grown by 2 centimeters. Now, she was 175 centimeters. But in the hands of Xie Dingyuan, she was no different from a bigger doll. Anyway, he could easily carry her around without any effort. This person didn't look that strong. Where did his strength come from? They misunderstood that you were abducted by a wild boy. Xie Dingyuan placed his hands on both sides of the girl and leaned forward, his eyes dark. Yes, I was abducted by a wild boy like you. Jiang Fuyue leaned back and looked into his eyes. The man didn't continue the conversation and continued to count. There's Gu, Liang, Li, O, and Qing. Jiang Fuyue, they even gave you a birthday gift, a necklace and a bracelet. How did you know? Jiang Fuyue was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized something. You saw it? Xie Dingyuan didn't answer. Liang even said that he wanted to pursue you so that everyone could call him brother-in-law. TSK. Sister Yu's charm is really great? I don't know how charming I am, but the smell of jealousy on you is really strong. Where did the jealousy come from? Did I? Why didn't I know about it? He was still pretending. Jiang Fuyue hooked the man's collar with her index finger and the curved knuckles brushed against his protruding Adam's apple. Xie Dingyuan seemed to have been struck by lightning and his whole body stiffened. But, the girl curled her lips into a smile. It's really sour. The man's eyes flickered and his mouth suddenly became dry. Just as he was about to kiss her, Jiang Fuyue suddenly let go and stepped back, not giving him any chance to get close. You really miss those 4 wild boys? He snorted and loosened his collar impatiently. Wild boys are so good. Jiang Fuyue counted with her fingers. Young, handsome, innocent, and clingy. They'll come whenever you call them. When you're happy, they'll laugh with you. When you're unhappy, they'll coax you to laugh. Every anniversary, they'll carefully prepare a gift, take you to a movie, drink milk tea with you. Ah. No wonder rich women love little puppies. Why don't I give it a try too, MMPH? Xie Dingyuan directly blocked the chattering little mouth. Feeling that it was not enough to vent his anger, he even took a bite as a punishment. MMPH. Jiang Fuyue frowned and pushed his chest angrily. The man stepped back slightly, but his hands were still wrapped around her waist. Are you a dog? How dare you bite me? Do you still want to try? The threat was too obvious. That's not the point. Don't change the topic. Xie Dingyuan, that's the point. Don't try to change the topic. Jiang Fuyue, tell me, do you still want those wild boys? After saying that, he felt that he was not being serious enough and added, or little puppies? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. The man's hands tightened. Hiss, Xie Dingyuan heard her gasp and saw her frown. Her expression froze and the next second, as if she had been scalded, she suddenly withdrew her hands. Did I hurt you? I didn't use much strength. Her tone was a little messy and her expression was helpless. Jiang Fuyue's frown deepened and tears started to form in her eyes. This gave the man quite a shock. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect you. Jiang Fuyue held her stomach and trembled. Ha 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 ha, Xie Dingyuan, question mark. After 2 seconds, he was flustered and exasperated. Fine, you lied to me. However, there was nothing he could do. When she was done laughing, Jiang Fuyue supported her waist and sat up. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. The man did not tease her anymore. He sat by the bed, looking down and not making a sound. He looked like a big dog that had been wronged and was secretly angry. Jiang Fuyue sighed and hugged him from behind. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pressed her lips against his warm neck. She coaxed him softly. Are you angry? Don't be so petty. I admit that I'm acting, but you did hurt me. It's just that it's not that exaggerated. If you don't believe me, you can see. As she spoke, she lifted the hem of her skirt. Halfway through, she realized that she was wearing a skirt. Anyway, it hurts, the man's eyes softened. He held her waist and rubbed it with his warm palms. I'm sorry, Jiang Fuyue raised her hand and took the opportunity to wrap it around his neck. You don't have to apologize. It's fine as long as you're not angry. Who's angry? I'm not. Don't be jealous. Who's jealous? Where is it? He looked up at the sky. Jiang Fuyue said word by word as if she was making a solemn promise. There's no wild boy or little wolf puppy. There's only you. Humph. A woman's mouth is full of lies. Jiang Fuyue sighed softly. Men were really hard to coax. How can a little wolf puppy compare to you? Our Professor Xia is tall, handsome, and upright. Not only is he rich and talented, but he also has a high IQ. Really? He said coldly. The little wolf puppy is young and handsome. That's called being immature. And naive. That's called being simple-minded. And he's very clingy and available at any time. Jiang Fuyue said, distance makes the heart grow fonder. If you're clingy, you'll break up sooner or later. Then I'll laugh with you when I'm happy and coax you when I'm unhappy? Jiang Fuyue coughed. You'll get wrinkles if you laugh too much. Then prepare a gift, watch a movie, and drink milk tea. What gift can be compared to Professor Xia's naked diamond? Whoever wants to watch a movie or drink milk tea can drink it. Anyway, I don't like it. Jiang Fuyue nodded and emphasized again. I don't like it. Xie Dingyuan smiled. However, he quickly suppressed the smile on his face. Do you mean what you say? Of course. Then you're not allowed to wear the necklaces and bracelets they give you. Jiang Fuyue nodded quickly. I don't like to wear them. Not only would it affect the operation of the experiment table, but it would also be troublesome to remove them. However, the next second, Xie Dingyuan said, you won't wear them if I give them to you? Really? He asked. Jiang Fuyue suddenly became serious. How can that be? Can your gift be the same as others? Humph. That's more like it. Childish Yuan, online Sundara. Jiang Fuyue wiped her sweat. Finally, she managed to coax him. Are you still leaving tonight? I don't want to leave. After saying that, he carefully added, can I? Jiang Fuyue couldn't bear to see him rushing back and forth. Then hurry up and take a shower. The man's eyes lit up. Where do I sleep? Here. Jiang Fuyue patted the bed. I'll let you have half of it. It was night, and everything was quiet. Both of them had showered and were lying flat on the bed. Each of them occupied half of the bed, with some distance between them. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue's bed was big enough, so it didn't seem narrow. Suddenly, Xie Dingyuan, can I come closer? Jiang Fuyue, why? I want to hug you. Can you refuse? No. After saying that, he turned over and pulled her into his arms. Jiang Fuyue leaned against the man's warm chest and said in a muffled voice, then why are you asking? I'm just doing it for the sake of it. Xie Dingyuan, let's sleep. Okay. Jiang Fuyue found a comfortable position in his arms and closed her eyes. Good night. The man lowered his head and kissed her gently. Good night, Yaya. That night, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Jiang Fuyue didn't know if it was because the banquet was too tiring or because Xie Dingyuan's arms were too comfortable, but she slept very well. When she woke up, the sky was bright and the pillow was no longer warm. He had left. Last time at the training ground in Shiyong, she had seen the helicopter take off and watched him leave. But now, she didn't even know when he had left. Jiang Fuyue got up and walked to the dressing table, where the white box was placed neatly. When she opened it, the diamond reflected the bright sunlight, silently proving that that person had appeared in the middle of the night and traveled thousands of miles to celebrate her birthday. Jiang Fuyue opened the drawer and was about to put it in when she saw that the two Cartier boxes had disappeared. Tisk, childish, she thought that she had coaxed him yesterday, but she didn't expect him to still be soaked in vinegar. After washing up, Jiang Fuyue went downstairs for breakfast. After breakfast, she was ready to go back to school. Grandpa, you're going back now? Why don't you rest for 2 more days? Han Heng nodded. That's right, I'm already back. It was rare for him to get up early today. After being scolded by Boss Han yesterday, he didn't dare sleep in today. Jiang Fuyue still insisted. Grandpa Shen had no choice but to agree. Then let the chauffeur drive you there. Bring a change of sheets and blankets too. If you're too lazy to change, you might as well bring a servant. The car is big enough anyway. Jiang Fuyue declined the servant and only asked the chauffeur to drive her. Han Qishan, okay. I'll listen to you. Huh? Yeah, what's behind your ear? Jiang Fuyue raised her hand and touched her ear, looking confused. Han Heng, not on the right, on the left. There's a red mark. Is it from lipstick? As she spoke, she grabbed a tissue, but couldn't wipe it off. Digression, 2 chapters in 1, 5,000 words. Eh? It's not lipstick? The tissue in Han Heng's hand was clean. Jiang Fuyue finally reacted. Behind her ear, no wonder she didn't see it when she was washing up. This pervert, I might have been bitten by a mosquito, she explained calmly. Han Heng didn't think too much about it. Remember to spray some toilet water on it. Okay. At this moment, Han Shen, who was eating quietly, suddenly said, why would there be mosquitoes in this season? Han Heng paused. Yeah, are there still mosquitoes in winter? Jiang Fuyue, oh, then I might have been bitten by a mosquito when I was feeding Xiaoming in the garden last night. Han Heng, are you okay? Other than being a little itchy, I'm fine. You should avoid going to the garden at the back. The grass is deep and there are many insects. The dew is heavy too. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded obediently. I'll go back to school first. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Fuyue dared to take out a mirror to look at herself. Sure enough, there was a small red patch behind her left ear near the side of her neck. Xianxia skipped over. Sister Yu, what are you looking at? I need to get 2 mirrors. Before Jiang Fuyue could say anything, she had already seen it. Eh? There's a red mark here. It looks like the legendary hickey. Jiang Fuyue, actually, I've always wondered if a hickey could really produce a hickey. How tender is the skin and how much strength do you have to be to produce a hickey? Most of them are written in novels to trick innocent girls. Sister Yu, why aren't you saying anything? What do you think? Can you kiss it out or not? I should be able to? Are you serious? Should there be some kind of experimental proof or some kind of sample survey or statistical analysis? If the person is different, the result will be different too. We have to discuss it by category, right? Wow, then let's just start a research project. Maybe we can even post it on CNS. Xianxia's eyes lit up. She had a look that said, hurry up and praise me for being a genius. Jiang Fuyue. You're not a genius, you're a genius. After resting for a week, Jiang Fuyue was ready to start a new topic. However, he didn't have a clear direction at the moment, so he didn't go to the laboratory and went to class on time every day. Eh? Sister Yu actually came to class? Doesn't she need to do experiments? It seems like all the projects have been completed, but the new topic hasn't been chosen yet. Since he has nothing to do, he came to class. My free time is to play games and eat supper. The big boss free time is to go to class. There's only one word to describe it, respect. Finally, Sister Yu is going to class with us. Why do I suddenly feel so energized? I'm in the same class as Sister Yu. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Did you notice that the moment Sister Yu arrived, the atmosphere in the class became tense? It was as if the leader was inspecting the class. If you don't treat it seriously and behave well, are you waiting to be humiliated by Sister Yu? Have you forgotten about Liang Jingzhou's fake snake? That person felt a chill down his spine, and his scalp went numb. He sat up straight, looked straight ahead, and listened attentively. When she came back to class this time, Jiang Fuyue obviously noticed that the class discipline was much better. She thought that it was because Li Chen and the other rich second generation stopped causing trouble. However, she gradually realized that it wasn't just the 4 of them. Even the others were unbelievably well behaved. What was even more strange was that she didn't see any students playing with their phones or dozing off in class. This wasn't normal, it was too abnormal. What's going on? Did everyone take the wrong medicine? Xianxia sat next to her and didn't understand. Who took the wrong medicine? Jiang voiced her doubts. Xianxia looked at her strangely. You don't know? Should I know? Xianxia's mouth twitched. Alright, after the military training, everyone slowly became better. Tell me more details. 5 minutes later, Jiang so, Li Chan and the others are still meritorious? I don't know if they are meritorious or not, but if someone doesn't do well, they will directly take care of them. Jiang was deep in thought. After class, she went to the principal's office. She didn't stay for long, about 10 minutes. She didn't know what she talked about with Xiaoshan. Anyway, the next day, Li Chen, Gu Huayu, Qing Lian, and Liang Jingzhou were called to the principal's office. Liang Jingzhou, did we get into trouble? Gu Huayu frowned. That can't be. We've been doing pretty well recently. We even inspired the whole class. Liang Jingzhou, then why did the principal suddenly look for the 4 of us? Is he treating us to a meal? Or is he asking us to sing? Don't tell me we're going to the spa for a massage? Li Chen's face darkened. Can't your brain be more normal? How is my brain not normal? Sister, you said that anything is possible. Li Chen, hey. Gu Huayu nudged Qing Lian, who hadn't spoken yet. Why do you think Xiaoshan is looking for us? Qing Lian put his hands in his pockets and didn't say much as usual. You'll know when you get there. In the principal's office. Xiaoshan smiled as he looked at the 4 tall and good-looking teenagers. Before he spoke, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. The 4 of them, ? This didn't feel good. I heard that you've been managing the Paya class well. Not only have the class discipline improved, but most of the students have also started to study seriously. The 4 of them quickly exchanged glances. Xiaoshan pretended not to see it and continued, learning well on your own shows a person's self-control. But influencing others to become better and better is a kind of charisma. And you have that kind of charisma. Ahem. Xiaoshan cleared his throat and continued, so, I've decided to set up a school supervision committee. It will be responsible for rectifying the school's spirit and inspecting discipline. It will have the right to punish anyone who violates the school rules. The specific details will be discussed with the board of directors as soon as possible. When the time comes, you'll be the first officers of the supervision committee. The 4 of you will be in charge of the discipline of Ming University. How about that? Not bad, right? Then it's settled, ? Give us a chance to refute. F***ck. Don't you have to stop somewhere in the middle? The 4 of them were even more confused when they left. Wasn't it just a trip to the principal's office? How did they become officers of the supervision committee? How did they manage the school's discipline? Liang Jingzhou, did I hear wrongly? The principal asked us to manage things? Li Chen was speechless. You've asked me for the umpteenth time. Then can you answer me again? F***ck, how many times do I have to say it before you stop asking? Yes, yes, yes. Do you understand now? Do you remember? Liang Jingzhou. Oh. I have another suggestion. You can be gentler next time. Don't be so fierce. Li Chen, Gu Huayu suddenly clicked his tongue. What do you think Xiaoshan is planning? Who doesn't know that we're Ming University's, black sheep? He wants us to be officers and manage the school's discipline. He even wants to set up a new department for this. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't understand. So do we agree? Li Chen, I'm fine with anything. Liang Jingzhou rubbed his hands and chuckled. Speaking of which, after studying for so many years, I've never been an officer before. Gu Huayu, I've never been one either. Qing Lian, then let's do it. The decision was made. 3 days later, the school announced the establishment of the supervision committee. It would be responsible for maintaining the school's discipline and assisting in the enforcement of school rules. At the same time, it would supervise the work of the student council. The school appointed Li Chen as the first chairman of the supervision committee. Liang Jingzhou, Gu Huayu, and Qing Lian were the vice-chairmen. From the day the document was issued, they would immediately take up their duties. When the news came out, the whole school was in an uproar. It's not a problem to set up the supervision committee. But why are Li Chen, Liang Jingzhou, and the other two in charge? It's obvious that they're not reliable. Might as well change the name to heirs, ha ha ha. Is the school planning to use evil to fight evil? But why do I hear that the discipline of the Paya class is getting better under their management? Who said that? Why didn't I hear it? Professor X. You even praised the Paya class in our class before. You must have been distracted. How is this the same? Previously, they were in charge of one class. Now, they're in charge of the entire school. Is there a difference between a class and a school? They're essentially the same. The successors are going to start a business. I think it's pretty good. Whether they can control it or not is another matter. But at least with their status, they have the guts to control it and the confidence to do so. That's right. Try asking an ordinary person to control it. Who would listen to you? No matter what everyone said, the establishment of the supervision committee was decided. Since they had decided to control it, they naturally had to control it well and come up with new ideas. With this thought in mind, the four of them began to take action. Starting from the recruitment of the supervision team with a high salary, the funds allocated by the school were not enough to treat these people to a Western meal, so the four of them paid out of their own pockets. Soon, the team was complete. Next, they formulated a strict patrol plan. For every violation of the school rules, they would be rewarded with 2,000 yuan. There was also a series of follow-up measures. Because the few of them were too ruthless and moved too quickly, it caused a great deal of shock. In less than 2 weeks, Ming University's school spirit had changed. Xiaoshan looked at the smiling Jiang Fuyue and could not help but give her a thumbs up. Your method is still the most effective. Jiang Fuyue shrugged, got up, and prepared to leave. Hey, you haven't said if you're going to the award ceremony. Xiaoshan quickly stopped her. Last week, the results of the top 10 university students in the imperial capital were released. Jiang Fuyue was the first to be elected with her amazing record of 3 CNS theses. This was the first time in the past 20 years that a Ming University student had been elected. Today, Xiaoshan specially asked her to come to the office because of this. Jiang Fuyue, when? Next Wednesday. It should be okay. Don't say it should, Xiaoshan was anxious. Can you be more certain? Jiang Fuyue, I can go, but only if there are no accidents. Accidents include but are not limited to earthquakes, typhoons, rainstorms, hailstorms, and other natural disasters and extreme weather, as well as other accidents, such as, stop. You should say it should. Jiang Fuyue left. Xiaoshan. He had never seen such an arrogant person. As winter came, the sky turned dark earlier and earlier. After Jiang Fuyue left the administrative building, she went straight to the laboratory. When she came out with all the materials, the sky was already dark and the surrounding street lights were lit up. She had not eaten yet and was about to go to the cafeteria for supper. As soon as she entered, she paused and turned to leave. Unfortunately, Lin Jiaodong had already seen her and immediately chased after her. Hey, why are you running? I'm not a beast. Do you think I'll bite you to death? Jiang Fuyue stopped and looked up. Aren't you bored? How many times has it been? I'm not bored. Who cares how many times it has been? As long as I can meet you. What exactly do you want? Hee. He grinned. The hot air he exhaled formed a cloud of white mist. The tip of his nose was red. She did not know if it was because of the cold or because he was naturally like this. I can do whatever I want. Jiang Fuyue rolled her eyes. Are you dreaming? Even if I'm dreaming, I still have to say it. Hee, I'm waiting for you here. Can't you tell? Why are you waiting for me? To chase you. Similar conversations had happened many times. That's right, the person who said that he wanted to chase Jiang Fuyue was the blonde from Ocean University. His name was Lin Jiaodong. She did not know what was wrong with him. Not long ago, Jiang Fuyue met him in the Ming University cafeteria. She thought that this person was also here to freeload, but she did not expect him to say that he was here for her. Jiang Fuyue's first reaction was to seek revenge. This person had been killed by her during the exercise. He was probably here to avenge his humiliation. Can you tell me your WeChat now? I want to chase you. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. Could it be that his way of seeking revenge was, running, whoever caught up would be the loser? Why are you so surprised? Haven't you received a confession before? Why are you not familiar with it at all? He was still disdainful. Confession? Who? Lin Jiaodong, of course it's me confessing to you. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue understood that this chase was not the same as chase. Thank you, but I don't like you. She did not beat around the bush and did not leave any room for the other party to daydream. The blonde was not surprised at all, nor did he look sad. He even smiled and said, I know you don't like me, but that doesn't stop me from chasing you. Jiang Fuyue, ? I don't even like you, why are you still chasing me? Lin Jiaodong seemed to know what she was thinking. He smiled gently and said, you don't like me now, but it doesn't mean that you won't like me in the future. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe you'll like me after a while? After all, my family background is not bad, my health is good, and my looks are not bad. I'm a decent young man, you. I have a boyfriend. Jiang Fuyue interrupted him directly. The blonde was stunned. But soon, he sneered. Boyfriend? Where is he? Get him to come out and compare. Besides, it's just a boyfriend. You're not married. You can change at any time. Someone like me is not bad. You won't lose out if you change. Was this person's skin made of the city walls? Just like that, Jiang Fuyue was pestered by the blonde. Lin Jiaodong had gone to Ming University many times to wait for her and asked if he could add her on WeChat whenever they met. There was obviously an easier way to get her WeChat number, but Lin Jiaodong refused to do so. He insisted that Jiang Fuyue personally agreed and added him face to face. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue rejected him every time. So the blonde had not added her on WeChat. This time was no exception. Jiang Fuyue, no. Oh. He shrugged his shoulders and did not look disappointed. Then I'll ask again next time. Lin Jiaodong, didn't you come to the canteen to eat? Are you planning to starve to avoid me? Well, it was true. However, Jiang Fuyue, I won't starve. I can eat outside the school too. TSK, how can the food from the small restaurants outside the school compare to the food in Ming University's canteen? Let's go and eat. I haven't eaten yet. Jiang Fuyue, ? The blonde had already walked a distance away. He could not help but turn back to urge her. Hurry up. If you dawdle, there won't be any more crab legs and sashimi left. These two are the best. We've already started to line up, Jiang Fuyue, he's quite familiar with the food. 10 minutes later, the two of them sat opposite each other with their plates. The blonde focused on eating. Jiang Fuyue was also hungry. Neither of them spoke. They wanted to eat their fill first. When they were almost done, the blonde smacked his lips and gathered the crab shells on the plate. The food in Ming University is really good. Why don't I transfer here? Jiang Fuyue was wiping her hands. When she heard that, the corners of her mouth twitched. National Defense University students don't allow transfer. Thank you. You can breach the contract. Just pay me 200,000 yuan. Up to you. After that, she stood up, took her plate, put it in the recycling area, and turned to leave. Lin Jiaodong chased after her. Hey, you really don't want to consider? Consider what? Be my girlfriend. Jiang Fuyue was too lazy to continue the conversation. Anyway, no matter how many times she said it, this person would not listen. He would do whatever he wanted next time. You said you have a boyfriend. I've been waiting for you so many times. Why haven't I seen him even once? He's overseas. Heh. Lin Jiaodong did not believe her. He was calm and composed, with a look that said, go on, go on. At this moment, Liang Jingzhou, who was walking towards the canteen, suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Isn't that the blonde from Ocean University? What the F***ck? What does he want to do to Sister Yu? He's already reaching out his claws. Digression, 2 chapters combined into 5,000 words. I haven't even made a move yet, and he wants to make a move. F***ck. After saying that, Liang Jingzhou shot out like a steel cannon. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? With a crisp sound, he slapped away the yellow-haired guy's outstretched hand and inserted himself between Jiang Fuyue and Lin Jiaodong. He vividly explained what a meat wall was. The yellow-haired guy looked at the person who suddenly appeared and sneered. It's you, the loser. I'm afraid you haven't figured out who the loser is, have you? In the final exercise segment of the 7-school joint training, Ming University opened up the gap with an absolute advantage and left the second-place Ocean University far behind. Moreover, Jiang Fuyue even took Lu Sisi to the Ocean University barracks. When he heard that the yellow-haired guy was also there, he wanted to confuse the public, but he was easily seen through and was instantly dumbfounded. Obviously, Lin Jiaodong also remembered that unpleasant experience, and his face immediately darkened. Why are you looking at me? Liang Jingzhou raised his chin slightly. It's useless to look. You're not my type. Lin Jiaodong, at this moment, Jiang Fuyue said, I'm leaving first. She took the opportunity to escape. Hey, wait, Lin Jiaodong saw this and called out to her while pretending to chase after her. Liang Jingzhou directly blocked in front of him. What are you doing? You don't have to be so eager to get beaten up. Sister Yu's time is precious. She doesn't have time to deal with you. Get out of the way. What if I don't? The yellow-haired guy gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Then don't blame me for being rude. Then I really want to see how rude you can be today. Come on, try me? As he spoke, he glanced at him and directly bumped his shoulder into the other party's chest. Don't be a coward. If you have the ability, do it. King, the yellow-haired guy really raised his arm. Seeing this, Li Chan and Gu Huayu immediately stepped forward to support Liang Jingzhou. It's not appropriate to attack someone from Ming University on Ming University's territory, right? Li Chen frowned. Why are you being so polite with him? If anyone dares to lay a finger on old Liang today, don't even think about stepping out of Ming University. Qing Lian put his hands in his pockets and stepped forward. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. No matter how powerful you are, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Think carefully before you make a decision. Don't be stupid. Old Qing, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Liang Jingzhou pursed his lips and pointed at his head. Knock here if you can. Lin Jiaodong's brow suddenly tightened. His flickering gaze fell on Liang Jingzhou, who had a tough attitude, and then swept past the other 3 people beside him. This was no longer a question of 2 fists and 4 hands, but 2 fists and 8 hands. The yellow-haired man took a deep breath and said, You guys are lucky today. It won't be so easy next time. After saying that, he turned around and strode away. Looking at his back, he still looked a little depressed and indignant. Lin Jiaodong held his breath and walked out of Ming University's gate like a gust of wind. Halfway through, when he passed by the football field, a football flew toward him. If Lin Jiaodong had not reacted fast enough, his nose would have been broken. Hey, classmate, can you please kick the ball back to me? Thank you. Lin Jiaodong looked at the teenager who was waiting for him from afar, then looked down at the football at his feet, then, he did not do anything and turned to leave. The teenager who was still waiting for him to kick the ball back to him was confused. He left? Fine. This person was either deaf or seriously ill. Ocean University was a few minutes' drive away from Ming University, but Lin Jiaodong took an extra 10 minutes to enter from the back door. Unfortunately, Lin Jiaodong. You're back? A surprised female voice was heard, with obvious shyness. The yellow-haired man stopped in his tracks. Fine, he still could not avoid it. What's the matter? He turned around coldly. The girl ran over and wanted to hold his hand, but the yellow-haired man quietly avoided her. Where have you been? I couldn't find you in the dormitory or the training ground. I called your roommates, but they said you have something on and have been going out a lot recently. Lin Jiaodong frowned. Aren't you annoying? Asking questions and poking your nose into everything. Do you have to make a fuss until everyone knows about it? I'm asking you because I care about you. Don't be ungrateful. Ha, he sneered and narrowed his eyes, full of evil. Who are you to me? Do I need your concern? Save it. After speaking, he put his hands in his pockets and strode into the school. The girl stood in place and yelled at his cold back, Lin Jiaodong, you bastard. Unfortunately, the other party did not look back and even sped up. Xianxia ran was so angry that her eyes turned red. When her best friend saw this, she hurried forward. Ran? Are you okay? Xiaoyu, what's wrong with me? What right does he have to treat me like this? You're beautiful, have a good personality, and your grades are even better. This year's top 10 university student selection was very strict, but you were chosen. In short, my Ran is well developed in all aspects. She's proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There's no girl better than you in the world. So, don't doubt yourself. You, Xianxia Ran, are a fake. PFFF, the girl's tears stopped and a smile returned to her face. How can it be as exaggerated as you say? Her best friend, also, your family background is good too. You're a proper rich young lady, fair, rich, and beautiful. Then why is Lin Jiaodong so cold to me? As she spoke, she pouted and wanted to cry again. He's blind. He doesn't know how lucky he is. So many boys in our school treat you as a goddess and dream of dating you. He's the only one who's a weirdo. But I like him, what can I do? Xianxia Ran couldn't help but sigh. Tisk. Her best friend looked constipated. I don't understand, what do you like about him? Lin Jiaodong's looks were barely passable, but he had a bad temper, low EQ, and was insufferably arrogant. The only good thing about him was that his family background was good. But no one knew the specifics. From this, it could be seen how antisocial and unsociable he was. He didn't even interact much with his roommates. Her best friend actually liked him? Could it be that rich young ladies all have such unique tastes? However, Xianxia Ran didn't think so herself. She even held her chin with both hands with an intoxicated look on her face. How should I say this? I like the hard strength in him, it's different from other boys. Don't you think it's romantic to have a well-tempered steel soften around one's fingers? Her best friend. She didn't think so. Forget it, I did go too far today. I asked everyone. He likes to keep a low profile. Ran, don't take everything on yourself. He threw a tantrum and left, and you still have to make excuses for him. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Then what can I do? I can't chase after him and throw a tantrum too, right? Her best friend. She was speechless. In any case, I must get Lin Jiaodong's hand. Whoever tries to steal him from me, I won't let them off. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly and a sharp light flashed. What if you can't get him? Her best friend carefully looked at her expression. Xianxia Ran smiled. Ever since I was young, I've never failed to get what I wanted. This time was no exception. A cold wind blew, her best friend subconsciously touched the back of her neck and suddenly felt a little cold. After that day, Jiang Fuyue didn't meet Lin Jiaodong again. He quickly threw this person to the back of his mind. However, Xianxia Ran didn't have a good time. Ever since she and Lin Jiaodong parted on bad terms at the school gate, she resisted the urge to talk to him for a few days. She thought that it was because she chased him too closely that he became like this. A few days of cold weather was good. However, not only did Lin Jiaodong not feel lost, he even breathed a sigh of relief. When others jokingly asked him what it felt like to be left out, he actually said, "Wouldn't it have been better if you were like this earlier?" 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon, it reached Xianxia Ran's ears. She threw a big tantrum in the dormitory. Not only did she blame Lin Jiaodong for not liking her, but she also blamed him for embarrassing her in front of so many classmates. What do you mean? She blocked Lin Jiaodong at the stairs. What do you mean? He stood on the steps, looking down at her with a cynical expression. You should have told those people earlier. Lin Jiaodong frowned. He didn't seem to expect that his casual words would reach Xianxia's ears. It was conceivable that the other classmates also knew about it. This wasn't his original intention. That day, a group of people in the dormitory gathered together to chat. He was about to go out when he was caught and casually asked. He just casually answered. Usually, he didn't communicate much with his roommates, so he didn't know what went wrong that day. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. That's it, Xianxia felt like she had punched cotton. Seeing that he was about to leave, she opened her arms and stopped him. Lin Jiaodong, I've lowered myself enough. What else do you want? The man coldly tugged at the corners of his mouth, but there was no emotion in his eyes. Did I tell you to lower yourself? Xianxia choked. As for what I want. To be honest, I don't want anything. Just stop pestering me. The girl's expression was hurt, as if she was about to cry in the next second. Do you hate me that much? Lin Jiaodong, not really. I just don't like you. It was better not to say this. Explaining it was more hurtful than not explaining it at all. Why? What's wrong with me? What does it have to do with you whether I like you or not? As long as I like her, it doesn't matter if she's not good. Xianxia was absent-minded and her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Jiaodong was in a hurry to the training ground, so he didn't have time to continue talking, so he bypassed her and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the girl reacted. She chased after him and grabbed his arm. She was so strong that she broke a nail. No. This isn't like you. Let go. The man's voice was cold and cold. Even if you usually reject me, you never say things like whether you like me or not. You only say that I'm bored or sick. Lin Jiaodong, suddenly, she asked, do you have someone you like? Otherwise, why was it said that women were the Sherlock Holmes of love, the strongest king of sixth sense? Lin Jiaodong was slightly stunned. Just this momentary reaction was enough to explain a lot. Xianxia almost couldn't stand still. You really have someone? Really? Yeah. Since he had already said it out loud, he generously admitted it. The girl's lips trembled. Who is it? No comment. After saying that, he strode away. This time, Xianxia didn't chase after him. Instead, she stood in place in a daze until her best friend came over. Ran. Why are you standing here? Don't scare me, what happened? Xiaoyu, Lin Jiaodong said that he has someone he likes. What? Don't listen to those people's nonsense. Lin Jiaodong is so arrogant, how could he like? He admitted it himself. Best friend, exclamation point. Yeah, like you said, how could he like someone else? But he just likes her. Ran. Her best friend didn't know how to comfort her. Xiaoyu, Xianxia suddenly grabbed her hand. You have to help me. Yes. I'll definitely help you. Find a way to help me find out who Lin Jiaodong likes. As long as she wanted to find out, there were traces everywhere. What's more, Lin Jiaodong didn't deliberately hide it. After half a day, her best friend found out the information she wanted from her friend's friend. Xianxia. Jiang Fuyue? Yes. She's the genius girl who's very popular on the internet. Everyone calls her Sister Yu, or Moon Goddess. She has many supporters. It's said that some people even worship her as a god. Xiaoyu's tone was a little excited and her eyes were jumping with excitement. She had only heard from others that there was a very popular genius girl on the internet. At that time, she didn't take it to heart. It was just a publicity stunt and sooner or later, it would be ruined. But this time, in order to help her best friend, as soon as she heard about Jiang Fuyue, she went online and read all the information about her. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. But the more she read, the more excited she became. She won 3 gold medals in international competitions, and one of them even taught the high and mighty country a lesson. When the words Huaxia, the land of etiquette, came out of her mouth, Xiaoyu almost cried. It was so easy to cry. In addition, she also solved the P/NP problem published by the Clay Mathematics Institute in Country M. She published a PRL paper in high school and another one before she entered university. It was selected in New Advances in Mathematics. According to the internet, this paper has a great achievement. It seems like she discovered a new theory? Xianxia Ran frowned. Academic? Like Xiaoyu, she only felt that the name Jiang Fuyue was familiar, but she didn't know her specific achievements in detail. It should be. She also published 3 CNS papers in one go some time ago. Netizens called her a tsunami-level wave in academia. Even a few big scientists publicly affirmed her position as the leader of the younger generation of researchers. Oh, by the way, she also got full marks on the college entrance examination. Oh my god, not a single mark was deducted. How did she do it? When Xiaoyu saw this information, her mind was dizzy and her mind was filled with question marks. How could there be such an awesome person in the world? There was nothing she couldn't do, and there was nothing she couldn't do. It felt like she was reading a super cool novel. The female lead was highlighted throughout the whole process. The more Xianxia Ran listened, the tighter the corners of her mouth became. In the end, her face darkened. Xiaoyu, whose bestie are you? Of course it's yours. I thought you were already Jiang Fuyue's bestie. When you talk about her, your eyes are wide open and you can't wait to pounce on her. Xiaoyu was stunned and touched her cheek. Is it that obvious? Xianxia Ran. She was furious. I was just shocked by her resume. I'm just admiring her normally. You admire her? Xianxia Ran widened her eyes in disbelief. Xiaoyu mumbled, don't you admire such an outstanding girl? Humph. She stole the person I like. No matter how outstanding she is, I won't have a good impression of her. How can I admire her? No, Ran, these are two different things. You can't think like that. First of all, the word steal is wrong. As far as I know, it was Lin Xiaodong who chased after her. It has nothing to do with Jiang Fuyue. She even clearly expressed her rejection. Xianxia Ran, what do you mean? She expressed her rejection to Lin Xiaodong, but I shamelessly chased after her and was rejected. Are you trying to say that I'm low? That I'm not as good as her? Xiaoyu was shocked. I definitely didn't mean that. Why would you think that? Oh, isn't that so? I pick up trash that others throw away and hold it in my arms like it's a treasure. Jiang Fuyue is a genius, a goddess, and a genius girl. What am I? I'm just a pitiful worm. Go suck up to Jiang Fuyue. She's better than me and I'm better than her. Go be her bestie. Xiaoyu was so angry that she almost vomited blood. You're unreasonable. After that, she turned and ran away. Xianxia Ran sat there without moving. Even if her best friend left in anger, she still had an expressionless face. Jiang Fuyue, right? Lin Xiaodong personally admitted that he liked her. Very good. I heard that she was also selected for the top 10 university students. Jiang Fuyue, I'm sitting at home, but trouble is falling from the sky. Digression, 2 chapters combined into one, 5,000 words. Recommended friend's new book, Rebirth from the Apocalypse. The villain is forced to whitewash by girl who loves to eat cantaloupe after his rebirth. Xianxia set 3 small goals for himself. 1. Stay away from zombies. 2. Live well. 3. Don't provoke Gu lynching. Xianxia put away his sword and stepped over a corpse. He looked at the sky and the corners of his crimson lips sunk. Simple, just be a civilian. Commander Gu looked at the civilian who entered the city with his password and his eyes deepened. Illegal entry, detain. P.S. Battle Angel who wants to be trash, vs. Human's last line of defense cold-fingered officer. If you like it, you can keep it carrot you mother****. The yellow-haired guy raised his arm. Li Chan and Gu Huayu immediately stepped forward to support Liang Jingzhou. It's not appropriate for you to attack someone from Ming University on Ming University's turf, right? Li Chen frowned. Why are you being so polite with him? If anyone dares to touch old Liang today, don't even think about leaving Ming University. Chung Lian put his hands in his pockets and stepped forward. He glanced at them coldly. No matter how powerful you are, it's hard for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Think carefully before you make a decision. Don't be stupid. Old Cheng, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Liang Jingzhou pouted and pointed at his head. Hit me here if you dare. Lin Xiaodong's brow suddenly tightened. His flickering gaze fell on Liang Jingzhou, who had a tough attitude, and then swept past the other 3 people beside him. This was no longer a matter of 2 fists and 4 hands. It was a matter of 2 fists and 8 hands. The yellow-haired guy took a deep breath and said, "You're lucky today. It won't be so easy next time." After that, he strode away. Looking at his back, there was still a hint of anger and frustration that had not yet dissipated. Lin Jiaodong held his breath and lowered his eyes. Like a gust of wind, he rushed out of the University of Ming. Halfway through, when he passed by the basketball court, a football flew toward him. If Lin Jiaodong had not reacted fast enough, his nose would have been broken. "Hey, classmate, do me a favor. Can you kick the ball back?" "Thank you." Lin Jiaodong looked at the teenager who was waiting for him from afar and then looked down at the football beside his feet. Then, he did not do anything and turned to leave. The teenager who was still waiting for him to kick the ball back was confused. He left? Fine. This person was either deaf or seriously ill. Ocean University was a few minutes' drive away from Ming University, but Lin Jiaodong took an extra 10 minutes to enter from the back door. Unfortunately, Lin Jiaodong. "You're back?" A surprised female voice was heard. She was obviously shy. The yellow-haired guy stopped in his tracks. Fine, he did not avoid it. "What's the matter?" He turned around coldly. The girl ran over and wanted to hold his hand, but the yellow-haired guy avoided her. "Where did you go? I couldn't find you in the dormitory or the training ground. I called your roommates, but they said you were busy and had been going out a lot recently." Lin Jiaodong frowned. "Aren't you annoying? You're asking all sorts of questions and poking your nose into everything. You'll only feel good if everyone knows about it, right? I'm asking you because I care about you. Don't be ungrateful." "Heh." He sneered and narrowed his eyes, full of evil. "Who are you to me? Do I need your concern? Save it." With that, he put his hands in his pockets and strode into the school. The girl stood where she was and yelled at his cold back, "Lin Jiaodong, you bastard." Unfortunately, the other party didn't even turn his head. He even quickened his pace. Emosha Ran was so angry that her eyes turned red. Her best friend, who had been waiting at the side, saw this and hurried forward. Ran? Are you all right? Xiao Yu, what do you think is wrong with me? What right does he have to treat me like this? You're beautiful, you have a good personality, and your grades are even better. This year's top 10 college students selection is very strict, but you've been chosen. In short, my Ran is well-rounded in all aspects. She's proficient in the 4 arts. There's no girl in the world who's better than you. So, don't doubt yourself. You, Emosha Ran, are a fake. PFFF, the girl's tears stopped and a smile returned to her face. How can it be as exaggerated as you say? Her best friend, also, your family background is good. You're a proper rich young lady, fair, rich, and beautiful. Then why is Lin Jiaodong so cold to me? As she spoke, she pouted and wanted to cry again. He's blind. He doesn't know how lucky he is. So many boys in our school regard you as a goddess and dream of dating you. He's the only one who's a weirdo. But I like this weirdo. What can I do? Emosha Ran couldn't help but sigh. Tisk. Her best friend looked constipated. I don't understand, what do you like about him? Lin Jiaodong's looks were barely passable, but he had a bad temper, a low EQ, and was arrogant. The only positive thing about him seemed to be that his family background was good. But no one knew the specifics of his situation. From this, it could be seen how antisocial and unsociable he was. He didn't even interact much with his roommates. Her best friend actually liked him? Could it be that rich young ladies all have such unique tastes? However, Emosha Ran didn't think so. She even held her chin with both hands and said shyly. How should I say this? I like the hard strength in him. It's different from other boys. Don't you think it's romantic to make a well-tempered steel soft? Her best friend. She didn't think so. Forget it, I did go too far today. I asked everyone I saw. He likes to keep a low profile. Ran, don't take everything on yourself. He threw a tantrum and left, but you still have to make excuses for him. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Then what can I do? I can't chase after him and throw a tantrum too, right? Her best friend. She was speechless. In any case, I must get Lin Jiaodong's hand. Whoever tries to steal him from me, I won't let them off. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly as a sharp light flashed. What if you can't get him? Her best friend carefully looked at her expression. Xianxia smiled. Ever since I was young, I've never failed to get what I wanted. This time was no exception. A cold wind blew. Her best friend subconsciously touched the back of her neck and suddenly felt a little cold. After that day, Jiang Fuyue didn't see Lin Jiaodong again. She quickly put this person to the back of her mind. But Xianxia didn't have a good time. Ever since she and Lin Jiaodong parted on bad terms at the school gate, she endured ignoring him for a few days. Thinking about it, she usually chased him too hard and spoiled him. A few days of cold weather was good. But not only did Lin Jiaodong not feel lost, he even breathed a sigh of relief. When others jokingly asked him how it felt to be left out, he actually said, "Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier?" 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon, it reached Xianxia's ears. She threw a big tantrum in the dormitory. Not only did she blame Lin Jiaodong for not liking her, but she also blamed him for embarrassing her in front of so many classmates. What do you mean? She blocked Lin Jiaodong at the stairs. What do I mean? He stood on the steps, looking down at her with a cynical expression. You should have told those people that you did this earlier. Lin Jiaodong frowned. He didn't seem to expect that his casual words would reach Xianxia's ears. It was conceivable that the other classmates also knew about it. This wasn't his intention. That day, a group of people in the dormitory gathered together to chat. He was about to go out when he was caught and casually asked. He just casually answered. Usually, he didn't communicate with his roommates, so he didn't know what went wrong that day. Sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. That's it. Xianxia felt like her fist had hit cotton. Seeing that he was about to leave, she opened her arms and stopped him. Lin Jiaodong, I've lowered myself enough. What else do you want? The corners of the man's mouth twitched coldly. There was no emotion in his eyes. Did I tell you to lower yourself? Xianxia choked. As for what I want. To be honest, I don't want anything. Just stop pestering me. The girl's expression was hurt, as if she was about to cry in the next second. Do you hate me that much? Lin Jiaodong, not really. I just don't like you. It was better if he didn't say this. Explaining it was more hurtful than not explaining it at all. Why? What's wrong with me? What does it have to do with whether I like you or not? As long as I like her, it doesn't matter if she's not good. Xianxia was absent-minded and her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Jiaodong was in a hurry to go to the training ground, so he didn't have time to continue talking, so he bypassed her and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the girl reacted. She chased after him and grabbed his arm. She used so much strength that she broke a nail. No. This isn't like you. Let go. The man's voice was cold and cold. Even if you reject me, you'll never say things like whether you like me or not. You'll only say that I'm bored or sick. Lin Jiaodong, suddenly, she asked, do you have someone you like? Otherwise, why would they say that women are the Sherlock Holmes of love, the king of the sixth sense? Lin Jiaodong was stunned. Just this momentary reaction was enough to explain a lot. Xianxia almost couldn't stand still. You really have someone? Really? Yeah. Since he had already said it out loud, he generously admitted it. The girl's lips trembled. Who is it? No comment. After saying that, he strode away. This time, Xianxia didn't chase after him. Instead, she stood in place in a daze until her best friend came over. Ran. Why are you standing here? Don't scare me. What happened? Xiaoyu, Lin Jiaodong said that he has someone he likes. What? Don't listen to those people's nonsense. Lin Jiaodong is so arrogant, how could he like? He admitted it himself. Best friend, exclamation point. Yeah, like you said, how could he like someone else? But he likes someone. Ran. Her best friend didn't know how to comfort her. Xiaoyu, Xianxia Ran suddenly grabbed her hand, you have to help me. Yeah. I'll definitely help you. Find a way to help me find out who Lin Xiaodong likes. As long as she wanted to find out, there were traces everywhere. What's more, Lin Xiaodong didn't deliberately hide it. After half a day, her best friend found out the information she wanted from her friend's friend. Xianxia Ran. Jiang Fuyue? Yes. She's the genius girl who's very popular on the internet. Everyone calls her Sister Yu or Moon God. She has many supporters. It's said that some people even worship her as a god. Xiaoyu's tone was a little excited and her eyes were jumping with excitement. She had only heard about a very popular genius girl from other people's conversations before. At that time, she didn't take it to heart. It was just a hype and sooner or later, she would fail. But this time, in order to help her best friend, she went online and read all the information about Jiang Fuyue as soon as she heard about her. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. But the more she read, the more excited she became. She won 3 gold medals in international competitions and one of them even taught the high and mighty country a lesson. When the words Huaxia is a country of etiquette came out of her mouth, Xiaoyu almost cried. It was so easy to cry. In addition, she also solved the P/NP problem published by the Clay Mathematics Institute in Country M. She published a PRL paper in high school and another one before she entered university. It was selected in the new advances in mathematics. I read online that this paper is a great achievement. It seems like she discovered a new theory? Xianxia Ran frowned, academic? Like Xiaoyu, she only felt that the name Jiang Fuyue was familiar, but she didn't know her specific achievements in detail. It should be. Some time ago, she published 3 CNS papers in one go. Netizens called her a tsunami-level wave in academia. Even a few big scientists publicly affirmed her position as the leader of the younger generation of researchers. Oh, by the way, she also got full marks on the college entrance exam. Oh my god, she didn't lose a single mark. How did she do it? When Xiaoyu saw this information, her mind was dizzy and her mind was filled with question marks. How could there be such an awesome person in the world? There was nothing she couldn't do and nothing she couldn't do. It felt like she was reading a super cool novel. The female lead was highlighted throughout the whole process. The more Xianxia Ran listened, the tighter the corners of her mouth became. In the end, her face darkened. Xiaoyu, whose bestie are you? Of course it's yours. I thought you were already Jiang Fuyue's bestie. When you talk about her, your eyes are wide open and you can't wait to pounce on her. Xiaoyu was stunned and touched her cheek. Is it that obvious? Xianxia Ran. She was furious. I was just shocked by her resume. I'm just admiring her normally, you admire her? Xianxia Ran widened her eyes in disbelief. Xiaoyu mumbled, don't you admire such an outstanding girl? Humph. She stole the person I like. No matter how outstanding she is, I won't have a good impression of her. How can I admire her? No, Ran, these are 2 different things. You can't think like that. First of all, the word steal is wrong. As far as I know, it was Lin Xiaodong who chased after her. It has nothing to do with Jiang Fuyue. She even clearly expressed her rejection. Xianxia Ran, what do you mean? She expressed her rejection to Lin Xiaodong, but I shamelessly stuck to her and was rejected. Are you trying to say that I'm low? That I'm not as good as her? Xiaoyu was stunned. I definitely didn't mean that. Why would you think that? Oh, isn't that so? I pick up trash that others throw away and hold it in my arms like it's a treasure. Jiang Fuyue is a genius, a goddess, and a genius girl. What am I? I'm just a pitiful worm. Go suck up to Jiang Fuyue. She's better than me and I'm better than her. Go be her bestie. Xiaoyu was so angry that she almost vomited blood. You're unreasonable. After speaking, she turned around and ran away. Xianxia Ran sat there without moving. Even though her best friend was angry and left, she still had an expressionless look on her face. Jiang Fuyue, right? Lin Xiaodong personally admitted that he liked her. Great. I heard that she was also selected for the top 10 college students. Jiang Fuyue, I'm sitting at home, but trouble is falling from the sky. 7:68 in the blink of an eye, it was Wednesday. The top 10 college students award ceremony was held at the sports center. Not only would the leaders come, but the principals of the major universities in the capital would also be invited. Principal Xiao? Why are you standing at the door and not going in? Xiaoshan put down his wrist and hid his watch under his sleeve. He also took the opportunity to put away the anxiety in his eyes and greeted the principal with a smile. Oh, it's Principal Li. It's too stuffy inside, so I came out to get some fresh air. Principal Li hurriedly nodded. After all, it's an annual event in our university circle. There are a lot of media reporters and guests. It's really crowded. Do you want to go in? Xiaoshan hurriedly moved to the side to make way for him. I wanted to go in, but after hearing what you said, I also want to go outside to get some fresh air. Anyway, it hasn't started yet. Xiaoshan's mouth twitched. Who told you to talk too much? He didn't come out to get some fresh air. He was obviously angry. It was already so late, but Jiang Fuyue was still nowhere to be seen. Was she really going to stand him up? He had already promised the organizers in advance, and they had even arranged for her to speak on behalf of the organizers. Xiaoshan simply didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Jiang Fuyue stood him up. Then he could almost cut himself, but it would be a cut in the cut of wrist. Principal Li was unaware of Xiaoshan's irritation and worry at this moment. He was still chatting with a smile. What has Principal Xiao been busy with recently? Is there any good news from Ming University again? Aya, I'm so envious. Why didn't Jiang Fuyue apply to our university in the first place? After all, they were all diploma mill universities. At the end of the ceremony, everyone dispersed in an orderly manner. Jiang Fuyue found Xiaoshan, who was about to leave. Do you have a bag? A big one. What? A bag. I'll put the trophy and certificate in it. Jiang Fuyue waved the things in her hand. The trophy was too heavy, and her wrist was sore from holding it. The certificate was too big, as if she was carrying a folder with her. Jiang Fuyue wanted to find a bag to put the two things in. It would be better if Xiaoshan could help her carry them back to school. No. Xiaoshan shook his head and told the truth. He never had the habit of carrying a bag. At most, he would carry a wallet in his trouser pocket. Jiang Fuyue, excuse me, Principal Li, who had a one-sided conversation with Xiaoshan at the entrance, suddenly appeared and said with a smile, I have a plastic bag from the supermarket. Do you want it? As he spoke, he took out a crumpled bag from his briefcase, shook it open, and handed it to her. Jiang Fuyue thanked him and threw the trophy and certificate into the bag. It was no different from throwing vegetables or a piece of pork. Xiaoshan's mouth twitched violently. Principal Li's eyes widened. Jiang Fuyue only had one thought, the bag was quite big. It could hold quite a lot. She handed it to Xiaoshan and asked him to take it back to school. Then, she clapped her hands and left. Principal Li swallowed. Jiang Fuyue seems to be different from what I imagined. Xiaoshan looked at the heavy bag in his hand and said earnestly, don't think too much. You'll be disillusioned if you think too much. Huh? Xiaoshan patted him on the shoulder with his other hand. You shouldn't have taken the bag out. Principal Li, ? No. Xiaoshan shook his head and denied his previous statement. Fortunately, you took it out. Otherwise, she might have asked me to carry it back. It would be easier to carry it in a plastic bag. After that, he nodded heavily. Yes. That's right. That's it. Using self-affirmation to anesthetize himself, Xiaoshan managed to deceive himself and comfort himself. Then, he left happily. Principal Li looked at his calm back and then at the plastic bag in his hand, ? Could it be that the rumors were true? That everyone in Ming University, from the principal to the students, were weirdos? Stop. As soon as Jiang Fuyue walked out of the door, she was stopped by Mo Shiran's cold voice. She paused and turned around. Her gaze fell on her feet. You're not going to see a doctor? If you're sick, you need to be treated. It's useless to call me. You clearly saw it, so why did you still step on me? She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. With the help of her best friend, she limped over to her. Jiang Fuyue laughed. Why wouldn't I? You've already stretched out your hand. Isn't it just for people to step on? Or should I not step on it and then fall down, allowing someone to get what they want? Xianxia Ran's body stiffened as her pupils shrank. How did you know? Impossible, before this, they didn't know each other at all. Logically speaking, Jiang Fuyue shouldn't be on guard against her. Student, next time before you try to play dirty tricks, please restrain the ambition in your eyes. Also, don't stare at your target without blinking, because it's really stupid and it's easy to expose yourself. From the moment Jiang Fuyue sat down next to her, she could feel a faint glance from the corner of her eye. At first, she didn't think much of it and thought that the other party was just curious. It wasn't until after she went on stage that she noticed that Xianxia Ran was blatantly staring at her with a trace of cold ruthlessness. This made her have to take it seriously. Then, there was the sudden stretch of leg on the stage. She thought she had some big trick up her sleeve, but in the end, it was just this. Do I have a grudge against you? Jiang Fuyue looked at her from head to toe, not letting go of a single detail. In the end, she was sure that this person didn't exist in her memory. Xianxia Ran gritted her teeth, feeling angry and a little depressed. This feeling was like you were a thorn in someone's side, but the other person didn't even know who you were. Just as Jiang Fuyue was about to leave, she finally spoke. Lin Jiaodong likes you. Jiang Fuyue froze for 2 seconds before she realized that Lin Jiaodong was the blonde. That's why you stretched out your foot to trip me. You like him? Xianxia Ran's mouth tightened. Because he doesn't like you and likes me, so you're targeting me, is this the logic? Xianxia Ran was stunned. It seemed to be the case, but she felt that something was wrong. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. If you stretched out your foot to trip Lin Jiaodong today, I would admire you for your courage to love and hate, but you targeted the same sex. Why? She was stumped by this question. Jiang Fuyue directly answered for her, because you think that between me and Lin Jiaodong, I'm in a weaker position. In other words, I'm easier to bully. You don't dare to do anything to him, but you dare to make a move on me, right? She sneered. It seems that not only are you stupid and bad, but you also bully the weak and fear the strong. Xianxia Ran's face suddenly turned red. I'm not afraid of Lin Jiaodong. She tried to maintain her last bit of face, but the voice that came out was obviously strong on the outside. Jiang Fuyue didn't pay much attention to her words and made an O sound, as if to say, okay, you can continue to deceive yourself. She didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Xianxia Ran felt that she was being perfunctory. A fake affirmation was far more difficult to accept than a denial. She stubbornly dragged her injured foot and chased after her. Stop. I'm really not afraid of Lin Jiaodong. Was he a scourge, a monster, or a monster? Why should I be afraid of him? And you don't even understand the situation before casually evaluating a person or a thing. I'm afraid that's not appropriate, right? What are you trying to prove? Jiang Fuyue suddenly asked. What are you trying to prove by chasing after me and saying these words? If you are really as calm and fearless as you say, then no matter what I say, you should be indifferent instead of eagerly trying to save face like you are now. Jiang Fuyue didn't give her a chance to speak. As girls, shouldn't we understand each other more and put ourselves in each other's shoes and be more tolerant of each other? Ask yourself, in this matter, who is the source of the conflict between Lin Jiaodong and me? Don't be a bully at home and bully people of the same sex because you can't deal with men. After saying that, she strode away. This time, Xianxia Ran didn't chase after her. She stood in place with a blank expression. That sentence, as girls, shouldn't we understand each other more and put ourselves in each other's shoes and be more tolerant of each other, was like a heavy hammer that hit her soul hard. Her best friend Xiaoyu couldn't help but nod. Ran, actually, I think what she said is quite reasonable. Isn't there a saying that women shouldn't make things difficult for other women? It's not her fault that Lin Jiaodong likes her, so it doesn't seem to make sense for you to target her. You might as well trip Lin Jiaodong and beat him up. Xianxia Ran glanced at her best friend and then looked in the direction Jiang Fuyue left thoughtfully. Perhaps she didn't even realize that her eyes that were originally full of resentment were gradually becoming calm and clear. Accompanied by her best friend, Xianxia Ran first went to the hospital to have her foot checked. The doctor said it was just a sprain, prescribed some medicine, and told her to rest well. When she went out, the driver was already waiting at the hospital entrance. Xiaoyu, thank you for today. I'll go back first. Okay. Remember to apply the medicine on time. As soon as she got home, before she could change into her slippers, Ji Juanru nervously greeted her. What happened? How did you sprain your ankle all of a sudden? I accidentally fell. You're always so careless. It's such a big day yet you still make such a low-level mistake. Quick, let me see your trophy and certificate. Mo Xiaoran also smiled and asked the driver to bring it over. Ji Juanru spread out the certificate and read every word very carefully. Then she took the trophy and couldn't put it down. The smile on her face grew bigger and bigger. Look, the certificate of a top 10 student is really different. It's so much better than a normal certificate. The trophy is also heavy and weighty. Our sweetheart is still the best. Only 21 students in the imperial capital have won the award. As the mother and daughter were talking, the sound of an engine came from outside. Ji Juanru, it must be your father. Sure enough, after a while, Mo Zigong came in wearing a suit. Ji Juanru immediately put down the certificate and trophy and went to take her husband's jacket and briefcase. After putting them away, she smiled and said, Hubby, our Ran won an award. Oh? What award did she win? The man walked straight to the living room and sat down on the sofa. He asked casually as he made tea. Ji Juanru, it's a top 10 student. Mo Zigong was a little surprised, but not because his daughter won an award, but because, the one with only 21 spots in the imperial capital? Yes. That's the one. Our Ran is really too good. The Miss Sun that the Han family just acknowledged also seems to have won this award, and she was the first to win it. Look. Mo Zigong handed his phone over. Ji Juanru took it with a dubious look. How could it be? This award wasn't cabbage. She was sure that no daughter in the imperial capital's socialite circle could compare to her daughter, whether it was in terms of appearance or grades. However, on the WeChat moments in front of her, not only did the exact same certificate and trophy appear, but there was also a list of winners. The 3 words Jiang Fuyue were at the top of the list, while Mo Xiaoran was at the bottom. It seemed so ordinary and blended into the crowd. The WeChat moments were posted by the old master, Han Shishan. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to make a trip to Ming University to find Xiaoshan to get back the trophy and certificate. After he got home, he posed for a photo and deliberated for a full half an hour. Finally, he wrote, Imperial Capital's top 10 student, first to win the award. It's not bad. Old Versailles had become a genius. Ji Juanru put down her phone. This is the one who held the Han family's birthday party last time? Mo Zigong nodded, yes. She smiled dryly and said, I didn't expect her to be so outstanding. Mo Xiaoran sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right, so she called out to her mother, what are you and Dad talking about? I heard about the Han family. Is it the Han family that invited us to the party last time? Yes, you were preparing for an overseas competition at the time, so I didn't let you go. I went with your dad. What does this have to do with the top 10 students? The young lady from the Han family is the one who placed first in this year's top 10. Mo Xiaoran's eyes widened. Her voice was a bit sharp as she said, it's Jiang Fuyue? Why, do you know her? Mo Xiaoran mumbled, how could it be her? Didn't the internet say that her family owns a restaurant? How could she be related to the Han family? The Han family's status in the circle was higher than the Mo family's. The two sides had a lot of business dealings. On the surface, they were equal partners, but in reality, the Mo family still had to rely on the Han family. Ji Juanru didn't notice her daughter's abnormality, but she couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the young lady from the Han family to be so beautiful and outstanding. Ran? It's almost time to eat. Why are you going upstairs? Mo Xiaoran shook her head as she walked. Mom, don't worry about it. I want to be alone, what's wrong with this child? Mo Xiaoran came out of her room at night. Her face was no longer in a daze. Her eyes were clear and she was in excellent condition. Mom, I'm hungry. You hid in your room when it was time to eat. Now you know that you're hungry? You deserve it. Although she said this, she still immediately asked the kitchen to make her favorite dishes. At this time, Emozigong suddenly said, Ran, come here. Dad? Emo Shiran walked over. What's wrong? Clear your schedule for next Monday. Next Monday, there were only a few days left. Why? Is there something? I have classes at school that day. Emozigong, cancel it. Ji Juanru just happened to hear this. Is there something important? Yes, the Liu family sent us an invitation to attend a private banquet. They specifically asked Ran to go with us. The Liu family? Ji Juanru gasped, is it the Liu family of the Liu Corporation? Do you think there's another Liu family in the capital? The woman frowned, the Liu family is a giant. We can't even get close to them. We've always just been friends. Why would they send us an invitation? Emozigong shook his head, I'm not sure. Did anyone else receive an invitation? The Zhang family, the Li family, the Zhou family, the Wu family, also received one. They're all second and third tier wealthy families like us. Some of them aren't even as close as we are to the Liu family. For example, the Wu family. This is strange. Yeah, I don't know what the Liu family is up to. Ji Juanru frowned, are we still going? Why not? Since they sent an invitation, we're not giving them face if we don't go. Although our relationship with the Liu family is average, we get along peacefully without any conflicts. If we refuse, I'm afraid we'll become enemies. A wealthy family like the Liu family wouldn't go that far, right? Ji Juanru nodded, that's true. Then, Ran, free up next Monday. Emosha Ran didn't think much of it and nodded. She often accompanied her parents to similar banquets anyway, so she was already familiar with it. At the same time, at the Han residence. What's this? Hanke looked at the item in front of her with a puzzled expression. Han Shen, why don't you open it and see? TSK, why don't you just say it? Why are you acting so mysterious? Hanke said as she took the item and flipped through it. The Liu family? An invitation? Han Shen, yeah. I received it at noon today. Han Ku, if I remember correctly, we don't have any relationship with the Liu family, right? How did the invitation letter end up in your hands? They didn't specify when we would be there. They just asked us to attend. When Lu Mingxin was still the CEO of Liu Corporation, Han Shen didn't think she was capable, arrogant, and sloppy. Therefore, even though Liu Corporation was a big business, he didn't take the initiative to seek cooperation. Most of the time, it depended on the person. If the person wasn't right, things might not work out. Lu Mingxin's only redeeming feature was her development plan for the past 20 years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was far-sighted. Logically speaking, such a far-sighted and insightful person shouldn't be like that. However, Lu Mingxin was just like that. There were many times when Han Shen wondered if the person who came up with Liu Corporation's 20-year development plan was the same person as her. Or was she suffering from dual personality disorder? In short, it was strange. A year ago, Lu Mingxin was imprisoned and the Liu Corporation was in turmoil for a few months. The board of directors saw that the situation couldn't be stabilized, so they invited Lu Mingxin's younger brother, Lu Mingxin, to take over as CEO. This person was much more daring than Lu Mingxin. He stepped on the board of directors' shoulders and got rid of them the moment they were no longer useful. He used the board of directors as an example to establish his authority. Han Shen didn't even need to find out about these things. The news spread like wildfire in the circle. After that, he really managed to tame the bunch of old men on the board of directors. His methods were thunderous and decisive. He was many times stronger than Lu Mingxin. He vaguely resembled the former head of the Liu Corporation, the legend of the imperial capital. Although they had the same father but different mothers, they were still siblings. Half of the blood in their bodies was the same. Han Ku asked, eh? They even specially invited Ye to attend? What's going on? According to the other people who received the invitation, their daughters were also invited. Hiss. What the hell is this Lu Mingxin up to? Digression, 2 chapters combined into 5,000 words. Emosha Ran was so stunned that she didn't even react when the host called her name. Is Emo Sharan here? Emo Sharan? Hey. Is someone calling you? What? She finally reacted and hurriedly got up and walked towards the stage. After the names of the 21 people were read out, the stage automatically split into 2 rows. Emo Sharan happened to be diagonally behind Jiang Fuyue. Looking at the girl's slender back, a trace of depression flashed in her eyes. Why was even her back so perfect? The host said. Next, let's invite the leaders of the city's education bureau, XX, YY, ZZ, and the university representative, Zhou Jingqi, to present the awards to this year's top 10 university students. With a burst of passionate music, several people went on stage. Jiang Fuyue took the trophy and certificate from Zhou Jingqi. Congratulations. Thank you. Zhou Jingqi still wanted to say something, but after moving his lips, he didn't say anything for a long time. Soon, the awards were over and the host asked them to go down. It was only then that Jiang Fuyue heard a sigh escaping from his lips. You're very good. Q University missed you. Jiang Fuyue really didn't have the heart to tell him that she never considered Q University from beginning to end. The host said, students, everyone take the trophy and certificate. Let's go to the front and stand in a row for a group photo, okay? Emo Sharan stepped forward and naturally stood next to Jiang Fuyue. The host looked at her and was a little dissatisfied. He began to instruct everyone to adjust. Student, can you move a little to the left? A little to the left. Yes, right here. Okay, everyone moved to the left. Just as Jiang Fuyue moved, a foot suddenly stretched out from the side. At this moment, she was holding the certificate in her left hand and the trophy in her right hand. If she immediately retracted her foot, she would lose her balance. So, she had 2 choices, either fall directly or throw away the trophy and certificate and stabilize her body with both hands. No matter which choice she chose, it would be very rude and embarrassing. But in the end, Jiang Fuyue didn't choose either. She chose to change the main premise. She didn't retract her foot and stepped directly over. Aha! In the next second, everyone saw a girl on the stage fall backwards. Just then, the music ended, and there was a brief silence. Only a muffled thud could be heard clearly. Then, she smashed it down. Even the stage shook twice. The scene was like a tape jam. Everyone, ? The students who were about to take a group photo on the stage were also confused. Ah! Jiang Fuyue exclaimed. Classmate, are you all right? Emo Sharan's eyes were dazed and she had no idea what was going on. Jiang Fuyue apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't see you stretch your foot out. Does it hurt? As he spoke, he threw the trophy and certificate aside without hesitation and prepared to help her up personally. Emo Sharan's pupils constricted as if she had seen a ghost. Ignoring the pain in her butt, she leaned back and dodged Jiang Fuyue's hand. You, go away. Student Mo, right? I don't think I remember wrongly. Jiang Fuyue looked concerned. You had such a big fall in front of everyone just now. It must be very painful, right? You'll feel better if I hold you. Afraid that the other party didn't know how embarrassing she was, Jiang Fuyue deliberately reminded her. When Emo Sharan heard the words fell in front of everyone, her expression cracked and her eyes turned red. You're still pretending? You were the one who deliberately caused me to fall, so why are you pretending to help me up? Are you afraid that I didn't fall enough and want to make up for it? Jiang Fuyue looked stunned and then hurt appeared in her eyes. I was kind enough to help you up, but how can you make up for it? Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with tears as if they were about to fall in the next second. Emo Sharan, ? What was she talking about? Why did she have this expression? You said I did it on purpose. What did I do on purpose? Did I deliberately make you stick your foot out? Sorry, I'm not an alien or a god. I don't have the ability to control other people's behavior. After speaking, Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered uneasily. She was innocent and harmless. She only felt wronged and pitiful. Emo Sharan was completely dumbfounded. The stage used a stereo ring sound system and then played it through a pure sound system. So although the voices between the two were soft, it had spread to every corner of the venue. Wow, so she stuck her foot out on purpose? What does she want to do? Sister Yu is so kind, but some people don't deserve it. My sister Yu is like that. She can be soft and sassy, seamlessly switching between a flower and a lily. Who is this person? She doesn't know what's good for her. Sister Yu was kind enough to help her up, but she's playing the blame game. She's from Ocean University. I heard she's the prettiest girl in the business school. How did she get into the top 10? I think she's particularly talented. She's won awards in international dance and piano competitions. Plus, her grades are quite good, so she signed up. She's far worse than Sister Yu. 3 CNS awards are much more valuable than dance and piano competitions. Of course. Otherwise, how could Sister Yu be ranked first and she's ranked 15th? She wouldn't be stupid enough to stick her foot out to trip Sister Yu, right? You don't say, it's possible. When the host saw this, he immediately stepped forward and helped Xianxia ran up. He then smiled and tried to smooth things over. It seems that some students are overjoyed to win this award. The audience burst into laughter. However, it wasn't friendly. If one listened carefully, it was mostly mockery. The host was also a little embarrassed. Xianxia gritted her teeth and stood up straight. A piercing pain came from her ankle. Ouch! She gasped. Looking at her embarrassed appearance and listening to the mocking laughter of the audience, Xianxia was calm and unruffled. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. Below the stage, her best friend Xiaoyu was also here today. Although the two of them had a very unpleasant fight before, they quickly made up. She looked at the stage worriedly, her eyes full of anxiety. Before this, she vaguely sensed that Xianxia would do something. However, based on her understanding of Xianxia, it would at most be a warning or something like that. She never expected Xianxia to be so bold as to play tricks in front of everyone. Did she really think these people were blind? Even if Xianxia successfully avoided everyone's eyes and wasn't caught, there were so many cameras at the scene. Any point taken would be solid evidence. It was too irrational. For the first time, Xiaoyu realized that she didn't seem to understand Xianxia, even though they both regarded each other as best friends. Next was the student representative speech. The host organized everyone to leave the stage in an orderly manner, leaving only Xianxia. Then, the microphone was handed to her. Xianxia raised her eyes and swept her gaze across the audience. She said unhurriedly, "Leaders, teachers, students, good morning. I'm a student at Qiming University." The girl's voice was clear and clear. It was as if a clear spring was poured into one's ears, waking them up completely. When she said the words "a student at Qiming University," she enunciated each word clearly and clearly through the microphone. She didn't have the slightest sense of inferiority, nor did she have the slightest sense of guilt. In the eyes of others, a crappy university that couldn't be shown in public sounded like a proud existence from her mouth. In an instant, the audience fell silent. Many eyes fell on Xiaoshan in the front row. They saw him sitting calmly and naturally enjoying the attention and amazement. Like Xianxia, he exuded strong confidence from the inside out. He wasn't ashamed of the outside world's discrimination against Ming University, nor did he feel inferior because of Ming University's current weakness. Zhou Jingqi was stunned. He didn't understand where these two people's confidence came from. He was confident because Q University had the capital to make him proud. The excellence of Q University's students gave him the confidence to look down on other universities. Then what about Xiaoshan and Xianxia? What capital did they have, and what right did they have to be proud? As if to answer his question, the stage just happened to say, "I was able to complete 3 CNS theses without my own love and exploration of academia, and even more so without the university's understanding and support. I have a separate laboratory where all experiments can be conducted. In addition, I can freely invite other experts and professors to conduct collaborative experiments." It's not difficult to see that Ming University is an open, people-oriented school that fully respects the students' creativity and generously provides material support. Although we are still wandering around the 18th line today, please believe that one day we will amaze the country and even the world. Here, on behalf of Qiming University, I would like to extend an olive branch to all the outstanding lecturers, professors, researchers, as well as the vast number of students from home and abroad. Choosing Qiming University will be a new start in your life. The acceptance speech instantly turned into an advertisement, and the ceremony venue became a large-scale promotion event. How was that, anyway? Jiang Fuyue and Xiaoshan couldn't be any better. As for the others, Zhou Jingqi gritted his teeth. Shameless. Insidious. How can there be such a thick-skinned person in the world? The principal of the University of Finance and Economics smacked his lips and squeezed out a sentence after a while. As expected of Jiang Fuyue. The principal of the University of Commerce and Economics rubbed his chin. I learned another trick. 7:69 The ceremony ended, and everyone dispersed in an orderly manner. Jiang Fuyue found Xiaoshan, who was about to leave the stage. Do you have a bag? A bigger one. What? A bag. I'll put the trophy and certificate in it. Jiang Fuyue waved the things in her hand. The trophy was too heavy, and her wrist was sore from holding it. The certificate was too big, and it was like carrying a folder with her. Jiang Fuyue wanted to find a bag to put the two things in. It would be better if Xiaoshan could help her carry them back to school. No. Xiaoshan shook his head and told the truth. He never had the habit of carrying a bag. At most, he would carry a wallet in his trouser pocket. Jiang Fuyue, excuse me, Principal Li, who had a one-sided conversation with Xiaoshan at the entrance, suddenly appeared and said with a smile, I have a plastic bag from the supermarket. Do you want it? As he spoke, he took out a crumpled bag from his briefcase, shook it open, and handed it to her. Jiang Fuyue thanked him and threw the trophy and certificate into the bag. It was no different from throwing vegetables or a piece of pork. Xiaoshan's mouth twitched violently. Principal Li's eyes widened. Jiang Fuyue only had one thought, the bag was quite big, and it could hold quite a lot of things. She handed it to Xiaoshan and asked him to take it back to school. Then, she clapped her hands and left. Principal Li swallowed. Jiang Fuyue seems to be different from what I imagined. Xiaoshan looked at the heavy bag in his hand and said earnestly, don't think too much. You'll be disillusioned if you think too much. Huh? Xiaoshan patted him on the shoulder with his other hand. Actually, you shouldn't have taken the bag out. Principal Li, ? No, Xiaoshan shook his head and denied his previous statement. Fortunately, you took it out. Otherwise, she might have asked me to carry it back. It would be easier to carry it in a plastic bag. After saying that, he nodded heavily. Yes. That's right. That's it. Through self-affirmation, Xiaoshan was able to complete his self-deception and comfort himself. Then, he left happily. Principal Li looked at his calm back and glanced at the plastic bag in his hand. ? Could it be that the rumors were true? That everyone in Ming University, from the principal to the students, were weirdos? Stop right there. As soon as Jiang Fuyue walked out of the door, she was stopped by Mo Shiran's cold voice. Mo Shiran paused and turned around. Her eyes fell on her feet. You're not going to see a doctor? If you're sick, you need to be treated. It's useless to call me. You clearly saw it, so why did you still step on me? Mo Shiran gritted her teeth and endured the pain. With the help of her best friend, she limped in front of her. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Why wouldn't I step on you? You've already stretched out your leg. Isn't it just for people to step on? Or, if I don't step on you, I'll fall down and let someone get what they want. Mo Shiran's body stiffened and her pupils shrank. How did you know? Impossible, before this, they didn't even know each other. Logically speaking, Jiang Fuyue shouldn't have been on guard against her. Student, next time before you try to play dirty tricks, please restrain the ambition in your eyes. Also, don't stare at your target without blinking. Because, it's really stupid and it's easy to expose yourself. From the moment Jiang Fuyue sat down next to her, she could feel a faint glance from the corner of her eye. At first, she didn't think much of it and thought that the other party was just curious. It wasn't until after she went on stage that she noticed that Mo Shiran was blatantly staring at her from below the stage with a trace of cold ruthlessness. This made her have to take it seriously. Then, there was the sudden foot on the stage. She thought that Emosha Ran was going to use some big move, but in the end, it was just this. Do I have a grudge against you? Jiang Fuyue looked at Emosha Ran from head to toe, not letting go of a single detail. In the end, she was sure that this person didn't exist in her memory. Emosha Ran gritted her teeth and felt a little depressed. This kind of feeling was like you were a thorn in someone's side, but the other person didn't even know who you were. Just as Jiang Fuyue was about to leave, Emosha Ran finally spoke. Lin Jiaodong likes you. Jiang Fuyue froze for 2 seconds before she realized that Lin Jiaodong was the blondie. That's why you stretched out your foot to trip me. You like him? Emosha Ran's mouth tightened. Because he doesn't like you and likes me, so you're targeting me. Is that the logic? Emosha Ran froze for a moment. It seemed to be true, but it also felt like something was wrong. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. If you stretched out your foot to trip Lin Jiaodong today, I would admire your courage to love and hate, but you targeted the same sex. Why? Emosha Ran was stumped by this question. Jiang Fuyue directly answered for her, because you think that between me and Lin Jiaodong, I'm in a weaker position. In other words, I'm easier to bully. You don't dare to do anything to him, but you dare to do something to me, right? Emosha Ran sneered. It seems that not only are you stupid and bad, but you also bully the weak and fear the strong. Digression, this chapter is repeated, please do not subscribe. If you do subscribe, it doesn't matter. Please refresh tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, this chapter will be read together with the previous chapter. I didn't expect it to be so serious today. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Wow, who's this? Why don't I see President Liu? Is this your first day in the capital? You don't even know old Madam Liu? Old Madam? What old Madam? Isn't there no one left in the Liu family? Her surname is Fu, so she's not part of the Liu family. But the Liu family can't get rid of her. I'm sorry, this isn't my first day in the capital. I've been here for a month, but I still don't know this person. Can you tell me more about her? When old Madame Liu was young, she was quite a character. She was born a commoner and was even divorced. She hooked up with Liu Yunzhong, the only son of the Liu family at that time. She secretly set up a nest for him outside and gave birth to a son and a daughter. They are the former president of the Liu family, Liu Mingxin, and the current president, Liu Mingxin, who are now in prison. Isn't she Liu Mingyue? Someone asked. Pfft, Liu Mingyue has nothing to do with her. She's the legitimate daughter of the first wife. How can she be related to Little Miss? First wife? So old Madame Liu was already married? Isn't that right? He married the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Chuxiao. The two families were in a business marriage. Unfortunately, times have changed and the Zhao family has declined. There's no such person among the wealthy families in the capital. And then? How did she become Mrs. Liu? A few years later, the first wife fell ill and passed away. In less than half a year, Liu Yunzhong married her into the family. He even had 2 younger siblings who were about the same age as Liu Mingyue. TSK, sounds like a mistress. It's not like, it's the truth. Then will Liu Mingyue, the true daughter of a wealthy family and the rightful successor, agree? I heard that she's very strong and decisive in the business world. Liu Mingyue was sent away by Mrs. Liu in the early years and didn't live in the Liu family. After Liu Yunzhong passed away, she came back to inherit the family business. Before that, she never appeared in the circle and was quite mysterious. Because of this, she didn't spend much time with Liu Mingxin and her brother. Naturally, there wasn't much conflict between them. Later, when she took over the Liu family, she was busy expanding her territory and dominating the business world. She didn't have time to care about the siblings at all. Her attitude towards them was just to spend some money to raise them. As for how much effort she put into it, I don't think so. Otherwise, Liu Mingxin wouldn't be in jail, and Liu Mingxin would be able to go even higher. But why do I hear that the relationship between the siblings seems to be pretty good? That happened later. After Liu Mingxin tried to please her and Liu Mingxin pretended to be stupid, Liu Mingyue's attitude towards them softened. Besides, Lu Mingyue has always been a straightforward and open-minded person. He's truly magnanimous and calm. Back then, my family's old man was fortunate enough to work with her once. Now, whenever he talks about her, he can't stop praising her. That's right. If Lu Mingyue was still here, would the Lu family be in such a half-dead state today? It's impossible for the Xie family to be the only powerful one. Otherwise, why would I say that this old lady has a high status? After Lu Yunzhong died, other than the 2 properties that were left to her, she didn't get any of the key things like company shares and bond options. If it were an ordinary person, they would have made a scene long ago. How could they just let it go? Didn't she make a scene? How could she agree? Although she was a mistress, she was still married to Lu Yunzhong. They were legally married. No matter how the inheritance was divided, it couldn't be that much of a difference, right? Lu Yunzhong wanted to leave more for her, but the old man was watching. He protected Lu Mingyue's family assets so well that not even a drop of water could leak out. He only died after he handed it all to her. Under such circumstances, no matter how much trouble she caused, it wouldn't work. This old lady was also a smart person. She knew that Lu Mingyue wouldn't like her after he took over. Not only did she not make a scene, but she also took the initiative to move out of the Lu family villa and live outside. That's it? Not fighting or snatching is considered smart? She left, but Lu Mingxin and Lu Mingxin, who are half-blood related to Lu Mingyue, were left behind. Without her, the mistress stepmother, jumping around in front of them, Lu Mingyue won't be able to get along with his brother and sister after a long time. As long as their relationship is in place, even a little bit of Lu Mingyue's fingertips will be enough for these 2 children to enjoy endlessly. Good fellow. She's really thinking far ahead. Now that Lu Mingyue is dead, Lu Mingxin and Lu Mingxin have become the rightful heirs? Tell me, with such scheming and foresight, who else could be better than her? She single-handedly took over the entire Lu Corporation. The fruits of the hard work of several generations of the Lu family have been plucked by a woman with a different surname. TSK. Old Master Lu's coffin can't be closed anymore. Speaking of Lu Mingyue's death, the outside world has different opinions. Who knows if there's anything fishy about it? It's not easy for this old lady. After enduring humiliation for so many years, she finally saw the light of day. Even Go Jian was not as inspirational as her. She suffered a little in the past, but now she's so arrogant. Look at her high and mighty attitude. Those who don't know better would think that she's very orthodox. But I heard that President Lu's relationship with his biological mother wasn't very good. She left for 20 years and never stepped foot in the Lu family again. She only came back this year when she decided to take over the Lu Corporation. Oh? There's a grudge between the mother and son? Everyone was gossiping softly. It was said that wealthy families were the most forgetful. The wind was strong and the waves were high. Many people and things were submerged in the deep sea. However, some things were not swept away by the waves. They were just temporarily locked in a box. Tonight, old Madame Lu's sudden appearance coincidentally became the key to opening the box. While they were discussing, she walked down the last step and stood in front of everyone with a smile. I didn't expect everyone to come tonight. I'd like to thank everyone for giving me the honor. For today's banquet, I've been away for too long. I'm sure many of my new friends and juniors don't know who I am. This is a good opportunity for everyone to get to know each other. Everyone, whoa. From her tone, it sounds like the old lady is going to stay in the capital for a long time. Hasn't she been recuperating in a manor in another city? She didn't even return to the capital when Lu Mingxin went to prison. What's the reason? This time? There must be a reason for this abnormality. Hey, did you guys notice that President Lu didn't show up tonight? Could it be that this old lady planned a banquet without President Lu's permission and invited us? Hiss. Now that you mention it, there really is such a possibility. What a joke. Everyone is here because of President Lu. Who does she think she is? If it's true, then this old lady isn't someone to be trifled with. She did such a big thing just like that. Let's listen and see what she has to say next. Fu Sijuan took in everyone's reaction. Her expression was calm and she smiled slightly. Secondly, I want to see the beautiful young ladies in our circle. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. My son, Lu Mingxian, is in his 40s and he's still single. He's the only child left in the Lu family. I can't watch him continue to be single. So. The old lady sighed elegantly and revealed a hint of helplessness. It's time to arrange his marriage. No wonder every invitation specifically stated that the girls in the family were invited to attend. She actually had such an idea, huh? Only she could think of such a thing. How old were these young ladies? How old was Lu Mingxian? Business marriages weren't connected like this. Some parents who loved their children snorted. The old lady's move was not upright at all. If you want to help your son find a wife, no problem. But please let us know in advance so that we can decide whether our daughters want to get involved. What's this now? Act first and report later. Anyway, I'll trick you guys into coming here first and look through all the stock like buying piglets. Then I'll slowly pick and choose. Oh, your son is the only child? My daughter isn't a treasure? What's this? That's too undignified. I'll always be a little girl. My third son will never be able to get rid of his petty nature. No matter how old he is or how pampered he is. Isn't this called, it's hard to change one's nature? That's right. Just like how a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Huh. If I knew this was her plan, I wouldn't have come today. Who isn't? I thought President Liu would personally invite them. I didn't expect it to be this old lady's doing. What a blunder. Let's go. Of course, some people left. However, they didn't say anything too harsh out of consideration for Lu Mingxian's reputation. Their expressions were ugly. However, Fu Sijuan didn't know what was going on. She frowned subconsciously at these people leaving. Her old eyes were filled with confusion. Perhaps in her eyes, no one would be stupid enough to refuse to be her daughter-in-law. After all, the Lu family was big and Lu Mingxian was handsome. As long as a woman wasn't stupid, she would take the initiative to approach him. Jiang Fuyue sneered. His third son was old, but he was still a third son. Everyone looked like a third son to him. It was ingrained in his bones. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of it. She still wanted to approach him. Who did Lu Mingxian think he was? Digression, second update, 3,000 words. There will be another update later. Sister Yu, what are you laughing at? One of the young ladies asked curiously. I want to hear it too. Me too. Hee, I'm already sitting on the stool. These were the girls who were clamoring to get Jiang Fuyue's autograph. The first three had already gotten autographs and there was only one left. However, they saw Jiang Fuyue looking straight ahead and suddenly sneered. They widened their eyes and looked over, trying to see what was going on. Unfortunately, there was nothing to see except for a gorgeously dressed old lady in a green cheongsam. Sister Yu, tell us, what are you laughing at? Jiang Fuyue signed the autograph neatly and handed it to her. Me? I'm laughing like an old sparrow, pretending to be a phoenix. They were confused. Some of the guests left in anger because Fu Sijuan acted first and asked for her son's hand in marriage. There were also some families who were eager to curry favor with the Lu family and started to calculate the benefits of a marriage alliance with the Lu family. Although Lu Mingxian was not young, the Lu family had a small population and he was the only male. After marrying over, she would be the official Mrs. Lu, there would be no sisters-in-law and at most, only the old lady would need to be taken care of. There would be no other relatives. After 2 or 3 years, she would give birth to a son and he would be the rightful heir of the Lu family. After a few decades, after Lu Mingxian died, their daughter would become the Empress Dowager. At that time, the entire Lu corporation would be theirs. Look, what a good deal. A daughter could be exchanged for a wealthy family. After settling the accounts, some madams with lively minds quickly gathered in front of Fu Sijuan. Madam, would an outstanding man like President Lu lack beautiful women by his side? Fu Sijuan smiled and said meaningfully, women are not just beautiful, especially those who are married. The lady laughed on the surface, but she was complaining in her heart. You didn't rely on your looks to climb up the social ladder. Lu Yunzhong only married you after your first wife died. Now that you've enjoyed the benefits of beauty, you turn around and say such things. You're really laughing at me. That's right. Looks are secondary. Character and conduct are the most important. However, Fu Sijuan shook her head. The most important thing is that the two families are of equal social status. I think your daughter is quite good. She's gentle, quiet, obedient, and sensible. That madam snorted coldly. My daughter went to the toilet before you came downstairs, and she hasn't come back yet. Which eye of yours saw that she was quiet and well-behaved? He was lying through his teeth and didn't even like to draft his words. Tisk. Since that's the case, when do you want to make an appointment with Boss Liu? Let's meet and have a meal together. Speaking of which, we don't usually have the chance to see him. The madams immediately exchanged glances. That's right. Whenever you're free, we'll do it. The old lady paused for a moment before nodding her head. It's only right that we meet for a meal. I'll inform you when the time is set. Then it's settled. Old madam, you haven't met my eldest daughter. She's actually very outstanding. She graduated from a prestigious university, played piano since elementary school, and even knows how to dance. Let me tell you, no matter if it's her looks or temperament, there's nothing to criticize. My second son isn't bad either. He's quiet and gentle, and his favorite thing is painting. More and more madams rushed forward, sparing no effort to promote their daughters. This is ridiculous. Han Shen sneered coldly. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He couldn't stand this kind of behavior. Second son, go find Yaya. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go home. Han Ke let out a sigh of relief. I've been waiting for you to say this. The old lady has disappeared for so many years, and the moment she came back, she did this. Is she afraid that everyone doesn't know her background? I've never seen such a sloppy and ridiculous marriage search. I'm sure that Lu Mingxian definitely doesn't know. Otherwise, even if he has to poke a hole in the sky, he won't let this banquet go smoothly. Stop gossiping. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go find Yaya quickly. All right. We'll go right away. My daughter won't participate in this kind of degrading activity. TSK, just as Fu Sijuan was surrounded by the madams of the rich and powerful families, and the atmosphere gradually heated up, a loud bang was heard. The door was pushed open from the outside and smashed against the wall. Lu Mingxian's eyes were cold and his expression was gloomy. Then, step by step, he slowly walked to the old lady. Every step he took seemed to be in slow motion. When he landed on the ground, he also stepped on the hearts of the crowd. Because of his appearance, the crowd suddenly became silent. Fu Sijuan's eyes flashed slightly. The surrounding madams looked at such a young and handsome man, and they all showed a satisfied expression. His age was indeed a bit old, but it was impossible to tell just by looking at his appearance. The Lu Mingxian in front of them looked more handsome than a young man in his 20s or 30s, and he had a kind of maturity that the former didn't have. He was the typical image of a good son-in-law who could make his mother-in-law like him at first sight. Io, this is Mingxian, right? How handsome is he? At first glance, you can tell that he works out regularly. No wonder his figure is tall and straight, and he has an imposing appearance. Are you usually busy with work? Do you often have to go on business trips for meetings? Are you tired? If there's a chance, I'll make medicinal cuisine for you to eat. The prospective mothers-in-law asked about his well-being, and everyone was talking at once. At a certain moment, it was like hundreds of ducks quacking at the same time. In this regard, Lu Mingxian didn't look sideways, as if he didn't hear anything. His calm and cold eyes looked at Fu Sijuan, whose smile was gradually stiffening. What are you doing? He didn't even call her mom. The old lady's eyes suddenly turned cold. This is your attitude towards me? Otherwise? What attitude do you think I should have towards you? Respect you? Flatter you? Fu Sijuan took a deep breath. Ah Shen, in front of so many guests, you, say no more, the banquet is cancelled. The old lady's face changed slightly. What did you say? I said, Lu Mingxian looked up coldly, and said word by word, the banquet is cancelled. It has already started, why are you cancelling it suddenly? Don't you know why? He pulled the corner of his mouth, and there was a bit of sarcasm. Fu Sijuan was stung by the coldness on his face. He was so indifferent that she was just a stranger, but in fact, she was his biological mother. You're not allowed to cancel it. Once it was cancelled, where would she put her face? How could she survive in the circle of wealthy families in the capital? Since you know the consequences, you should think twice before you do it. Ah Shen. I care about you, and I hope to see you get married and have children in my lifetime. Enough. Lu Mingxin interrupted her. I don't deserve it. The next second, he said softly and gently, you don't deserve it either. Fu Sijuan's body swayed, and she almost fell. However, Lu Mingxin didn't even look at her, nor did he intend to reach out to help her. The abnormality between the mother and son caused the surrounding people to have subtle expressions, and they quickly exchanged glances with each other. The gossipy heart burned fiercely. I've long heard that the mother and son in the Lu family don't get along well, so it's true. Sure enough, Lu Mingxin didn't know about this banquet at all. This isn't as simple as having a bad relationship, I think they're almost enemies. There's a story. There must be a story behind this. Then, about the marriage proposal, does it still count? I wasted a lot of time talking about it. Based on Lu Mingxin's current attitude, those families who want to marry into the Lu family should give up the idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll be pushing their daughters into the fire pit. I always feel that the Lu family has too many secrets, and the mother and son's behavior now confirms this point. What secrets? For example, the real cause of Lu Mingyue's death. They stared at each other for 1 second, 2 seconds. In the end, after a full 30 seconds, Lu Mingxin's aura was still stronger, and Fu Sijuan was defeated. She could only go on stage and announce the cancellation of the banquet as per his request. The scene was suddenly filled with sighs. What's going on? Cancelled just like that? Are you kidding us? The old lady is really getting worse and worse. She doesn't know what's important and has no sense of propriety. No wonder her biological son doesn't like her. I already guessed that President Lu wouldn't sit back and do nothing. As soon as I mentioned it, he came. I heard that President Lu is a bachelor. I didn't believe it before, but today, I've finally confirmed it. Han Shen and Han Ke mingled in the crowd and listened to the discussions around them. Han Ke raised her eyebrows. See, I guessed right. Lu Mingxin really didn't know. Han Shen said, he's lived to this age and reached this position today, but he still let others take advantage of him. It seems that his ability is worrying. That's his biological mother. Can he arrest her and beat her up? Han Shen turned his head. Didn't I ask you to find Yaya? Where is she? Did you find her? Found her. She's outside on the lawn. Then let's go. No, wait a while more. Han Ke rubbed her hands and grinned. At least listen to half of the gossip. Han Shen. He was speechless. However, after 10 seconds, he couldn't help but secretly perk up his ears. On the other side, Lu Mingxin had achieved his goal. He didn't want to stay a moment longer and strode away coldly. When he was crossing the lawn, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Second update tomorrow. The girl in the black dress was like an angel descending from the dark night. Her snow-white skin was as smooth as porcelain under the moonlight. Her beautiful side profile had a natural coldness. The moment she lowered her head, her eyebrows were half closed, revealing a fair nape. Together with her thin and smooth shoulders, she was a beautiful picture of a beautiful woman. For a moment, Lu Mingxin couldn't tell if the moonlight was more beautiful or if she was more beautiful under the moonlight. Perhaps sensing something, the girl suddenly turned her head and looked in his direction. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. She was just waiting for Han Ku outside, but in such a short time, she bumped into Lu Mingxin. At that moment, the man had already stepped forward. Jiang Fuyue stood still and looked at him quietly. Miss Jiang, we meet again. Lu Mingxin stopped in front of her. There was only a step between them. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything. Her expression was calm and her eyes were calm. He didn't care. He smiled and said, if I remember correctly, this should be the third time we've met. The first time was on the plane. The second time was at the Moon Villa. Today is the third time. Jiang Fuyue said, then it seems that we don't know each other well. The man shook his head. You're wrong. As the saying goes, strangers the first time, friends the second time. This is the third time we've met. We should be more familiar. Sorry, my standards for friends are not that low. The man wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled good-naturedly. Although Miss Jiang doesn't treat me as a friend, I have a deep impression of Miss Jiang. He enunciated the last 4 words one by one, and they were full of meaning. Jiang Fuyue's expression didn't change. She only said, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Then, she reservedly tidied up her dress and turned to leave. The man chuckled. Miss Jiang, are you in a hurry to leave because you're guilty? She stopped in her tracks, but she didn't turn around as the man expected. The next second, she started walking again. Lu Mingshan's smile suddenly disappeared. Miss Jiang's calmness is really embarrassing. Even if you're a thief, you're still so confident. Amazing, really. Amazing. As he spoke, he began to clap. Jiang Fuyue said faintly, although I don't understand what you're talking about, I still want to remind you that you have to take responsibility for your words. Accusations without evidence are equivalent to slander. That's right. We've been investigating for so long, but there's still no evidence. Lu Mingshan paced back and forth with his hands in his pockets. Without waiting for Jiang Fuyue to turn around, he directly walked in front of her. The corners of his mouth curled up, but the smile did not reach his eyes. I'm very curious. How did Miss Jiang do it? I think you may have asked the wrong person. The girl met the man's slightly scrutinizing gaze. She did not avoid it and her expression was calm. Still not willing to speak? He paused for a moment and lowered his eyes. His eyes dimmed, as if his entire body was covered in a layer of melancholy. The air also became bleak. At first glance, she looked rather wronged, he said softly, to you, it might just be an inscription or a group photo, but to me, it means a lot. If possible, I hope you can return it. Or you can name a price. No matter how much it is, it's not a problem. Jiang Fuyue was indifferent to the man's emotional performance. She still said the same sentence, it has nothing to do with me. However, Lu Mingshan did not seem to hear it. The corner of his mouth twitched self-mockingly and he continued, those 2 things are the only things left for me by an important person. Important person? Jiang Fuyue sneered and interrupted him. Are you pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy? Lu Mingshan maintained his posture of looking down, so she could not see the emotions in his eyes. However, his eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. When something is lost, it's lost. No matter how you try to salvage it, it's useless. Jiang Fuyue almost cruelly tore open the most secret old wound in his heart. In an instant, the pain came and blood flowed. It turned out that the wound had never really healed. The surface scabbed and looked fine, but in fact, it had long festered and eaten deep into the bone. Besides, Jiang Fuyue ignored his instantly pale face and suddenly collapsed back. Every word was like barbs on thorns, piercing the man's heart one by one. If it's really as important as you said, how could it be lost? If he lost it, then he had lost it. If it's important, how could it be lost? The man's body swayed and he staggered half a step back. He almost couldn't stand still. Jiang Fuyue did not intend to help him. On the contrary, she stepped back for a distance. She stood upright and her eyes were cold. Under the moonlight, she looked like a god carrying out the judgment of Armageddon. Life and death, heaven and hell were just a matter of thought. Lu Mingshan looked up. The next second, his pupils shrank and he was stunned. In a trance, Lu Mingshan seemed to see her in the past. She also had the same cold expression, silent eyes, and looked at him with a hint of mockery. What do you know? He roared with red eyes and the veins on his neck bulged. You don't know anything. Jiang Fuyue nodded. That's true. She was already a complete outsider. It's really not with me. The girl's tone was sincere and her eyes were clear. It's not with you? It's all burned. Lu Mingshan frowned and gradually came back to his senses. He still didn't believe her, but he didn't continue to ask Jiang Fuyue. Instead, he said casually, these two things were left behind 20 years ago. Jiang Fuyue looked straight ahead, her eyes were calm. The person who left them behind was my sister. She wrote the calligraphy, beautiful scenery at a good time, pleasing to the eye. Because it was just a casual writing without a stamp, she only left a date, summer 2027. That year, I was 19 and she was 22. Jiang Fuyue didn't want to listen and wanted to go around. But Lu Mingxian seemed to have sensed her intention and guarded against it. And that photo was taken with the help of a passerby. I spent money to buy the film and secretly developed it. I wanted to give it to her as a gift, but until she left, I couldn't give it to her. Enough. Jiang Fuyue interrupted him. I don't want to listen to your story. Get out of my way. The man did not move and continued, Moon Laurel Villa was opened for her because her name is the same as yours. There is the word moon in it, and she herself is like the moon, noble, bright, and was born to be high above, hanging in the 9 heavens. Jiang Fuyue sneered. Why are you telling me this? Is it necessary? If you want to take back the things, then I'll say it again. Please listen clearly and understand that it's not with me. The pretense in the man's eyes cracked inch by inch. The original pitiful, wronged, fragile, and helpless expression was replaced by coldness. Do you think I'll believe you? He walked closer and said fiercely, the exhibition cabinet is bulletproof glass and is even locked with a password. It's using a new encryption algorithm. Ordinary thieves can't open it at all. Jiang Fuyue, since you can't open it, why do you think it's me? Gold medalist with full marks in IOI. Is this reason sufficient? Pfft. There are so many people in the world who have full marks in international computing competitions. Why don't you suspect them? Of course I don't suspect them. Because the only one who appeared in the exhibition hall of the Moon Villa was you. Winning the IOI gold medal doesn't mean that you can decipher the encryption algorithm. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. A trace of impatience appeared on the man's face. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Otherwise, she raised her eyebrows. What? Don't blame me for being rude. Heh. Jiang Fuyue laughed. How do you want to be rude? Lu Mingxian's eyes darkened and suddenly reached out. Digression, yesterday's second watch was 2,000 words. Today's first watch was at 2 a.m. I suggest you watch it tomorrow. I found it, it's on the lawn outside. Let's go then. No, wait a little longer. Hanke rubbed her hands and grinned. At least I've heard half of the gossip. Hanshan was speechless. However, after 10 seconds, he couldn't help but listen carefully. Lu Mingxian had achieved his goal and didn't want to stay any longer. He strode away coldly. When he was crossing the lawn, he suddenly stopped. 773 Seeing her under the moon, tearing at his old wounds, the girl in the black dress was like an angel in the dark night. Her snow-white skin was as smooth as porcelain under the moonlight. Her beautiful side profile had a natural coldness. When she lowered her head, her eyebrows were half closed, revealing a fair nape. Together with her thin and smooth shoulders, she looked like a beautiful woman. For a moment, Lu Mingxian couldn't tell if the moonlight was more beautiful or if she was more beautiful under the moonlight. Perhaps sensing something, the girl suddenly turned her head and looked straight in his direction. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. She was just waiting for Han Kui outside and bumped into Lu Mingxian in such a short time. The man had already approached her. Jiang Fuyue stood still and looked at him quietly. Miss Jiang, we meet again. Lu Mingxian stopped in front of her. They were only one step apart. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything. Her expression was calm and her eyes were calm. He didn't care and smiled. If I remember correctly, this should be the third time we've met. The first time was on the plane, the second time was at the Moon Villa, and today is the third time. Jiang Fuyue said, it seems that we're not familiar with each other. The man shook his head. You're wrong. As the saying goes, strangers the first time, friends the second time. This is our third time, so we should be more familiar with each other. Sorry, my standards for making friends are not that low. The man wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled good-naturedly. Although Miss Jiang doesn't treat me as a friend, I have a deep impression of Miss Jiang. He enunciated the last 4 words one by one, and they were full of meaning. Jiang Fuyue's expression didn't change. She only said, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, she reservedly tidied up her skirt and turned to leave. A chuckle came from the man's mouth. "Miss Jiang, are you in a hurry to leave because you're guilty?" She stopped in her tracks, but she didn't turn around as the man expected. In the next second, he started walking again. Lu Mingxin's smile suddenly disappeared. "Miss Jiang's calmness is really embarrassing. Even though you've become a thief, you're still so confident. Brilliant, really brilliant." As he spoke, he began to clap. Jiang Fuyue said faintly, "Although I don't understand what you're talking about, I still want to remind you that you have to take responsibility for your words. Accusations without evidence are equivalent to slander." "That's right. We've been investigating for so long, but there's still no evidence." Lu Mingxin paced back and forth with his hands in his pockets. Without waiting for Jiang Fuyue to turn around, he directly walked in front of her. The corners of his mouth curled up, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "I'm very curious. How did Miss Jiang do it?" "I think you may have asked the wrong person." The girl met the man's slightly scrutinizing gaze. She did not avoid it and her expression was calm. "Still won't say?" He paused for a moment. The moment he lowered his eyes dimmed. It was as if his whole body was covered with a layer of melancholy, and the atmosphere became bleak. At first glance, he looked quite wronged. He said softly, "To you, it might just be an inscription or a group photo. But to me, it means a lot. If possible, I hope you can return it. Or you can name a price. No matter how much it is, it's not a problem." Jiang Fuyue was indifferent to the man's emotional performance. She still said the same sentence. "It has nothing to do with me." Lu Mingxin did not seem to hear it. The corner of his mouth twitched self-mockingly and he continued to speak. "Those two things are the only things left for me by an important person." Important person?" Jiang Fuyue sneered and interrupted him. "Are you pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy?" Lu Mingxin kept his eyes down, so she couldn't see the emotions in his eyes. But his eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. When something is lost, it's lost. No matter how you try to salvage it, it's useless. Jiang Fuyue almost cruelly tore open the most secret old wound in his heart. In an instant, the pain came and blood flowed. It turned out that the wound had never really healed. The surface scabbed and looked fine, but in fact, it had long festered and eaten deep into the bone. Besides, Jiang Fuyue ignored his instantly pale face and suddenly collapsed back. Every word was like a barb on thorns, piercing the man's heart one by one. "If it's really as important as you said, how could it be lost?" If he lost it, then he had lost it. If it's important, how could it be lost? The man's body swayed and he staggered back half a step. He almost couldn't stand still. Jiang Fuyue did not intend to help him. On the contrary, she stepped back a distance. She stood upright with cold eyes. Under the moonlight, she looked like a god who was carrying out the judgment of Armageddon. Life and death, heaven and hell were just a matter of thought. Lu Mingxin looked up. The next second, his pupils shrank and he was stunned. In a trance, Lu Mingxin seemed to see her in the past. She also had the same cold expression, silent eyes, and looked at him with a hint of mockery. "What do you know?" He growled with red eyes and blue veins on his neck. "You don't know anything." Jiang Fuyue nodded. Indeed. She was already a complete outsider. "The things are really not with me." The girl's tone was sincere and her eyes were clear. "It was not with them. They were all burned." Lu Mingxin frowned and gradually came back to his senses. He still did not believe her, but he did not continue to ask Jiang Fuyue. Instead, he spoke as if he was chatting casually. "The two things were left behind 20 years ago." Jiang Fuyue looked straight ahead, her eyes unperturbed. "The person who left them was my elder sister. She wrote the words, 'Good time, beautiful scenery, pleasing to the eye.' Because it was just casually written without a seal, only a date was left, summer 2027. That year, I was 19 and she was 22. Jiang Fuyue did not want to hear it and planned to go around. But Lu Mingxin seemed to be aware of her intentions and guarded tightly. And that photo was taken with the help of a passerby. I spent money to buy the film and secretly developed it. I wanted to give it to her as a gift, but until she left, I could not give it to her. Enough. Jiang Fuyue interrupted sternly. I don't want to hear your story. Get out of my way. The man did not move and continued, Moon Laurel Villa was opened for her because her name is the same as yours. There is the word moon in it, and she herself is like the moon, noble, bright, and was born to be high above, hanging in the 9 heavens. Jiang Fuyue sneered. Why are you telling me this? Is it necessary? If you want to take back the things, then I'll say it again. Please listen clearly and understand that it is not with me. The pretense in the man's eyes cracked inch by inch. The original pitiful, wronged, fragile, and helpless expression was replaced by coldness. Do you think I'll believe you? He stepped closer and said fiercely, the showcase is made of bulletproof glass. There's even a password lock with a new encryption algorithm. Ordinary thieves can't open it at all. Jiang Fuyue, since you can't open it, why do you think it's me? A gold medalist with full marks in IOI. Is this reason sufficient? Pfft. There are so many people in the world who have full marks in international computing competitions. Why don't you suspect them? Of course I don't suspect them. Because the only one who appeared in the exhibition hall of the Moon Villa was you. Winning the IOI gold medal doesn't mean that you can decipher the encryption algorithm. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. A hint of impatience appeared on the man's face. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Otherwise, she raised her eyebrows. What? Don't blame me for being rude. Heh. Jiang Fuyue laughed. How do you want to be rude? Lu Mingshen's eyes darkened and suddenly reached out. His target was Jiang Fuyue's right shoulder. She dodged sideways and the man's big hand missed. What are you trying to do? She asked coldly. Lu Mingshen's gaze fell on the tree trunk behind her. He heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to explain, yeah, come here. Let's go home. Han Shen and Han Ke came out of the hall and stood on the lawn not far away. They shouted at Jiang Fuyue. As Lu Mingshen was hidden in the shadows cast by the branches and the light was dim, the two of them did not notice him. Jiang Fuyue, coming. This time, Lu Mingshen did not stop her. He did not dare to. Just like that, he watched as the girl disappeared from his sight step by step. The cold wind blew. There was nothing but a trace of lingering fragrance in the air. Digression, at 2 p.m. knock knock, Jiang Fuyue knocked twice symbolically before pushing the door open and entering. Are you looking for me? Her voice stopped abruptly when she saw the person in front of her. The man was sitting in a wheelchair. He was thin, but his back was as straight as a pole. When he heard the sound coming from the door, he turned around subconsciously. A familiar face greeted Jiang Fuyue's eyes. The man's cheeks were thin, and his eyes were dull. His pupils were a faint bluish-gray, like the haze that swept through the sky above the capital. Perhaps it was because he spent most of his time in the laboratory and rarely saw the sun, but his skin was sickly pale. His skin was as pale as snow, and the bluish-purple blood vessels under his skin could be seen. Mingyu? Jiang Fuyue was surprised. Why are you here? The man smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. His originally dull eyes suddenly lit up, like bluestones under the scorching sun, dotted with bright spots. I'm here to apply. At this moment, Xiaoshan also reacted. He got up and walked to the desk. Do you know each other? Mingyu nodded. Yes. Jiang Fuyue shrugged. It couldn't be helped. It was just such a coincidence. You want to be a professor at Ming University? Am I welcome? He asked with a smile. Jiang Fuyue, of course. But the Northwest Research Institute. Don't you care about it? I've already completed all the projects that can be completed. Those that can't be completed have been handed over to my colleagues. Before I leave, all the handover work has been completed. This was cutting off all means of retreat, leaving no way out for himself. Jiang Fuyue frowned. But you've been there for 20 years, all his roots were in the Northwest Research Institute. Choosing to leave was tantamount to giving up everything and starting from scratch. Mingyu lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "You don't want me to go back to the capital? It's not a matter of whether I want to or not. I just feel that it's a pity to leave like this." "It's not a pity." The man looked up. His unfocused pupils could accurately locate Jiang Fuyue's position, and his gaze was fixed on her face. "As long as you're here, it's not a pity at all," he said in his heart. At the same time, Jiang Fuyue also looked at the man. Their eyes met, and time seemed to flow backward, back to 20 years ago. He and she, one was the young master of the Ming family, the other was the young miss of the Liu family. They were childhood sweethearts, innocent and innocent. Perhaps the relationship between the two was really too good. The elders of the two families had even reached a tacit understanding of marriage. They were just waiting for the child to grow up. If the Ming family had not suddenly gone back on their word, if she had nodded, by now, their children would have already gone to university. He couldn't think about it anymore. There were no ifs in this world. It was good enough that she was still alive. "Mingyu? Mingyu?" Jiang Fuyue called out to him. "What are you thinking about?" The man shook his head, swallowed the bitterness on the tip of his tongue, and said as usual, "I suddenly remembered something about work." "What's wrong? Are you sure you want to come to Ming University? In fact, with your qualifications and status in the nuclear physics community, you can totally go next door." "Yeah." He sighed softly. "If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't be here today." "Okay." Jiang Fuyue was momentarily speechless. Xiaoshan heard Mingyu say yeah so naturally that he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Just like that, Mingyu stayed. To show his sincerity, Xiaoshan gave him the highest standard of treatment for a professor. Not only did he provide housing and a car, but he also arranged for a chauffeur to pick him up. "If there's anything you need, just let me know. Don't be shy." Mingyu had been on the front lines of the nuclear field for all these years, braving the dangers of radiation and doing life-threatening research. He had never taught at any university, not even in name. Ming University was the first university he taught at. Whether it was for Mingyu himself or for Ming University, it had a special meaning. Xiaoshan naturally attached great importance to it. After that, there was a fixed hiring process. After that, Mingyu could submit an application to the university to start a class. After that, the Academic Affairs Office would review and approve it, and the course selection system would be opened. If there were no accidents, the classes would officially start in half a month. Thanks to the advertising campaign of Jiang Fuyue as the representative of the winning students at the Top 10 University Students Award ceremony, Ming University became a hot topic in the education field of Imperial Capital. Ming University? No way? That trashy university? Why is it that I can hear news about it everywhere recently? That's right, it's that Ming University. There's a genius girl, Jiang Fuyue. This time, the whole school is flying. I think it won't be long before the trashy chickens become phoenixes. The more people talked about it, the more popular it became. The more popular it became, the more well-known it became. In addition, Jiang Fuyue's speech at that time was recorded by the news channel's cameraman and broadcasted on Imperial Capital TV. That sentence, Ming University is an open, people-oriented school that fully respects students' creativity and generously provides material support. The key point, material support, for research-oriented educators, this was simply too tempting. Doing research required spending money everywhere, from field trips to setting up projects, renting laboratories, purchasing experimental equipment, and other expenses. They often spent hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, in addition to the team's salary, travel expenses, food expenses, and so on. It was not a small expense. It was said that university professors were rich, but the poorest were still university professors. Due to the lack of funds, many research projects were forced to stop, and even entire laboratories were shut down. For researchers like them, their early efforts were wasted, and all their efforts were negated. That kind of pain was no different from having one's heart and lungs gouged out. Some people were about to argue, how can there be no money? The university will allocate funds, and the country will also provide funds. What's more, commercial organizations and large companies outside the university will also provide sponsorships. You're still complaining about being poor. I'm afraid that the research team will embezzle all the money, right? Regarding such remarks, the laymen were just there to watch the fun and blindly kick up a fuss. The insiders could only smile bitterly and sneer. A university would have new research projects every year, but the university's funds were limited. Often, they could only take care of one project, but not the other. The cake was only so big. It was unknown if they could even get a bite or two. Did they want to eat the whole cake alone? Dream on. Moreover, the cake could not be divided equally. The key projects would take the biggest share, and the rest of the non-key projects would be based on seniority. When it was distributed to them, it would probably not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Moreover, the country's funds were not enough. The application process was also complicated, and it was not 100% approved. The last option was to sponsor outside the university. This might be easier for business and finance professors. While they were working on the project, they could earn money along the way. Not only would they not have to pay, but they would also have the money in their accounts. However, for projects that were more professional in nature and did not have much commercial potential, this option would not work at all. Companies weren't stupid. If your project couldn't bring them the expected profits, they wouldn't even take a second look at you, let alone sponsor you. Stop kidding. In such a predicament, God knew how tempting the offer was. After all, Ming University was famous for being not lacking in money. In short, after the award ceremony, professors from other universities contacted Xiaoshan in private, vaguely showing that they wanted to jump ship. As long as Xiaoshan's offer was in place, most of the negotiations would be successful. When the news that Mingyu also chose to teach at Ming University spread, more people jumped ship. Mingyu? Is it the Mingyu I know? Is there a second Mingyu in the nuclear physics world? Hiss. Are you serious? Hasn't he always been at the Northwest Research Institute? He doesn't even come back to the imperial capital. Why did he suddenly come back to teach? Who knows? Ming University's offer is probably more generous. Tisk tsk, I really can't imagine how generous the offer is to bring such a scientific maniac back from that corner of the Great Northwest Research Institute. I heard that the former principal of Q University visited him 3 times and wanted to invite him to be the head professor of the nuclear physics department at Q University, but he was rejected. That's strange. Everyone who studies nuclear physics knows that Professor Ming never teaches students, let alone teaches classes. Is there a mistake? Kid, go and take a look at the good news on the homepage of Ming University's official website. Even the specific course names and class times are out. How can it be fake? He studied nuclear physics for 6 years and was a radiation lab rat for 6 years. Professor Ming is a legend in our field. We can only read about him in books or hear about him from teachers and students. No one has ever seen him. I heard that he even goes to the front line to pick up radiation fragments. He is a true warrior. I think that's how he broke his leg. I feel like Ming University is really going to take off. No, it's already taking off. It's not just taking off, this speed is like sitting on a rocket, okay? Don't stop me, I'm going to Ming University. Digression, 3,000 words. Maybe it was because he stayed in the laboratory all year round and rarely saw the sun, but his skin showed a sickly pale color. It was as pale as snow, and the blue and purple blood vessels under his skin could be seen. Mingyu? Jiang Fuyue was surprised. Why are you here? The man smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose. After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses, 776 a group of fat sheep, miss her in the starry night. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Even though he was in danger, Jiang Fuyue asked him about it, and he just replied with a simple But when he heard that she was going, he could not sit still. Jiang Fuyue laughed at him. You really have double standards. Xie Dingyuan did not buy it and said bluntly, you're not allowed to come. Jiang Fuyue felt that he was really anxious, and her heart softened. I'm not coming. I'm just saying. The man said firmly, you can't even say that. Jiang Fuyue. Oh. He sounded so fierce. Yeah, listen to me. It was not Xie Dingyuan's fault for having such a big reaction. It was because he knew her too well. Her guts were bigger than the sky. She dared to say and do anything. Before hanging up, the man continued to remind her. Don't come. Although Jiang Fuyue agreed verbally, only she herself knew what she was thinking in her heart. The second time she received a call from Xie Dingyuan, it was in the evening. It was not a WeChat message, but a mobile phone call. Jiang Fuyue was surprised. You can make international calls? That was not right. Compared to WeChat, it was easier to trace the address of a direct call. As the address of a call was public, it was usually forbidden to use mobile phone signals in military areas. If there was a need to communicate internally, they would usually use a walkie-talkie. The channel was automatically set and encrypted. Xie Dingyuan, I'm carrying out a mission in Dama City. Dama City was economically developed, and its infrastructure was perfect. It was an international metropolis, and it was quite far from the military base. No wonder he dared to do this. But, can you make calls when you're carrying out a mission? There was silence on the other end. The answer was obviously no. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. This was not like Xie Dingyuan's style. He was so serious about his work that it was almost strict. Why would he call her when he was carrying out a mission? The domineering and brainless CEOs in TV dramas might do that, but Professor Xia, it was absolutely impossible. Did something happen to you? Yeah, wait for me to come back. Before he could finish, there was a loud bang on the other end of the line and the call was cut off. Jiang Fuyue's heart tightened. Her first reaction was that something had happened. Just as she was about to call Niao Rue and ask him to use his connections to investigate, she received a WeChat notification. Xie Dingyuan, don't worry. There was a small accident just now. I'll start working now. This job should be referring to this mission. Jiang Fuyue blinked and froze in place with the phone in her hand. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly didn't understand the meaning of the phone call that lasted less than 20 seconds. Moreover, it was a call from Xie Dingyuan in a hurry before he was ready to carry out the mission. Chat, obviously not. In form, it seemed that Xie Dingyuan did not reveal any important information. Did he just miss her? His words weren't mushy at all, so, why? Jiang Fuyue was pondering when she suddenly remembered Xie Dingyuan's extreme reaction when she said that she was going to Continent F. Could it be that he called specifically to check on her whereabouts and was afraid that she would really go to Continent F without saying a word? This probing move. At this moment, far away in Malaysia City, Xie Dingyuan had already put on a protective suit and an isolation mask and was about to enter the church. Achoo! Someone was thinking about him. Achoo! Yes, twice as much. Jiang Fuyue, on the last day of 2051, December 31st, Jiang Fuyue finally decided on her next research topic. Mingyu, if you need help, feel free to look for me. Jiang Fuyue didn't stand on ceremony with him and smiled. Okay. The man also smiled. Her familiarity and casualness with him made him feel like they had returned to 20 years ago. They were very intimate. By the way, when do you plan to move here? Through this period of experimentation, Mingyu had begun to slowly get used to his current life and had a certain understanding of the unfamiliar Ming University. Overall, he was adapting well. Seeing that the problem of living was solved, academic problems came one after another. For a physics big shot like Mingyu, it was actually a waste of time to teach students. This was because at this level, he should spend more time on academics. Previously, when he was in the Northwest, he had always been on the front line of scientific research and had been doing it for decades. A researcher like this, whether it was academic thinking or practical experience, would not deteriorate as he grew older and lived a comfortable life. What Ming University wanted to do was to provide a better academic environment for Mingyu as much as possible. The first thing to do was to solve the problem of his personal laboratory. However, in a short period of time, there was no way to do it like when he first built the Jiang Fuyue laboratory. He had to hold his breath and hold a pile of money. A nuclear physics laboratory and an ordinary interdisciplinary laboratory were two completely different concepts. First of all, a nuclear physics laboratory required special approval and all kinds of strict procedures. Not only did it take a long time, but it was also troublesome. Xiaoshan, it's really troublesome, but it has to be built sooner or later. Don't we still have to go through these steps later? We can't not arrange a laboratory for him, right? Jiang Fuyue, his personal laboratory must be there. There's no doubt about that. I mean, there's no rush. Let's wait until the Endless Tower is built first. The laboratory building that Six was responsible for building already had a name, the Endless Tower, also known as the X Building. X represented the unknown. The unknown was endless. Right now, the exterior had already taken shape. The 22nd floor rose from the ground and stood by the campus lake. A few days ago, when she asked Six about the progress, he said that the interior planning and renovation had already begun. It was estimated that it would be completed by spring. Jiang Fuyue naturally left a floor for Mingyu. If he wanted to build 2 or 3 laboratories, it would not be a problem, no matter how big the pie picture was in the future, it was not there now. Mingyu did not care, but Jiang Fuyue was anxious. For a true scientist, time was the fuel that kept them moving forward and exploring more profound areas of knowledge. She could not let Mingyu delay until spring and wait for the building to be built, right? How much fuel would that waste? Moreover, this fuel was not renewable. Therefore, Jiang Fuyue suggested that Mingyu move in with her and share the laboratory temporarily. After all, it was new and big enough. Su Kaiqing and old Peter also often came to freeload the equipment. I'll have to trouble you for a while. When the laboratory building is built, it's okay. I like it here. Mingyu agreed immediately. He looked quite satisfied. This was why Jiang Fuyue had asked him when he would move in at the beginning. The equipment will be delivered at 4 o'clock. It can be used normally tomorrow. Jiang Fuyue raised her wrist and looked at her watch. It was already 3:30. There was still half an hour left. Then I'll wait with you. Okay. Mingyu handed her a cup. Are you thirsty? I made some flower tea. Jiang Fuyue took it and took a sip. Immediately, her mouth was filled with a fragrant smell. This taste, the man smiled. You can taste it? Is it still the same recipe from back then? Yes. It hasn't changed in 20 years. Because you like it. Sure enough, Jiang Fuyue nodded and praised sincerely. It's still as delicious as back then. You're still as clever as back then. Digression, second watch, 2000 words. Scheming 99 online probing, I'm so afraid that my wife will come to me. Oh. I'm worried. But in a short period of time, there was no way to do it like when he first built the Jiang Fuyue laboratory. He had to hold back his anger and hold a pile of money. A nuclear physics laboratory and an ordinary interdisciplinary laboratory were 2 completely different concepts. First of all, a nuclear physics laboratory required special approval and all kinds of strict procedures. Not only did it take a long time, it was also troublesome. Xiaoshan, after Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. His stubbornness monopolizes gentleness. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. The man's cold expression instantly softened. He looked in the direction of the sound. Although he was wearing special glasses that could restore some of his vision, it wasn't completely clear. At least at this moment, he couldn't see where the door was, so he didn't notice that Qingxing and Jiang Fuyue had met. Jiang Fuyue looked straight ahead and brushed past Deng Jing. She returned to Mingyu's side and picked up her chopsticks again. Mingyu picked up some food for her. Thank you. You said I'm thin, but you're even thinner. Outside the door, Qingxing stared at the two of them as if he had seen ghosts. When Jiang Fuyue looked up, the door had already closed, and she didn't know when he had left. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue drove Mingyu back to his residence. The school had arranged for his assistant to live in the apartment next door so that it would be convenient to take care of Mingyu at any time. Therefore, the assistant ran downstairs to wait as soon as he received the call. He took the wheelchair and helped Mingyu. His movements were quite skillful, which showed that he usually took care of him like this. However, this time, Mingyu didn't seem willing to accept his help. When he got into the wheelchair, he relied on his own strength to move. The assistant watched anxiously. He wanted to reach out, but he didn't dare. Fortunately, Mingyu sat firmly and even looked up to say goodbye to Jiang Fuyue. His smile was quiet and peaceful, if one ignored the sweat on his forehead. Jiang Fuyue suppressed the thought in her eyes and smiled. I'm leaving then. Okay. Oh, right, I forgot something. She took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. Happy New Year. Mingyu was stunned. Happy New Year. He watched Jiang Fuyue's car leave until it disappeared from his sight. For the first time, he was troubled by his poor eyesight. When the car drove 2 meters away, it was already a blur in his eyes. Let's go back. The assistant nodded. You don't have to help me in the future. I can get into the wheelchair myself. The assistant moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words and only said, okay. When Jiang Fuyue arrived home, the old man, Han Shen and his 2 brothers, as well as Han Ting and little Meng, were all present. Yaya is back. Sis, the kitchen left some roasted sweet potatoes for you. They're super fragrant. Woof. Xiao Mei ran over and wagged its tail wildly. Grandpa, Yaya, you're not going to school tomorrow, right? Han Ting immediately replied, it's a holiday tomorrow. Sister definitely won't go. Jiang Fuyue nodded. No, I'll spend the holiday at home. Hee, it was night. The moonlight was like water, and the night was dark. The fog outside the window condensed into water droplets on the glass. Jiang Fuyue, in her pajamas, was sitting under the lamp and reading the papers related to her new research project. Time ticked by, but she remained focused like an old monk in meditation. Until, knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Fuyue put down her iPad and raised her voice. The door's not locked. Come in directly. Hee. Before she saw him, she heard his laughter. Han Heng was wearing pajamas with Xiao Meng at his feet. Are you watching a drama? Jiang Fuyue looked at the lit tablet beside her and did not say anything. At this moment, Han Heng walked over. He casually glanced at it and saw that it was filled with English terms. He could not understand a single one of them. Sorry, I forgot that the entertainment of a prodigy was different from the entertainment of ordinary people. Little uncle, are you looking for me? Jiang Fuyue stroked the dog's head. Xiao Mei was so happy that it whimpered and rubbed her legs. Han Heng was unhappy. Can't I look for you if I don't need anything? Jiang Fuyue, of course you can. Other people have to wait at the airport to see a big star, but I'm different. A superstar came to me without any makeup. Han Heng proudly puffed out his chest. Of course. Your uncle can beat those little fresh meats without any makeup. Do you want me to clap? He thought for a while. I can do some. Jiang Fuyue immediately clapped her hands. Xiao Meng tilted its head. Woof? What were these 2 doing? After Han Heng enjoyed his niece's cute compliments, he magically took out a long-haired monkey from behind him. He said loudly, Happy New Year. Yes, 2052 was the year of the monkey. Thank you, little uncle. Jiang Fuyue reached out and took it. When Han Heng let go, he rubbed Monkey's body reluctantly. Ah, it's so furry, it's so nice, the corner of Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. After Han Heng left, Jiang Fuyue was about to put the monkey into the plush army. Suddenly, she touched the monkey's back. It was hard. She pushed the fur aside and found a hidden box. She pressed it gently and the box popped out. There was a card and a note. The card was a super membership card of an international brand. Every year, she could choose 100 sets of clothes for the season. The card in Jiang Fuyue's hand had been upgraded with money. 100 sets became 365 sets. In other words, with this card, Jiang Fuyue could wear it 365 days a year without repeating the same thing every day. She had only heard of this card in the entertainment industry's in-depth revealing videos. No one in the comment section believed that a certain celebrity was a top celebrity. They didn't see him with this card, so it definitely didn't exist. Facts proved that not having it didn't mean it didn't exist. It just didn't have the qualifications. Putting the card aside, Jiang Fuyue opened the note. What greeted her eyes was a paragraph of elegant and smooth writing. Yeah, thank you for coming and making this family full of laughter. In the new year, I hope you can dress up beautifully every day and live happily. Oh, right, next time when Grandpa Shen is angry and wants to hit me, you must say something nice for me. You must remember. Please, please, signed off, love from your uncle. Jiang Fuyue put the card in her bag and put the note in the drawer. Just as she was about to pick up the tablet again, Han Shen came. Yeah, you're still awake? No. Happy New Year. He didn't say anything fancy like Han Heng. Han Heng directly took out a red packet. Jiang Fuyue didn't refuse. Thank you, uncle. Good girl, he gently rubbed her head and reminded her, rest early. Don't stay up too late. With that, he turned and left. Jiang Fuyue opened the red packet. There was a bank card inside. Han Shen was always so down to earth. Everyone seemed to be lining up. As soon as Han Shen left, Han Heng arrived. Yes, another bank card. Grandpa Shen came last. Jiang Fuyue beat him to it. Happy New Year, Grandpa. Hey. Happy New Year. This is mine. As he spoke, he handed the red packet over. Jiang Fuyue, thank you. After Grandpa Shen left, she opened the red packet. This time, it wasn't a bank card. Yes, it was a check. 6 zeros. In less than half an hour, Jiang Fuyue received enough money to buy a suite in the city center. Maybe this was the happiness of being rich. When she was Lu Mingyue, she was also rich. Why didn't she have it? 11:40 p.m. Jiang Fuyue turned off the lights and lay down. Usually, she would put her phone on the bedside table. Today, she didn't know why, but she paused and decided to put it next to her pillow. The hour hand slowly pointed to 12, indicating the arrival of 2052. At the same time, her phone rang with a WeChat notification. Digression, what Yaya didn't have in her previous life, she had in this life. At least, at that moment, he could only see a blurry image of the entrance. Hence, he did not notice that Qingxing and Jiang Fuyue had met face to face. Jiang Fuyue looked straight ahead as she brushed past Qingxing. She sat beside Mingyu and picked up her chopsticks again. Mingyu picked up some food for her. Thank you. You even said that I'm thin, but you're even thinner. After Rebirth, I'm all the big boss's white Moonlight. Feeling sorry for old Xia, he went to see Mingyu. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. How does it taste? Mingyu's eyes were nervous. Jiang Fuyue nodded and said honestly, it's delicious. Then, she picked up another one. It's the same as before. Mingyu smiled. As long as you like it. Don't just look at me. You should eat too. Okay. After the two of them finished eating, Jiang Fuyue cleaned up the dishes and prepared to wash them in the kitchen. However, Mingyu stopped her, sit down. I'll do it. Before Mingyu moved in, Xiaoshan had specially asked the designer to make changes to this apartment to make it easier for him to live his daily life. For example, the stove was lowered by 20 centimeters, and the wall was embedded with a handrail. In this house, Mingyu could completely sit in a wheelchair and complete a normal life. Naturally, this included washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen. And he wasn't slow at all. Soon, the kitchen was clean and tidy. Jiang Fuyue wanted to help, but was chased to the living room. I told you not to move. I'm enough. Go sit down and watch TV for a while. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and clicked her tongue. When did you become so good at work? I often did it when I was in the Northwest. Practice makes perfect. Do you live alone over there? Yes. So when he first moved in, it took him a while to get used to it. All these years. Jiang Fuyue paused. Have you been alone? Mingyu's eyelashes fluttered. He suddenly looked up and twitched the corners of his mouth. No. I've always been with my motherland. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. You haven't thought about getting married all these years? Mingyu said, my lover is my motherland. I can't get a marriage certificate, so I can only be single. Jiang Fuyue was angry and amused. Have you been popular for too long? Maybe? After saying that, he laughed himself. Okay, you go to the living room first. Don't disturb me. Jiang Fuyue shrugged and could only leave the kitchen. In less than a quarter of an hour, Mingyu was done. When he came out, he was holding a fruit platter. It was freshly peeled. Jiang Fuyue reached out to take it and put it on the coffee table. Are you used to living here? She had just walked around and looked everywhere except for the bedroom. Not bad. As expected, Mingyu nodded. Thank you, Principal Xiao. Can you go out? Jiang Fuyue suddenly asked. Now? Yes, now. Mingyu looked at the hazy sky outside the window. Sure. He smiled, picked up a toothpick, and forked a piece of apple for her. Where are we going? It's a bar. It's not far, just a 20-minute drive. Okay, but... Mingyu rubbed his nose. I'm not good at drinking. I haven't improved in the past 20 years. My alcohol tolerance is still as bad as before. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. I'm not going to drink. Mingyu was surprised. If you don't drink at the bar, what are you going to do? Listening to music? If it's dancing, I might not be able to. Jiang Fuyue suddenly squatted down and held his hand on his leg. Mingyu was stunned and his body stiffened. Yeah, I heard everything you said to Mingjing in the cafeteria's private room yesterday. The man was silent and lowered his eyes. You had a falling out with the Ming family, so you went to the Northwest Research Institute and stayed there for 20 years, right? He didn't say anything. Jiang Fuyue asked, was it because of me? No. He suddenly looked up. This was my own choice. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Then why did you choose to come back? Mingyu was speechless. Jiang Fuyue smiled bitterly. As expected. Actually, you didn't have to mind when the Ming family broke the engagement. Originally, the two families only talked about it verbally and didn't make any formal promises. When I first took over Lu Corporation, many people on the board of directors weren't convinced. Under these circumstances, I didn't immediately clarify things to the public because I wanted to borrow the Ming family's power. Jiang Fuyue had told Mingyu about this back then. What did Mingyu say at the time? I know you don't like to be manipulated by others. Coincidentally, I don't like it either. Our relationship is so strong, so a marriage seems alright. Anyway, when we get married, we can still do whatever we want. It's better than finding a random person to marry. What do you think? Seeing that she didn't immediately agree, Mingyu spread his hands and shrugged. He pretended to be relaxed. Of course, if you meet someone you like in the future, or if I meet my true love, either of us can ask for a divorce. The other party has to cooperate unconditionally. At that time, other than Mingyu himself, no one knew how fast his heart was beating and how nervous he was. Finally, Lu Mingyu nodded. Okay. Just like that, the marriage between the two families became a reality. Their status as fiancé and fiancée was announced to the public. Since it was a gentleman's agreement, Lu Mingyu didn't object when the Ming family suggested that the marriage be annulled. However, she didn't expect Mingyu to have such a big reaction. When she saw him again after the annulment, Lu Mingyu almost didn't recognize him. He looked sickly and haggard. His beard was unkempt. His eyes were bloodshot and his lips were pale and cracked. His hair was unkempt and his clothes and trousers were wrinkled. He was a completely different person from his previous dignified appearance. You. What happened? Why did you agree? The two of them spoke at the same time. Their eyes met. Jiang Fuyue could still remember the look in his eyes at that time. It was suffocating, hopeless, as if his beliefs had collapsed. Without waiting for Lu Mingyu to reply, he continued. Don't worry about the Ming family. We'll still get married normally. As long as you're willing, no one will dare to object. But this time, she didn't nod. Mingyu resented his family. In a fit of anger, he ran to the northwest until news of Lu Mingyu's death arrived. His leg was first injured by the explosion, then he was blinded. 20 years later, he finally saw her again. Today, Mingyu didn't ask for anything and didn't hope for anything. How could the heavens pity him? I had a falling out with my family and ran to the northwest not only because I broke off the engagement, but also because I didn't want to be manipulated by my parents. Wasn't that what you said? People have to learn to fight for themselves. In the beginning, I studied nuclear physics to protect my home and defend the country. Since I couldn't realize my dream in the capital, then I'll go to a place where it can be realized. Jiang Fuyue was silent. So, he sighed softly and gazed at her with a kind of broad and almost compassionate gaze. Don't think too much about it. You also don't need to feel burdened. It's all in the past. Yes, it was all in the past. 20 years of time had worn away too many things. They were no longer the same as they used to be. Can your leg still be cured? Jiang Fuyue suddenly raised her eyes and stared fixedly at him. Mingyu was stunned. He was caught off guard. It looks like it can be cured. She understood him too well. Ever since he left the Northwest for 20 years and didn't return, she knew just how stubborn Mingyu was. Are you stupid? Who are you punishing with your own body? Mingyu was silent. Jiang Fuyue stood up. Seeing that he didn't follow, she turned around and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." He suddenly came back to his senses, and his expression was awkward. Still, the bar? Of course. Oh. Mingyu controlled his wheelchair and followed behind. Jiang Fuyue sighed, turned back, and stopped beside him. Okay, let's go. Mingyu's lips curled into a small smile. Jiang Fuyue drove and finally stopped at the entrance of Angelica. Niao Rue walked out and yawned at the same time. She came out to pick them up. Where's Grandmaster? He stayed up late to play games last night and is sleeping in his room now. As Niao Rue spoke, her gaze fell on Mingyu, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Jiang Fuyue said, "Let me introduce you. This is Mingyu, and this is Niao Rue." Hello. Hello. The two nodded to each other. Niao Rue said, "Let's go in first." After entering, Mingyu found that the bar wasn't open for business. The booth was empty, and the stage was clean. There wasn't even a waiter. Niao Rue took them to the second floor in the elevator. "I'll call Grandmaster." As soon as he said that, Yi Qianji came out of the room before he could do anything. "Little Moon, are you here?" "Grandmaster." Seeing her, Yi Qianji's old eyes lit up. "Little Moon, why don't you wear a scarf on such a cold day? Your hands are also exposed." As she said that, she asked her worriedly, "Are you cold?" "I'm not cold." Even so, he still directed Niao Rue to pour a cup of hot water. Niao Rue, ? Hurry up, don't be long-winded. Oh. Poor me. Jiang Fuyue introduced the old man and Mingyu to each other. Mingyu. Yi Qianji pondered for a moment. The guy who almost married you? Jiang Fuyue almost choked. Mingyu smiled calmly and nodded. That's me. TSK, you can find her. The old man whispered. You're quite considerate. With Little Moon's current identity, there weren't many old friends who could recognize her. Moreover, Jiang Fuyue didn't refuse to recognize him. Instead, she chose to confess her identity and brought this person to Angelica. It was obvious that she trusted him a lot. Yi Qianji had a rough idea. At this time, Niao Rue poured hot water and brought it over. Yi Qianji immediately stuffed it into Jiang Fuyue's mouth. Hurry up and drink it to warm up. After watching her drink the hot water with his own eyes, the old man was finally satisfied. But he still muttered, next time you go out, wear more clothes. Your health wasn't good before, so you have to pay more attention to it now. Recently, I've been following a public account called Everyday's Health Billion Points. Every day, they'll promote health tips. Yi Qianji talked non-stop, and Jiang Fuyue listened carefully. Mingyu wasn't the least bit impatient. Only Niao Rue leaned against the wall and yawned in boredom. He had heard these words countless times and could recite them. Finally, when Yi Qianji finished, Jiang Fuyue immediately took out her phone and followed the public account on the spot. Mingyu followed suit. Niao Rue, tell me, why are you looking for me? They finally got to the point. Jiang Fuyue took his arm and shook it intimately. Grandmaster, can you take a look at Mingyu's leg? Yi Qianji's gaze fell on Mingyu's leg. The latter was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Fuyue to come here for him. Yeah, actually, I don't need to, don't talk first. Mingyu was instantly silenced. Oh. Kid, what happened to your leg? Mingyu. It was injured in an explosion during an experiment. Yi Qianji, what did the doctor say at the time? Mingyu's eyes flashed. My nerves were injured. How about this, you come in with me. I'll take a look first. Mingyu, actually, Jiang Fuyue interrupted him. You have to believe in Grandmaster. He's very good at medicine, I promise. Meeting her clear eyes, he couldn't say any more words of rejection. Mingyu nodded and said softly, okay. The two of them went in. While waiting, Jiang Fuyue and Niu Rui went to the basement. Where's your mom? Why don't I see her? Niu Rui curled his lips. I don't know which country she went to. She threw Angelica to me. So annoying, why do I remember that she said not long ago that she would stay in the country for a while and wouldn't go out? She's just lying to you. If someone like her could stay in the same place, I'll wring my head off and use it as a kettle. That wasn't necessary. In the basement, Jiang Fuyue sat in front of the console and looked at the screen. Where's the information? Niu Rui stood next to her, holding a tablet. After fiddling with it for a while, the image of a file icon appeared on the screen. Jiang Fuyue entered the password at the specified time. The folder opened, and many English documents popped out. She clicked on one of them and quickly flipped through the pages. Niu Rui, why do you need so much information on the Xianxia virus? It's currently well controlled in the country, and there are no signs of widespread spread. Hearing this, Jiang Fuyue's browsing speed was not slow. She had already opened the second document. I'm curious. Niu Rui, question mark. Of all things to be curious about, she had to be curious about viruses. Do you have the source of this information? Niu Rui, there's a summary in the last document. Most of it was hacked from the personal computers of foreign virus experts. Some of the important documents are encrypted and haven't been deciphered in time. You're faster than me, so I'll leave it to you. Jiang Fuyue found the document and opened it. Sure enough, there was a list of sources, research results, researchers, and even the laboratories they belong to. It was clear. Send all the documents in this document to me via encrypted email. Don't forget to erase the traces. Don't let anyone find out. Niu Rui made an okay sign. You still don't trust me? Jiang Fuyue turned off the computer and prepared to go up. She had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly turned back and stopped in front of Niu Rui. Niu Rui, question mark. He was confused. She pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, do you know where I can get a sample of the Xianxia virus? What? Are you crazy? You want a virus? Niu Rui's eyes widened and his voice cracked. Jiang Fuyue, yes, do you have a channel? No. What do you want to do with that thing? Research. You're not allowed to do it privately, right? As far as I know, it has to be approved by the relevant departments. Otherwise, everyone will want to get their hands on a virus. If something goes wrong and the contamination leaks, won't our country be finished? I know the rules. The procedures are already being done. I just want to know in advance. I don't need a virus that's still contagious. I've checked. The processed samples can be used in ordinary biological laboratories for research. The risk factor is not high. This? Niu Rui scratched his head. In fact, he didn't know much about it either. We can only see if there are any existing biological laboratories in the country. I'll keep an eye out for you. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue left. Niu Rui didn't follow her. Instead, he stayed in the basement and typed furiously on the keyboard. I'm so tired every day. I do intelligence in the day and open a bar at night. Why is my life so hard? *CK, the more Niu Rui thought about it, the more indignant he became. He called Niu Chunhua. Mom. When are you coming back? I quit. I want to go on strike. I want to go on a trip. She didn't say a word and hung up directly. Niao Rue? Did IF** King pick her up? After Jiang Fuyue went up, she waited for another 10 minutes before Yi Qianji and Mingyu came out. Grandmaster, how is he? Well. Not too good, but not too bad either. Jiang Fuyue saw that he didn't elaborate and didn't ask on the spot. She just turned around to look for a glass of water. Why not? He must have left it on the bar when he went down to the hall. I'll go get it. Mingyu was the closest to the elevator. The metal door just happened to open, and he directly operated the wheelchair to go in. Is it convenient? Mingyu smiled. I can still do such a small thing. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Thank you. After the elevator door closed and Mingyu left, she turned to Yi Qianji and said in a somewhat serious tone, Grandmaster, tell me. The old and the young had a tacit understanding. Yi Qianji didn't hide it anymore. His eyes were slightly focused. His legs were indeed injured by the explosion and his nerves were damaged, but it wasn't serious. If he cooperated with the treatment and actively took medicine, he would have recovered without even needing surgery. Jiang Fuyue looked stunned. But he was in a wheelchair for 20 years, yes, if it wasn't serious nerve damage, how could he be in a wheelchair for 20 years? Unless he didn't want to stand up. How is that possible? Jiang Fuyue didn't understand. How could a healthy person give up his healthy legs and be willing to be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life? Digression, 2 chapters in 1, 5,000 words. Grandmaster, why did he? Yi Qianji seemed to feel something and sighed softly. His heart is dead. What's the use of his legs? It was said that a bad life was better than a good death. But sometimes, it was harder to live than to die. Back then, when he couldn't find his little moon all over the world, he did have crazy thoughts. But in the end, he stopped at the last moment and waited until today. Therefore, Yi Qianji understood Mingyu. Only people who had experienced loss could understand the suffering of living and the ecstasy of regaining what they had lost. Jiang Fuyue asked, can his legs be saved? Too much time has passed and the best treatment period has been delayed. But with acupuncture and rehabilitation, there is still hope. Grandmaster. Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. Help him. Okay. Yi Qianji agreed readily. If you can persuade him. Ding, the elevator door opened. Mingyu controlled the wheelchair with one hand and came out with a glass of water in the other. I couldn't find your previous cup, so I went to the bar to get a new one. He handed it over. There was still hot water in it. Jiang Fuyue said, thank you. Mingyu asked, why are your eyes red? Really? Maybe the heater made my eyes a little dry. Mingyu glanced at the humidifier working in the corner and didn't mention anything. He only said, then drink some water. It will be much better to hydrate yourself. Thank you. Winter nights always came in a hurry. When they left, the street lamps were already lit on both sides. Jiang Fuyue looked straight ahead and turned the steering wheel. What do you want to eat for dinner? Mingyu thought for a moment. Do you remember the casserole rice noodles restaurant we used to go to? Yes. At first, you complained that the environment was bad. The table was oily and the floor was dirty. You wouldn't eat no matter what. The man was also immersed in his memories, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Then I saw you eating so happily, so I tried a bite and couldn't stop. You want to go there? Yes, I don't know if it's still there. Let's see. Jiang Fuyue immediately turned the car around. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of an alley in Second Ring Road. The aroma of all kinds of food wafted out from inside, intertwining and stubbornly drilling into his nostrils. Jiang Fuyue inquired and found that the casserole rice noodles restaurant was still there, but the store had been moved from the innermost to the middle. There was no need to go around the back alley, but directly from the front, just a few steps away. The two of them walked in, and it didn't take long for them to see a familiar signboard. However, all the decorations had been changed, and the storefront had also been expanded. In the past, there was only one narrow room, but now there were 3 rooms connected, and they were divided into 2 floors. Are the two of you here for casserole rice noodles? Please come in. Even the service was much better. Since it was lunchtime, business was good. Almost every table was occupied. It was not convenient for Mingyu to go up to the second floor. The two of them waited for about 10 minutes before there was an empty seat on the first floor. Just as the two of them were about to go over, a figure flew past them. "There's a seat here. Hurry up." A 17 or 18-year-old boy rushed to the table and sat down. Soon, a few of his friends followed him in. "Not bad, Ming Yang. You're quite fast." The boy named Ming Yang lifted his chin and said in high spirits, "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Ming Jun walked over and coughed lightly. "Brother, keep a low profile." Yes. Keep a low profile." Xianxia looked around. "Why did you choose this place?" "It's noisy, and the environment isn't good." "Why don't we go to the seafood buffet on the 26th floor of Jinmao?" "Ming Yang, you don't understand. This restaurant is super delicious. I've eaten with Ming Jun many times, and the taste is amazing. If you don't believe me, you can try it later. I guarantee that you'll order a second pot." Xianxia was skeptical. "Really? Cousin Ming Wei, do you want to eat here?" The other boy, who hadn't spoken since he came in, frowned slightly. He didn't answer immediately, but reminded him. "We seem to have taken someone else's seat." Ming Yang felt uncomfortable and whispered, "Brother, whose side are you on?" "I was the one who snatched it first." "How did it become someone else's seat?" Just then, the waiter walked over and explained awkwardly and tactfully, "For handsome boys, I'm sorry. This table belongs to this gentleman and this lady. They've been waiting outside for more than 10 minutes, so, Ming Yang, Ming Jun, Ming Wei, and Xianxia subconsciously looked at the two people who had been ignored. The girl was very beautiful and looked a little familiar. The man was sitting in a wheelchair. He was extraordinarily handsome and had an outstanding temperament. He also looked a little familiar. The four youths looked at each other. Xianxia, who had already sat down, immediately stood up. "Sorry, we didn't know." Ming Jun also stood up and retreated to the side to give up the table. However, he secretly sized up Mingyu from the corner of his eye, especially looking at the wheelchair. Ming Wei hadn't sat down in the first place, so he didn't have to get up now. Only Ming Yang, who had excitedly occupied a good seat but was happy for nothing, was still sitting there. His face faintly showed that he was dissatisfied and unconvinced. Ming Jun hurried forward and bumped his elbow. "Brother, stop fooling around. They came earlier than us. But I was the one who snatched it first." He muttered softly. Although his mouth and face showed that he was unconvinced, he didn't act coy when he stood up to give up his seat. Okay, you guys sit." He wouldn't bully a disabled person. Then, he asked the waiter, "Are there no other seats?" "There are upstairs." Ming Yang's mouth twitched. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" If they had known, they would have gone up. Why were they still here? He turned around and called out to the other three. Let's go upstairs." Ming Jun and Xianxia followed. However, Ming Wei stood there without moving. Xianxia turned around and called out, "Brother?" At this moment, Ming Wei suddenly walked in front of Mingyu and squatted down. "Your second uncle?" Ming Yang paused and almost tripped. Ming Jun wasn't that surprised. He glanced at the wheelchair again. So it really was him. The head of the Ming family, Ming Tao, was Mingyu's father. He was indeed his only biological son. However, before Mingyu was born, he adopted another child, Ming Ku. Ming Wei's father married the fifth child of the Xia family, Xia Yunxian. Speaking of which, he was also Xia Dingyuan's brother-in-law. As for Ming Yang and Ming Jun, they were biological brothers and Ming Zheng's sons. Ming Zheng was also Mingyu's cousin. Therefore, these two children should address Mingyu as uncle. Ming Jun was the first to speak. Ming Yang took a while to react. "Is this really uncle? Are you sure? How could it be so coincidental? Didn't he just want to bring his brothers to eat casserole rice noodles? Why did he bump into his uncle who hadn't been home for 20 years? Most importantly, he was fighting with his uncle for a seat. Oh no. Would he be beaten to death by his own father when he went back? Brother, hurry up and greet him. Ming Jun gave him a look. Ming Yang replied, oh, uncle, uncle, uncle. Ming Jun covered his face. The corners of Ming Wei's mouth twitched. Xin Jiuxiao directly said, Pfft. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Then, he obediently greeted, hello, Uncle Ming. Ming Yu nodded. Hello. Then, the 4 teenagers ran straight to the second floor. Ming Yu and Jiang Fuyue sat down at the empty seats. The waiter came forward. What would you like to eat? Jiang Fuyue said, a Xianxia casserole. Ming Yu said, same. Okay, please take a seat. It'll be ready soon. At the same time, on the second floor, the 4 teenagers didn't care about ordering and were talking together. They looked excited and amazed. Oh my god. It's really Uncle. Ming Yang patted his chest. Isn't he in the Northwest? Why is he back? Ming Jun said, it's not strange that Uncle is back. The strange thing is that no one knows about it. Brother Wei, did you hear Uncle mention it at home? The uncle Ming Jun was referring to was Ming Tao. Ming Wei shook his head. No. Grandpa didn't even mention it. Ming Yang didn't believe him. Then how did you recognize him? Ming Wei looked up and glanced at him. There are photos at home. That's an old photo from 20 years ago. Are they still the same? Ming Wei didn't argue with him about this boring topic. Of course, there weren't just old photos from 20 years ago at home. There were also recent photos of Ming Yu sent over from the Northwest every once in a while. Grandpa and Grandma usually treated them like treasures and took them out to look at when they had time. They looked at them and sighed. They sighed and wiped their tears. Ming Wei had seen them a few times and also saw those photos. The sky inside was always filled with yellow sand and heavy fog. Ming Yu sat in his wheelchair, directing experiments on the spot, deep in thought with his head lowered, or giving reports and speeches. When Ming Wei was very young, he knew that he had a young scientist uncle. He was very powerful and was the pride of the entire family and even Xianxia. However, he never came home and never called. Many times, he heard his grandma cry and say, if I knew he was so stubborn, I shouldn't have what? Ming Wei had a small question mark in his heart. Unfortunately, he never got an answer. Because every time she was halfway through her sentence, his grandma would start crying. Ming Jun asked, what about Uncle? Does Uncle know? The uncle he was referring to was Ming Ku. Ming Wei still shook his head. I don't know. Do you want to tell your family? The 3 Ming brothers looked at each other and couldn't make up their minds. Xin Jiuxiao didn't say anything and just listened to them. Strictly speaking, he had nothing to do with the Ming family. It was just that Ming Wei was his cousin. Because of this relationship, he was close to Ming Yang and Ming Jun, and the 4 of them often played basketball together. Xin Jiuxiao said, Uncle Ming doesn't look like he just arrived in the imperial capital. He even brought his girlfriend. It's not good to call home and let everyone know, right? Maybe the family already knows he's back and just didn't tell you. Seeing that Ming Wei was stunned, Ming Yang and Ming Jun were also stunned. Xin Jiuxiao suddenly felt that the 3 of them were stunned by his analysis and laughed smugly. Do you think what I said makes sense? Wait a minute. Ming Jun raised his hand and was so nervous that he stuttered. Who did you say Uncle brought with him? Xin Jiuxiao, his girlfriend. Ming Jun, exclamation point. What's with your expression? Let me tell you, you might not believe me. A man and a woman coming out to eat, and to a small restaurant like this, must be very close. Ming Yang, exclamation point. Xin Jiuxiao continued, it's just that their ages don't match. That girl looks like she's only a few years older than us, but it's okay. After all, Uncle Ming doesn't look old. His hair is black and shiny. Do you think he's been oiled? Ming Wei, Xin Jiuxiao nodded and said honestly, it's true. My dad secretly baked it before. He didn't even let me tell my mom. The 3 of them, Ming Yang, is that girl really Uncle's girlfriend? F***ck. This news is too explosive. If it's true, I can guarantee that the Ming family will explode. Ming Jun, TSK. Don't you think that girl looks a little familiar? Mingwei nodded. She does look familiar. Ming Yang scratched his face. Hearing you say that, I also think she looks familiar. Ah Xiao, what do you think? Sun Jiuxiao pretended to be deep in thought and rubbed his chin. Everyone thinks she looks familiar. She's either from the industry and we've all seen her before, or she's a celebrity singer who often appears on TV and trending. Ming Yang, that makes sense. Ming Wei, this is the first time I've realized that you're quite smart. Sun Jiuxiao, ? Be a human. Ming Jun had already taken out his phone. I have to tell my dad. I think he'll jump in shock. Ming Wei thought about it. He didn't know if his dad would jump, but his grandpa would definitely jump. Then I'll tell the family too. Downstairs, 2 servings of 3 delicacies were placed on the table. The steaming hot soup in the bowls was still boiling due to the residual heat. Mingyu, the taste hasn't changed. Jiang Fuyue nodded and swallowed before saying, it hasn't changed much. The two of them didn't like to talk while eating and focused on the food. Jiang Fuyue finished eating first and a thin layer of sweat covered the tip of her nose. Mingyu put down his chopsticks and handed her a tissue. Wipe yourself. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue reached out to take it. When it was time to pay, Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and prepared to scan the QR code. Mingyu said that he would do it, but half of the QR code on the table was damaged and couldn't be recognized. It's okay. Jiang Fuyue got up. You can scan it at the front desk when you go out. When they reached the front desk, they found the QR code flat on the counter. However, the counter was too high and Mingyu couldn't scan it at all. The atmosphere became awkward. The waiter quickly took out the QR code on the counter and handed it to him with both hands. Please scan this. Mingyu looked down and scanned the QR code calmly. The waiter shouted at the two of them, "You're welcome to come again." He turned around and asked his colleague to quickly paste the QR code on the side of the counter. He sighed regretfully. Such a handsome man is actually disabled. What a pity. After leaving the alley, Jiang Fuyue wasn't in a hurry to get the car. Instead, she walked along the street with Mingyu. To be precise, she was walking. Mingyu was in a wheelchair the whole time. The night was bleak and the street lights were dim. The cold wind brushed past her cheeks like an ice blade. The air that he exhaled also turned white, rising in spirals. Suddenly, she said, "Ah, you, treat your leg. I want to see you stand up again." Mingyu was speechless for a long time. His eyes were half closed and Jiang Fuyue couldn't see his expression clearly. The cold wind whistled and the bare branches on the side of the road swayed slightly. After a long time, he raised his head and smiled at her. Okay. As long as you want it, I'll do my best to satisfy you, no matter what your request is. After the New Year's holiday, students returned to school one after another. Jiang Fuyue didn't go to class regularly anymore. Most of the time, she was nowhere to be seen. Because, I heard that sister you went to the laboratory again? Is it true? It's true. I went to the cafeteria after my morning run this morning and happened to see sister you walking towards the laboratory after she finished eating. The devil is starting to cause trouble again. Chicken jelly. By the way, which subject is it about this time? Last time, one of the 3 CNS papers was physics and the other 2 were biology papers. It said that Sister Yu is also a king in mathematics and computer science. Is she going to do chemistry this time? I won't be surprised if someone says that Sister Yu won an Olympic gold medal. Of course. The omnipotent goddess isn't just for show. Jiang Fuyue didn't know what the outside world was talking about. She only knew that there was only half a month left before the winter break. She didn't have much time left. As for Mingyu, since that day, he had been actively receiving treatment. Because of his inability to walk for a long time, his calf muscles had slightly atrophied. Yi Qianji said, "Fortunately, there are massages every day. Otherwise, it would be worse. It's just that the treatment cycle is longer and the rehabilitation is more difficult." He's lucky. As promised, Mingyu cooperated with the treatment without any distractions. Yi Qianji sighed. It's good that his heart is alive. When his heart is alive, he can live. Soon, the matter that Jiang Fuyue asked Niao Rui to investigate also took shape. According to the data, there are now 12 formal laboratories in the country that have samples of the Xianxia virus. 10 of them are virus research institutes under the jurisdiction of the higher-ups. Our hands can't reach that far for the time being. Jiang Fuyue asked, what about the remaining 2? Niao Rui said, one is Xia Dingyuan's biochemical research laboratory. Now the whole team is fighting the virus in Continent F. Not only do they have a lot of samples, but they are also complete. But distance is a problem, and with the protection of the Chinese and French governments, it's difficult to get them. Even if we get them, it's almost impossible to transport them back to the country. The last one is Shen Wenjiao's biological laboratory. Shen Wenjiao is a leading figure in domestic biology. He is also Xia Dingyuan's teacher and teaches at Q University. I personally suggest that the Virus Research Institute is not to be trifled with. Xia Dingyuan's laboratory is too far away. The best place to start is Shen Wenjiao's laboratory. It shouldn't be difficult to find a way to get him to give you some samples. Shen Wenjiao, that's really a coincidence. Didn't he just start teaching at Ming University some time ago? Okay, I got it. Niao Rui ended the call. Jiang Fuyue was suddenly not in a hurry. She looked at the academic papers spread out on the table. Here were the latest research on the Xianxia virus by the world's top biologists and pathologists. It even included their research conclusions that had not been made public. Jiang Fuyue digested half of it in 2 days. Now, her mind was full of various theories and models. Some of them even contradicted each other. The most important thing now was to summarize the failures of the former in the shortest time possible so that she could determine her own research direction. Jiang Fuyue could only eliminate the interference and indirect interference that had been proven to have failed as much as possible to ensure the accuracy of the research to the greatest extent. Simply put, it was to see the process of others walking into a dead end, and then determine her own path of progress. 3 days later, Jiang Fuyue digested the rest of the information. She had a general direction in mind. She found Su Kaiqing and said with a smile, "Old Su, I'll treat you to a meal." The door was open, and the wind blew in and poured into his collar. Su Kaiqing shivered. Why is it so cold? Digression, 2 chapters combined into 5,000 words. For this meal, Su Kaiqing naturally agreed to it with a smile. She was worried about inviting him, so wouldn't it be rude if he didn't go? He even asked, should we call old Peter? Jiang Fuyue asked, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Then we won't call him. He prefers to eat at Ming University's cafeteria, Su Kaiqing immediately replied. No one could stop him from being favored. Even old Peter had to step aside. After class, the 2 of them happily went to the cafeteria. Old Peter was a step too late and caught another professor. Have you seen old Su? Professor Su? Didn't he leave a long time ago? Leave? Where to? Not eating dinner? This? I'm not sure. Old Peter looked puzzled. Tonight was destined to be his lonely dinner. Jiang Fuyue invited Su Kaiqing to a Western restaurant. The 2 of them ate while listening to music and discussing their new research projects. During this time, Jiang Fuyue asked considerately, how's the taste? Is the steak overcooked? It's not overcooked. The heat is just right. It tastes pretty good too. Seeing him finish it in a few bites, Jiang Fuyue asked again, do you want another helping? Su Kaiqing smacked his lips and immediately waved his hand. No, it's enough. Jiang Fuyue didn't listen. She snapped her fingers and called for the waiter. Serve another helping according to old Sir's taste. Su Kaiqing touched his nose. Ahem. I'm a little embarrassed. Jiang Fuyue said seriously, I think it's because their steak is too small. How can such a small amount be enough? Su Kaiqing's eyes lit up, and he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. So you think so too? When I saw such a big plate, I thought it would be a solid dish. But when the lid was removed, the steak was smaller than my palm. Although the taste is all right, they can't cheat me like that, right? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Exactly. Su Kaiqing was satisfied. He smiled and waited for the dishes to be served. Soon, the second steak was served. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand and made an inviting gesture. Hee hee. Su Kaiqing picked up his knife and fork and swallowed his saliva unnoticeably. Well, since we've already ordered it, we can't waste it, right? Then I won't hold back. Jiang Fuyue smiled. You're welcome. Su Kaiqing felt that his neck was a little cold and shrank into his collar. Strange, I didn't open the window, so where did the wind come from? Throughout the meal, the atmosphere was harmonious, and both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. When Jiang Fuyue came back after paying the bill, Su Kaiqing was leaning against the back of the chair and listening to a piano piece. His legs were crossed, and his hands were still tapping on his legs. It was as comfortable as it could be. Jiang Fuyue sat down and smiled at him. Old Su, how was the meal? Su Kaiqing blurted out, it couldn't be any better. Then do me a favor. His hands stopped tapping and his legs slowly lowered. Su Kaiqing sat up straight. What favor? Tell me first. The old man was still very cautious. It's not difficult. It's very simple. It's just a matter of a word from you. That's easy. I'm good at talking. Tell me. He waved his hand and was quite forthright. Jiang Fuyue smiled even more. It's like this. Didn't I recently choose a new topic? It just so happens that this topic is related to biology and has something to do with viruses. Su Kaiqing nodded, indicating that he was listening carefully. Last year, the Xianxia virus broke out and quickly spread to the north of continent F. It's said that this virus is more infectious than the Nova virus back then. As for me, I don't ask for much. I just want a sample of the Xianxia virus so that I can put it in the laboratory and study it slowly. You, what did you say? You want a virus sample? Su Kaiqing, who had a calm expression, suddenly widened his eyes and almost jumped out of his seat. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Do you know that there are very strict restrictions and regulations on virus research in China? Especially for a virus like Xianxia, which is extremely infectious and doesn't have a specific vaccine for the time being. If it's not a formal laboratory or research institute, it's not allowed to store samples in private without permission, let alone carry out research. I know all of this, she said. You know, and you still ask me for a virus sample? Don't you want to live anymore? The application was submitted last month, but it hasn't been approved yet. Su Kaiqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. But as far as I know, the approval process is very complicated. Even if there's help from above, it will still take time. Jiang Fuyue nodded. That's why I want to prepare in advance. No matter how prepared you are, you can't collect samples in private. It's against the law. He lowered his voice and looked around cautiously. Besides, I'm in the physics field. Where can I get this for you? Su Kaiqing muttered softly. Don't be stupid. If you get caught, Jiang Fuyue, I've checked the laws and regulations in this area. According to the regulations, directly administered research institutes and key biological laboratories can conduct research on viruses. Before the approval, my laboratory doesn't have the relevant qualifications, but Professor Shen's can. Which Professor Shen? Shen Wenjiao. Tisk, you're eyeing old Shen? Jiang Fuyue coughed. What do you mean by stare? Don't make it sound so bad, Su Kaiqing pondered for a moment. His eyes swept over the empty plates on the table, and he realized that he had been tricked. You can't take a bite out of someone's kindness. This is a feast at Hongmen. Why can't I control my mouth? It's good to eat less, it's all this restaurant's fault. The steak is just to my liking. Finally, after Su Kaiqing sorted out his vexed and complicated feelings, he looked up at Jiang Fuyue again. What do you want me to do? It's simple. Recommend me to Professor Shen and let me study in his laboratory for a while. This way, she would have a legitimate reason to come into contact with the virus samples. 2 days later, Jiang Fuyue received an offer from Shen Wenjiao's laboratory. In the afternoon, she packed her things and went to Q University next door. On the way, she met Zhou Jingqi. She smiled and greeted him. Zhou Jingqi was surprised. He looked a little defensive. What are you doing? Jiang Fuyue didn't hide it. She told him the truth. I just received an offer from Professor Shen. I'm here to report. Professor Shen? Old Shen? Zhou Jingqi was shocked. Jiang Fuyue nodded. I applied for the latest research team. You. Why did you suddenly think of applying to Old Shen? Zhou Jingqi forced a smile. It's not sudden. I've always wanted to come, but I didn't have the time. When did this happen? Why didn't I hear about it? Just a few days ago. Oh. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Then, Principal Zhou, I'll go look for Professor Shen first. I'll leave you to it. Hey. Wait. Jiang Fuyue turned around. Is there anything else? Ahem. It's like this. I heard that Ming University recently hired a lot of excellent professors and researchers. Yes, it's true. Since Ming University already has enough teachers, then stop taking advantage of Q University. Okay, he was going bald, Jiang Fuyue said. The school and the teachers have always been a two-way choice. Zhou Jingqi was anxious. He thought that she was going to cause trouble again. He blurted out, anyway, you can't take Old Shen away. Seeing that Su Kaiqing kept coming to Ming University every day, Zhou Jingqi had already given up trying to save him. Fortunately, the other half of the country, Old Shen, was still around. Zhou Jingqi could still comfort himself a little. If he was taken away by Jiang Fuyue again, then, he would not want to live anymore. When Jiang Fuyue heard this, she looked at him with an extremely complicated and deep gaze. In the end, she agreed. Okay. Zhou Jingqi heaved a huge sigh of relief. Jiang Fuyue sighed helplessly. In order not to provoke this poor little fat sheep. Oh, no, the old man, she decided to cover up the news that Shen Wenjiao had already come to Ming University to start his classes. It could not be helped. Who asked her to respect the old and love the young? Zhou Jingqi, Chu. When they arrived at the biology building, Jiang Fuyue found Shen Wenjiao. Old Su said that you asked him to do this? The old man pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Why do you want to enter the laboratory? There's something I want to study inside. As for what it was, Jiang Fuyue did not say. Shen Wenjiao did not ask either. But both of them were well aware of the situation. You should know that the biological laboratory, especially the experimental area related to virus research, is very dangerous to human health. No one can predict what kind of damage it will cause. Here, the unknown is the greatest fear. Do you think you can bear it? The old man had a straight face the whole time. His expression was serious, and his tone was heavy. It was said that the students who wanted to enter the laboratory were frightened by his words. In the end, many of them chose to retreat. But Jiang Fuyue was definitely not one of them. Let's put it this way. When I was still in Linhui, I accidentally entered the core experimental area of the History Biological Laboratory. The BSL level was 3, and I was in a critical situation where my protective suit was damaged. Now, I'm standing here. Doesn't that explain everything? BSL referred to biosafety level, the biosafety level. The higher the level, the stronger the protection level, and the more dangerous the environment. When she said this, even the calm Shen Wenjiao could not help but be surprised. Yuan actually agreed to let you enter the core experimental area? Jiang Fuyue shrugged. The old man stared at her silently for a long time. There was confusion and astonishment in his eyes. In the end, they all turned into calmness. Go and prepare. Go in at 3 o'clock sharp. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the end of the semester. In the past, at this time, the students of Ming University would have started to party, drink, and party to celebrate the upcoming winter break. Some would even skip school altogether and go abroad to play. But this year, Ming University's end-of-semester atmosphere was completely different. There was a revision craze in the whole school. How many subjects did you take? 7. How many did you review? I finished 4 subjects, and there are 3 subjects left. What about you? I finished all of them. Ah? So fast? You know all those questions? No. Sister, you said that although you are bad at answering questions, you must look cool when you turn the pages. Understand? Yes. Sister, you also said that it is better to sharpen one's spear at the last minute. At least we are not rusty, right? That makes sense. What else did sister you say? The goddess also said that you have to study and guess the questions before the exam. It is better to guess accurately than to study well. Awesome. The goddess is indeed a goddess. Perhaps even Jiang Fuyue herself did not know if she had said those words. But it did not stop the news from spreading throughout the school. Then, it set off a revision craze. Not only was the library full every day, but there was also a godly person who read all night. It was said that he was the young master of a big family. In the past, he would have flown to Xiao Island to enjoy the sunshine at this time. The news agency contacted him and conducted a short interview over the phone. May I know what made you reborn and work hard? Because sister, you said that every day that you don't study is a waste of your life. Once the report was out, everyone quickly took out their notebooks. Yes, I learned another sentence. The revision period passed quickly, and the final exam came as scheduled. Jiang Fuyue signed up for 12 classes this semester. 7 of them were compulsory classes and 5 were electives. That meant that she was going to take all 12 exams without attending classes. Li Chen asked, can she do it? She didn't even listen to the class and went for the exam? Liang Jingzhou rolled his eyes. Forget it. You should worry about yourself instead of worrying about her. Although they were not as scary as Jiang Fuyue, they still had 7 compulsory classes to take. Gu Huayu said, she didn't go to the last class when the teacher gave us the exam venue? Li Chen nodded. She didn't go. Qing Lian put his hands in his pockets and raised his eyebrows. What? Do you want to give her an exam outline? Save it. She's still in the lab. She doesn't care about the final exam at all. She's already so calm. Do you think she needs an exam outline from you? Then, he turned and left. Gu Huayu followed him. Old Qing, wait for me. Li Chen also followed after him. Liang Jingzhou was the only one who stood there with a puzzled expression. Were there any students in the world who didn't like the teacher giving them an exam outline? That was impossible. That afternoon, he went to the entrance of Q University to wait for Jiang Fuyue. He heard that she had been doing experiments here recently. When the sun set and night fell, finally, sister you. Liang Jingzhou? Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks. He never knew that his name could be called so nicely. What's the matter? This is for you. He stuffed a USB drive into her hand. What's this? The exam scope and key points for the 7 compulsory classes are in here. You're welcome, hee hee. After saying that, Liang Jingzhou ran away. Jiang Fuyue looked at the USB drive in her hand and remembered that tomorrow was the first subject of the final exam, calculus. She wanted to say that she didn't need it, but Liang Jingzhou had already run away. However, when she returned to the dormitory, she still took out the USB drive and looked at it. Some of it was indeed important, but some of it wasn't that important. She deleted this part and added some of it herself. She also listed a few example questions and sent them back to Liang Jingzhou. I organized it. You can take a look when you have time. Liang Jingzhou was scratching his head while holding the calculus textbook. When he saw the document, he couldn't help but wonder. I gave it to her. Why did she send it back? The next second, he saw the message. Organized it, he whispered. How did she organize it? His fingers accidentally touched it, and the document opened immediately. A few questions popped up. Liang Jingzhou fell into a trance as he read. This was much simpler than the ideas written in the books. The calculus exam began the next day. Jiang Fuyue handed in her paper and left 15 minutes after entering the exam. The invigilator, ? I haven't even warmed up my seat and she's already leaving? The students in the same exam room, ! Was this the fear of being dominated by the crazy test taker? Liang Jingzhou was dumbfounded 5 minutes after receiving the paper. Weren't these the questions that Jiang Fuyue had sent him yesterday? Well, it wasn't exactly the same because the numbers had changed. However, the questions were exactly the same, Liang Jingzhou quickly wrote. After living for more than 20 years, this was the first time he experienced what it meant to be at ease in an exam room. He had no distractions. In the end, he handed in his paper when it was time. There was still a look of longing on his face. Li Chan and the others had been waiting for him outside the exam room for a while. What took you so long? Did you oversleep? Liang Jingzhou smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Huayu frowned. Are you sleepy? He continued to smile. The others were confused. What's wrong with him? Why is he smiling like he's possessed the moment he leaves the exam room? Hee. I'm not telling you. For the next few subjects, Jiang Fuyue sent Liang Jingzhou a copy when she organized the materials and questions the day before the exam. Therefore, on the days of the exam, Liang Jingzhou went to the library before dawn and studied until late at night before returning to the dormitory. Li Chen, Gu Huayu, and Qing Lian all felt that something was wrong. However, when they asked him, he didn't say anything and just kept smiling. Old Liang's smile these days makes my hair stand on end. I feel like there's a big conspiracy brewing. There's something wrong with this person. Something is very wrong. Reality proved that their premonition was right. When the final exam results came out, it wasn't just wrong. It was simply shocking. Digression, good luck for the college entrance exam, 2 chapters in 1, 5,000 words. Jiang Fuyue scored full marks in all 12 subjects. She was a legend after the college entrance exam. My Yueshan is simply a genius. According to the report card circulating on the internet, not only did she complete all 7 compulsory courses in the first year, she even took 5 electives. It is said that Sister Yu basically didn't go to those electives. She could understand all the points just by looking at the PowerPoint. Believe me, if she had more credits, Sister Yu could have chosen a few more. Tisk tsk, she's not human, cough. She's clearly a learning machine. Damn. Does she have some kind of superpower? But what was really shocking was far more than that. If Jiang Fuyue's perfect score was within everyone's expectations, and they were shocked but not overly surprised, then Liang Jingzhou's close to perfect score was enough to make everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Calculus 99? Statistics 98? Basic accounting 99? This is young Master Liang's score? Are you kidding me? It's true, the results are out. If you don't believe me, go to the forum and see the red post. 2 minutes later, damn. He actually got 98 in microeconomics. The calculation questions this time were super difficult. How did he do it? I asked around, and the highest score was only 82. Was young Master Liang touched by an immortal? Or did he pick up some secret martial arts manual? Or was he bound by the system? Was he reborn? Cough. I'm getting off topic. At the same time, in the boys' dormitory, Liang Jingzhou was surrounded by Li Chen and the others. He was like a little white rabbit that fell into a wolf's den. Aren't you going to explain? Everyone is saying that you're possessed. Let me see what kind of monster you are. Hurry up and tell me your name. Liang Jingzhou saw that he was about to hit him and quickly raised his arm to block. What the hell? Are you guys crazy? Gu Huayu and Qing Lian looked at each other. Wow, you're quite talkative. You didn't even say a word when we asked you. You're really something. Liang Jingzhou's eyes flashed. He felt a little guilty. Li Chen said coldly, tell me, what's the situation? Can I refuse? Gu Huayu, no. Qing Lian, in your dreams. Li Chen, in your dreams. Liang Jingzhou, in the end, he had no choice but to tell her the whole story. 5 minutes later, so, it was Jiang Fuyue who revised the syllabus and sent it to you. She even attached some example questions, and you just happened to pass the exam with these questions? Gu Huayu concluded. Liang Jingzhou nodded. More or less. Li Chen's face was as dark as ink. Then you secretly went to the library to study alone? Liang Jingzhou refused to admit it. How can the affairs of scholars be called sneaky? Qing Lian was so angry that he laughed. Sure, you're eating behind everyone's back. Isn't that nice? Cough. I forgot to share it. Besides, who knows if those things will be tested? Cut it out. Jiang Fuyue is not only known as the perfect score maniac, but she also has another nickname, question answering machine. I don't believe you don't know. Liang Jingzhou played dumb. Really? Why haven't I heard of it before? Gu Huayu, old Liang, you're really good at making a fortune in silence. It's really unexpected and unguarded. Awesome. Haha. He laughed dryly. You're too kind, Qinglian, Calculus 99, Basic Accounting 99, Microeconomics 99. I've never scored so high in my life. High, really high. He gave him a thumbs up. Liang Jingzhou coughed lightly. 98. Microeconomics is not 99, it's 98. You remembered wrongly. Li Chen ordered, brothers, beat him up. It was a peaceful afternoon when someone in the male dormitory screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch. I was wrong. I'll send it to you next time. Hey. Don't hit my face. F*CK, if you want to punch me, then just punch me. Why the F*CK did you kick my balls? I was wrong. I was really wrong, help. The results were out, and the winter break was coming. Ming University was not closed. The cafeteria and supermarket were open as usual, and there were still students coming in and out. The approval procedures that Jiang Fuyue had been longing for had also been completed. Shen Wenjiao, you're leaving now? Yes. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Jiang Fuyue's tone was sincere. Shen Wenjiao looked at her silently for a while and sighed. Before you, I didn't think that anyone could be good at all subjects. After all, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Even though Xie Dingyuan was good at mathematics and computer science, and could even be said to be excellent, biochemistry was still the subject he was best at. Jiang Fuyue was similar to him, yet different at the same time. If Xie Dingyuan was a big container that contained a little bit of all knowledge, then Jiang Fuyue was a mud brick that could change its shape according to different subjects and knowledge. The former had been defined, and the latter had endless possibilities. Shen Wenjiao, although you're good at physics and mathematics, I still hope that you can go further on the path of biology. I've already asked my assistant to pack the virus sample. I'll send it to you after the process. Jiang Fuyue, thank you. Sure enough, the sample arrived in the afternoon. At this point, Jiang Fuyue did not go to Q University. Instead, she immersed herself in her laboratory. The happiest person was, of course, Zhou Jingqi. Phew, he's finally gone. However, his happiness did not last long. He heard that Shen Wenjiao had gone to Ming University to start a class. Bang, Zhou Jingqi slammed the table angrily, and his eyes widened. I still couldn't stop her. This Jiang Fuyue. Cough, cough, she was his nemesis. Seeing this, the vice principal hurried forward to pass him a glass of water and consoled him, please calm down. Drink some water first, Zhou Jingqi waved his hand. I'm fine. I'll go to Ming University now to reason with Xiaoshan. Don't. It's useless even if we go. They didn't do anything this time. Old Mr. Shen took the initiative to teach there. I don't think it's a good idea for us to go to him like this. Zhou Jingqi was stunned. Old Mr. Shen took the initiative to go there? Yes. He started preparing for the class a month ago. I think it's a special training class. It said that he found a few talented children there, so he decided to go there. Old Mr. Su is also there. They're old friends and good friends. Zhou Jingqi, so, old Mr. Shen wasn't abducted by Jiang Fuyue? Of course not. Oh, all right then. Zhou Jingqi's heart, which was riddled with holes, finally found a trace of comfort. Back to Jiang Fuyue, she went into seclusion as soon as she entered the laboratory. Apart from eating and sleeping every day, she locked herself in the core laboratory area. At first, she went back to the dormitory, but after the final exams, Hua Fanjin and Sun Qiaoqiao went home. Lu Sisi was invited by Lu Jinzhong to be the coach of the new batch of students in Camp A. Jiang Fuyue wasn't interested in the empty dormitory, so she just stayed in the laboratory. When Six was designing and building, he specially built a living room for her on the second floor. It was a suite. This way, Jiang Fuyue had more time to spend on research. Even Su Kai-ching, a famous workaholic, couldn't stand it anymore. Old Peter, were you so hardworking when you were young? Peter shook his head. Cho is crazy. The environment in the core laboratory area was much worse than that of ordinary laboratories. Not only did they have to wear special protective suits and filter masks, but they also had to be sprayed and disinfected between checkpoints. Jiang Fuyue's current work intensity was equivalent to 24 hours a day. She was either soaking in disinfectant or facing the threat of infection. I'm getting old, Su Kai-ching shook his head and walked away. Peter sighed in his heart. As expected of Cho, when you feel that you are about the same as her, she only needs to exert a little strength and can easily leave you far behind. This was the gap. Whether it was talent, thinking, age, mental state, physical condition, etc. It was no wonder that Su Kai-ching admitted that he was old. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Jiang Fuyue was so busy that she didn't even have time to go home. Han Yunru called, and Su Kai-ching helped answer it. Hearing that her daughter was doing some experiment and had been staying in the core laboratory area, it was very inconvenient for her to go in and out. Han Yunru immediately said, "Don't call her. Actually, it's nothing important. I'll call again when she's not busy." Sorry to trouble you. After waiting for a week, Han Yunru didn't call again. She was afraid that it would affect her daughter like last time. Jiang Fuyue remembered that Su Kai-ching had mentioned it to her before. Only then did she grab the phone and call Han Yunru back. The mother and daughter greeted each other with concern, and then, "Yeah, when do you plan to go home?" This home obviously referred to returning to Linhui. "Your dad, Chinching, and I all miss you." Jiang Fuyue was silent for a moment. "Mom, I'm sorry. I might not be able to go back this winter break." The other end seemed to have expected this and wasn't too surprised. It was just that she was inevitably disappointed. However, Han Yunru quickly adjusted her mood and softly said, "It's okay. Studying is the most important. But you still have to pay attention to rest. Don't be too tired. Your body is your capital." Before hanging up, Janter's voice suddenly sounded through the phone and into Jiang Fuyue's ears. "Yeah, take care of yourself." It turned out that he had been silently listening from the side. In the end, he couldn't help but speak up. In the blink of an eye, the end of 1 month had arrived. The imperial capital also welcomed the first snow of winter this year. Old Peter wasn't used to the weather here. After winter, he had caught a cold countless times and had gone to the hospital many times. It just so happened that he was paying for it, so he simply gave his assistants an early spring break. Meanwhile, he bought a plane ticket back to the country to avoid the cold. Right now, he was probably lying on a green lawn in California, basking in the sun. His big golden retriever was lying at his feet. Su Kai-ching also didn't come to the laboratory. Although he was alone and didn't have a wife or children, he still had many relatives in his hometown. They had a good relationship over the years, so he usually went back to celebrate the new year. As for Jiang Fuyue, the laboratory was still the main battlefield where she charged and broke through enemy lines. During this time, the old man came to see her. When he saw her, he said, "You've lost weight. Your face has become smaller. It wasn't easy to put on some weight at home, but it's all gone now." Jiang Fuyue smiled and reached out to touch her cheeks. "Is it that obvious?" She had just weighed herself last night. Obviously, she hadn't changed much. The old man said seriously, "Of course it's obvious. Look, your cheeks are sunken." Han Qishan stayed for about 40 minutes and watched as Jiang Fuyue finished all the food and soup he had brought from home. When he left, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Look, how hungry was the child. After he went back, the old man sat alone in the study for a long time. When he came out, his eyes were still a little red. After that, Han Shen, Han Ku, and Han Heng took turns to be the little angels who deliver meals. Every day, the old man would instruct Auntie Lu at home to prepare all kinds of delicious food and drinks for Jiang Fuyue. He even requested that they deliver the food before it went cold. Thinking about these 3 brothers, one was a CEO in romance, one was a financial magnate, and the last one was a superstar actor. How could they become errand boys just like that? Han Qishan still complained, "What kind of uncles are you? You can't even do such a small thing." Han Shan said, "Do it. I'll do it right now." Han Ke said, "Boss, wait for me. Let's do it together." Han Heng said, "Don't leave me behind." That day, the three uncles appeared together and stood outside the laboratory like a neat row of Xiaobai. Oh, no, Lao Baiyang, Jiang Fuyue thought that something big had happened at home. In the end, Han Shan said, "I'm here to deliver food." Han Ke said, "I'm here to deliver soup." Han Heng said, I'm here." Right, why was he here? I'm here to liven things up." "Yes, liven things up. When she sees me, Yaya will eat 2 more bowls of rice." Jiang Fuyue said. "Are you going to perform?" Han Shan said. Actually, he wanted to say that there were less than 2 bowls of rice in total. Of course, they didn't get to see Jiang Fuyue every time they came. Sometimes, when she entered the core laboratory area, the whole laboratory was sealed off. They could only leave the food and send a message to inform her. In this way, it was inevitable that the food would be cold. Fortunately, there was a small kitchen in the living room on the 2nd floor with a microwave oven. Later, Grandpa Shen didn't allow them to deliver food to school. They didn't know who said it. "Every time Yaya comes out to see you, she finishes the food and drinks the soup. She puts down her work to do these things. She can only make up for the delayed progress with her rest time at night. Sometimes, when she goes into the laboratory, she has to come out halfway because of you. When she goes in again, she has to redo the protective measures. Just the preparation time alone takes half an hour. If that's the case, sending food to her every day has become a burden to her." Grandpa Shen's heart ached. Then, this matter came to an end. Han Qishan said, "Although we can't help Yaya, we can't be a burden to her." The 3 brothers didn't expect that delivering food would involve so many twists and turns. Actually, Jiang Fuyue didn't have to come out to see them. She could have asked her assistant or someone else to help her bring the food in. But except for a few times, she would basically come out to greet them or chat with them while eating. When she left, she would always send them to the outermost door and wait for the car to leave before she went back. Han Shan sighed softly and his heart softened. Yaya was too obedient. "Once a week. We'll leave once we're done. We won't stay any longer." Grandpa Shen thought for a while and said, "Okay." As New Year's Eve approached, the atmosphere of the Lunar New Year became more and more intense. Jiang Fuyue was still in the laboratory, working day and night. Even Xiaoshan came to persuade her, but unfortunately, he couldn't get in. In the end, Jan Tar and Han Yunru decided to bring their son to the capital for the new year. The main reason was to make do with their daughter. Han Qishan was the happiest when he heard the news. "Xiaoru is coming back. Is she really willing to come back?" Aye. The old man was so excited that he was incoherent. Han Shan said, "It's true. This time, sister, brother-in-law, and Qinxing are coming. Are you happy now?" "Happy. I am so happy." Even Shi Qingji called Grandpa Shen for the first time. "I know you don't like Jantar, but this time, it's rare for our daughter to come home. You should control your temper. Don't drive her away." Grandpa Shen was in high spirits and had been smiling for the past few days. Even when he saw that she was angry, he wasn't angry. Am I that kind of person? Besides, when did I not like Jantar? Do I need you to teach me that? Shi Qingji sneered. It's good that you know. After saying that, he hung up with a clang. This old man was quite good at talking, reasonable, and not throwing a tantrum. But why was he more infuriating than before? In Linhuai, Jantar and Han Yunru made the decision and began to arrange the matters in the shop. Then, they packed their things and booked the plane tickets. They arrived in the capital 2 days before New Year's Eve. The entire Han family was dispatched, including Grandpa Shen, the 3 brothers, and Han Ting. The couple thought that they could celebrate the new year with their daughter, but this New Year's Eve was destined to be a family reunion. Because, Jiang Fuyue's application to lead a team to assist Continent F had been approved, and they would set off tomorrow. After saying that, Liang Jingzhou ran away. Jiang Fuyue looked at the USB in her hand and remembered that tomorrow was the first subject of the final exam. calculus, she wanted to say that there was no need, but Liang Jingzhou had already run away. However, after returning to the dormitory, she still looked through the USB. Some of it was indeed important, but some of it wasn't that important. She deleted this part and added some of her own. She also listed a few example questions and sent them back to Liang Jingzhou through an online file. I organized it. You can take a look when you have time. Liang Jingzhou was holding the calculus textbook and scratching his head. When he saw the document, he couldn't help but wonder. I gave it to her. Why did she send it back? The next second, he saw the message. Organized it, he muttered. How did she organize it? His fingers accidentally touched it, and the document opened immediately. A few questions popped up. Liang Jingzhou was entranced. This was much simpler than the ideas written in the book. The next day, the calculus exam began. Jiang Fuyue handed in her paper and left after 15 minutes. The invigilator, ? I haven't even warmed up my seat, and she's already leaving, the students in the same exam room, ! Was this the fear of being dominated by the exam paper maniac? Liang Jingzhou was dumbfounded 5 minutes after receiving the paper. Weren't these the questions Jiang Fuyue sent him yesterday? Well, it wasn't exactly the same because the numbers were different, but the questions were exactly the same, Liang Jingzhou quickly wrote. After living for more than 20 years, this was the first time he experienced what it meant to be at ease in an exam room. He had no distractions. In the end, he handed in his paper when it was time. He still looked like he wanted to continue. Li Chan and the others had been waiting for him outside the exam room for a while. What took you so long? Did you oversleep? Liang Jingzhou smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Huayu frowned. Are you sleepy? He continued to smile. The others were confused. What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling like you're possessed? Hee. I'm not telling you. For the next few subjects, Jiang Fuyue sent a copy to Liang Jingzhou when she sorted out the materials and questions the day before the exam. Therefore, on the days of exams, Liang Jingzhou would go to the library before the sun rose and study until late at night before returning to the dormitory. Li Chen, Gu Huayu, and Qing Lian all felt that something was wrong, but when they asked him, he didn't say anything and just kept smiling. Old Liang's laughter these past few days has made my hair stand on end. I feel like there's a big conspiracy brewing. There's something wrong with this guy. Something is very wrong. As it turned out, their premonition was right. When the final exam results came out, it was not only strange, it was simply shocking. 784 Question Queen, going to Continent F. Jiang Fuyue scored full marks in all 12 subjects. She had created another legend after becoming a god in the college entrance examination. My moon goddess is simply a genius. According to the report card circulating on the internet, not only did she complete all 7 compulsory courses in the first year, she even took 5 electives. It said that Sister Yu basically didn't go to those electives. She could understand all the points just by looking at the PowerPoint. Believe me, if she had more credits, Sister Yu could have chosen a few more. Tisk tsk, she's not human, cough. She's clearly a learning machine. F*ck. Does she have some kind of superpower? However, what was really shocking was far more than that. Jiang Fuyue's perfect score was within everyone's expectations and expectations. Although it was shocking, it was not too surprising. However, Liang Jingzhou's close to perfect score was enough to make everyone's jaws drop. 99 in calculus? 98 in statistics? 99 in basic accounting? This is young Master Liang's score? Are you kidding me? It's true, the report card is out. If you don't believe me, go to the forum and see the red post. 2 minutes later, F*ck. He actually got 98 in microeconomics. The calculation questions this time were super difficult. How did he do it? I asked around, and the highest score was only 82. Was young Master Liang touched by a deity? Or did he pick up some secret martial arts manual? Or was he bound by the system? Was he reborn? Cough. I'm getting off topic. At the same time, in the boys' dormitory, Liang Jingzhou was surrounded by Li Chen and the others. He was like a little rabbit that fell into a wolf's den. Aren't you going to explain? Everyone is saying that you've been possessed. Let me see what kind of monster you are. Hurry up and tell me your name. Liang Jingzhou saw that he was about to hit him and quickly raised his arm to block. What the hell? Are you guys crazy? Gu Huayu and Qing Lian looked at each other. Wow, you're quite talkative. When we asked you before, you didn't even say a word. You're really something. Liang Jingzhou's eyes flashed and he felt a little guilty. Li Qin said coldly, tell me, what's the situation? That. Can I refuse? Gu Huayu, no. Qing Lian, in your dreams. Li Qian, in your dreams. Liang Jingzhou, in the end, he had no choice but to tell her the whole story. 5 minutes later, so, Jiang Fuyue modified the syllabus and sent it to you. She even included example questions and those questions happened to be tested? Gu Huayu concluded. Liang Jingzhou nodded. Almost. Li Chen's face was as dark as ink. Then you secretly went to the library to revise? Liang Jingzhou refused to admit it. How can a scholar be called sneaky? Qing Lian was so angry that he laughed. Fine, you're eating behind everyone's back. That's quite nice, right? Cough. I forgot to share it. Also, who knew that those things would be tested? Come on. Other than the nickname Full Marks Maniac, Jiang Fuyue has another nickname, Question Guessing Machine. I don't believe you don't know that. Liang Jingzhou played dumb. Really? Why haven't I heard of it? Gu Huayu, old Liang, you're really good at making a fortune in silence. It's really unexpected and unguarded. Awesome. Haha. He laughed dryly. You're flattering me, Qing Lian, 99 in calculus, 99 in basic accounting, 99 in microeconomics. I've never scored so high in my life. High, really high. He gave a thumbs up as he spoke. Liang Jingzhou coughed lightly. 98. Microeconomics is not 99, it's 98. You remembered wrongly. Li Chen ordered, brothers, beat him up. It was a peaceful afternoon when one of the boys' dormitory screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch. I was wrong. I'll send it to you next time. Hey. Don't hit my face. F***ck, if you want to punch me, then just punch me. Why the F***ck did you kick my balls? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Help. The results were out and winter break followed. Ming University was not closed. The cafeteria and supermarket were open as usual. There were still students coming in and out. The approval procedures that Jiang Fuyue had been longing for had also been completed. Shen Wenjiao, you're leaving just like that? Yes. Thank you for taking care of me during this period. Jiang Fuyue's tone was sincere. Shen Wenjiao looked at her in silence for a long time before he sighed. Before you, I didn't think that anyone could be good at all subjects. After all, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Even Xie Dingyuan was good at mathematics and computer science. He could even be called excellent. However, biochemistry was still his best subject. Jiang Fuyue was similar to him, yet different at the same time. If Xie Dingyuan was a large container that contained a little bit of all knowledge, then Jiang Fuyue was a mud brick that could change its shape according to different subjects and knowledge. The former was already set, while the latter had endless possibilities. Shen Wenjiao, although you're good at physics and mathematics, I still hope that you can go further on the path of biology. I've already asked my assistant to pack the virus sample. After the process is done, I'll send it to you. Jiang Fuyue, thank you. Sure enough, the sample arrived in the afternoon. Jiang Fuyue did not go to Q University. Instead, she immersed herself in her laboratory. Of course, Zhou Jingqi was the happiest. Phew, he's finally gone. However, his happiness did not last long. He heard that Shen Wenjiao had gone to Ming University for a class. Bang, Zhou Jingqi slammed the table angrily. His eyes were wide open. My day and night precautions still failed. This Jiang Fuyue. This Jiang Fuyue. Cough cough cough, She was his nemesis. Seeing this, the vice principal hurried forward and gave him water. He comforted him. Calm down. Drink some water first. Zhou Jingqi waved his hand. I'm fine. I'll go to Ming University now to reason with Xiaoshan. Don't. It's useless even if we go. They didn't do anything this time. Old Shen took the initiative to teach. It's not good to just go to him like this, right? Zhou Jingqi was stunned. Old Shen took the initiative? Yes. He started preparing for the class a month ago. I think it's a special training class. It said that he found a few very talented children there. That's why he decided to teach. Plus, old Su is there too. They're old friends and good friends. Zhou Jingqi said, so, old Shen wasn't abducted by Jiang Fuyue? Of course not. Oh, alright then. Zhou Jingqi's heart, which was riddled with holes, finally found a trace of comfort. Back to Jiang Fuyue. She went into seclusion the moment she entered the laboratory. Every day, apart from eating and sleeping, she locked herself in the core laboratory area. At first, she went back to the dormitory. However, after the final exams, Hua Fanjin and Sun Xiaoqiao went home. Lu Sisi was invited by Lu Jinzhong to be the coach of the new batch of students in Camp A. Jiang Fuyue was not very interested in the empty dormitory. She just stayed in the laboratory. When Six was designing the building, he specially built a living room for her on the second floor. It was a suite. This way, Jiang Fuyue had more time to spend on research. Even Su Kaiqing, a famous workaholic, couldn't stand it anymore. Old Peter, were you so hardworking when you were young? Peter shook his head. Cho is too crazy. The environment in the core laboratory area was much worse than that of ordinary laboratories. Not only did she have to wear special protective suits and filter masks, but she also had to be sprayed and disinfected between layers of checkpoints. Jiang Fuyue's current work intensity was equivalent to 24 hours a day. She was either soaking in disinfectant or facing the threat of infection. I'm old, Su Kaiqing shook his head and walked away. Peter sighed in his heart. As expected of Cho, when you feel that you're about the same age as her, she only needs to exert a little strength and she can easily leave you far behind. This was the gap. Whether it was talent, thinking, age, mental state, physical condition, etc. No wonder Su Kaiqing admitted that he was old. He had to admit that. Jiang Fuyue was so busy that she didn't even have time to go home. Han Yunru called, and Su Kaiqing helped pick it up. Hearing that her daughter was doing some experiment and had been staying in the core laboratory area, it was very inconvenient for her to go in and out. Han Yunru immediately said, no need to call her. It's not a big deal. I'll call again when she's not busy. Sorry to trouble you. After waiting for a week, Han Yunru didn't call again. Jiang Fuyue remembered that Su Kaiqing had mentioned it to her before, so she grabbed her phone and called Han Yunru back. The mother and daughter were concerned and asked about each other. Next was, yeah, when do you plan to go home? This home obviously referred to returning to Linhuai. Your dad, Qinqing, and I all miss you. Jiang Fuyue was silent for a moment. Mom, I'm sorry. I might not be able to go back this winter break. The other end seemed to have expected this and wasn't too surprised. She was just a little disappointed. However, Han Yunru quickly adjusted her mood and gently said, pay attention to rest. Don't be too tired. Your health is most important. Mei Cham. Right before hanging up, Janter's voice suddenly rang out. Through the phone, it reached Jiang Fuyue's ears. Yeah, take care of yourself. It turned out that he had been silently listening the entire time. In the end, he couldn't help but speak up. In the blink of an eye, the end of 1 month had arrived. The imperial capital also welcomed the first snow of this winter. Old Peter wasn't used to the weather here. After winter, he had already lost count of how many times he had caught a cold. He had run to the hospital many times. It just so happened that he finished last week, so he gave his assistants an early spring break. Meanwhile, he bought a plane ticket back home to avoid the cold. He was probably lying on a green lawn in California, sunbathing. Next to his feet was his golden retriever. Su Kaiqing also didn't come to the lab. Although he was alone and had no wife or children, he still had many relatives in his hometown. They got along well these past few years, so he usually went back to celebrate the new year. As for Jiang Fuyue, the laboratory was still the main battlefield where she charged and broke through enemy lines. During this period, the old man came to see her. When he left, his eyes were filled with heartache. It was said that after he went back, he sat alone in the study for a long time. When he came out, his eyes were still a little red. After that, Han Shen, Han Ku, and Han Heng also came to see her. If you don't come back, then we can only come over. On the way, they also brought some food, clothes, and all kinds of tonic soup. As the festive atmosphere became stronger, New Year's Eve approached. Jiang Fuyue was still in the lab, working day and night. Even Xiaoshan came to persuade her, but unfortunately, he couldn't even enter the door. In the end, Jan Tar and Han Yunru decided to bring their son to the imperial capital for the new year. The main reason was to make do with their daughter. When he heard the news, the happiest person was Han Qishan. Little Ru is coming back? Is she really willing to come back? I. The old man was so excited that he was incoherent. Han Shen said, it's true. This time, little sister, brother-in-law, and Qinxing are all coming. Are you happy now? Happy? I'm so happy. Unfortunately, even if Jan Tar and Han Yunru made this choice, they still couldn't spend New Year's Eve with their daughter. Because Jiang Fuyue's application to lead a team to assist Continent F was approved. They would be leaving tomorrow. 785. The key point was that it wasn't accompanying, but leading. After Xie Dingyuan led a research team to Continent F, Huaxia continued to look for excellent biological experts to form a team to assist. After all, the strength of a team was limited. A few more people could help. It was a pity that in the field of biological safety, there were almost no people who could compete with Xie Dingyuan. With a pearl in front of them, they couldn't find anyone. Things had dragged on until now. It wasn't easy to form two research teams. One was led by domestic biological expert Dan Pinghua, and the other was led by the youngest recipient of Huaxia's Life Science Award, by Chuanhao. The average age of the single team members was 50+, and their research style was more traditional and conservative. Most of the white team members were industry newcomers, and the oldest was only 42 years old. Being young meant that they dared to take risks, so their research style was relatively flexible and radical. Bai Chuanhao himself was a rising star in the biological world. He was only 27 years old, but he had already published many CNS articles. The number of times he was cited on the SCI website was far ahead of the members of the single team. Some people even called him Little Xie Dingyuan, and his future was limitless. Since the two teams were formed, they prepared to head to Continent F. But at this time, they received Jiang Fuyue's application. Digression, this chapter will be updated tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you see the repeated parts, because it will be updated tomorrow. The old master was in high spirits and had been smiling for the past few days. He was not angry even when he saw her being mean. Am I that kind of person? Besides, when did I not like Jantar? Do I need you to teach me that? Shi Qingji sneered. It's good that you know. After saying that, he hung up with a clang. This old man was quite good at talking, reasonable and not throwing a tantrum. But why was he more infuriating than before? In Linhuai, Jan Tar and Han Yunru began to arrange things in the shop after making a decision. They then packed their things and booked their flight tickets. They arrived in the capital 2 days before New Year's Eve. The entire Han family was mobilized. The old master, the 3 brothers, and Han Ting all went to pick them up at the airport. The couple thought that they could spend the new year with their daughter, but it was destined that they would not be able to have a family reunion on New Year's Eve. Because Jiang Fuyue's application to lead a team to assist Continent F had been approved and they would be leaving tomorrow, the key point was that it was not accompanying, but leading. After Xie Dingyuan led a research team to Continent F for assistance, Huaxia continued to look for outstanding biological experts to form a team to assist. After all, the strength of a team was limited. A few more people could help. It was a pity that there were almost no people in the country who could compete with Xie Dingyuan in the field of biological safety. There was a gem in front of them, but none of them liked it. the matter had dragged on until now. It was not easy to organize two research teams. One was led by Dan Pinghua, a domestic biological expert and leading figure in the academic world. The other was led by Bai Chuanhao, the youngest recipient of Huaxiao's Life Science Award. The average age of the members of the single team was 50 plus. They were more traditional and conservative in their research style. Most of the members of the white team were the younger generation in the industry. The oldest was only 42 years old. Being young meant that they were brave and daring, so their research style was relatively flexible and radical. Bai Chuanhao himself was a rising star in the biological world. He was only 27 years old, but he had already published many CNS articles. The number of citations he had on the SCI website was far ahead of the members of the single team. Some people even called him Little Xia Dingyuan, and his future was limitless. Since the two teams were formed, they should set off for Continent F according to plan. But at this time, Jiang Fuyue's application was received. Attached to the application was her latest research on the Schenkwald virus. With Shen Wenjiao's endorsement and signature, the higher-ups couldn't ignore it even if they wanted to. What's more, Jiang Fuyue's research report was full of data and clear logic. The method to improve the defense of the recombinant vaccine was the biggest problem facing the African team. How could the higher-ups turn a blind eye to it? The Ministry of Health immediately sent for Jiang Fuyue. Several experts had a heated discussion about the research report on the spot, and she also joined in. In the end, she unknowingly took control of the situation. By the time the experts reacted, they had already been led by the nose by Jiang Fuyue. There was no turning back. All the leaders. Should they say that the old experts were too naive, or that this child was too amazing? In short, the matter of Jiang Fuyue going to Continent F was set in stone after this summon. But what identity would he use to go there was another problem. The simplest way was to join the single team or the white team and follow them as a team member. However, as soon as Dan Pinghua received the news, he immediately rejected it. The number of people and positions, as well as the part of each position that should be responsible for, have been determined long ago. Now, we're casually sending in a person who is neither familiar with the team's work nor has she worked with the other members. Seeing that we're about to leave for Continent F, we can't mess up all the previous arrangements just for her alone, right? The leader was silent for a moment. Although Dan Pinghua was suspected of shirking the responsibility, what he said was not completely unreasonable. On the other hand, Bai Chuanhao's attitude was slightly gentler, mainly because Jiang Fuyue was young and had good academic standards. He had also heard about the genius girl posted 3 CNS articles in a row report that caused a sensation on the internet some time ago. However, he didn't accept Jiang Fuyue because of this. Instead, he expressed the same meaning as Dan Pinghua in relatively implicit terms. The team has already been formed, so it's inconvenient to make any adjustments. If the higher-ups insist on arranging for her to come in, I can only accept it. But let me make it clear in advance that she can only do side work and can't come into contact with the core part, let alone lead the team. Bai Chuanhao felt that the girl would most likely not accept it. Because the arrogance in her eyes didn't allow it, how could she be willing to be buried in a pack of wolves and disappear into the crowd when she was used to being the alpha wolf? Sure enough, Jiang Fuyue, I don't agree. If it's just accompanying me, then I won't go. After that, she was ready to take back the documents. She looked like she was going to leave if there was a disagreement, and she didn't care who you were. The experts exclaimed that they couldn't afford to offend her, due to the tough attitude of the 3 parties, especially Jiang Fuyue's personality of not playing by the rules. The leaders were in a dilemma. Their hair was almost turning white from worry. In the end, they decided Jiang Fuyue would go to Continent F in the name of leading a team to provide assistance. In this way, in addition to the already decided Team Dan and Team Bai, there was another Team Jiang. It was just that this team was very special. Currently, there was only Jiang Fuyue. She was both a general and a soldier. That's fine too. She nodded after listening to him. It was quite forced. The leader, the news spread to the ears of the other 2 teams. Dan Pinghua frowned. What the hell? A little girl is considered a team? The subtext, what right does she have? Bai Chuanhao was much calmer, but he was still a little surprised. So this is how it's handled. Of course, he knew that Dan Pinghua's side was unwilling to accept Jiang Fuyue. He thought that if there was no other way in the end, he would agree to it. However, he didn't expect the higher-ups to make the decision to let her form a team alone. It seems that she's really something. The day Jiang Fuyue was called by the leaders happened to be the day Jantar and Han Yunru came to the capital. Therefore, she didn't make it in time to pick them up. When she finished dealing with the group of experts and left, the sun had already set. She drove to the Han family. The night was endless, and the moonlight shone on the ground. Inside the house, sister is back. Jiang Shaodi was the first to notice and stood up. While everyone was in a daze and doubtful, he had already rushed to the entrance. The moment the door opened from the inside, Jiang Fuyue was about to press the doorbell with her hand still raised. The siblings were caught off guard and came face to face. This scene miraculously overlapped with the scene in her memory. In the past, Jiang Fuyue was about to insert the key into the keyhole when Jiang Shaodi ran to open the door in an apron. However, the current Jiang Qianxing was no longer the pitiful little boy who didn't even dare to speak loudly. They hadn't seen each other for half a year, and he had grown a lot taller. He was now only half a head shorter than Jiang Fuyue. It was said that beautiful boys when they were young would become more beautiful as they grew older. However, Jiang Qianxing still had his red lips and white teeth. There was not a single pimple on his face. His dark eyes were clean, clear, and sparkling. No matter how one looked at him, he was still a handsome boy. "Sister, I miss you so much," he changed from sister to sister. The boy had grown up, but the latter sentence still sounded like a spoiled child. Especially the drawn-out "yeah," it was soft, and a little coquettish. However, the boy's voice was in the puberty stage. His voice was low and deep, and it inevitably sounded a little rough. But it still sounded nice, it could make one's heart soften like cotton candy. Jiang Fuyue touched his hair. It was cold and smooth. "When did you arrive?" 2:00 in the afternoon. The handsome boy's ears were flushed with shyness. The light was not too bright, so it was not too obvious. Jiang Fuyue lowered her head to change her shoes. Before she could bend over, Jiang Qianxing had already taken out a pair of slippers and placed them at her feet. Jiang Fuyue took the opportunity to step on them. She raised her head and asked, "Have you had dinner?" "Not yet. I was waiting for you." As he spoke, he placed Jiang Fuyue's slippers aside. The siblings' actions were natural. Jiang Fuyue was not embarrassed at all, and Jiang Qianxing was also used to it. Not far away, Han Ting silently watched. At first, he could not hide his surprise, but later, he gradually revealed a look of self-reflection. No one knew what he was thinking in that head of his. Seeing his daughter, Han Yunru's eyes could not help turning red. Jantar was also filled with emotion. "Dad, Mom." Jiang Fuyue greeted them with a smile. Han Yunru pursed her lips and looked at her up and down several times. "You've lost weight." Han Shen walked over. "Are you all hungry? Let's eat first." The whole family sat together. It really was a festive and lively New Year's celebration. Han Qishan was very happy. He could clearly feel the change in Xiaoru's attitude towards him. Although he had already convinced himself not to force it and only wanted his daughter to be happy and healthy, if he could restore the relationship between father and daughter, that would be even better. Han Shen looked at his father's happy face and then looked at his little sister who had finally returned home after 20 years. What was there to be dissatisfied with? After dinner, Jiang Fuyue told them about her trip to Continent F tomorrow. The cheerful laughter stopped, and a long, deathly silence descended upon them. "Han Yunru, are we leaving tomorrow?" "Han Qishan, how can we do that? It's New Year's the day after tomorrow." Han Shen frowned. "Is this a request from the higher-ups?" "Yes, I'll lead the team." Although she was the only one in the team. There was another silence. After an unknown period of time, Jantar. "Will it be dangerous? I saw on the news that the epidemic in Continent F is very serious and many people have died." Han Yunru's eyes narrowed and her breathing stopped. Han Qishan's frown deepened. Yeah, if you don't want to go, I can call them." "Jiang Fuyue, I applied for it." Yeah, I'm mainly responsible for research." It's different from medical rescue. I won't be in direct contact with the patients, so it's very safe. Don't worry. She wouldn't be in direct contact with the patients, but she would be in direct contact with the virus. Jiang Fuyue didn't mention this. The next day, before dawn, when everyone was still asleep, Jiang Fuyue dragged her suitcase and left the Han family's house. At 7:30 a.m., she met up with Dan Pinghua's team and Bai Chuanhao's team at the agreed location. At 8 o'clock a.m., everyone arrived and took the bus to the airport. At 9:30 a.m., a group of 13 people boarded the plane through a special passage. There were no other passengers, only a cabin full of medicine and protective equipment. At 10 o'clock a.m., the plane took off and soared into the sky. Due to the need for protection and isolation, each person sat in a row, and the seats were arranged diagonally. Jiang Fuyue happened to be sitting by the window, so she simply turned on the shade. Suddenly, it was bright and white clouds were rolling outside the window. She took out a research document from her tote bag and began to read it quietly. Under the bright sky, the girl's beautiful side profile revealed a serious expression, and she exuded an invisible charm that tugged at people's heartstrings. The 12 people in the trip were all men, and they ranged from their 20s to their 50s. But no matter what age, the appreciation of beautiful women was the most primitive instinct of men. The only difference might be the different way of appreciating, looking at them openly or secretly, just looking at them from afar or playing with them. In this regard, the young people in Bai Chuanhao's team and the middle-aged people in Dan Pinghua's team were two extremes. The former's eyes were open and full of amazement. The latter's eyes were either peeking or squinting, and from time to time, they would frown and shake their heads, but they couldn't help but take a second and third look. Ha, a bunch of hypocrites. A young man in a camel coat in Bai Chuanhao's team saw this and couldn't help but sneer. Su Quan. Bai Chuanhao shook his head at him with a slight warning. Don't cause trouble. Su Quan pursed his lips. It's true. You obviously want to look at them, but you pretend to be disgusted. Isn't it exactly the same as listening to our academic reports, and you're obviously envious of us, but you still want to pick on us and make us unhappy? Bai Chuanhao, cough. Save some face for the old man. Tisk, you've already lost the inside, so what's the point of saving face? If you have the ability, you can look at them openly if you want to. What's there to be secretive about? Bai Chuanhao. It's hard to control this batch of team members. Su Quan complained as he stared straight at Jiang Fuyue. Hey, Lao Bai. He bumped Bai Chuanhao's shoulder and motioned for him to look together. Don't you think she looks better in real life? Bai Chuanhao picked up the paper cup and took a sip of hot tea. Really? I didn't pay much attention. Yeah. Her facial features are obviously more delicate, and her face is really small, probably smaller than my palm. Most importantly, her skin is too white. She's barefaced. If my sister was here, she would definitely pounce on her and ask her about the secrets of whitening. The girl sat by the window. Her skin was as white as snow, and her whole body seemed to be glowing. Su Quan was stunned. His voice became softer and softer, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. Ah! How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? I think so too. At this time, Chen Shu, who was in the back row, poked his head over and expressed his high approval of Su Quan's evaluation. She's really beautiful. Most importantly, she's smart. She got full marks in the college entrance examination and 3 CNS papers. She's simply the strongest brain among the beauties. Su Quan immediately reached out his small, oh no, his big hand and shook it on the spot. Great minds think alike. Next, Bai Chuanhao listened to the two people praising Jiang Fuyue from head to toe, and then from toe to head, accompanied by suppressed screams and exaggerated exclamations from time to time. Bai Chuanhao's eyelashes trembled slightly. He looked at the paper cup in his hand and watched the ripples on the calm water due to the turbulence of the air. His heart was moved by the comments of others at this moment. Was she really that beautiful? He subconsciously looked in that direction, but saw that the girl had already closed the documents, turned around, and leaned against the back of the chair to rest. Her shoulders were thin, and her back was light. Under her long hair, he could vaguely see a touch of jade skin. He didn't need to look to imagine how slender and fragile her neck was. Lao Bai, your tea is already cold. Why are you still drinking it? Oh. Bai Chuanhao silently put down the paper cup. On the other side, Dan Pinghua's team, what can a little girl like her do? They actually let her form a team alone. Is the leader confused? Old Huang. Dan Pinghua reminded him. Pay attention to the situation. What can be said and what can't be said. You have to know in your heart what to say. Obviously, Old Huang also realized that he shouldn't question the leader, so he quickly tried to salvage the situation. I mean, although I don't know the specific arrangements, I believe that there must be a reason for doing this. Dan Pinghua's originally cold expression eased a little. Don't do it again. Old Huang quickly nodded and promised, absolutely not. However, although Dan Pinghua scolded Old Huang verbally, his real thoughts were actually similar to his. What use could such a delicate little girl be? She will only be a burden if she goes. Fortunately, he didn't agree to let her join his team in the beginning, Ba. Thank God, after a long 16-hour flight, the flight landed at Civitan Airport at 4 p.m. local time. Then, they sat in the heavy off-road vehicle sent by the base and staggered toward the desert military zone. 786 under the scorching sun, Jiang Fuyue put on the prepared sun hat and sunscreen clothes. As long as it was exposed to the outside, it was tightly covered. Women are troublesome. In the car next to them, a member of Team Dan couldn't help but sneer. She turned a deaf ear and used her sleeves to cover her face. Su Quan rolled his eyes and directly retorted that person. Are you crazy? What does it have to do with you? Digression, read this chapter tomorrow. He stood there calmly with a green tent behind him and a yellow desert under his feet. Everything around him seemed to be reduced to a foil. Dan Pinghua and Bai Chuanhao stepped forward at the same time. Professor Xia. Even Dan Pinghua, who was old and liked to flaunt his seniority, was willing to call him that. Why are there only two leaders? The man frowned. After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big bosses. The two met, shocked and helpless. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. I can only say that she's not an ordinary person. Even if an ordinary person was unwilling, they would still agree with a smile. Who would dare to reject her in front of everyone? But she dared to. Not only did she do it, but she also did it without any burden. In the face of everyone's whispers and pointing fingers, she was so calm that it was as if nothing had happened. Strong, too strong. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. Sister, you fell ill, and old Xia came. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Su Quan was lucky. When he came over, Jiang Fuyue had just taken off her protective suit and was preparing to go to the cafeteria after finishing the sterilization work. Sit. She pointed at the chair opposite her. Su Quan sat down and said, Thank you. You're looking for me today because of the previous incident? He nodded but did not raise his head. After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big bosses, the birth of the vaccine, about to become a god. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Just when the two of them were facing each other in silence, the nurse pushed the door open and came in. When she saw Xie Dingyuan, she paused and then put on a smile. Are you here to see your girlfriend? Don't worry, she's recovering well. Is this illness called acclimatization? It's amazing, it's exactly the same as the initial symptoms of Schenkwald virus infection. The nurse handed the pills to Jiang Fuyue. This is today's dose, remember to take it. After that, she pushed the medicine cart away and went to the next ward. With this interruption, the tense atmosphere disappeared, and the two of them calmed down. Xie Dingyuan said, Take the medicine first. As he spoke, he turned around to get the water. Then, he handed it to Jiang Fuyue. Promise me first, she said. Okay. The man sighed. I promise, I won't do this in the future. Jiang Fuyue pounced on him and kissed him quickly. Xie Dingyuan held the cup stiffly and had to be careful not to spill the water. You, give me the cup. She stretched out her hand and was finally willing to be obedient. The pill was a little big, and it was stuck in her throat, neither going up nor down. Jiang Fuyue drank another cup of water before swallowing it completely. She stayed in the infirmary for 3 days, and Xie Dingyuan accompanied her for 3 days. At this time, gossip was flying around outside. Old Huang insisted that he did not see wrongly that day, and that Xie Dingyuan was indeed hugging Jiang Fuyue. At that time, everyone was still surprised, but most of them did not believe it. After all, Professor Xie's image of a cold mountain flower was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. And Jiang Fuyue was just a little girl, how could she shake the iceberg? However, she did not appear for a few days, and there were rumors in the experimental area next door where Professor Xia was located that he was basically not there for the past few days. Even if he did appear occasionally, he would simply arrange the follow-up work, and he could not be found anymore. Jiang Fuyue disappeared, and Professor Xia did not appear. Was there really such a coincidence in the world? There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. I suddenly trust old Huang a little. Do you remember when Professor Xia came to us and asked where Jiang Fuyue was? I remember. What's wrong? It's very strange. Why would Professor Xia specifically come here to ask about the whereabouts of a university student? Is Jiang Fuyue someone important? Maybe they knew each other before? In terms of age, Professor Xia might be one of Jiang Fuyue's elders. You don't say, there really is such a possibility. Jiang Fuyue's grandfather is from a wealthy family, and Professor Xia has the Xia family behind him. They are both in the capital's social circle, so the two families must be friends. Then how do you explain hug? Didn't old Huang say he went to the infirmary? It must be because Jiang Fuyue's condition is not very good. Everyone's analysis is too complicated. Shouldn't the first thing that comes to mind when hugging someone is a couple? As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. After a while. Couple? To be honest, I still don't quite believe it. I don't believe it either. Don't blame me for being naive. It's mainly because this situation happened to Professor Xia. Why do I feel like everything is wrong? Bro, you're not alone. You have me. Next door, in Xie Dingyuan's laboratory area, the team members were even more shocked. After working together for so long, they had never seen Professor Xia abandon his work and not enter the laboratory for a few days in a row. Although his actual progress was not affected, this was not his style at all. The legendary workaholic, the devil in everyone's eyes, actually knew how to take a break? This is not normal. I'm more curious about what could make Professor Xia abandon his work. It could also be someone. There seems to be a rumor going around next door about the professor and a girl. Is it true? I heard about it too. It's quite a rumor. They even said that our professor hugged her. Pfft. Professor Xia? Hugging a girl? What kind of joke is this? I don't think it's possible either. It's more likely that he hugged experimental equipment. In the professor's eyes, women are probably not as pretty as lab rats. Ha ha ha, all the bamboo shoots in the world have been taken by you. That's true. Although it's all rumors, think about it from another perspective. To be able to have a rumor with Professor Xia, my life is complete. In general, the rumor seemed to be true. Their whereabouts were indeed coincidental. However, due to Professor Xia's cold and aloof image, most people did not believe it. On the 4th day, Jiang Fuyue recovered. Xie Dingyuan completed the paperwork for her and signed it as a family member. She could finally leave the medical room. That afternoon, she appeared in the laboratory area. As soon as she entered, everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Some were shocked, some were surprised, some were scrutinizing, some were dissatisfied, some were disdainful. There were all kinds of looks. However, Jiang Fuyue did not pay any attention to him. She walked in confidently and looked around, only to find an empty experimental seat. The seat was far away from everyone and was in a blind spot. There was nothing, there was no experimental equipment, no computer, no pen and paper. There was not even a chair to sit on. If there were any advantages, it might be that it was secluded enough, so it had good privacy. In fact, in such a large area, how could there be no other seats? However, some people took more than others. For example, Dan Pinghua took 3 consecutive experimental seats by himself. Another example was Xian Hongqing and Huang, who also took 3. One of the 2 extra experimental seats was used to store sundries, such as coats, bags, cigarette packs, lighters, and so on. The other seat was used to store used experimental utensils. However, in the field of biology, especially in the field of virology, it was extremely irregular to store used experimental utensils without handling them. In essence, it was no different from eating in the laboratory. It was against the rules. In comparison, Bai Chuanhao's team was much more obedient. Each person was fixed to 1 experimental seat and did not take more than 1. Cough. They could not take more than 1 seat. Dan Pinghua's team had already taken all the seats. The operation method was also relatively standard, but there were still some areas that were not strict enough. However, the impact was not great, and they could turn a blind eye to it. To put it nicely, they did not care about trifles. However, in Jiang Fuyue's view, it was unprofessional. If an experiment could not be done accurately and perfectly, then the final result would be very likely to be wrong. A small error might not be obvious, but when all the errors in all the steps were added up, it was a far cry. Jiang Fuyue always believed that a small mistake could lead to a great error. Little did she know that while she was looking at this group of people, they were also quietly examining her. It's really beautiful. No wonder Professor Xia also, F***ck. Su Quan, why did you bump into my stomach? Don't F***king talk nonsense. It's all rumors. Tisk, how did you know? What if it's true? Su Quan glanced at him coldly. You also said what if. What do you mean by small probability? Do you understand? That's still possible, shut up you. The petri dish is exposed. Hurry up and redo it. Ouch. That person wailed. Why is it like this again? This is the 5th time. F***ck, hee. Brother Quan, you're so protective of Jiang Fuyue. Are you interested in her? Su Quan glanced at him. Speak properly. Don't F***king use the same tool to fart. That person pouted. If you're not, then you're not. Why are you scolding me? Yes, I'm scolding you. If you can't do research, why don't you become a paparazzi? Su Quan scolded the 2 people in a row. Soon, no one in Bai Chuanhao's team dared to talk about it. Bai Chuanhao leaned over and lowered his head to look at the microscope. As he recorded the relevant data, he said, no wonder Wei Yuan misunderstood. Even I almost thought that you were interested in Jiang Fuyue. Ahem. Su Quan coughed lightly. To be honest, I'm really curious about her. Bai Chuanhao raised his eyebrows. Don't get the wrong idea. I've seen the 3 CNS articles that she posted. To be honest, the completion rate is too high. The logic is smooth from beginning to end. There's only one feeling after reading it. Bai Chuanhao, what feeling? It's done in one go. Su Quan's eyes lit up as he said this. I've re-examined the science article analyzing the active human histone pre-mRNA. The conclusion of the 3-end processing compound. Bai Chuanhao's pen stopped. And? The accuracy of the data is too high. Almost every key data can be controlled within a very small range. Therefore, the final results I obtained are very different from the results she published. You're saying that she's very good at experiments? Su Quan shook his head. It's not just experiments. Her logical structure is also very good. Our team has always lacked someone who can make accurate predictions about experiments from a high vantage point. Bai Chuanhao was slightly surprised. You mean, you want her to join us? Yes. What do you think? After hearing what you said, it doesn't seem impossible, but she might not agree. Su Quan, it's her business whether she agrees or not. It's our business whether we fight for it or not. What if she succeeds? Bai Chuanhao was deep in thought. On the other hand, Dan Pinghua's team was not so friendly. Everyone has already started working for 3 days. She's just late. Why don't she just wait until the end of the aid and go back to China? Young people nowadays are too impetuous. They're complacent just because of a little achievement. Their tails are almost up to the sky. They don't know what dedication and modesty are at all. If we're talking about integrity and talent, we still have to look at Professor Dan. She's a role model. Everyone nodded in agreement. The flattery was too smooth. Obviously, they were already used to it. Su Quan saw this from afar. Damn. Those old guys are starting again. Even Bai Chuanhao could not help but shake his head. This academic atmosphere was scary just thinking about it. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue suddenly walked in front of Xian Hongqing and Old Huang. The two of them were flattering Dan Pinghua. When they saw her from the corner of their eyes, their throats seemed to be blocked and they could no longer make a sound. The others also shut their mouths in hindsight. Jiang Fuyue did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The two of you have taken up 3 seats. I need to use the empty experimental equipment. Xian Hongqing and Old Huang looked at each other and smiled. Sorry, all the experimental seats are first come, first served. I came early and took them, so they're mine. As for you, you came late, so you can only pick the leftovers. It's very fair, isn't it? Jiang Fuyue nodded. It's indeed fair. Then, may I ask, which 2 of the 3 experimental seats belong to the 2 of you? It's not too much for me to use the equipment for the remaining seat, right? Xian Hongqing snorted. What 2? All 3 of them are ours. So you're saying that you want to take up more than 1 seat? Xian Hongqing immediately quibbled. I didn't mean that. There are too many things. There has to be a place to put them, right? Old Huang nodded. I have a lot of things too. However, when he met Jiang Fuyue's clear eyes, he instinctively shrunk his neck and revealed a hint of fear. Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes and a cold light flashed. So you're saying that you won't let me? The atmosphere gradually became tense. Old Huang swallowed and was a little overwhelmed. He thought to himself, it's fine if you say that, but it's not right for them to take up 1 more experimental seat. Just as he was about to give in, Xian Hongqing blurted out, I won't let you. What can you do? Hit me? Jiang Fuyue was amused by his rascal look. Very well. She ignored Xian Hongqing, walked past him, and went straight to Dan Pinghua. Teacher Dan, since your people are not willing, then I can only ask you to give me a piece of equipment for the experiment. This time Xian Hongqing was dumbfounded. Old Huang could not help but be stunned. Even Bai Chuanhao and Su Quan, who had been paying attention, suddenly widened their eyes. Dan Pinghua's old eyes were stunned. His expression froze, and there was even a trace of confusion. What is she talking about? Is she talking to me? Damn it. This Jiang Fuyue is too wild. Su Quan was speechless. The next second, he changed the topic. But I really like it. Bai Chuanhao nodded. She is indeed wild. His chaotic punches had directly killed the old master. Amazing, truly amazing. Xian Hongqing did not know how to speak. He stammered, how can you let Professor Dan give up his seat? Jiang Fuyue shrugged. If you don't move, then I can only let him move. Is there a problem? Of course there was a problem. Xian Hongqing was so anxious that his face turned red. If he did not give up his seat to Jiang Fuyue and caused Jiang Fuyue to directly humiliate Dan Pinghua, then this debt would most likely be on him. How could this be? Jiang Fuyue was not under Dan Pinghua's control, so she could be unscrupulous. But he was different. He still had to work under Dan Pinghua, so he could not afford to offend him at all. Old Huang's expression also changed. He moved behind Xian Hongqing bit by bit and silently said, can't see me, can't see me. He could not help but resent Xian Hongqing in his heart. This old Xian really held grudges but did not remember the pain. He even went to provoke Jiang Fuyue. Say, why did he provoke her? She was clearly an ancestor, the atmosphere was stiff, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing. The huge experimental area was completely silent. Only Jiang Fuyue was smiling as if nothing had happened. Seeing that no one spoke, her gaze fell on Dan Pinghua. The latter's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, afraid that she would do something unorthodox again. He was old and really could not handle it. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue did not say anything shocking. She only asked again, Professor Dan, do you think there's a problem? Dan Pinghua immediately reacted and put on a kind smile. Of course not. It was my negligence that one person took up 3 experimental seats. I really shouldn't have. As he spoke, he shook his head with a guilty expression. Not only did he give up the equipment on one experimental seat, but he also cleared the things on another experimental seat, leaving only one empty seat. Jiang Fuyue sighed. Professor Dan is still the righteous one of Ming University. Xian Hongqing, who did not understand the righteousness of Ming University, was speechless. What the hell, digression, 4,000 yuan. Since Dan Pinghua had already set an example, the others naturally couldn't continue to occupy more seats. In the end, Xian Hongqing still gave up his seat. Su Quan, arrogant? Why didn't he continue to be arrogant? He's bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Bai Chuanhao shook his head, only when you've kicked an iron plate will you know the pain. If he had given up his seat earlier, Jiang Fuyue wouldn't have asked Dan Pinghua about it. Now, he had offended both those who should and shouldn't be offended. With Jiang Fuyue's actions, there were empty seats everywhere. However, she still chose the one in the corner and moved the experimental equipment over. A remote and private semi-open laboratory began to take shape. She didn't use the computer here. Instead, she took out her own laptop. Before using it, she had to send it to the Anti-Corruption Investigation Department for scanning and installing monitoring software to ensure that the operation of this computer was under the supervision of the base. Of course, it wouldn't be attacked by external viruses. After settling everything, Jiang Fuyue began to arrange for the experiment. There was still a lot of preparation work before that. She didn't know what Dan Pinghua and Bai Chuanhao's team's research direction was, and she wasn't interested. She just needed to make sure that her mission was to improve the defense of the existing recombinant vaccine. This vaccine was first developed by Xie Dingyuan's team. She had to obtain first-hand information and clinical trial data before she could determine the direction and focus of her research. Therefore, she went next door. Eh? What's going on with Jiang Fuyue? F***ck. She actually went next door? What? Everyone immediately gathered around. Don't tell me she's going to look for Professor Xie? Are all young girls so brave these days? She's a tiger, right? You're all right. She's a brave tigress. There's nothing wrong with her. F***ck. Is she here to be funny? Should we follow her and take a look? If you want to follow her, you can follow her. If she suddenly stumbles. I don't want to be the second old Xian. Xian Hongqing, ? Why bring me along if you want to talk? The sun. Jiang Fuyue walked through the whispers and peaks. During this time, she didn't look sideways and was indifferent. Her back view was as calm as ever. Su Quan, I really admire her. Bai Chuanhao nodded. You're really good at keeping your composure. Su Quan thought to himself, is it just willpower? Why did it feel like it was the contempt of a king? He didn't care about anything. Next door. As soon as the girl's tall and beautiful figure appeared, she attracted the attention of most of the people in the laboratory. Oh my god. Since when did we have a fairy here? Tall and thin, very agile. Black hair, black eyes, but his skin is too white. Is he from Huaxia? Isn't this the girl I saw in the cafeteria with old Lu? Oh. I remember now. I think he's from Bai Chuanhao's team? I'm not sure which team it is, but it's fine as long as it's beautiful. F***ck. Could she be the one who's rumored to be with our professor? There's only one woman next door. Bro, you know the truth. After clarifying this relationship, the group of people looked at Jiang Fuyue in a different light. According to legend, Professor Xia once hugged a mother, no, a girl. If it's possible, I really want to touch her. Bah, that's not what I meant, I just want to see what's different about her. I don't want to see. Damn it. I can't control my mouth. Bro, you're good, 666. If you're not afraid that your claws will break, go ahead and touch her. Anyway, you'll break one every time you touch her. After the hand claws break, there's still the foot claws. Jiang Fuyue stopped in front of one of the young men. I'm looking for Professor Xia. Is he here? Yes, yes. The young man swallowed nervously. He's inside. You'll see him if you walk a few steps forward. Okay, thank you. Jiang Fuyue walked in, leaving a fresh citrus scent floating in the air, making people's hearts itch. Are we going to let her in just like that? Will Professor Xia be angry? Last time, old Lu let someone in casually and got criticized. F*CK. Who let her in? It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. It wasn't me either. Everyone shook their heads and waved their hands. The young man who pointed the way for Jiang Fuyue reacted, and his face turned pale. I didn't do it on purpose. He wasn't originally in Professor Xia's regular team. This time, he was on a secondment and took the initiative to come to Continent F. He wasn't very familiar with everyone and didn't like to talk. He was the kind of person who wasn't popular in the team. He also wanted to integrate into the team, but everyone didn't seem to be willing to accept him. After a long time, he didn't care about this anymore. He just wanted to use this opportunity to learn something from Professor Xia. He was usually well-behaved, but he didn't expect to cause such a big trouble today. Then, what should I do now? He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and didn't know what to do. Right now, the girl is already in front of Professor Xia, right? It's too late to stop her. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. You'd better pray for yourself. Friend, hold on. Actually, Professor Xia isn't that scary when he's angry. It's just two icebergs pressing down on you, making you shiver from the cold. Li Jiuzhu was about to cry. At this moment, the scene inside was a little different from what everyone had imagined. Professor Xia, who was supposed to be angry and furious, had a gentle look in his eyes. His expression was relaxed, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Putting aside the freshly produced analysis report, he got up and held the girl's hand. He led her to his chair while he leaned against the side of the experiment table with his long legs crossed. There was a kind of elegance about him. Why are you here at this time? Jiang Fuyue, am I not welcome? Xie Dingyuan, I couldn't ask for more. I'm here to see what you're doing. Checking on me? He smiled. Yes, to see if you're concentrating on your work and if you're secretly thinking about a beautiful girl. Xie Dingyuan squeezed her fingers and whispered, I'm only thinking about a beautiful girl like you. Jiang Fuyue, cough, so mushy. So mushy. Have you taken your medicine today? He suddenly asked. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Looks like you haven't. Xie Dingyuan raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Fortunately, it's not too late to take it now. After that, he took a cup to get some water. It looked like he was going to supervise her on the spot. Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed. The medicine was bitter and big, so it was not easy to swallow. Every time she swallowed it, she would feel nauseous. Moreover, her body had basically recovered, so Jiang Fuyue did not plan to continue taking the medicine for the next 2 days. Don't get the water. I didn't bring the medicine with me. I left it in the dormitory. I'll take it when I get back. Xie Dingyuan ignored her and filled the cup with water. He even tested the temperature. There's some in my drawer. Jiang Fuyue, ? He put down the cup, walked to the back of the table, and opened the top drawer. It's just enough for 2 days. I asked the infirmary to prepare one more just in case. Jiang Fuyue. It's not good for a man to be too considerate. Xie Dingyuan put the medicine in her hand. Take it. I suddenly remembered that I took it this morning. It's true. If that's the case, then don't. He paused in his action of keeping the medicine. Something was not right. He looked up abruptly and coincidentally met Jiang Fuyue's flickering gaze. However, the moment their eyes met, she calmed down and even smiled at him. Xie Dingyuan, Jiang Fuyue urged him. Hurry up and put it away. Don't drop it. Yeah. Yes? Tell me honestly. Did you take your medicine today? What else was there to not understand? Xie Dingyuan put the medicine in her hand and did not say anything. He just crossed his arms and stared at her. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. It's very bitter. I know. How do you know? You didn't take, she suddenly reacted and widened her eyes in disbelief. You took it? I tasted it. I didn't swallow it. Are you stupid? You injected needles and took medicine. Jiang Fuyue was angry. What did you promise me? The voice was so loud that people outside could faintly hear it. It's starting? Professor Xia is angry? I knew it. There won't be a good ending if I go in rashly. Professor Xia is indeed worthy of his reputation. He can be so ruthless to a beauty. Hiss, why do I feel that it's a woman's voice? Professor Xia didn't say much. You must have heard wrongly. How can our Professor Xia be scolded by a woman? Are you kidding? Oh, then I must have heard wrongly. But that raised voice really sounded like a woman's voice. There's no sound again. Inside, Xie Dingyuan's gaze softened. He could not help but sigh. Look at you. You're already anxious before you figure out the situation. Can't you listen to my explanation first? Okay, go ahead. Jiang Fuyue imitated him and waved her hands. She was calm and unruffled. Xie Dingyuan could not help but want to pinch her when he saw her angry look. He pinched her gently and did not use any strength. Jiang Fuyue stared at him but did not stop him. Xie Dingyuan said, I tasted the medicine because the doctor was not around. The nurse was not qualified to prescribe medicine, so I had to do it myself. Xie Dingyuan was not familiar with the way their medicine was placed. He found that there were 2 bottles of medicine without labels. However, they looked almost identical. One was bitter, while the other was sweet. He tasted it to distinguish which one was which, so he only licked it lightly. It was indeed bitter and difficult to swallow. However, this medicine had good ingredients and no hormones. It could help Jiang Fuyue recover quickly. That was why he prescribed it. All of this happened before I promised you. I didn't break my promise. Oh. She lowered her eyes, blinked her eyelashes, and whispered, that's more like it. Xie Dingyuan laughed. Don't be so anxious next time. The whole world will know. Jiang Fuyue played with her fingers. That's because you have a criminal record. She still remembered the matter of the needles. Okay, I've explained it clearly. When are you going to take the medicine? Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Why do I have to take the medicine? You can't go through with it. Cough, can you not? The man refused. No. Jiang Fuyue could only take the medicine obediently. Under the man's gaze, no, supervision, she put it into her mouth bitterly. It was too bitter. Xie Dingyuan quickly handed her a glass of water. Drink some water. It won't be hard to swallow after a big mouthful. Digression, second update, 3,000 words. I've read everyone's comments recently. First of all, I'd like to apologize. I'm very sorry for causing a bad reading experience for everyone. I tried to use this terrible way of updating to teach a certain person a lesson for reading pirated articles and sending me a private message. This is the beginning of the matter. I've never cared about pirated articles before. In a moment of anger, I wanted to teach the pirates a lesson. In the end, they jumped even more happily and scolded even more fiercely. They blacklisted me and changed to another account. At that time, I thought, fine. The more you scold me, the more I won't let you see the latest chapters. However, because of this, I hurt the original readers who have been subscribing and supporting me. I'm really sorry about this. Don't hurt the people who support you because of those with bad intentions. His words woke her up. Therefore, I'll update normally to ensure quality and quantity. I hope everyone is still here. I won't touch the web again during this time. There were a total of 3 of these pills. One pill was a glass of water, and the other small pills were a glass of water. Therefore, Jiang Fuyue drank a total of 4 glasses of water. After swallowing it with difficulty, she started to feel nauseous again. Xie Dingyuan stroked her back with his palm over and over again, from top to bottom. Are you feeling better? Jiang Fuyue's eyes were red, and she shook her head. 5 minutes later, he finally recovered. Which company produced these pills? It's too inhumane. How can I swallow such a big piece? Xie Dingyuan coughed lightly. History green. It was developed and manufactured by History Green and exported to Continent F. Jiangfuyue. Was it okay to complain to the person in question? When you become the lady boss of History Green, the product department will be on standby at any time. You can change it as much as you want. When the man said this, his expression was serious, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. Jiangfuyue. There was no need to be like this. Do you want more water? Jiangfuyue, half a glass. Xie Dingyuan took a glass and let her drink it first. He finished the rest in one gulp. I want the relevant experimental data and clinical reports of the recombinant vaccine. Is it convenient for you to provide them? She didn't forget the purpose of this trip. The man raised an eyebrow. What do you want these for? To improve the defense of the existing vaccine. I read in the news that the current effectiveness rate is only 50%. Xie Dingyuan shook his head. Actually, it's even lower. From the results of the clinical trials, it's only 43%. Less than 50%. Jiangfuyue, I used a model to calculate. If we want to build an immune barrier, the vaccination rate in North Continent F should be at least 70%. But the premise is that the vaccine effectiveness rate can be more than 50%. Based on the current situation, the vaccination rate may be higher. Xie Dingyuan, but in the end, the efficiency of the recombinant vaccine is too low. I tried to study the adenovirus vector vaccine, but the experimental results were not satisfactory. Jiangfuyue asked, what do you mean? It's very safe, but it's not very effective. It's very difficult to overcome pre-existing immunity. Jiangfuyue pondered for a moment. Then have you ever considered using an attenuated influenza virus vector vaccine? Xie Dingyuan paused for a moment. Are you saying that we will use the approved attenuated influenza vaccine as a carrier to carry the M protein of the Schenkwald virus and stimulate the human body to produce antibodies against the two viruses? Yes, especially when Schenkvo's infection overlaps with the influenza epidemic, the clinical significance will be very great. It's equivalent to one seedling preventing two diseases. The number of inoculations is small, and the inoculation method is relatively simple. This discussion went on for 2 hours in the blink of an eye. Xie Dingyuan sorted out the relevant information and clinical reports and handed them to Jiangfuyue. That's about it. Okay. Jiangfuyue nodded and put the things into the bag. Xie Dingyuan, I'm currently researching inactivated vaccines and protein recombinant vaccines. The adenovirus vector vaccine is being researched by Chuanhao's team. They're also here this time, so their progress shouldn't be too slow. He was reminding her. If they really decided to focus their research on the live attenuated vaccine, then Jiangfuyue had to hurry up. So far, no team in the world had successfully developed this vaccine. There were even very few related papers. This was because its obvious advantages were directly proportional to the difficulty of its research and development. At present, the common live attenuated vaccines on the market were Japanese encephalitis vaccine, hepatitis A vaccine, measles vaccine, and so on. All of these had gone through a long research and development process before they could finally be released to the market. Xie Dingyuan, you have to think carefully. Do you want to improve the effectiveness of the existing protein recombinant vaccine or start another research on a live attenuated vaccine? Although the former was not easy, at least there was still hope. The latter could only be said to be a gamble. If they won, they would have limitless glory. If they lost, they would gain nothing. Jiangfuyue listened and was silent for a moment. After a while, she spoke again. I will think about it carefully. Xie Dingyuan nodded. If there's anything, use the walkie-talkie. Speaking of the walkie-talkie, Jiangfuyue, I still don't know your channel number. 29, 1 Hz. Jiangfuyue took the documents and was about to go back to the next room when Xie Dingyuan walked her out. Think about what I said and make a decision as soon as possible. Okay. Remember to take your medicine tomorrow. Forget it, come over and eat. I have prepared it here anyway. Jiangfuyue. No, I'm not coming. Then I'll go back first. The man nodded and watched her leave until she disappeared. Then, he turned around and went back. Wherever he went, there was a shock. The professor didn't get angry? He even walked her out personally? Did he take the wrong script? Who brought her in just now? Xie Dingyuan suddenly asked. Here it comes, it's time to settle the score. Professor, it wasn't me. It wasn't me either. Everyone tried to distance themselves, afraid of being blamed. What happened to not getting angry and smiling? What was going on now? Finally, a hand was raised silently. It was me. Xie Dingyuan raised his eyebrows. Li Jiuzhu? Li Jiuzhu didn't expect Professor Xia to remember his name. His originally pale face showed a touch of excitement, and his dim eyes lit up. Yes, he nodded heavily, it was me. Xie Dingyuan, your experimental operation is good, very standard. Tomorrow, you'll enter the closed laboratory with me as my assistant. What? You don't want to? No. I want to. Happiness came too suddenly, and Li Jiuzhu couldn't believe it. Until Xie Dingyuan turned around and left, he was still standing there, unable to react. His eyes were dull, and his expression was blank. Little Jiuzhu, it's time to come back to your senses. His colleague snapped his fingers at him. Congratulations, not just. Anyone can be chosen by Professor Xia to enter the laboratory. And you're even an assistant, amazing. Our little Jiuzhu's experimental operation is already very good, it's not surprising that he was chosen. Remember, after you enter, learn from the professor. You'll definitely benefit a lot. Li Jiuzhu felt both touched and ashamed as she watched everyone congratulate her and give her advice. He thought that he was marginalized and unwelcome, but in fact, everyone was very friendly and willing to communicate with each other. It was he who was impatient and afraid of disappointment, so he carefully took back the step that he originally took. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Little Jiuzhu. Okay. But, what the hell is little Jiuzhu? After receiving the information, Jiang Fuyue first studied the inactivated vaccine and recombinant vaccine of Xie Dingyuan's team. For 2 consecutive days, she just sat in her seat, reading, checking, and comparing papers. She did not touch any experimental equipment, nor did she apply to enter the closed laboratory to officially conduct experiments. Although Jiang Fuyue had chosen the most remote corner in the same experimental area, there were still curious gazes drifting in her direction from time to time, with a bit of prying. Su Quan said, she's reading? Oh my god. Do you really think this is a university library? Bai Chuanha's hands didn't stop moving. He didn't even look up as he said, why do you care so much about other people? Have you finished your work? Ahem. I'm just curious about Jiang Fuyue's research direction. The research direction of their team and Dan Pinghua's team had been determined long ago. Only Jiang Fuyue's team was still unclear. Before setting off, Su Quan had tried to ask his superiors, but the answers he got were very vague. They only said that Jiang Fuyue's task was to improve the effectiveness of the vaccine. There were many ways to do that. Modifying existing vaccines and developing new vaccines were all ways to increase the effectiveness. Which one would Jiang Fuyue choose? Su Quan said, personally, I think it's more likely that she'll choose to modify it. After all, research and development is not so easy. Even with the strength of a team, it might not be able to complete the work. Don't be ridiculous. It was not that Su Quan looked down on anyone, but that was the truth. It was too difficult to create a new vaccine that could stand the test of time and be used for a long time. Bai Chuanhao also didn't think that Jiang Fuyue would be so whimsical as to develop a new vaccine. If you have a little bit of intelligence, you would know what to choose. However, Jiang Fuyue just had to do something stupid. I want to research a live attenuated vaccine. Xie Dingyuan was slightly stunned. This answer was unreasonable, but it was also expected. Have you thought about it? Yes, I've read all the information. At present, the inactivated vaccine can't defend against mutant strains. The recombinant vaccine can actively deal with mutant strains, but the effectiveness is not high. Both vaccines have obvious flaws. In this case, there's not much point in modifying them. Xie Dingyuan nodded. That's true, but it's not so easy to develop a live attenuated vaccine. Besides, you're alone. How do you know if you don't try? She smiled. Anyway, I'm alone. She didn't have to bear the glory of the team, and she wouldn't be influenced by others. She also didn't have to consider the gains and losses of the team. As long as she was willing, no one would say anything even if she failed 10,000 times. Jiang Fuyue was not only the commander who gave orders, but also the soldier who charged and broke through the enemy's lines. This is your advantage? Xie Dingyuan shook his head and laughed softly. Jiang Fuyue shrugged. Anyway, I've never thought of this as a disadvantage. Do you need help? Her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately took out a list, opened it, and handed it over. I've listed all the necessary experimental equipment. The man raised his eyebrows. She blinked her eyes in an attempt to please him. Xie Dingyuan coughed softly, took it, and glanced at it roughly. Wow, it was a full page. Can you get it? She asked. I'll try my best. Usually, it's not a big problem. That's great. She jumped up happily and gave him a hug. Thank you. The fragrance of citrus wafted over. The girl's soft body was pressed against his strong chest. Xie Dingyuan's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing quickened slightly. However, it only lasted for 2 seconds. After hugging her, he stepped back. That's it? Jiang Fuyue, why? From your tone, you think it's not enough? Xie Dingyuan muttered softly, it's really not enough, cough. You can add more. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Buying groceries at the market? You're still in the mood to bargain? Just a little. How do you want to add more? The man pondered for a moment. He looked more serious than when he was reading the analysis report. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he moved his face closer and touched his lips with his index finger. Then, he started to hint with his eyes. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. She really didn't understand. The man was anxious. Kiss me. The next second, the fragrance of citrus suddenly became stronger. Then, he felt a soft touch on his lips. Xie Dingyuan held her waist and pulled her into his arms. The two of them pressed closer together. He took the initiative. When Jiang Fuyue was about to step back, he held on tightly to her and refused to let go. The girl punched his shoulder. He stepped back slightly, but their breaths were still intertwined. He only gave her 2 seconds to breathe before he kissed her again. After some time, Xie Dingyuan finally let go of her. Jiang Fuyue's cheeks were flushed because of the short period of oxygen deprivation. The man was panting slightly. His dark eyes were deep, and there was a hint of satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. He smacked his lips and commented, that's more like it. Jiang Fuyue. She had sacrificed too much for the sake of scientific research. When they were leaving, Xie Dingyuan happened to receive a walkie-talkie call. The person on the other end was speaking Arabic. Jiang Fuyue pointed outside. Her mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. She meant, I'll go out first. The man nodded. She turned and left. She walked through the experimental area outside. It was dead silent. When she walked past and disappeared from sight, the crowd was in an uproar. It's her again? She's here to look for Professor Xia again? Why didn't such a beauty come to look for me? When you're at the same level as the professor, you won't bark like a single dog anymore. Did the beauty touch up her makeup when she went in? Her lipstick is not bad. It's bright red. Are you blind? She's barefaced. No. Her lips weren't so red before she went in. You only know how to stare at her lips every day. What are you thinking? That's right. Where else did you look? Tell us the truth. I was wrong. Pretend I didn't say anything. At this time, inside, after ending the call, Xie Dingyuan put down the walkie-talkie and leaned against the laboratory table. He touched his lips absent-mindedly and smiled like a fool. If the people outside rushed in at this moment, their eyeballs would probably pop out. How could the cold and heartless Professor Xia, whose heart was as hard as steel, smile so radiantly? Although they didn't dare to go in, their curiosity didn't diminish at all. Hey, Xiao Juju, why don't you go in and see what's going on? Li Juju shook her head like a rattledrum. I'm afraid, yes, who wasn't afraid, that was Xie Dingyuan. But there were also people who weren't afraid, such as Jiang Fuyue. She came and went as she pleased. Professor Xia even personally sent her out several times. TSK, when Jiang Fuyue returned to the room next door, she also received a lot of pointing fingers and whispering. Why did she run out again? I don't know if she's here to research vaccines or to go sightseeing. Jiang Fuyue ignored all of this. She didn't even look at them. You say what you want, and I do what I want. That's how bossy she was. Su Quan rolled his eyes, put down the work in his hand, and followed her to the experimental seat. Hee hee. Before he could say anything, he let out 2 silly chuckles. Jiang Fuyue, what's the matter? A little, not much. Su Quan rubbed his hands. Go ahead. You haven't been on the experimental bench recently, nor have you entered the enclosed area. What are you busy with? Jiang Fuyue looked up and sized him up. Are you here to ask for information? Ahem. Don't make it sound so bad. I'm not a gossipy woman from the east side of the village. This is called communication. We make progress through the collision of ideas, understand? She shook her head. No, I don't understand. Su Quan. She was so beautiful, but her words made him speechless. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'm going to get busy. You can go back. Su Quan walked away listlessly. After he went back, he kept muttering, which one will she choose? Bai Chuanhao was speechless. Haven't we already discussed this? Why are you still thinking about it? I don't know the final answer. Of course I'm thinking about it. Bai Chuanhao's tone was firm. Jiang Fuyue won't choose to develop a new vaccine. Save it. Don't mess around. Are you sure? Why did he feel that Jiang Fuyue was holding back a big move and was about to blow him up? Bai Chuanhao couldn't be bothered with him. The sun was setting in the west. Another day had passed. Xie Dingyuan asked Kaza to meet at the fort. Why? Do you want to watch the sunset with me? Kaza walked over in camouflage. He was covered in sweat. It was obvious that he had just finished training. He was a senior officer and didn't need to be lectured. However, he had to be present for every inspection and assessment. When the soldiers were tanning, he was tanning too. When the soldiers were standing, he had to stand more properly than them. At least let me go back and take a shower. I'll come to see you when I'm fragrant. Only then will it feel more ceremonial. Xie Dingyuan looked at him coldly. Don't be so shameless. Thank you. Khazar patted his cheeks, making a crisp sound. Isn't this my face? Don't worry, it's thick. Xie Dingyuan didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He took out the list and stuffed it into Kaza's arms. What's this? Kaza muttered. He opened it and saw that it wasn't a machine. There were many English abbreviations on it. Xie Dingyuan went straight to the point. The experimental equipment on this list will be ready in 2 days. Didn't you just get a new batch of equipment last week? Why do you want it again? It's not for me. Huh? Kaza was confused. You don't want it, but you applied for it? Did you do too many experiments and your brain is damaged? Xie Dingyuan raised his eyebrows. Can't I help? Kaza asked, help who? He stopped talking. Kaza, then I have to know where to send these equipment, right? Xie Dingyuan, just send it to Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue, wasn't she the one who had a fever and fainted a few days ago and was carried to the medical room by Xie Dingyuan? You really like her? Xie Dingyuan, ? Kaza patted his shoulder and said earnestly, brother, although love always comes so suddenly and without reason, don't forget that you have a girlfriend. How can you fall in love with one every time you see one? It's not good. Xie Dingyuan was even more confused. What are you talking about? I'm teaching you to be an upright and kind man. Brother, listen to my advice. Don't be a jerk. He was a little crazy. Hey. Why are you leaving? I haven't finished yet. Kaza reached out his hand. 2 days later, the equipment arrived. Kaza appeared in Bai Chuanhao's laboratory area. He was in a neat military uniform and had his hands behind his back. Every step he took was quite imposing. Everyone was a little surprised to see him. After all, his warning and orders to send soldiers to guard the place were too intimidating. "Where's Jiang Fuyue?" Everyone was surprised. After Professor Xia came in and asked about Jiang Fuyue, another big boss asked about her. "Over there," someone pointed the way for Kaza. He looked over and could only see a remote corner and a corner of clothes in the corner. Kaza raised his hand. "Everyone, go back to work." He meant to tell them not to crowd around and do what they were supposed to do. After that, he walked towards Jiang Fuyue. Everyone continued to work, but their minds had already flown there and their ears were pricked up. They exchanged glances. Jiang Fuyue was amazing. The officer could even call out her name. First, there was Professor Xia, and then there was Kaza. Both of them had come looking for her. She listened to what they were talking about. "There must be gossip." "Oh, what's the matter?" Jiang Fuyue replied to him in Arabic. Her tone was cold. Kaza was stunned. "Xie Dingyuan asked me for the experiment equipment." "It's for you." Her eyes moved slightly. "It's all here?" Kaza originally wanted to test this girl's background, so he didn't intend to be too polite. However, when he met her clear and indifferent eyes, he unexpectedly nodded. It's all here." He was still stuttering. F***CK. "Can you help to move it in? Or do I have to move it myself?" "Someone will take care of it." "Oh." Jiang Fuyue nodded. "Is there anything else?" "Kaza, ? "Actually, it's nothing." Jiang Fuyue crossed her arms and sent him off with her eyes. "Then I'll leave first." Halfway through, Kaza remembered the purpose of this trip. He gritted his teeth, turned back, and quickly said, "You know Xie Dingyuan? Do you know that he has a girlfriend?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Kaza thought that she had hurt him. "He likes his girlfriend very much and takes out her photos to look at every day. So, if you have any unrealistic ideas, you can give up early." Xie Dingyuan doesn't buy it. Jiang Fuyue's eyes were subtle. "You said that he looks at photos every day?" "Yes. Not only does he look at them, but he also touches them and smiles." Suddenly, the girl's expression became more subtle. Kaza thought that he had convinced her, so he nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. 2 minutes later, he appeared next door. He said to Xie Dingyuan, "You don't have to thank me." "Xie Dingyuan? ? He was confused. With the arrival of the new experiment equipment, Jiang Fuyue was also very busy. She had to check, adjust, and test every step of the process. This time, the disadvantage of not having a team was exposed. She had to do everything herself. Fortunately, the quality of this batch of equipment was good, so she didn't have to worry too much. New equipment? Where did it come from? How did she get new equipment? We're still using antiques. Why? Because she's good-looking? She's arrogant? Unfair. Previously, Jiang Fuyue's absenteeism and her close relationship with Professor Xia and Kazar were still within their tolerance range. At most, they would gossip about her, but this time, the difference in treatment inevitably touched their sensitive nerves. It was no longer a matter of gossip, but an uneven distribution of resources. Dan Pinghua's face darkened. Bai Chuanhao couldn't help but frown. No matter what industry it was, there was a set of rules. And Jiang Fuyue's participation was against the rules from the very beginning. And now, it's getting worse? Professor Dan. Don't you care? This time, Dan Pinghua actually didn't try to smooth things over. I'll go find the person in charge. Bai Chuanhao could no longer sit still. Although he didn't have a big problem with Jiang Fuyue and didn't reject working with her, this was a matter of principle. The two of them found Kaza together. After a long speech, he concluded. Obviously, this is unfair to the other two teams. Fair? Kaza chuckled and shook his head. There is no absolute fairness in this world, especially when it comes to the distribution of resources. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the two teams, is it completely fair? Of course not. Dan Pinghua relied on his age and seniority. His overall strength was obviously not as good as Bai Chuanhao's team, but the state's subsidies were higher. Even if the younger generation was dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the old guy had his own advantages. But what about Jiang Fuyue? What did she do to deserve it? In terms of seniority, she wasn't as good as Bai Chuanhao. In terms of strength, her 3 CNS papers were barely enough. But Dan Pinghua, Su Quan, and even the annoying Xian Hongqing, who didn't have CNS papers in hand, her only advantage was that she was young and had a promising future. But who could say for sure about the future? Whether she was a dragon or a worm, everything was unknown. Bai Chuanhao, although there is no absolute fairness, there needs to be a convincing reason for the relative allocation of resources, right? For example, his strength. For example, Dan Pinghua's qualifications. Then what's the reason for Jiang Fuyue? Kaza clapped and looked up at Bai Chuanhao. Good question. You have a lot of ideas. Bai Chuanhao's eyes were calm as he looked back at him. Dan Pinghua spoke at the right time. I think that if there isn't a suitable reason today, it will be difficult for us and all the team members to be convinced. Of course, the equipment is provided by the base. You are free to side with whoever you want. Dan Pinghua's tone was deep. But what everyone thinks in their hearts is not something I can control. There is an old saying in Xianxia, don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. The environment is simple and the equipment is old. These can be overcome, but the distribution is unfair and the people are divided. Does Officer Kaza understand this? Dan Pinghua was able to get to where he was today because he had some skills. Listening to his meaningful tone and the words that hinted at something, he was an old man after all. He was a master of Tai Chi 8 trigrams. Anyway, if it were Bai Chuanhao, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Kaza was half Huaxia and had been influenced by his mother since he was a child. Not only could he speak Chinese, but he also knew a lot about the traditional culture of Huaxia. Naturally, he knew what the saying "don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality" meant. He looked up and calmly glanced at Dan Pinghua and Bai Chuanhao. There must be a reason for the resources to be tilted towards Jiang Fuyue. Dan Pinghua stared. Bai Chuanhao also pricked up his ears. Kaza played it down. She wants to develop a live attenuated vaccine. Before this, no team has tried it. That is to say, there is no reference data or equipment left behind. Is there a problem with the base buying new equipment for her? He said a lot, but when Dan Pinghua and Bai Chuanhao heard the first sentence, they were already stunned. She wanted to develop a live attenuated vaccine? Not an improved recombinant vaccine, but a live attenuated vaccine? How could this be? Did Jiang Fuyue know what she was doing? How dare she? Nonsense. Dan Pinghua slammed the table and stood up. He shouted angrily, she is crazy, but does the base also go crazy with her? Kaza was expressionless and his voice was cold. Professor Dan, please control your emotions. If you can't, I will ask someone to ask you to leave. When you calm down, we will talk again. Dan Pinghua took a deep breath and calmed down. Sorry, but you can't do that. Oh? If a live attenuated vaccine is so easy to develop, why haven't the virus laboratories and research teams in the world published results in this area so far? Even the relevant papers are pitifully few. Kaza took the opportunity to ask, why? Because a live attenuated vaccine is impossible to succeed. Those who have touched it have already stopped. Those who haven't should learn from the former's experience and know what to do and what not to do. Kaza said, Professor Dan, I think you have to understand that nothing is absolutely impossible in this world. Just by Jiang Fuyue? Alone? Without any team? And without any results? She wants to solve a problem that even the world's experts can't solve? That was ridiculous. If the base supports her, then all the investments and efforts will be for naught. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I will say this first. After that, he left in a huff. Bai Chuanhao didn't say anything and also left. On the way back, he was in a trance. His mind was full of that sentence, she wants a live attenuated vaccine. It was an infinite loop, like a demon's voice echoing. Lao Bai? Lao Bai? Su Quan leaned close to his ear and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Tell me. What's the situation? Why did your face change after you went out? And you are still in a daze. By the way, did you and Professor Dan find anything when you went to Kaza? Did he agree to change our equipment as well? Otherwise, we can add a few new ones. Jiang Fuyue's stuff is really tempting. Bai Chuanhao shook his head. Su Quan, what do you mean? He didn't agree? No, on what basis? Because she wants to research a live attenuated vaccine. Su Quan waved his hand and snorted. Who cares what she is researching? A live attenuated vaccine is not useful. His voice paused and stopped abruptly. Su Quan's eyes widened in shock. What did you say she wants to research? Bai Chuanhao, a live attenuated vaccine. F***CK. Is she crazy? Dan Pinghua's first reaction was to think so too. Bai Chuanhao, I don't know if she is crazy or not, but I am going crazy. Su Quan muttered, I am not far behind. During lunchtime, Su Quan deliberately waited for the right time to follow Jiang Fuyue. He still couldn't believe it, so he planned to ask her personally. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw Dan Pinghua walk towards Jiang Fuyue from another direction and stop in front of her. The two of them talked about something, but Dan Pinghua was very agitated. His spittle flew everywhere, and he almost used all his strength to shout the last sentence, "You are overestimating yourself." Jiang Fuyue replied indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that." Dan Pinghua turned around angrily and strode away, as if looking at this person for another second would pollute his eyes. Jiang Fuyue's face was expressionless. Compared to Dan Pinghua's anger, she was unusually calm. Come out. Su Quan was stunned. The next second, the girl's cold eyes fell on his face. It turned out that he had been discovered long ago. He coughed softly and walked out, looking a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal, Jiang Fuyue interrupted him. What's the matter? Just say it. Su Quan, are you really going to research a live attenuated vaccine? Yes. She admitted frankly without hiding anything. Su Quan was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. It turned out that she was really holding back a trump card, and she did have a trump card. Once the trump card was revealed, it was meant to blind everyone. Why? Su Quan didn't understand. You didn't choose the easy path, but the most difficult one? Because the limitless scenery is at the peak of danger. After that, Jiang Fuyue strode away, leaving Su Quan alone. He was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. The limitless scenery, at the peak of danger, in less than a day, the news that Jiang Fuyue was researching a live attenuated vaccine spread throughout the two experimental areas. At Xia Ding Yuan sighed, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, but to be honest, calves usually don't have a good ending. Most of them are eaten. Who is it? So awesome? It's the beauty who often comes here to look for Professor Xia, Jiang Fuyue. Her? Live attenuated vaccine? Are you kidding? Even Professor Xia hasn't been able to bite down on this tough bone, yet she wants to take a bite out of it. I can only say that her courage is commendable. I suspect that she's here to be funny. Let's wait and see. I guess she'll have to give up in 2 days. The road of research was long and difficult. It would be strange if such a young girl could endure it. Next door, the members of Dan Pinghua's and Bai Chuanhao's teams exploded. Am I deaf? Why did I hear about a live attenuated vaccine? I heard it too. +2, so it's true. There's no hallucination. Jiang Fuyue wants to research a live attenuated vaccine. Is there something wrong with her brain? Does the base also support her ridiculous behavior? The equipment is already here. What do you think? Is she trying to show that she's a maverick? She doesn't have to use this method. It will only make people feel disgusted. It's impossible to succeed. I think so too, only Su Quan seemed to be deep in thought amidst the depressing voices. No matter what others said, Jiang Fuyue was not affected at all. At this moment, she was sitting on the edge of the base with Xie Dingyuan and watching the sunset. Suddenly, she reached out to Xie Dingyuan. What? The man was stunned. On Xie Dingyuan's side, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, but to be honest, calves usually don't have a good ending. Most of them are eaten. Who is it? So awesome? It's the beauty who often comes here to look for Professor Xia, Jiangfuyue. Her? Live attenuated vaccine? Are you kidding me? Greater than 795. I want to see the photo. My girlfriend is her. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. The first was isolation. No one was willing to talk to Jiangfuyue. Although it was like this in the past, everyone did not reject communication at work. But now, there was no communication at work. There was a summary meeting once every 3 days and an exchange of experience once every 5 days. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about Jiangfuyue. They did not even inform her. She was clearly in the same experimental area, but she was isolated from the space. Xianxia snorted coldly. Humans are social animals. She can persist for a day or two, but I don't believe that she can withstand not talking and communicating for a long time. If her mentality collapsed because of this, the live attenuated vaccine project would be ruined. It was not their fault. Jiangfuyue's tolerance was too low. Su Quan was also forced to remain silent under the pressure of the general situation. Among these people, he was considered to be the most courageous, hot-tempered, and least afraid of trouble. He dared to retort Xianxia, secretly ridicule Dan Pinghua, and challenge the team leader, Bai Chuanhao. However, in this situation where everyone was pointing their guns at the outside world and working together to isolate Jiangfuyue, he could no longer go against them. Otherwise, he would be the next one to be isolated. How would Jiangfuyue react to this? Everyone secretly hoped that she would give in. However, after a while, no reaction was her reaction. If she was not called for the summary meeting, she would not come. If no one talked to her, she would not open her mouth. She accepted all the isolation and targeting. She did not get angry, complain, or care. Every time he saw that overly calm face, Xianxia gritted his teeth in anger. But in the end, except for his toothache, Jiangfuyue did not lose a single hair. Is she a monster? If no one talked to me for 2 days, I might die. It's been a week. Why is she still acting like nothing happened? Antisocial? Autistic? Born with social phobia? Her state makes me feel like a clown. Under such discussion, Jiangfuyue was still the same. Every day, she was in the laboratory, the cafeteria, and the dormitory. She could work from 8 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. During this period, other than eating, drinking, and going to the toilet, she could focus on her research without any distractions. Originally, they wanted to use this method to let Jiangfuyue know the consequences of offending everyone. However, the result was that Jiangfuyue didn't move an inch, and they couldn't sit still. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask her, Jiangfuyue, haven't you noticed anything different around you? She was puzzled at first because she didn't know the person in front of her. Then, he became even more puzzled because of the other party's nonsensical question. What's different? Just, the surrounding atmosphere and everyone's attitude towards you. Atmosphere? Jiangfuyue thought for 2 seconds. Everyone has been quite quiet recently. No idle chatter, no gossip, no teasing, and focused on work. The entire laboratory is not as chaotic as before. That person, ? Please keep it up. Jiangfuyue nodded in affirmation. So, their joint isolation had become Jiangfuyue's keeping quiet, F*ck. How infuriating, knowing that isolation didn't work, everyone stopped insisting. They changed it to targeting her behavior. The specific performance was that every time Jiangfuyue wanted to use the equipment, someone would be 1 step ahead of her. Although Kaza had provided her with equipment, those were all highly professional analyzers. And the conventional equipment was shared, such as the enzyme plate analyzer, the chromatograph, the mass spectrometer, the coupled instrument, the conductivity instrument, the PCR instrument, and so on. At first, Jiangfuyue didn't notice it because there weren't many situations where she needed to use the equipment in the first stage. Later, when she occasionally wanted to use the equipment, someone would fight with her. At that time, Jiangfuyue found out. But she just said, boring. Then, she turned around and left. That person's face turned red. To be honest, even he felt that it was quite boring. She encountered 2 or 3 more times, and each time, it was a different person. Some were stammering and couldn't say anything, and some were embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Of course, there was no shortage of self-righteous idiots who wanted to use this to attack her and feel proud, such as Xianxia. Jiang Fuyue looked up coldly. If I were you, I would have traveled a long way to Continent F with the heavy responsibility of international aid on my shoulders and the halo of Huaxia's team on my head. Instead of doing my job well, I would rather dig a hole and bury myself face down. Because, you've let down the motherland, the people, and the scientific research of the Xing God. Xianxia was stunned on the spot and didn't react for a long time. Professor Xian? Professor Xian? Someone called him. Huh? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Your face is so pale. After that time, no one came to make trouble for Jiang Fuyue when she wanted to use the equipment. That sentence, let down the motherland, the people, and the scientific research of the Xing God, stung not only Xianxia, but also others. Both times, the targeting ended in failure. Perhaps it was because the blow was too heavy and they couldn't turn it around, or perhaps Jiang Fuyue's words really worked. In short, everyone quieted down. Jiang Fuyue also had peace. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-February. On the 20th day since Jiang Fuyue arrived in Continent F, a feasibility report on the study of a live attenuated vaccine for the Xianxia virus appeared on the discussion table of the high-level officials of both the Soviet Union and China. 2 days later, Jiang Fuyue was officially approved to conduct the study of a live attenuated vaccine. Both the Soviet Union and China would fully support and cooperate. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. It's approved? Dan Pinghua was stunned. Bai Chuanhao was also surprised. He had never seen Jiang Fuyue's feasibility report, nor had he heard her talk about her specific ideas. He could only imagine how she managed to complete a project in less than half a month by herself. If his team were to do the same thing, it would take at least 2 months. It was uncertain whether they could get approval in the end. Su Quan, she's a monster, too scary. I finally know why Jiang Fuyue ignored us. Why? People with confidence never bother to fight because winning has become a habit. As soon as these words came out, silence spread. Xianxia laughed dryly. It's just an approval for the project. It's not certain if they can research anything. However, no matter how one listened to it, there was a lack of confidence. That afternoon, Jiang Fuyue was called to the office for a secret conversation. The high-level officials of both China and the Soviet Union were present. The Intelligence Bureau, the Security Bureau, the Ministry of Health, and the Scientific Research Team were all present. Many anti-espionage and anti-eavesdropping investigations were carried out inside and outside the room to ensure the absolute confidentiality of this conversation. The entire process was recorded and finally sealed and archived by a professional. It was here that Jiang Fuyue met Dr. X, the legendary head of China's think tank, for the second time. A silver mask covered the man's entire face. Under the light, it reflected a cold texture. Only a pair of dark eyes as deep and vast as the night sky were exposed. Unexpectedly, it was him. A year ago, at Ketty Auction Company, Jiang Fuyue attended the auction as the head of the Yufeng Group and won the red chalcedony from Lu Mingxin. At that time, Dr. X was in the private room next door. After she won the red chalcedony, she realized that Lu Mingxin wanted to play dirty, so she played along and tricked her. Everything was going smoothly, but just as Jiang Fuyue was about to escape, she was suddenly entangled by a man wearing a silver mask. The two of them fought and she was lucky to escape in the end. At that time, Jiang Fuyue didn't connect the masked man with the Dr. X in the private room, who had a strong background and influence. Now, looking at it again, she suddenly understood everything. The masked man was X. The weirdo who fought with her for no reason. Did you know that you lost your horse? Little guy, Jiang Fuyue wasn't worried that the other party would recognize her. At that time, she was wearing a human skin mask and her facial features were different. It would be strange if he recognized her. Dr. X, also known as Xie Dingyuan, sat quietly on the chair and calmly watched the girl's eyes darting around and her expression changing. He knew that she was mocking him for not recognizing her. She didn't know that when the two of them were in danger in the laboratory, when he saw her naked, he found that the location of the wounds on her body coincided with the injuries of the person who fought with him. He checked again and found that she wasn't in Linhui for those 2 days. She was in Guangdong province. So, she was the one who lost her horse first, but now it seemed that she didn't know and was secretly mocking him for losing his horse. Xie Dingyuan tapped his fingers on his leg lightly. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth curved up. Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Second update, approximately, at 2000 hours. It's not an exact time, just a rough estimate. Other than the attendants and Jiang Fuyue herself, no one knew the specific content of this conversation. The day after the conversation, Jiang Fuyue did not continue to stay in the experimental area. Instead, she moved into a separate laboratory. There was only a glass wall separating it from Xie Dingyuan's personal laboratory. However, he spent most of his time in the experimental area with his team members and did not come here often. Here, Jiang Fuyue would continue the next few stages of research. Kaza called 5 soldiers to help transport the equipment. That's right, Jiang Fuyue wanted to take all the newly purchased equipment with her. She instructed them to pack it up and checked it again after they were done. She was relieved. When she was leaving, Su Quan caught up with her and called out to her, "Wait a minute." Jiang Fuyue stopped and turned around. She asked, "What's the matter?" He paused for a moment and then seemed to have made up his mind. "Can I join your team?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "Are you sure?" "In fact, when the team first started to research the Xianxia vaccine, I proposed the direction of the live attenuated vaccine, but it was not adopted. In the end, the team chose the adenovirus vector vaccine. When the team's direction deviated from my own thoughts, I chose to compromise with almost no struggle. If I hadn't met you and you didn't choose the direction of the live attenuated vaccine, I might still be in the team working on the adenovirus vector vaccine. But now that the live attenuated vaccine has been established, I have a chance to continue in the original direction. And you also need manpower, don't you?" Su Quan regarded this as a cooperation. He and Jiang Fuyue could benefit from each other and win. "Jiang Fuyue, have you thought about the consequences of leaving the current team and coming to me?" Su Quan was silent. Of course, he had thought about it. These days, whenever he lay in bed at night, he would toss and turn in bed thinking about it. Leaving the team halfway was tantamount to betrayal. His years of friendship with Bai Chuanhao and the other team members would come to an end. "Jiang Fuyue, in addition, you have to bear the risk. If the development of the live attenuated vaccine is not successful, the project will fail and you will have nowhere to go. If the temporary team disbanded and the previous team did not accept him, then his academic career would probably come to an end." Su Quan broke out in a cold sweat. "Go back. Think carefully before making a decision. Don't carelessly joke about your future just because of a moment of impulse." After that, Jiang Fuyue turned around and left. Su Quan stood in place as the cold wind poured in from the entrance of the passageway, making him feel cold all over. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to the time when he was filling in his college application form after graduating from high school. He was standing at the crossroads of his life, struggling to make a choice between clinical medicine and immunology. Should he stay in his original team and live a safe and stable life, or should he take risks with Jiang Fuyue and take on an uncertain future? To him, this was a huge gamble. If he won, he would be like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, and the sky would be high and the sea would be vast. If he lost, he would lose everything and lose everything. "What are you thinking about?" Bai Chuanhao walked over and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Su Quan shuddered and subconsciously wanted to avoid it. Halfway through, he suddenly paused and forced a smile. "Nothing. I was just thinking about something." Bai Chuanhao restrained his contemplation and smiled. "Let's go, it's time for lunch. Let's go to the cafeteria together." "Okay." Su Quan found Jiang Fuyue again 3 days later. At that time, she had already started the second stage of the research, which required a lot of experiments. Most of these experiments were complicated and tedious, and every step required Jiang Fuyue to complete them personally. Therefore, she spent most of her time in the enclosed laboratory and only came out once for lunch. Su Quan was lucky. When he came over, Jiang Fuyue had just taken off her protective suit and was about to go to the cafeteria after finishing the sterilization work. Sit. She pointed at the chair opposite her. Su Quan sat down and said, "Thank you. You're looking for me today because of what happened last time?" He nodded but did not look up. A faint look of disappointment appeared on his face. Jiang Fuyue looked away. She had already guessed the answer. "Sure enough, sorry, I didn't think it through before and acted on impulse." Jiang Fuyue asked him, "Have you thought it through now?" "I'm sorry, I don't have the courage to put all my eggs in one basket." "Sorry to bother you." Jiang Fuyue didn't know what to say. Everyone had their own choices and the path they wanted to take. Of course, she could find a way to win Su Quan over. For example, she could tell him that the current project was going smoothly. Or, she could assure him that the final experiment would be successful. Anyway, it was just bragging. Who didn't know how to make promises? It was just a matter of a few words. There was no cost or responsibility. But it could make him, who was in a wavering state, make a new choice. However, in the end, Jiang Fuyue still didn't say anything. Because, there was no need. A person who wasn't determined enough from the beginning might waver halfway or even turn back. If he didn't even know what he needed, how could he expect others to make decisions for him? Every choice would lead to the final outcome. This was the lovely part of fate. There was a cause and effect. Jiang Fuyue said, "No need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong." Su Quan looked up. Then, "I'm leaving." "Okay, go back. Keep up the good work." The moment he left, Su Quan felt that he had lost something. But on second thought, he had a lot of things now. Perhaps one day, he would regret missing the opportunity, but he might also be glad that he avoided the risk. Who could say for sure what the future would be? The only person who could develop into a helper didn't choose her in the end. Jiang Fuyue was lying when she said that she didn't regret it. But although she was regretful, she wasn't depressed. Since there was no helper, she would roll up her sleeves and do it herself. In order to increase efficiency and complete more work in limited time, she began to use programming. If she wrote every program herself, it seemed that it would take a lot of time. Then, she created an automatic programming system. And it seemed that it would take some time for the system to operate. Next, she began to simplify it. Following this train of thought, Jiang Fuyue increased her efficiency to the extreme in every step. She alone, coupled with a set of systematic operations, was equivalent to the research output of a small team. In order to better control every experimental step and avoid the situation of repeating the same experiment with the same conclusion, Jiang Fuyue also made an experiment backtracking form. Every step was written with a fixed letter and then filled in the form. If there was a need to do the same experiment again, she could directly backtrack from the form. Especially if there was a mistake in one of the steps, she could check the form to find the problem in the shortest time possible. It effectively avoided the embarrassment of making a mistake and repeating the whole thing. Because a lot of things were set by her privately, other than Jiang Fuyue herself, no one else could understand what was written even if they got the information. Including Xie Dingyuan. "This form of yours?" The man frowned as he looked at the densely packed letters and symbols on it. His eyes were full of doubts. "Sudoku? Maze? Alphabet game?" It didn't look like it. "Don't look at it." Jiang Fuyue took it out of his hand and put it aside. "You won't understand." "Really? Even I can't understand it?" "Of course." The girl raised her chin slightly with a smile in her eyes. Xie Dingyuan was interested. He picked it up again and put it in front of the two of them. "Then explain to me, what do these A to Z stand for? What's the difference between uppercase and lowercase?" Jiang Fuyue: "A is the cryo-electron microscope observation, B is, Xie Dingyuan, then what about this cryo-SEM? Ultra-low temperature sample preparation and transmission." After listening to her explanation, Xie Dingyuan took a closer look. Holy sh*t, this form actually included all the steps of a full 36 experiments. As long as the form continued to expand, it could even fit 360 experimental steps. Interesting. On February 27, only 7 days after the project was initiated, Jiang Fuyue took out the first phase of experimental data and analysis report at an astonishing speed. The higher-ups were shocked. So fast? Isn't it just Jiang Fuyue? Did she find the right team members? Yes, in that secret conversation, Jiang Fuyue won the right to choose the team members independently. This was equivalent to completely controlling the core of the team. She had the final say on the increase or decrease of members. At first, the higher-ups refused to give in and felt that giving her too much power was too much. It was Dr. X who said, Jiang Fuyue is the most valuable thing in this team. It's not too much to give her more power. In the end, the higher-ups nodded collectively. Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. I, the moon, outshone the others, and I alone am the entire team. Apart from the attendants and Jiang Fuyue herself, no one else knew the specifics of the conversation. The next day after the conversation, Jiang Fuyue did not continue to stay in the lab. Instead, she moved to a separate lab. There was only a glass wall separating it from Xie Dingyuan's personal lab. However, he spent most of his time in the lab with his team members and did not come often. Here, Jiang Fuyue would continue the next few stages of her research. Kaza called 5 soldiers to help transport the equipment. That's right, Jiang Fuyue had to take all the newly purchased equipment with her. After instructing a few people to pack it up and check it again, she was finally relieved. As she was leaving, Su Quan caught up to her and called out to her, "Wait a minute." Jiang Fuyue stopped and turned around. She asked with a questioning look, "What's the matter?" He paused for a moment and then seemed to have made up his mind. "Can I join your team?" Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "Actually, when the team first started to research the Xianxia vaccine, I suggested the direction of a live attenuated vaccine, but it was not accepted. In the end, the team chose the adenovirus vector vaccine. When the team's direction deviated from my own thinking, I chose to compromise without much hesitation or struggle. If I hadn't met you and you hadn't chosen the direction of a live attenuated vaccine, I might still be in the team studying adenovirus vector vaccine. But now that the live attenuated vaccine has been established, I have a chance to continue to stick to the original direction. You also need manpower, don't you?" Su Quan treated this as a cooperation. He and Jiang Fuyue could completely benefit from it. "Jiang Fuyue, have you thought about the consequences of leaving the current team and coming to me?" Su Quan was silent. Of course he had thought about it. For the past few days, every time he lay in bed at night, he would toss and turn and think about it. Leaving the team midway was tantamount to betrayal. His friendship with Bai Chuanhao and the other team members for so many years had come to an end. "Jiang Fuyue, in addition, you have to bear the risk. If the development of the live attenuated vaccine is unsuccessful and the project fails, you will have nowhere to go. If the temporary team disbanded and the previous team didn't accept him, his academic career would most likely come to an end." Su Quan broke out in a cold sweat. "Go back and think carefully before you make a decision. Don't recklessly risk your future just because of a moment of impulse." With that, Jiang Fuyue turned around and left. Su Quan stood where he was. The cold wind blew in from the entrance of the passageway, making him feel cold all over. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the time when he was filling in his application for high school. He was standing at a fork in his life, struggling to make a choice between clinical medicine and immunology. Should he stay in his original team and have a stable and smooth journey, or should he take the risk with Jiang Fuyue and bear the burden of an uncertain future? To him, this was a huge gamble. If he won, he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate and enjoying the limitless world. If he lost, he would lose everything and have nothing. "What are you thinking about? You look distracted." Bai Chuanhao walked over and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Su Quan shuddered and subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but he suddenly stopped halfway and forced a smile. "Nothing. Just thinking about something." Bai Chuanhao stopped thinking and smiled. "Let's go. It's lunchtime. Let's go to the cafeteria together." "Okay." It was 3 days later when Su Quan found Jiang Fuyue again. At that time, she had already started the second phase of her research, which required a lot of experiments. Most of these experiments were complicated and detailed, and Jiang Fuyue had to complete every step herself. Therefore, she spent most of her time in the closed laboratory, only coming out once during lunch. Su Quan was lucky. When he came over, Jiang Fuyue had just taken off her protective suit and was about to go to the cafeteria after finishing the sterilization work. Sit. She pointed at the chair opposite her. Su Quan sat down and said, "Thank you. Are you looking for me today because of what happened last time?" He nodded, but did not look up. There was a faint look of disappointment on his face. Jiang Fuyue retracted her gaze. She had already guessed the answer. As expected, "I'm sorry. I didn't think it through and was impulsive." Jiang Fuyue asked him, "Have you thought it through now?" "I'm sorry. I don't have the courage to stake everything on one throw. Sorry to disturb you." Jiang Fuyue did not know what to say. Everyone had their own choices and the path they wanted to walk. Of course, she could think of a way to persuade Su Quan. For example, she could tell him that everything was going smoothly for the current project. She could also promise him that the final experiment would be a success. In any case, she was just bragging. Who didn't know how to paint a picture? It was just a matter of a few words. She did not need to pay any costs or bear any responsibility. But she could make him, who was currently in a state of uncertainty, make a new choice. But in the end, Jiang Fuyue did not say anything. Because, there was no need for that. A person who wasn't firm enough in the beginning might waver halfway through, or even turn back. If he did not even know what he needed, how could he expect others to make decisions for him and make up his mind for him? Every choice led to the final outcome. This was the lovely thing about fate. There was a cause and there was an effect. Jiang Fuyue said, "You don't need to apologize. You did nothing wrong." Su Quan looked up. Then, "I'm leaving." "Okay, go back. Keep working hard." The moment he left, Su Quan felt that he had lost something. But on second thought, he had a lot of things now. Maybe one day in the future, he would regret missing the opportunity, but he might also be glad that he had avoided the risk. Who could predict the future? The only person who could develop into a helper did not choose her in the end. Jiang Fuyue would be lying if she said that she did not feel regret. But regret was regret, but she was not depressed. Since there was no helper, she would roll up her sleeves and do it herself. In order to increase efficiency and complete more work in the limited time, she began to use programming. If she wrote every program herself, it would take a lot of time. So she created an automatic programming system. And the system also seemed to need some time to run. Next, she began to simplify. Following this train of thought, Jiang Fuyue increased the efficiency of every step to the extreme. She alone, with a set of systematic operations, was equivalent to the research output of a small team. In order to better control every step of the experiment and avoid repeated experiments with the same conclusion, Jiang Fuyue also made an experiment backtracking table. She used fixed letters to explain each step and filled them in on the table. In the future, if she needed to do the same experiment again, she could backtrack it directly from the table. Especially when there was a mistake in one of the steps, she could find the problem in the shortest time by checking the table, effectively avoiding the embarrassment of doing everything wrong. Because many of the things were set by her, other than Jiang Fuyue herself, even if others got the information, they would not be able to understand what was written. Including Xie Dingyuan. "Your table." The man frowned and looked at the dense letters and symbols on it, his eyes full of doubt. "Sudoku? Maze? Alphabet game?" None of them looked like it. "Don't look at it." Jiang Fuyue took it out of his hand and put it aside. She said, "You won't understand it." "Really? Even I can't understand it?" "Of course." The girl raised her chin slightly, her eyes smiling. Xie Dingyuan was interested, so he picked it up again and held it in front of the two of them. He said, "Then explain to me, what do these A to Z represent? Also, what's the difference between uppercase and lowercase?" Jiang Fuyue, A is the result of cryo-electron microscopy observation, and B is, Xie Dingyuan, what about cryo-SEM? Ultra-low temperature sample preparation and transfer. After listening to her explanation, Xie Dingyuan looked at the table again. Oh my god, this table actually included all the steps of a total of 36 experiments. As long as the table continued to expand, even 360 experimental steps could be included. Interesting. On February 27, just 7 days after the project was established, Jiang Fuyue produced the first phase of experimental data at an astonishing speed. Along with the analysis report, the higher-ups were shocked. So fast? Jiang Fuyue isn't the only one? Has she found a suitable team member? That's right, in that secret conversation, Jiang Fuyue had fought for the right to choose her own team members. This was equivalent to having complete control over the core of the team. She had the final say in whether members were added or lost. At first, the higher-ups were unwilling to relent, feeling that giving her too much power was too much. It was Dr. X who said, Jiang Fuyue is the most valuable thing in this team. It's not too much to give her more power. In the end, the higher-ups nodded in unison. Digression, 3,000 words. You, outshines the others. I alone am the entire team. It was not difficult to make a live attenuated Xianxia vaccine. The difficult part was how to ensure its effectiveness. In the third phase of the second experiment, Jiang Fuyue tried to maximize the value as much as possible in theory. Then, according to the relevant steps obtained from the experiment, she finally successfully made the first-generation live attenuated Xianxia vaccine. She named it Vaccine A. However, the actual situation and whether it would work or not had to be determined through live experiments. The first phase was a single live animal test. Jiang Fuyue used a white mouse. Before it came into contact with the Xianxia virus, it was injected with the vaccine and observed for 5 days. After 5 days, the white mouse was in good condition. The second phase was a large area, a variety of animals, and a large number of live animals. In the end, 100 white mice and 50 monkeys were chosen. This was not something Jiang Fuyue could do alone. Kaza transferred a large number of soldiers and asked them to observe and record. Jiang Fuyue taught them the observation methods and precautions in advance. However, these people were not professionals after all. She could not completely rest assured, so she kept an eye on them throughout the whole process. Fortunately, Xie Dingyuan took the initiative to bring his team members over to help. Jiang Fuyue could finally take a breather. Are you tired? The man reached out and was about to tuck her drooping hair behind her ear. Jiang Fuyue suddenly avoided him and did not let him touch her. She was slightly embarrassed. Don't move. I haven't washed my hair for a week. In order to get more complete and detailed observation data, Jiang Fuyue did not dare to leave the single mouse during the observation period. Even eating was controlled within 10 minutes. She did not go back to the dormitory to sleep. She stayed in the observation room day and night. Washing her hair and taking a shower was even more impossible. At that time, she did not feel anything. Now that she realized it, she felt like she was going to rot. Don't touch it. My hair is greasy. Jiang Fuyue dodged left and right, not letting the man's hand fall. Xie Dingyuan deliberately teased her. I don't dislike you. What are you afraid of? Jiang Fuyue said, I dislike myself. Can't I? After saying that, she broke free from his embrace and took 2 steps back. Help me keep an eye on him first. Don't slack off. I'll go back to the dormitory and wash up before coming back. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Soon, he was out of sight. Xie Dingyuan shook his head and laughed. Not only were Dan Pinghua and Bai Chuanhao surprised that she could achieve such remarkable results in such a short period of time, even Xie Dingyuan found it unbelievable. But now, seeing that she was so engrossed in her food and sleep that she even forgot to wash her hair, he felt that it was natural. Heaven would not let down a single drop of sweat, especially sweat that was mixed with wisdom. The combination of talent and diligence was the most powerful weapon on the road to success. Jiang Fuyue washed her hair and changed into clean clothes. She tidied herself up from head to toe, inside and out. Then he quickly rushed back to the laboratory. Well, it would be more reliable for him to keep an eye on it. It would also be more convenient for him to gather the data later on. Along the way, they bumped into Bai Chuanhao and Su Quan. Bai Chuanhao stepped forward with a smile. Congratulations. Su Quan didn't say anything and only nodded slightly at her. Jiang Fuyue said, thank you. Bai Chuanhao said, according to the current situation, the live attenuated vaccine is half successful. I hope everything goes smoothly. Thank you. But I'm curious. How did you finish so many experiments by yourself? Not only did she finish the experiments, but even the data records were so detailed. Did she have a helper? This was Bai Chuanhao's first reaction. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. Although the two of them were no longer in the same experimental area, the place was only so big. It was impossible for another person to appear out of nowhere. Besides, with such a large amount of experiments, one more person wouldn't be able to finish them. Jiang Fuyue said, cut out the complexity and simplify it. How do you cut it out? Eliminate the infeasible items in theory and control the total amount of experiments from the source. Bai Chuanhao said thoughtfully. What about Jane? Simplify, combine, and eliminate unnecessary steps during the experiment to improve efficiency. That's all? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. That's all. That simple? Jiang Fuyue smiled and didn't answer. Some things sounded simple, but they weren't necessarily easy to do. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, she walked past the two of them and left. Bai Chuanhao stood where he was, still thinking about Jiang Fuyue's words. Cut out the complexity and simplify it, but weren't there established standards for the experimental steps? How could they be deleted just like that? Would the results be affected? Would the parameters change? Would the conditions be increased or decreased? These were all questions that needed to be considered. Since the predecessors had fixed the experimental steps, set standards, and practiced standards, it was so that future generations could follow them step by step and reduce errors. How could they be changed at will? If they changed a little here and there, the final result would be unrecognizable. Tisk. Bai Chuanhao shook his head. He almost believed it. Would Jiang Fuyue tell others that she had a trump card? If it were him, he wouldn't either. Especially in front of competitors, he wouldn't show his trump card. Let's go. He turned his head and called Su Quan. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked. It's useless to ask, Su Quan suddenly said, it's not fake. Huh? Bai Chuanhao paused. What? Jiang Fuyue didn't lie. She did do that. How do you know? Bai Chuanhao raised his eyebrows. People like her don't bother to lie. After Su Quan finished speaking, he walked forward. Perhaps this was the fundamental difference between Jiang Fuyue and them. They had been framed by books, theories, knowledge, and experience. Theory said that a live attenuated vaccine was not feasible, but experience told them that it might be easier to succeed if they chose to study an adenovirus vector vaccine. But Jiang Fuyue was different. Her mind was free, infinitely divergent, and not influenced by the outside world. So she dared to try and break the rules. And this was something that neither he, Bai Chuanhao, nor the other members of the team had. Jiang Fuyue had just separated from Bai Chuanhao and Su Quan when she bumped into Dan Pinghua and Xian Hongqing. When the two old men saw her from afar, they stopped in their tracks and an awkward expression appeared on their faces at the same time. It was especially so for Xian Hongqing. The scene of him picking on Jiang Fuyue was still vivid in his mind, and those sarcastic remarks were still ringing in his ears. But now, this girl had used her actions to slap his old face swollen. It really hurt, and it was also really embarrassing. Dan Pinghua was the first to speak. He greeted her and asked, how's the experiment going? Jiang Fuyue said, everything's going well. That's good. Xian Hongqing could only nod awkwardly. After a few pleasantries, Jiang Fuyue left. Dan Pinghua looked at the girl's young, tall, and energetic back and couldn't help but sigh. I'm getting old. Xian Hongqing looked over and murmured, who would have thought that such a little girl would be able to do something we weren't confident in? Back then, they had also considered the direction of a live attenuated vaccine. But because of the same scruples as Bai Chuanhao's team, they didn't choose in the end. If at the beginning, we also, Dan Pinghua waved his hand and interrupted him, old Xian, there's no turning back once the arrow has been shot. The path is chosen by us. We can't completely deny our own path just because we see others running fast on another path. Walk properly and spend more time. At most, we'll take a few more turns. In the end, we'll still reach the end. There's no need to be jealous of others. Xianxia was silent. That's true, but it's inevitable that we'll have other thoughts. So what if we have other thoughts? Don't tell me we can switch to another path? Xianxia was stunned. Yeah, since they knew that their path wasn't easy, why couldn't they switch to another path that was easier to walk? As for the people on the original path, just squeeze them away. Wasn't that simple? When Jiang Fuyue returned to the laboratory, Xie Dingyuan was instructing a soldier in Arabic on how to record the physical data of monkeys. 5 aspects, a total of 10 items. The first item is, after he finished speaking, the soldier nodded and turned around to leave. Jiang Fuyue stepped forward. It seems that not only does Professor Xie do well in experiments, but his lectures are also good. The man leaned closer and sniffed. His eyes were slightly intoxicated. It smells so good that I can't help but want to hug it on the bed. What do you think we should do? Jiang Fuyue glared at him. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were glistening and she smiled. Only you would think in this direction. You're old and frivolous. Of course, only I can think in this way. Does anyone else dare to try? Did he really think that being a boyfriend was for nothing? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and deliberately asked, so what if I dare? Xie Dingyuan smiled gloomily and coldly. Nothing much. Just break both of my hands. Digression, the first update was 3,000 words long. The second update was about 2130. It's not necessarily accurate. With the help of Xie Dingyuan's team and the hard work of the soldiers, the results of the second phase of the live animal experiments were soon released. Of the 100 mice and 50 monkeys that were observed, after being inoculated with vaccine A, the infection rate was only 2%. In other words, from this batch of samples alone, excluding chance and other factors, the effectiveness of vaccine A could reach 98%, compared to the recombinant vaccine developed by Xie Dingyuan's team, which was only 43% effective. It was more than twice as effective. If this result could be replicated in live humans, vaccine A would be considered a complete success. Thus, the experiment entered the third phase, clinical testing. It was also the most crucial part that determined the success or failure of the project. Once it was successful and the effectiveness of vaccine A was confirmed, it could be smoothly put into production and mass-produced for large-scale vaccination. Then, the ultimate goal of containing the epidemic would be achieved. However, the human body was far more complicated than that of animals, so everything was still unknown. At night, everything was silent, and the entire base fell into a deep sleep. As the second phase of the live animal experiments had ended, the third phase of the human clinical trials had not yet begun. Jiang Fuyue's personal laboratory was completely emptied, leaving no subjects for observation. She could finally go back to the dormitory and get a good night's sleep without having to keep watch at night and day. However, in the darkness, the door of the laboratory was pushed open from the outside, and a black shadow slipped in. He entered the observation room and found it empty, so he came out with his tail between his legs. He walked to Jiang Fuyue's usual place of work and began to rummage through the table. First, it was the laptop, then a stack of neatly stacked information and documents in the drawer. He did not let go of the scattered papers on the table and put them all into his pocket. 5 minutes later, he left as quietly as he had come. This was the scene that everyone saw through the surveillance video. F***CK, this, a thief? Who has the guts? Did you steal all the way here? What did this person steal? What does he want to do? The discussion did not stop. Khazar was wearing a military uniform and stood in front with a cold face, his sharp eyes sweeping across everyone. Behind him stood a row of expressionless soldiers. Quiet. With an order, everyone fell silent. You look at me, I look at you, the atmosphere becomes tense. Kaza, as you all can see, Jiang Fuyue's laboratory was robbed at 3 o'clock in the morning. A laptop and a large amount of experimental data were lost. Everyone is invited here in the hope that you will cooperate with the investigation and help the base catch the thief as soon as possible. So, for the next question, please answer truthfully. Xianxia raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him stepped forward with recording pens and notepads. Everyone was a little confused when they saw this. What do you mean? Are you going to treat us as suspects and record our statements one-on-one? Sure. Primitive suspects that we stole something. That's hilarious. Our research direction is completely different from Jiang Fuyue's. Why would we steal her experimental data? Don't insult me like that. You have no right to interrogate us. That's right, you're not qualified. Seeing that the crowd was so agitated that they started to push the soldiers, it would be a miracle if there was no conflict, let alone cooperating with the investigation. Kaza was also under a lot of pressure, and he didn't want to cause trouble. However, there was no other way. That batch of information was of great importance. It would directly affect whether the live attenuated vaccine could be successfully developed. Once it was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, when he received Jiang Fuyue's walkie-talkie call this morning, and learned that the laboratory had been stolen, he immediately sealed off the base, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving, and quickly reported it to the higher-ups. The higher-ups were shocked and gave him full authority to investigate. They must find the thief as soon as possible and get the information back. Kaza said, "Please cooperate. If it really has nothing to do with you, you wouldn't care about being investigated, right? This isn't a matter of not caring, it's that we aren't respected." Yes, this is a naked insult. What evidence do you have to suspect us? The ones who were the most furious were the few older members of Dan Pinghua's team. Their expressions were indignant, and their tone was agitated. It was as if asking them to cooperate and record a statement was trampling on their dignity. Kaza's face was cold. We have to ask clearly today. If you are willing to cooperate, that's the best. If you are unwilling, you have to be willing. Xianxia said, "Okay. Since the soft approach didn't work, we have to use the hard approach." Is this how Civitan treats the Huaxia team? Because of his strong argument, his old face was red. Kaza didn't buy it. This is an order. We have to carry it out. What if we don't accept it? Yes. We don't accept it. We want to see the higher-ups. Kaza gritted his teeth, his cheeks stiff. This bunch of old things, in comparison, by Chuanhao's team was much calmer. Some people had already started to cooperate with the questioning with a good attitude. The older generation wanted to be decent and felt that being questioned was an insult. However, the younger generation didn't have this concept. They were taught from a young age to cooperate with the police. Although this group of soldiers wasn't the police, their nature was similar. After all, they were here to investigate the truth. Moreover, they were wearing uniforms. As soon as they saw this outfit, they became obedient. In the end, only a few old guys were left. Led by Xianxia, they refused to speak. Kaza was furious and pointed at Xianxia. "I think you are the one who stole." Xianxia's eyes widened, then he trembled with anger. You, old Xian. Are you okay? He fainted. Hurry and send him to the infirmary. Instantly, there was chaos. Kaza got a total of 10 statements and recordings. He brought them back to the office and invited Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue. "How is it? Do you have any leads?" Xie Dingyuan asked as soon as he came in. Kaza pushed the organized statements in front of him. "It's all here. Take a look. So far, except for the few old guys who refused to cooperate with the questioning, everyone else has an alibi. Because 2 people lived together, everyone was sure that their roommates didn't go out last night. Kaza, the surveillance outside the bungalow didn't capture anyone going out. From the current clues, the thief seemed to have appeared out of thin air and disappeared into thin air. Even Jiang Fuyue's laptop and the documents were nowhere to be seen. Xie Dingyuan, could he have left the base? Impossible. The defense of the base gate is at the highest level at night. No one can sneak out. After dawn, I immediately issued a lockdown order. Therefore, the thief must still be inside the base. Jiang Fuyue, could it be a soldier? Kaza still shook his head. We have a comprehensive management system and a comprehensive monitoring system for active soldiers. If someone leaves the dormitory in the middle of the night, the alarm system will be triggered. We will know immediately. So, Jiang Fuyue closed the statement and returned it to Kaza. The thief can only be someone from the research team. In addition to the members of Dan Pinghua and Bai Chuanhao's teams, there were also members of Xia Dingyuan's team. Kaza nodded. I've asked them all. There's no problem with the statements. Their behavior is normal. Even the stubborn Xian Hongqing and the others didn't look suspicious in terms of their expressions or body language. Although Khazar blurted out that Xian Hongqing was the thief out of anger, Xian Hongqing's shameful and angry expression was not fake at all. It could be seen that this prideful old man was indignant about being insulted when faced with mistrust and suspicion. It was real. Xie Dingyuan, according to what you said, everyone can be ruled out as a suspect. What's the point of investigating? Kaza sighed. That's the trickiest part. It seemed that no one had done it. There wasn't even a suspect. Suddenly, he glanced at Jiang Fuyue out of the corner of his eye. He was surprised to see that she wasn't worried at all about the stolen research data. Her expression was very calm. Why do you look like nothing happened? Didn't these researchers and academics treat experimental data as their lifeblood? He had once seen with his own eyes a biochemical researcher in the base risk his life to break into a burning room and take out the USB flash drive in order to save experimental data. In the end, he was severely burned and almost had skin grafts all over his body. However, when he was lying on the hospital bed, he still thanked God for saving the data. He looked at Jiang Fuyue in front of him again. She was so calm that it was scary. She even asked, then what should I look like? Xie Dingyuan, on the other hand, was already used to it. No. Your research materials have all been stolen. All your previous efforts have gone down the drain. You don't feel sorry for it? Or sad for 2 seconds? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No need. What? The things in my brain can never be stolen. Khazar was stunned. What do you mean? After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. 801 The strongest brain, luring the snake from its hole. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Kaza said harshly, but there was no movement inside the truck. The night wind blew, and there was no sound. Playing dead with him, Kaza sneered and pointed at a few soldiers. You guys, go and get that bastard down. Yes. They received the order and approached carefully while covering each other. Just as the door of the driver's seat was about to be pulled open, the headlights of the truck lit up, and the accelerator was slammed. Kaza's face suddenly changed. Not good. He wants to force the gate open. Hearing this, the few of them rolled on the ground to avoid it. At the same time, the truck accelerated forward like an arrow leaving the bow and hit the gate. Bang, there was a loud noise and the ground trembled. A quarter of the gate was broken, the front of the truck was dented, and the windshield was cracked like a spider web. Kaza said, "Stop him." The 5 soldiers who had previously rolled on the ground to avoid the impact had now each found a shooting point. Kaja gave the order, and they fired at the 4 wheels. In just a few seconds, the truck's tires were all blown out, but it didn't slow down. Under the inertia, it flipped over. With a bang, sand and dust were swept up, and white smoke rose into the air. The smell of diesel also drifted over. The other soldiers quickly came forward and dug out the young man in the driver's seat whose face was covered in blood. They dragged him and retreated quickly. 10 seconds later. Boom, the fuel tank exploded, and flames soared into the sky. Kaza, Xie Dingyuan, Jiang Fuyue, and Xian Hongqing had already retreated to a safe distance. They stood on the sand dune and watched the flames sweep over and be quickly extinguished. A few soldiers dragged the culprit forward and threw him on the ground like a dead dog. Wei Yuan? Xian Hongqing's eyes widened and he was shocked. Why are you here? Although half of the man's face was covered in blood, Xian Hongqing recognized him at a glance since they had been in the same experimental area for nearly 2 months. He was a member of Bai Chuanhao's team and one of the few young people who would take the initiative to greet the old men. You are the one who stole the information? Why? Xian Hongqing was confused and couldn't figure it out. In his impression, Wei Yuan was generous, cheerful, sincere, and very polite. He got along well with the other members of Bai Chuanhao's team and maintained a good relationship with the old men. How could such a positive young man commit theft, framing, slandering, and framing? Wei Yuan lay on the ground with his eyes closed. If not for the rising and falling of his chest, he would have looked no different from a dead man. Hearing his words, Xianxia remained motionless, not reacting at all. Kaja stepped forward and kicked Wei Yuan's thigh. Wei Yuan bent his body and let out a muffled groan. Looks like he's not completely dead yet. Wei Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a ferocious glint. Kaja sneered and kicked again. The military boots were heavy and hard, and he had used 80% of his strength. Wei Yuan's face twisted in pain. Where's the computer and other information? Wei Yuan turned his head away and refused to answer. Kaza stepped on his finger expressionlessly and crushed it. Aha! Xian Hongqing couldn't bear to watch and quietly turned his back. I'll ask again, where are the computers and other materials? In the car. Wei Yuan wanted to pull his hand back, but the other party stepped on it even harder. A soldier stepped forward and whispered something in Kaja's ear. Kaja squatted down and patted his cheek, ignoring the blood on his face. You're lying, aren't you? It's really in the car. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kaja raised his right hand and was about to land it. Wait, Xie Dingyuan suddenly said. Kaja looked at him questioningly. What's wrong with you? I'm just interrogating you. Why are you interrupting me? Xie Dingyuan's eyes signaled for him to back off and stop attacking. Then he walked over and stopped in front of Wei Yuan. He looked at him condescendingly. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Wei Yuan still didn't respond. Don't you want to know why you lost? The man lying on the ground moved his eyelids slightly. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at Xie Dingyuan. How did you find out? Xie Dingyuan smiled. Why do you think we won't find out? Xian Hongqing has already confessed, hasn't he? If he didn't confess, how could you let down your guard and walk into the trap? Wei Yuan's pupils shrank and he realized something. Everything is fake? Kaja, of course. Do you think you can convict Xian Hongqing with just those rumors and without any solid evidence? Naive. Xian Hongqing was indeed suspicious. From his agitation and refusal to cooperate with the questioning, to the stolen information in his residence, all the clues pointed to him. Even if he wasn't 100% sure that he was the thief, he was at least suspicious. Obviously, Wei Yuan also saw something that could be done about him, so he chose Xian Hongqing to be the scapegoat. Everything had been going smoothly, and the base's reaction was within his expectations. What he didn't know was that compared to Xian Hongqing's suspicions, the rampant rumors had really aroused Kaja's vigilance. Overnight, it seemed that all the spearheads were focused on Xian Hongqing. But the base didn't do anything, so it shouldn't have caused such a big panic and speculation. There must be something wrong when things were out of the ordinary. It was most likely that the person behind this couldn't sit still and wanted to end this quickly, but in the end, he gave himself away. At that time, Jiang Fuyue heard Kaja's analysis and suddenly asked, have you thought about why the other party was so anxious to put the blame on Xian Hongqing? Kaja shook his head. What else could it be? He wanted to clear his name so that he could get away, but Xie Dingyuan noticed that Jiang Fuyue's words had a hidden meaning. She said that he was anxious to put the blame on Xian Hongqing, but the point was not putting the blame on Xian Hongqing, but, anxious. Why was he anxious? Because there was not enough time. What was there not enough time? In a flash, he suddenly realized, this person wanted to send the computer and information out of the base. If it was true, then this was not just a simple theft case, but also related to a spy organization and even the international situation. If the former was criticized and punished, no matter how serious it would at most be a few years in prison, but the latter was a life-threatening job. Now, the higher-ups of Su Feng had to take it seriously. Kaja was also under a lot of pressure. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment and said, didn't he want to go out? Then we'll let him go. Kaja asked, how? Jiang Fuyue said, let's catch Xian Hongqing first. I suspect that you want to take revenge on that old man. Jiang Fuyue shrugged indifferently. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Anyway, I don't expect the base to help me find the computer and information. Kaja did not immediately express his opinion. Xie Dingyuan said, listen to her. The husband followed the wife's lead. In the end, Kaja listened to Jiang Fuyue's suggestion. First, catch Xian Hongqing, then release the news that he had confessed, and then lift the ban and open the base. Sure enough, the person behind this couldn't sit still. He tried to mix in with the procurement soldiers and leave the base, but he was caught red-handed. So, this is a trap? You're all actors, but I believed it and was stupid enough to walk right into your trap, ha ha ha. Wei Yuan laughed loudly, his whole body trembling. Xian Hongqing couldn't help but rush forward with red eyes. What are you after? Obviously, Wei Yuan didn't steal the information because he was dissatisfied with Jiang Fuyue, or because he was greedy for the research results. From the moment he tried to send the information out of the base, no one dared to think further. You're from Huaxia. This is the result of our own research, why did you do it? Ha 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 ha. Wei Yuan laughed even louder and more presumptuously. Xian Hongqing said, you're so young and have a bright future. Is it worth it? Wei Yuan said, you have your persistence, and I have my beliefs. Put away your cheap sympathy and pity, I don't need it. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and suddenly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Until, the 3 soldiers at the scene of the explosion came forward to report the situation to Kaja. Jiang Fuyue suddenly realized something. Did you find the laptop in the car? The soldiers were stunned. Wasn't it burned? With such a big fire, let alone a laptop, even 10 laptops would be burned to ashes. Kaja frowned. Why do you ask? Xie Dingyuan suddenly realized something and quickly looked at Jiang Fuyue. Even if it was burned, there should be traces left. Did you find any when you were cleaning the scene? Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. Seeing that everyone guessed that it was Su Quan, they were half right. They knew that it was a young man and not Xian Hongqing. But if it was really Su Quan, wouldn't it be easier for him to steal the information if he directly asked to switch to Sister Yu's team? Why would he go in such a big circle to steal the information? This? The soldier looked hesitant. Obviously, he didn't pay attention to this point. I need to confirm it. Kaja, go. A minute later, the soldier came back and said with certainty, there are no traces of metal burning in the car, and no motherboard parts are left. Jiang Fuyue, are you sure? Very sure. She looked down at Wei Yuan, who was lying on the ground and laughing so hard that he was twitching. Stop laughing. No matter how loud you are, you can't hide the panic in your heart. Ha ha ha. I'm panicking? You're too funny. What's there to panic about? At most, I'll just lose my life. Of course you're not afraid of death, but you're afraid that you won't be able to deliver the goods. Wei Yuan laughed even more wildly, but there was a flash of panic in his eyes. Jiang Fuyue, if I'm not wrong, the computer and the materials shouldn't be in your car. You appearing here tonight is just a diversion. You should have another safe and secret delivery channel, right? Wei Yuan's exaggerated laughter stopped abruptly. He was furious. Bullsh*T. Your reaction is enough to prove that I'm right. Wei Yuan's body stiffened. Kaja was a little confused, but he quickly reacted. His expression suddenly turned serious. According to Jiang Fuyue, this person had an accomplice. He prepared another route. He immediately took out his walkie-talkie and started to set up a blockade. You must guard every exit. Not even a fly can fly out. Yes. Suddenly, Wei Yuan started to laugh again. Ha ha ha. It's too late. It's useless. The goods have already been delivered. Kaja cursed in a low voice and kicked him angrily. This time, he used all of his strength. Wei Yuan fainted and his shrill laughter completely stopped. What are you waiting for? Follow me. Kaja picked up his weapon and was about to rush out. Whether Wei Yuan was telling the truth or not, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Besides, the other party couldn't have gotten far in such a short time. A group of soldiers followed behind him noisily. However, Xie Dingyuan suddenly called out to him, "Calm down, come back." Kaja, ? Don't mess around. He paused for a moment and then continued to rush out. Xie Dingyuan facepalmed. I told you to come back. No. I have to go quickly. If I'm late, they'll be gone. How am I going to get the thing back? Jiang Fuyue said slowly, there's no need to chase. Xie Dingyuan reminded him, the computer has an automatic erase program. Khazar blinked and suddenly realized that there was an automatic elimination program. Jiang Fuyue had told him about it before. But, what about those paper documents? These things can't be automatically erased, right? No. Looks like we still have to chase after them. After saying that, he prepared to lead everyone to charge forward. Xie Dingyuan pulled him back. Don't worry, they won't be able to understand it even if they take it. Huh? 20 kilometers away from the base, there was a sand dune in the southeast direction. Due to geographical and climatic factors, the fine sand here was mainly quartz. If the wind blew, the sand particles would vibrate and rotate in the air, creating a hole on the surface and causing the Diabolo effect. Therefore, it was often accompanied by a buzzing sound. At night, it sounded like a crying ghost. Therefore, the locals called this place the Nether Cave, Cry. After nightfall, there were few traces of people. However, at this moment, there was a faint voice behind a sand dune. You got the thing? The computer and the documents are all here. Bring it over. He turned on the computer immediately. The light from the screen shone on the man's face, reflecting his deep facial features. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was actually a foreigner. He placed both hands on the keyboard and typed quickly. However, the next second, he suddenly frowned. What's going on? Before he could finish his sentence, the computer crashed and there was no response. Just as he was about to restart the computer, the screen suddenly turned black. The man was shocked and his eyes were filled with suspicion. God! What's going on? His companion saw the situation and could not help but exclaim. He was also a fair-skinned foreigner with a bald head and green eyes. They had spent a lot of effort and sacrificed an excellent spy to get these things out. They couldn't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, everything would be wasted. What's the hurry? Just restart it. Don't call me God. God can't understand these experimental data. The bald man shut up. The blonde with blue eyes restarted the computer and the screen lit up again. However, 30 seconds later, where's the form? And those documents and data? Where did they go? No way, look carefully again. However, no matter how hard he searched through all the folders and even the recycle bin, he still could not find the previous documents. You saw it right, didn't you? The blonde with blue eyes grabbed the bald man's collar. All the information just now was in this folder. Yes, it was, but why is it not here now? Shit. The blue eyes cursed out loud and finally found the problem. This computer is implanted with an automatic erase program. The bald man did not quite understand. What do you mean? It means that all the information in this computer has been erased and cannot be recovered. Then what should we do? Our mission this time is to get all the research information for the new vaccine. If we can't complete it, how can we explain it to the higher-ups? The bald man began to become irritable. The blue eyes cursed again. The bald man said, "Stop talking shit. What do we do now? There's only one computer. We can't steal a second one." There was no second spy lurking in Huaxia's research team that could work for them. It's over. The bald man slid down on the sand. At this time, the blue eyes suddenly glanced at the paper next to him. Things don't seem to be that bad. Huh? It's the same with these paper documents. The bald man's eyes lit up. Yes. The information in the computer is gone, but there's still the printed paper. From now on, we must take good care of it. As he spoke, he rolled up all the paper and put it on his chest. Don't be in a hurry to put it away. Let me see it first. The bald man said, "What are you looking at? Let's go back home. It's dangerous to stay here for one more second." With that, he got up and left. The blue eyes smashed the computer and stomped his feet into the yellow sand to destroy the evidence. Then he followed. Indeed, the most important thing was to leave Suvaton as soon as possible. He could read the information anytime. Half an hour later, the two jumped on the helicopter and quickly flew away from Continent F. On the helicopter, the blue eyes said, "Take it out." The bald man frowned. "What for?" "We're out of danger now." "Let me check." "What's there to check? Could it be that these things are fake?" That being said, out of caution, the bald man still took out the thick stack of paper from his chest and handed it to him. "Be careful. The wind in the cabin is strong. Don't blow it away." The blue eyes ignored him and opened the information in his hand and quickly browsed through it. At first, his expression was normal. Suddenly, his eyes became nervous, but he still did not say anything. But as time passed, the more he read, the more the man frowned. The bald man's heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with these things?" The blue eyes showed a hint of lack of confidence. This was absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. As the most talented agent in the department, not only was he skilled, but his brain was also an encyclopedia. There was no field or discipline that he did not understand. "But this time, I don't understand it very well." The bald man was anxious. "What do you mean you don't understand it very well? Isn't biochemistry what you're best at?" The blue eyes, "I've never seen such strange data before. For example, ASHFX. Logically speaking, the specific experimental steps should be recorded here, but there's only a string of strange letters. There was no pattern to follow. It was as if it was randomly written. And many of the key experimental results were all random characters like X45-11Z. The bald man snatched the information back from his hand and stuffed it back into his chest. "If you can't understand it, it must be because you're not capable enough. When we return to China, ask the team leader to apply to send experts in this field. They'll definitely understand it." The blue eyes' expression didn't relax. Instead, it became more serious. "It wouldn't be that easy." So what if they get the computer?" "They'll wipe it clean." "So what if they get the information?" "They won't understand it anyway." When Kaza reported the final results to the higher-ups, his tone was as smug as it could be. "When they find out that all their calculations were for naught, they'll probably be so angry that they'll jump." Yes, there was already an internal picture in his mind. The higher-ups nodded. "You handled the theft well." Kaza was about to smile when suddenly, the higher-ups changed the topic. "But the most important thing is that Jiang Fuyue is very vigilant. It's better to nip things in the bud." The other higher-ups all nodded. "This girl is amazing. It's simply amazing. In the words of your Huaxia people, does it mean that he is a god?" The higher-ups of Huaxia smiled faintly. Their calmness couldn't hide their pride and arrogance. "Kaza, ? Am I not a god? Then I'll leave." Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. Wei Yuan had only appeared once before, and it was in a conversation with someone else, so they might not have an impression of him. "Wei Yuan, you have your persistence, I have my beliefs, put away your cheap sympathy and pity, I don't need it." Jiang Fuyue looked at his hopeless expression and suddenly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Until, the three soldiers who dealt with the scene of the explosion came forward to report to Kaza. "After Rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. The 804 vaccine was successful, and he became a god in one battle. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update." She was going to work, not a celebrity. There was no need for her to be surrounded by people. "Alright, two then. I can't go any lower." "Okay." The next day, Jiang Fuyue saw the bodyguards arranged for her by the higher-ups. The two teenagers were wearing camouflage uniforms. Their shoulders were flat and their waists were straight. When they stood there, their long legs were heaven-defying, and they were full of energy. "After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big shots. I met Zhongyi again, and he's here too. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update." Jiang Fuyue and the other two went in. Project X was wearing a protective suit and a protective mask. He was checking supplies with several medical staff at the inoculation point. Seeing them from the corner of his eye, the man stopped talking and asked the medical staff to leave. "You're back?" His deep voice was hoarse. Jiang Fuyue's ears twitched. This was the first time she heard him speak after staying in Continent F for so long. "Yes, I'm back." Meeting his gaze, Jiang Fuyue did not avoid it. Instead, she looked at him inquisitively. Under the protective mask, the man was no longer wearing the silver mask. More of his eyes were exposed, and there was a sense of familiarity. Jiang Fuyue frowned with a thoughtful look in her eyes. In the end, the man avoided her gaze and refused to look at her. Jiang Fuyue's expression became more and more subtle. "Where did the three of you go?" Jiang Fuyue said honestly, "Maria Hospital." The man was silent for a long time before speaking again. "Be careful." Then, he turned and left. Zhongxiang and Eci did not speak the whole time. They only looked at him curiously. It was not until the man left and disappeared from their sight that they reluctantly looked away. "Dr. X? Lin Shimo's #1 idol?" Zhongxiang rubbed his chin. "He did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Eci asked, "Did he come with us? Why didn't we see him on the way?" That night, Jiang Fuyue was arranged to live in a temporary house behind the inoculation point. The room was 7 or 8 square meters. There was a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a lamp. There was no bathroom or running water. If necessary, there was a public toilet and a well 10 meters away. Before coming, Jiang Fuyue expected the environment would not be too good. However, the actual situation was worse than she imagined. However, this was an emergency, so she had no complaints. Before falling asleep, she took a basin of water to wipe the bed and chairs clean. Then, she opened the door for ventilation. She lay down after it was dry. The next morning, she woke up before 6 o'clock. Jiang Fuyue got up, dressed neatly, took a basin and a towel and went out to wash up. There was a temporary straw shed next to the well. She had just pulled the bucket up when she heard a noise coming from the shed. Jiang Fuyue frowned and walked over with light steps. The next second, she couldn't help but gasp. What entered her eyes was the man's naked back. His skin was very white, but he was not weak. On the contrary, his muscles were well proportioned and well defined. He must have just taken a shower. Water droplets hung on his back, sparkling and translucent. The sunlight shone in, making everything clearer and more vivid, as if even the pores were infinitely magnified. It covered his entire body with a layer of golden light. Suddenly, the man seemed to notice something and turned around abruptly. Jiang Fuyue was caught off guard by his strong chest, and she was stunned. Their eyes met. The man was wearing a silver mask, and his eyes were sharp. Jiang Fuyue reacted. She immediately turned her head and took 2 steps back. "Sorry, I didn't know you were inside." With that, he strode away. Xie Dingyuan looked at her back, trying to calm down but unable to hide her panic. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth rose silently. Then, he grabbed a towel and wiped the water off his body quickly. Then, he put on his shirt and chased after her. Jiang Fuyue returned to the well, took the basin and towel, and walked quickly to the room. But after a few steps, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around. It was indeed X. When she stopped, Xie Dingyuan also stopped. There was a distance of 5 meters between them. "I've already apologized," Jiang Fuyue said. "Yeah." He nodded. "I heard it. Then why did you chase after me? Is there anything else?" The man shook his head. Jiang Fuyue looked confused. She turned around and continued to walk forward, quickening her pace. But the man behind her continued to follow. When she was fast, he was fast. When she was slow, he was slow too. When they stopped in front of the room, Jiang Fuyue turned around and sneered. "How long are you going to follow me?" A look of surprise flashed across the man's eyes. Then, he seemed to have understood something. He did not reply. Instead, he walked past her and opened the door of the room next door. "Jiang Fuyue?" So he was not following her. Instead, he was also taking this route. Awkwardness brewed in the air. But who was Jiang Fuyue? Even if she dug out 3 rooms with her toes, she could still keep her composure. She calmly apologized to the man, calmly entered the room, and turned to close the door. Everything was very appropriate. If she had not immediately pressed her back against the door and covered her face with her hands, it might have been even more perfect. On the other hand, Xie Dingyuan stood where he was. His eyes were smiling, and the corners of his eyes were upturned. He was so happy that it seemed like he would overflow in the next second. Ah! What should I do if my girlfriend is too cute? I want to kiss her. After Jiang Fuyue finished her breakfast, Zhongxiang and Eci were already waiting for her in the car. The 3 of them went to Maria Hospital again. At the vaccination point, under the guidance of Dr. X, they had already started to line up for the vaccine. After Jiang Fuyue arrived, she first greeted the head of the medical team, Dr. Wang, and told him about the new vaccine at the vaccination point. Then, she entered the intensive care area with ease. 3 hours later, all the remaining patients had been sampled. Jiang Fuyue packed the labeled sterile culture tubes into a box and returned to the vaccination point. She stored them in the cold storage like she did with yesterday's batch of samples. In the afternoon, she found X. Other than Maria Hospital, are there any other large areas with a large concentration of critically ill patients? What do you want to do? Sample. Su Anesthesia Hospital, Edison Clinic. Thank you. After leaving, Jiang Fuyue did not delay and immediately went to the 2 places that the man had mentioned. However, when she arrived, Jiang Fuyue was disappointed. Su Anesthesia Hospital mainly treated patients with mild illnesses, and Edison Clinic was too small. The number of patients it could accommodate was very limited. These 2 places did not meet the conditions of large and concentration of critically ill patients that Jiang Fuyue had requested. Why did X lie to her? Was it because she had seen him naked this morning? So he had provided the wrong information and made her come here for nothing? However, subconsciously, Jiang Fuyue felt that with this person's identity and structure, he should not be so narrow-minded. With such doubts in mind, Jiang Fuyue only took simple samples in these 2 places and then asked Zhongxiang to drive back to the vaccination point. In the evening, the desert was lonely, and the sun was setting in the long river. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the golden desert. As far as the eye could see, there was a unique magnificence and tranquility. The car stopped outside the vaccination point. There were not many people left in the long line for vaccination, and the medical staff were still busy. Jiang Fuyue walked through the vaccination quarantine area in front of her, lifted the curtain, and went straight into the lounge at the back. X was indeed here, but he was unbuttoning his shirt and preparing to change. It was amazing to see someone naked twice in a day. Jiang Fuyue was a little confused, and the man was also stunned. In the next second, the former turned her head away, and the latter also turned around. He quickly put on his shirt and buttoned it up. Okay. What's the matter? The man's deep voice sounded. Jiang Fuyue turned her head back and glanced at the man's top button. She couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Was he used to buttoning the last button too? The thought flashed through her mind, and she remembered what she was here for. Why did you lie to me? He didn't say anything. Su Anesthesia Hospital and Edsto Clinic don't meet the requirements at all. Did you do it on purpose? You made me come here for nothing. The man said, these are the only 2 places I know. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Are you sure? Yes. The silver mask reflected a cold metallic texture. Jiang Fuyue laughed. You're really something. She then turned around and left. If she could look back, even if it was just a glance, she would see the complicated expression in the man's eyes. Since X had given her fake information, he probably didn't want her to know the real location. Jiang Fuyue simply bypassed his subordinates. After nightfall, she found the local medical staff who worked here. Do you know where the critically ill patients are placed? They're usually sent to Maria Hospital. Other than that? Are there any other places? The hospital. There are Su Anesthesia and Edsto, but they don't have as many patients as Maria. That's all? The nurse shook her head. That's all. We only have these 3 hospitals locally. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Was X not lying to her? But that shouldn't be. Before she came, she had checked that the number of infected people in the Due area was far more than that. Where were the other patients sent to? Jiang Fuyue voiced her doubts. The medical staff suddenly realized. That's the crossfire area. They're not allowed to go there. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. The situation was tense because there were many riots in this area. The forces were mixed and some places often opened fire. I heard that the situation there is much more serious than Maria Hospital. The leaders of those forces don't care about the lives of civilians. They lock up the patients and don't provide treatment. Oh my God. What if there's a cross-infection? What else can we do? We can only wait for death. That's where the 2 new strains were found. Jiang Fuyue's eyes lit up. The next day, when she was about to set off, Dr. X suddenly appeared and stood in front of the car. A pair of dark eyes looked at her. Come down. Digression, 3000 chapters. The previous chapter disappeared because it was blocked. It had been edited and released. Xianxia and ECI were also confused. He asked Jiang Fuyue to get out of the car. Did they know each other? Jiang Fuyue immediately shook her head. No. She lowered the car window and leaned out. Dr. X, you're in the way. The man asked again, get out of the car. Jiang Fuyue frowned. What's the matter? After Rebirth, I'm all the big boss's white moonlight. Old Xia stopped me. I missed you at night. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Xianxia, no one. After answering, he realized who this person was. Why did he have to answer? But the man had an inexplicable aura. When he asked, his actions reacted before his brain, and he blurted it out. Usually, this kind of situation would only happen when he was facing his uncle. Why was it this time? Strange, intentionally or not, the man walked to Jiang Fuyue and stood beside Xianxia. He looked at the 4 drip on the bed and asked, how's your recovery? I'm fully recovered. My body is in great shape. When can I leave this damn, place? I don't have the final say. The doctor has to agree. Xianxia instantly withered. Why are you asking if I don't have the final say? The man glanced at him. Damn. The feeling of being dominated came back again. He shrunk his neck subconsciously. Why isn't there a label on the 4 drip? Jiang Fuyue turned to ask X. This batch of medicine was shipped directly after leaving the factory. Can it be done like this? Which company produced it? Jiang Fuyue looked at the bottle and muttered softly. Dr. X, cough. Han Qing. Jiang Fuyue. Oh, it's a boyfriend's family. I won't be picky then. That afternoon, Xianxia finished the last 4 drip and left the clinic in tears of joy. Thank God. If I lie down any longer, I'll be crippled, ECI said coldly. Who asked you to have a heat stroke? Xianxia. From now on, I'll get angry with whoever mentions the word heat stroke. Oh, heat stroke, heat stroke, heat stroke. Why aren't you worried? Damn. Are you asking for a beating? Try? Let's see who will hit who. Xianxia. How infuriating. Where's Jiang Fuyue? Why didn't she come? ECI asked back, why did she come? To hear you say I miss you again? Damn, at this time, Jiang Fuyue was in the lounge. You asked me to come and find you. She looked at the masked man in front of her and enunciated each word clearly. Yesterday, when he stopped her, he promised to help her with the process. Today, Jiang Fuyue came over to ask about the results. Yes. The man nodded and did not deny it. When can we go? The day after tomorrow. When Jiang Fuyue left, she was still in a daze. It was done just like that. It was only 2 days. She could afford to wait. First, he sorted out the collected samples and stored them properly. Then, he went outside to help with the inoculation center. In the evening, ECI came back with Xianxia, and the 3 of them had dinner together. Although it was called dinner, it was actually just 3 steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water. It was even harder to swallow than the boxed lunch on the way here. The conditions at the inoculation site were simple and crude, and there was no way to start a fire. Even if there were such conditions, everyone worked themselves to death every day. Who would have the energy to cook? Jiang Fuyue forced herself to swallow 2 steamed buns and half a bottle of mineral water. She felt extremely full. There's 1 steamed bun left. Who wants it? Eci had just said, I. When she saw Xianxia take the steamed bun from Jiang Fuyue's hand. Yes, he took it. He stretched his head over and closed his mouth directly. After that, he giggled twice. Hee, yours seems to be more fragrant. Eci, Jiang Fuyue. Wasn't it the same steamed bun? Not far away, Xie Dingyuan was holding a compressed biscuit. With a crack, it broke. The mineral water bottle in his other hand was also inexplicably deformed. Zhongxiang, he secretly gritted his teeth. When he returned to China, Zhongxiang shrunk his neck. Don't you feel a little cold? Eci, no. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. In this weather, with this temperature, how could it be cold, Zhongxiang? But why did he feel a chill on his back? At 7 o'clock, the sun set and the temperature plummeted. The moonlight shone on the barren land. Doctor, it's ready. Xie Dingyuan nodded softly and checked the protective measures. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he stepped out of the lounge. Let's go. Yes. Jiang Fuyue was still in the cold storage with 2 medical staff counting vaccines when she suddenly heard the sound of an engine outside. When she went out, she could only see a cloud of yellow sand and a few cars driving away. What's going on? Who's leaving so late? Moreover, there were so many soldiers. Zhongxiang and Eci also heard the noise and ran out. Is there a mission? Why didn't I know about it? There's a mission at this time? You're asking me, but who should I ask? Although Jiang Fuyue was puzzled, she did not think much about it. She returned to the cold storage and continued counting. There was only enough vaccine left for 2 days. More and more locals in Duhe heard that there was a vaccine here. No matter where it came from, whether it was useful or not, or whether it was risky, they all came to get vaccinated. Every morning before 6 o'clock, there would be a long line outside. During this period, the medical staff hardly rested except for necessary meals and toilet breaks. What's going on outside? There's a lot of noise. A nurse asked. Jiang Fuyue, when I went out, the car had already driven away. I didn't see it clearly. Are they driving an off-road vehicle or a truck? Off-road. Oh, that should be Dr. X and the others. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. It's already so late. Where are they going? I'm not sure about that. Earlier, I saw Dr. X gathering people to count. There should be dozens of them. I thought there would be some mission tomorrow. I didn't expect them to go out tonight. After finishing, Jiang Fuyue returned to the room. It was quiet next door, as usual. He seemed to be very quiet all the time and never disturbed her. But in this kind of temporary house, she could even hear the noise next door when she turned over at night. How did he manage to not make any sound when he was there, and his habit of buttoning his collar to the last button? For some reason, Jiang Fuyue always thought of Xie Dingyuan. Zhongxiang and Eci's camouflage uniforms were buttoned to the last button, but she didn't feel anything at all. The next morning, Jiang Fuyue woke up at 6 o'clock. She dressed neatly and got water to wash up. When she came back with a basin and a towel, she suddenly paused. After thinking for a while, she walked to the next door and raised her hand to knock on the door. Knock knock knock, Dr. X? Are you there? I'm Jiang Fuyue. No one responded. She knocked again, but there was still no response. Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed with doubt, but she didn't do anything further. Then, she changed into a protective suit and went outside to help out at the vaccination site. At first, she just distributed the vaccines. Later, when she saw that there was really no one around, she learned how to inject from a nurse. Within a few minutes, she was directly inoculating people. As expected of a scientific researcher with a high IQ. You learn everything quickly. I can prove that Dr. Li is not flattering. It's definitely from the bottom of his heart because I think so too. Whether it was professional techniques or the neat way in which she inserted the needles, Jiang Fuyue didn't seem like a novice at all. At noon, they took turns to eat. Jiang Fuyue took the steamed buns and mineral water back to her room. Because of the temporary transfer of manpower, she didn't need to go to the front to help in the afternoon. Jiang Fuyue passed by the next door and couldn't help but stop. 2 seconds later, she decided to try again. Knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Unsurprisingly, there was still no response. This time, she didn't turn around and leave. Instead, she directly pushed the door open. Sure enough, there was no one inside. Jiang Fuyue went to the lounge again, but still didn't see X. She stopped a soldier. "Where's Dr. X? I have something to talk to him about." "The doctor isn't here. You can come back tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "Yes. When the doctor left, he said that he won't be back until tomorrow." "What did he do?" The soldier scratched his head and looked troubled. "This? I'm not too sure." Jiang Fuyue was deep in thought. At night, she lay on a simple and narrow wooden bed. The room next door was silent. Before falling asleep, Jiang Fuyue was still thinking that she, Xianxia, and ECI would go to the resettlement camp tomorrow. Should she wait for X to come back and let him know, or go directly? However, the next day, she didn't need to worry about this problem at all, because, he's back? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. At 7 o'clock in the morning, she was about to set off when a guard suddenly came over and said that Dr. X asked her to go to the lounge. When Jiang Fuyue went over, she saw a group of soldiers drinking water and resting in the straw shed. They were travel-worn and couldn't be covered at all. She randomly found one of them. "You just came back?" "Yes." "Where did you go?" "Brento, Swaga, and the border crossings of Chekbai." "Are you a doctor?" He saw Jiang Fuyue wearing a white robe. "Why do you ask?" Jiang Fuyue was stunned for a moment. Brento, Swaga, and Chekbai were the 3 places she, Xianxia, and ECI were going to next, because there were the 3 largest resettlement camps in the Due area. So, what was X doing there? Digression, everyone should have guessed what 99 was doing, right? Jiang Fuyue knocked on the door, and a low voice said, "Please come in." She pushed the door open and entered. The man was wearing a shirt and a lab robe. Under the sunlight, the silver-gray mask on his face lost a tinge of coldness. "You came at the right time. Did you bring someone to the crossfire zone?" Both of them spoke at the same time, but they were stunned at the same time. Jiang Fuyue. "After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Jiang Fuyue was not surprised by such a discovery. Due was a heavily infected area. The environment of the resettlement camp was harsh and unsupervised, so cross-infection was easy to occur. P1 and P2 were both found in the samples in the resettlement camp. Next, they tested the resistance of strain A against these 2 mutant strains. However, the results were not ideal. The efficiency was less than 50%. Strain A had encountered the biggest dilemma since its birth. No effect on mutant strains. Was it only effective against P1 and P2, or was it ineffective against all other mutant strains? This was the first problem. How to improve strain A to be effective against other mutant strains was the second problem. In order to solve the above 2 problems, they could only repeat the experiment, compare, and control the analysis. Jiang Fuyue spent more and more time in the laboratory. Previously, she worked from 8 in the morning to 10 at night. Now, she worked from 6 in the morning to midnight. She was in a high-intensity state for 18 hours. "Working so hard?" Bai Chuanhao frowned. "Don't you want your body anymore?" Su Quan said, "Doing research is not like working in a factory. You can get as much product as you spend time. There is no need to work so hard." "That's right. Haste makes waste. Jiang Fuyue will tire herself out sooner or later." Several experienced seniors in Dan Pinghua's team also expressed their agreement. Research could not be rushed, and it could not be done overnight. It was not that they could not bear to see Jiang Fuyue doing well, but they were sincerely worried for her. Although there had been disagreements between the two sides before, now that Jiang Fuyue had developed strain A, there was hope to build the highest defense against the Xianxia virus. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they could not hope for anything to happen to her. Why don't someone go and persuade her? After a moment of silence. Who will go? Everyone looked at each other. Dan Pinghua coughed softly and began to call out names. Bai Chuanhao? Ahem. I'm not very good at persuading people. Su Quan? I'm like Lao Bai. I'm clumsy and not very persuasive. Dan Pinghua's mouth twitched. Then who will go? He couldn't let him go, right? Besides, his relationship with Jiang Fuyue. Ahem. It was too ordinary. In the end, Xi and Hongqing volunteered. If you guys don't want to go, then I'll go. That afternoon, Xi and Hongqing made a trip to Jiang Fuyue's laboratory just in time for lunch. Sure enough, she was eating. There were various documents and reports spread out on the table. Not far away, the buttons on the control panel were lit up, indicating that it was in operation. The instruments beside it were also in operation. The race against time was reflected in every detail. Professor Xian, what's the matter? Xian Hongqing suddenly didn't know what to say. Jiang Fuyue asked with a questioning look. Finally, he took a deep breath and said. Work is important, but you have to take care of your rest. Your body is your biggest asset. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. He seemed a little embarrassed. Anyway, you just have to go back to the dormitory early every day. After saying that, he turned around and left. Even though he was old, his legs were very nimble. In just a short while, his shadow was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Fuyue reacted and a faint smile appeared on her face. Although Xi and Hongqing's words weren't unreasonable, Jiang Fuyue still decided to go according to the original plan. First, she had to verify the effectiveness of the vaccine against other mutated strains other than P1 and P2. She found that vaccine A performed well when it encountered other strains, but it didn't work well against P1 and P2. This required further verification with other new mutated strains. But now that she had finished testing all the samples she brought back, she didn't find any new mutated strains other than P1 and P2. Therefore, she had to make another trip to Duhe. And even if she went, she might not necessarily find new strains. The research was stalled. Jiang Fuyue suddenly thought of Xie Dingyuan. Maybe he could provide her with new ideas, but when she ran next door excitedly, she was told, Professor Xie? He hasn't been at the base recently. Not here? Jiang Fuyue was slightly surprised. Yes, it seems that he has other tasks. Anyway, he's been away for a while. Jiang Fuyue thanked him and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned back and asked with a burning gaze, when did Xie Dingyuan leave? Well. Let me think, a team member next to her suddenly said, April 24th. I remember it very clearly because that day happened to be my birthday. Jiang Fuyue suddenly understood. After a while, she calmed down and said in her usual tone, I see. Thank you. With that, she turned and left. The 2 team members looked at each other, a little confused. Just as Jiang Fuyue was about to leave for Duhe again, an off-road vehicle came back with more than 300 new samples. Dr. X said that these were collected from the Kennedy Bay resettlement camp. These samples solved her urgent problem. Jiang Fuyue calmly accepted them and then plunged into the lab. 3 days later, she found 3 new mutated strains in this batch of new samples. Without any pause or relaxation, Jiang Fuyue immediately used these 3 strains to test the A strain. The results showed, the A strain's effectiveness was as high as 80%. At this point, it was confirmed that only the P1 and P2 strains had an impact on the vaccine's effectiveness. Next, she only needed to improve the A strain against the P1 and P2 strains. After finding the right direction, Jiang Fuyue's efficiency was surprisingly high. In just 3 days, she completed the improvement and upgrade. It took another 5 days, which was 1 infection cycle, to test the vaccine's effectiveness against the P1 and P2 strains. The results were gratifying. Not only did the effectiveness against the P1 and P2 strains reach 85%, But the effectiveness against ordinary strains also increased by nearly 5%. Jiang Fuyue named the improved vaccine A+ strain. It represented the first upgrade and improvement. When the news reached the ears of the higher-ups, the gloomy clouds from a while ago were swept away and instantly cleared up. Great. In less than half a month, Jiang Fuyue actually handed in such a brilliant answer sheet. This is unbelievable. She's a miracle. The left and right experimental areas were silent. A big shot was a big shot, who said that the time invested was not proportional to the results, who said that haste made waste, who said that research couldn't be rushed, and it was impossible to achieve results overnight. These so-called experience, practice, and generally speaking, were not applicable to Jiang Fuyue. She could see the results every second she spent. Every drop of sweat she shed and every effort she put in could be rewarded. Bai Chuanhao swallowed with difficulty. What kind of demon king is this? It was too terrifying. Su Quan, she refreshes the definition of strong every time. Dan Pinghua had nothing to say. No matter how unwilling the previous waves were, they had to admit that the new waves were turbulent and magnificent. Xian Hongqing was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. It was as if he had succeeded. I knew it. I knew it. She could definitely do it, seeing that the live attenuated vaccine was a great success and that everything had been accomplished. Jiang Fuyue suddenly applied to the higher-ups to go to Duhe again. Why? Haven't the new mutated virus strains been found? And the A+ vaccine has been successfully improved. They couldn't think of a reason why Jiang Fuyue would take the risk to go to the seriously infected area. Because, the girl enunciated each word clearly. I found antibodies in the more than 300 blood samples sent by Dr. X. As soon as this was said, the higher-ups were a little confused. The entire research team was stunned. Time seemed to have frozen. Anti-antibodies? What antibodies? An expert's voice trembled. Jiang Fuyue was very calm. Of course, it's the antibodies of the Xianxia virus. If the vaccine was forced immunity and could only achieve the effect of prevention, then the mechanism of autoimmunity could effectively treat the Xianxia infection, but the premise was to find the sample that provided the antibodies. Who is it? Jiang Fuyue only said, the person is at the resettlement camp in Kenny Bay. I have to go there personally. The higher-ups immediately approved. In addition to letting Zhong Xiang and ECI accompany her, they also arranged for a team of people to secretly protect her. Duhe area. After nightfall, the temperature plummeted and the moon was bright. The entire vaccination site had fallen into a deep sleep. After more than 10 days of rest, Xie Dingyuan's hand had almost recovered. After the stitches were removed, only a light pink scar was left. At this moment, he had washed up and was lying down, preparing to fall asleep. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Xie Dingyuan suddenly opened his eyes and turned over to sit up. He quickly put on his clothes and walked out. Suddenly, he remembered something and went back to take the mask and put it on. The guards stationed there were also alarmed and were instantly on alert. Dr. X doctor, seeing Xie Dingyuan appear, everyone seemed to have found their backbone. If I'm not wrong, there should be 3 cars coming this way. What should we do next? Stop them? Block them? Or open fire? Xie Dingyuan looked in the direction of the sound, his eyes like torches. Wait a little longer. Soon, 3 off-road vehicles appeared in sight. They have a signal flag. They should be on our side. Sure enough, the other party poked his head out and made a secret signal. It was indeed a car from the base. Xie Dingyuan immediately ordered, open the door. Yes, the off-road vehicles gradually drove in and finally stopped. Before Xie Dingyuan could ask, the back door of the first car had already opened. Jiang Fuyue got out of the station and stopped. The man was stunned for a moment. After blinking hard, he was sure that it was really her. First, surprise appeared in his eyes, and then gradually turned into anger. Why are you here? After saying that, he realized that his tone was not right. In a hurry, he forgot to lower his voice. Jiang Fuyue did not seem to notice. She directly took out the document and handed it to the man. The higher-ups allowed me to come. Haven't the new samples been sent to the base? Why are you still here? I'm sorry. I'm on a mission. I can't say much. The girl's face was cold and businesslike. Under the mask, Xie Dingyuan gritted his teeth and said word by word, "This is not a place for you to stay." Then where should I stay? Jiang Fuyue asked. The base is convenient for you to do your research. I'll send you the new samples at any time. Why did she have to come in person? Jiang Fuyue pretended that she did not understand the anxiety in the man's words. She only said, "This is an order." Zhong Xiang was confused. Wasn't she the one who requested to come? Why did the higher-ups order her to come? ECI was speechless. I don't know. I don't understand. This is an order. Not long ago, Xie Dingyuan had said the same thing to her as well. Now, she was the one who turned the tables. She was speechless. You. It's getting late, Jiang Fuyue interrupted directly. We rushed through the night. I'm very tired. I need to rest. After that, she went straight to the previous room. Zhong Xiang and ECI also went to rest. This time, it was a done deal. Xie Dingyuan could only clench his fists. The next day, Jiang Fuyue said, "I'm going to Kenny Bay." What did you say? The man's voice was cold, and his expression was even colder. Unfortunately, he was wearing a mask and couldn't see it. Jiang Fuyue met his dark eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of coldness in them. I said, "I want to go to Kennedy Bay." The man stared at her, and under his calm eyes, he was already flustered. If I remember correctly, the samples of this place have been sent back to the base, and it's a blood sample. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Yes. Then why are you still going? You seem to be afraid that I'll enter the crossfire area? The girl walked closer. Why? The man subconsciously stepped back and looked away. I just think that you don't have to go anymore. Really? Jiang Fuyue took another step forward. You went for me last time, so what do you plan to do this time? His Adam's apple bobbed. Go for me again? What's our relationship? Is it worth taking such a big risk? As she spoke, the girl moved forward again. Xie Dingyuan couldn't retreat anymore. Seeing that the two of them were about to touch, he quickly reached out to block her. Don't get too close, Jiang Fuyue smiled. She looked at his outstretched hand and didn't move forward. Why do you keep turning your head when you talk to me? Don't you dare to look at me? Are you embarrassed? Are you shy? The man remained silent. Or, she paused deliberately for a moment. Do you have improper thoughts about me? Jiang Fuyue pretended not to notice the sudden stagnation of his breathing due to his nervousness, as well as the slightly dumbfounded look in his eyes due to his astonishment. It seems like you really have other thoughts, but unfortunately, I already have a boyfriend. He was stunned. Jiang Fuyue continued, My boyfriend is handsome and has a good figure. Although he's a little cold and arrogant, he doesn't like to talk, his temper is too bad, and he especially likes to pretend, Xie Dingyuan, ? But he has a high IQ, strong abilities, a successful career, and money. So, you have no chance. You'd better give up as soon as possible. She sighed. When he finally reacted, the man clenched his fist and coughed lightly. His eyes flickered slightly. Is your boyfriend really that good? That's not it. Like I said earlier, he has a cold and aloof personality, and he especially likes to pretend. He's a dog to the extreme, so what's so good about him? Is there something wrong with your ears? You can't hear the main point. Isn't the point to praise how good he is? Jiang Fuyue, of course not. The important part is that although he's a dog, I won't like you either. Oh. Although she was called a dog, she still felt a little sweet in her heart. Jiang Fuyue could tell what he was thinking at a glance. The corners of her mouth curled up as she changed the topic. Unless. There was actually an unless? Unless what? She stepped forward again and raised her hand to push the man against the wall. Xie Dingyuan was dumbfounded. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the silver mask on his face and said with interest, Unless you let me see your real face. If you're handsome enough, I can consider it. After all, everyone loves beauty. It's the same for men and women. What she meant was that if he was handsome, everything was fine, but if he was ugly, there was no need to talk about it. So, if I'm handsome enough, you can abandon your boyfriend? Although he had tried his best to restrain himself, he sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. The most annoying thing was, Jiang Fuyue actually nodded her head. That's right. It was a heavy blow. The sweet moment turned bitter in an instant. Jiang Fuyue even winked at him and leaned closer to him. Their breaths intertwined. How about it? Do you want to consider it? It's not difficult, you just have to take it off and take a look. There was a unique fragrance on the girl's body. The moment she got close to him, he closed his eyes and looked intoxicated. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue's hand had already touched the edge of the mask. She only needed to exert a little force, and she could. Xie Dingyuan suddenly reacted and turned his head to avoid the girl's hand. He also came out from between her body and the wall. I refuse. Jiang Fuyue was not angry. She spread her hands and shrugged regretfully. Then forget it. After saying that, she pretended to leave. I'll go to Kenny Bay with you tomorrow. No need, you're not anyone to me. Jiang. Fu. You. The man's angry growl came from behind her. You have two choices, either you go together or no one goes. You choose. She turned around and smiled coldly. Is this a threat? You can think of it that way. Why? This stinky man, he was addicted to pretending and still refused to admit his identity. Because I have the final say here. If you don't believe me, we can try. See if you can go to Kenny Bay if I don't agree. Of course, you can also ignore it, but Zhongxiang and ECI are in charge of protecting you. If you disappear, think about what will happen to them. Jiang Fuyue was so angry that she nodded. Good. Very good. You're really good. Xie Dingyuan. What should I do? He suddenly felt a little scared. It was night, and everything was quiet. Jiang Fuyue packed up the things she needed for tomorrow and checked again. Then, she zipped her bag and put it aside. It was midsummer, and the rainy season had just passed. There were more mosquitoes in the house. The mosquitoes here were big. After people were bitten, not only would their skin become red, swollen, and itchy, but they could also be infected with inflammation and even spread viruses. Jiang Fuyue especially took mosquito repellent measures before going to bed. There were mosquito repellents at the head and foot of the bed. However, she was still bitten in the middle of the night. She turned on the light and saw two big red bumps on her arms that were already swollen. She took out some alcohol to disinfect it and applied a layer of ointment. However, she did not dare to sleep again. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was very soft, and it was magnified several times in the night. It was very clear. Who is it? It's me. Oh, it was the person next door. Doctor, it's very late. What's the matter? What happened to you? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Can you hear me? Jiang Fuyue? When he called her name, there was obviously some anxiety in his tone. It's nothing. I was bitten twice by mosquitoes. Did you apply ointment? Yes. Then, you should rest early. After that, he turned and left. Jiang Fuyue looked at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. There were still a few hours before morning, but she did not plan to sleep anymore. She simply took out the antibody analysis report from her bag and began to read it under the light. About 10 minutes later, knock, 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 someone knocked on the door again. Who is it? Teacher Jiang, it's me. It was a woman's voice. It sounded familiar. She opened the door. It was the nurse who helped with the vaccination in front with her. It's so late. What's the matter? I'm here to spray some 7-grass water for you. Otherwise, there are so many mosquitoes. You won't be able to sleep at night. 7-grass water? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Yes, it's used to kill mosquitoes. It's very effective. It was refined by Dr. X using 7 kinds of herbs. Put a few drops every night, dilute it with water, and spray it in the room. It removes the smell and prevents mosquitoes. As she spoke, she had already walked in with a spray bottle and sprayed every corner of the room. She even took care of the bottom of the bed. It's done. I shouldn't be bitten anymore. Jiang Fuyue sent her out and suddenly asked, "Who told you to come over?" The soldier on duty in the lounge. What's wrong? Nothing. You can go back. Thank you. You're welcome. The soldier on duty in the lounge only listened to Dr. X's orders, so it was him. Jiang Fuyue could finally sleep in the second half of the night. The next morning, before 6 o'clock, Jiang Fuyue packed up, took her backpack, and left the room. When she went to the open space where the car was parked, Xianxia and Eci were already waiting. Oh, there was someone else. Dr. X, you're here. Jiang Fuyue, okay. Let's go. She didn't say anything about not letting him follow. The four of them got into the car. Eci sat in the driver's seat and was in charge of driving. Dr. X sat in the passenger seat. Zhongxiang and Jiang Fuyue naturally went to the back. In addition, there were 2 off-road vehicles with about a dozen soldiers in them. In the car, the atmosphere was a little tense. The main reason was that Dr. X and Jiang Fuyue both had cold faces and didn't have any intention of talking. Eci was fine. She was driving and had work to do, so it wasn't so difficult. Zhongxiang was miserable. He couldn't sit still at all. He either looked out of the window or scratched his hair. He moved around and couldn't stop. He glanced at Dr. X, who had a cold back and only the back of his head left. Then he glanced at Jiang Fuyue, who was sitting solemnly and slightly focused. He wanted to speak a few times, but then he stopped. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink water? As soon as he said that, the car instantly fell silent. Of course, it was originally very quiet, but suddenly there seemed to be a sense of deathly tension. Zhongxiang did not notice it at all. He kept staring at Jiang Fuyue with little red hearts in his eyes. Okay. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She took the mineral water from him. Thank you. Who do you think we are? It's too polite to thank me. The young man scratched his head shyly. Eci suddenly glanced at the person in the front passenger seat. He felt that the person was emitting cold air, as if the surroundings were about to freeze. He subconsciously shrunk his neck and moved to the side. Well, I can't afford to offend him, so I'll stay away. Jiang Fuyue was indeed a little thirsty. She drank half of the bottle in one gulp. The corners of her mouth were stained with water, but Zhongxiang was already prepared. He eagerly handed her a tissue. Wipe it. Eci found that the person next to her seemed to be colder. Even the mask could not hide the coldness on his face. His eyes were like frost, freezing people to the core. He felt that he needed to say something at this time to make the atmosphere less tense. Cough. Zhongxiang, why do you only care about girls? I'm driving so hard, but I don't see you handing me mineral water. Are you treating me differently? Zhongxiang's mouth twitched. You're ordering me around? There's water on the car door. Take it if you want. Eci looked down. Good Lord, there really was water. Then, you should at least ask me, right? Don't be so stubborn. You need me to ask you to drink water. Why don't you just ask me to take a dump? Eci. F***ck. Then what about when you asked Jiang Fuyue? Don't be such a double standard, Zhongxiang said righteously. Can you compare yourself to Yaya? You're a big man, but you're so narrow-minded. You even said such things. Aren't you ashamed? Besides, I like to ask her, but I don't like to ask you. So what? You're not allowed to be biased? I like to ask anyone, humph. ECI, exclamation point. She was so angry that she started to doubt her life. Just drive your car. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Isn't that right, Yaya? Zhongxiang arched his eyebrows, switching seamlessly from firecracker to bootlicker. ECI. Help, Zhongxiang said. Yeah, I brought some food. Do you want some? It's not a steamed bun, it's a biscuit with strawberry filling. Hee, it's as sweet as you. Jiang Fuyue hurriedly waved her hand and inadvertently peeked into the mirror. Unfortunately, the angle was not right and she did not see Xie Dingyuan. No need. I just had breakfast. If that's the case, you can come to me when you're hungry. Okay. Remember to look for me, Jiang Fuyue. ECI couldn't take it anymore. She sighed and said, my life is as good as oil. Xianxia? Why did he suddenly share his life motto? Why did he feel like he was being implied? At this moment, the off-road vehicle drove past a sand dune. Perhaps ECI didn't control the direction very well, so the car bumped up and down. Even though she had fastened her seatbelt, she couldn't help but fall over. With this tilt, Jiang Fuyue directly leaned on Zhong Ziyang's shoulder. Although she quickly sat up straight again, a certain moment was still captured by the man in the front passenger seat through the rearview mirror. The girl leaned against the boy and the boy lowered his head. The two of them looked like an intimate couple. Shut up. Don't affect my driving, the man blurted out. His voice was cold and murderous. ECI. Actually, he wanted to say that he wasn't affected. But the next second, he met the eyes of the man in the front passenger seat. He tactfully shut his mouth. It was too scary. If he really said that, he probably wouldn't be able to open his mouth again. Zhongxiang didn't have EC's sharp senses. He only knew that this person told him to shut up. He actually told him to shut up. And in front of Jiang Fuyue. F*CK, how did he affect his driving? Was this person seriously ill? The strange intense atmosphere in the car lasted until 2 hours later. The car stopped outside the resettlement camp in Kennedy Bay. A few soldiers went in different directions to investigate. Looking at their familiar movements, it was obvious that this wasn't their first time doing this. 5 minutes later, they returned. Doctor, the surroundings are very safe. There are no traces of armed crossfire. Soon, Jiang Fuyue changed into the protective suit and put on the protective mask. When she turned around, the man had also changed into the protective suit. He took off the silver mask and replaced it with a protective helmet. The parts below his eyes were still covered. Jiang Fuyue's expression didn't change, but she sneered coldly in her heart. Deliberately mystifying. Your disguises have already fallen to the ground. Still pretending, as soon as Xie Dingyuan looked up, he bumped into a pair of slightly dark peach blossom eyes. When their eyes met, he was the first to look away. Jiang Fuyue sneered and turned to check Zhongxiang and EC's protective measures. Yeah, look at my protective suit. Why can't I pull it up? Did I wear it inside out? Jiang Fuyue lowered her head to check. Her hand inevitably touched his body, but it was within the scope of normal contact. Even Zhongxiang didn't think in that direction. Xie Dingyuan's eyes turned cold, and the corners of his mouth tightened. If eyes could turn into arrows, Zhongxiang would have become a hedgehog. In the end, he didn't beat him enough. He even dared to think about his future aunt. Achoo, Zhongxiang sneezed. Did you notice that the temperature suddenly dropped, and then it's back to normal now? Jiang Fuyue, did I? I didn't notice. Okay, it's up. Go and put on the mask. Oh. After the necessary protective measures were completed, Jiang Fuyue and the others entered the resettlement camp. The person in charge was called Doya, a bearded old man. He was originally the principal of a school in Kennedy Bay. Later, he was sent to the resettlement camp because he was infected with Xianxia. He consciously shouldered the management work and tried his best to maintain order in the camp. The situation here is better than the 3 resettlement camps, Brento, Swaga, and Chekabai. Doya's contribution can't go unnoticed, Xie Dingyuan explained to her in a low voice. Jiang Fuyue gave a soft hum and nodded. She was calm and collected. Now was not the time to throw a tantrum. She still had a sense of propriety. Hello. Doya was wearing a protective suit and 2 layers of masks, but in order to be absolutely safe, he still stopped about 5 meters away from the group. When he spoke, he subconsciously turned his head to the side, trying not to face them directly. Jiang Fuyue returned the etiquette of their tribe and spoke in the local language, hello. Doya's eyes lit up and became more enthusiastic. However, he still restrained himself. May I ask why you are here? This gentleman has been here before. He was referring to Xie Dingyuan. Jiang Fuyue, I'm looking for a person called Xianxia. Why are you looking for her? Jiang Fuyue briefly told him about the antibody. Xie Dingyuan stood at the side. This was also the first time he heard about it. So this was the reason why she insisted on coming here in person. Doya brought them to Xianxia's ward. It turned out that Xianxia was just a 7-year-old girl. When Jiang Fuyue entered the room, she was sitting on the bed and playing with glass marbles. Compared to those infected who had emaciated cheeks and listless spirits, Xianxia's eyes were lively and her face was chubby. She was not afraid to see strangers. Instead, she looked curious. Grandpa, who are they? Doya said, friends from Huaxia. But they are wearing the doctor's and nurse's clothes. Doya said, doctor's friends. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately smiled at them. After visiting Xianxia, Jiang Fuyue asked Doya, when was she sent here? Doya thought for a while and said, about 2 months ago. What were her symptoms? Fever, vomiting, and coma. But I don't know why, but after a week, these symptoms disappeared. How is she doing now? Doya said, she looks healthy. She doesn't cry or throw tantrums. She even helps out. Helps out? Yes. Doya nodded. She is responsible for delivering food to every room. So, Xianxia has been in contact with infected people for a long time without any protection? Doya was stunned. Yes. Does she have any symptoms of infection? Yes, she coughs, but it's not serious. Jiang Fuyue's eyes narrowed. Other than that? Are there any other typical symptoms? Like fever? No. Doya shook his head affirmatively. We also find it strange. Everyone else is clearly suffering. But later, the witch said that Xianxia was a devout believer in her previous life, so God gave her the blessing to stay away from pain. Jiang Fuyue's guess was confirmed. She said, I want to take Xianxia with me. In return, we will provide enough food and supplies for the resettlement camp. Doya fell silent. After an unknown period of time, he raised his head again and said in a cautious tone, you won't hurt her, right? Jiang Fuyue said, I promise, she will grow up healthy and happy. Okay. When they entered the ward, Doya informed Xianxia that she was going to be taken away. Before he could finish, the little girl suddenly burst into tears. I don't want to leave. I'm very obedient. I can deliver food and carry water. Tomorrow, I'll start learning how to make couscous from Sophia. I'll be very useful. Woo-woo. Can you not throw me away? Doya's old hand gently patted her head. Good child, don't cry. Grandpa isn't throwing you away. Instead, I'm sending you to a better place. There, you'll be able to eat your fill, you'll be able to wear pretty little dresses, your hair will be adorable, and you'll be able to go to school. The little girl was so engrossed in the story that she forgot to cry. Doya. So, you have to listen to the doctor, okay? Xianxia nodded in confusion. I know. Big sister Sophia, Uncle Oakley, big brother Kenyatta. Are they coming with me? Doya shook her head. No, they will stay here. Xianxia panicked. Then I want to stay here too. I don't want food or dresses. Is that okay? Doya sighed and was about to speak when Jiang Fuyue suddenly stepped forward. Hello, Xianxia. The little girl looked at her with clear eyes and replied timidly, Hello, my name is Jiang Fuyue. You can call me by my name, or you can call me Big Sister. Big Sister, your name is so difficult. I don't know how to say it. It's okay. I'm here to invite you to my house as a guest. When you're better and stop coughing, I'll send you back. Really? The little girl's eyes lit up. Although this place was filled with the threat of death every day and painful moans could be heard at any time and place, she treated this place as her home. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Really? Then, how long do I have to stay at your house? When can I come back? Jiang Fuyue, 2 months. When you come back, I'll prepare a gift for your friends. Okay. Xianxia agreed in a childish voice. Jiang Fuyue and the others immediately took Xianxia and left. Doya walked them to the entrance of the camp. Xianxia, goodbye, Grandpa. I'll bring you a gift. And big sister Sophia, Uncle Oakley, big brother Kenyatta. Xianxia put on the protective suit for Xianxia. Because the girl was too small, it took a lot of effort to get it right. What about the mask? She can't wear the adult model at all. Jiang Fuyue, just use the mask. Okay. After doing this, Zhongxiang carried her to the back seat. Before he could get in, a loud roar suddenly came from afar at an extremely fast speed. It's a helicopter. ECI shouted. Before she finished speaking, several helicopters flew over from afar and arrogantly hovered above the camp. Then, the cabin door actually opened. Xie Dingyuan's expression changed dramatically. He grabbed Jiang Fuyue and rolled to the sand dune next to them. At the same time, he shouted at Zhongxiang and ECI, "Get down." Although the two of them didn't know what was going on, their muscle memory created by long-term training made them immediately crawl on the ground the moment they heard those two words. At the same time, a loud roar sounded diagonally behind the camp. Then, flames soared into the sky, black smoke filled the air, and the smell of gunpowder came from the air. Zhongxiang felt his eardrums vibrate and a sudden pain came. EC's left shoulder was hit by a flying rock, causing him to suck in a cold breath. Fortunately, he got down in time. Otherwise, the situation would have been worse. After looking around, the two of them quickly got up and hid behind the nearest sand dune. Boom, there was another loud noise. Flames rose again, and a huge blast of air stirred up yellow sand mixed with black smoke. Visibility was almost zero. Bah, Zhongxiang spat out the sand in his mouth. This bunch of bastards. They didn't even look at where they were when they exchanged fire. There are so many people in the camp. ECI said, I thought that the flames of war wouldn't reach here. I didn't expect that it would still burn here. Zhongxiang said, now how? Before he finished speaking, there was another loud noise. Suddenly, Zhongxiang seemed to have stepped on something soft and blurted out, F***CK. At the same time, there was a cry of pain. F***CK. You stepped on my foot. Zhongxiang and ECI jumped up at the same time. In the middle of the yellow sand, they saw a middle-aged man with half of his glasses blown off. His hair was messy and his hands were holding a camera tightly to his chest as if he was hugging his baby. Who are you? Who are you? Both of them asked at the same time. After ECI introduced herself, the middle-aged man suddenly burst into tears. Great! Really great! I thought I was going to die this time. I didn't expect to meet a military uncle. Boo-hoo. I can live again. Thank you motherland, thank you all. The man grabbed Zhongxiang's arm as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Zhongxiang was speechless. Who are you calling uncle? ECI asked. You are? I'm a foreign reporter from Huaxin News. I came to Kennedy Bay to report on the situation of the resettlement camp. I didn't expect, he didn't even enter the gate before he was blown up by the helicopters. However, he quickly reacted and instinctively raised his camera in the chaos to take pictures of the bombing. Once these pictures were sent to the international community, it would definitely cause a sensation. He bowed deeply to the two of them. If necessary, please protect my camera first. Hearing this, Zhongxiang and ECI were filled with deep veneration and saluted him. On the other side, Jiang Fuyue was protected by Xie Dingyuan several times and successfully avoided danger. However, the rising air waves made her eardrums hurt. Xie Dingyuan said, open your mouth. She immediately did as she was told. How is it? Do you feel better? Jiang Fuyue nodded. At this moment, there was a sudden cry. It's Xianxia. When Zhongxiang and ECI lay down, they completely forgot that there was a little girl in the car. At this moment, the two of them had already taken the reporter to hide behind a sand dune in the distance. Coupled with the loud noise from the helicopter's propellers, they didn't hear the cry at all, let alone go back to rescue the girl. Jiang Fuyue broke free from the man's arms and instinctively wanted to rush out. Xie Dingyuan grabbed her back. What are you doing? Xianxia is still in the car. Nothing must happen to her. It was not only because she had her own antibodies, which were the key to defeating the Xianxia virus. Even if she was just an ordinary child, Jiang Fuyue couldn't just sit by and watch. Let go. Don't be impulsive. If we go out now, we can only, boom, there was another loud noise. Xie Dingyuan was hit in the back by the flying stones and instinctively let go. Jiang Fuyue had already seized the opportunity and rushed out. She wasn't acting on impulse, nor was she acting recklessly. Before she rushed out, she had already planned the route in her mind. From one sand dune cover, she changed to another, and then the next. She successfully avoided the airdrops and got closer and closer to the off-road vehicle. The girl's cries gradually became clearer. Finally, she came to the off-road vehicle and tried to open the door, but found that the door had been welded shut and couldn't be pulled open at all. She tried to reach in through the half-lowered window and open it from the inside, but the door still wouldn't budge. Xianxia cried pitifully. When she saw her, she immediately went to the window and clung to the glass with both hands. Sister, sister. I'm scared, Jiang Fuyue touched her face with the hand that reached in. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The girl stopped crying, grabbed her hand, and rubbed it gently. Okay, I won't cry. Boom, 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 there was another wave of airdrops, and it was getting more and more frequent. The off-road vehicle was too big of a target. The people in the helicopter would discover it sooner or later. She had to take Xianxia away immediately. Jiang Fuyue looked around but couldn't find any suitable tools. Suddenly, she saw a small crack on the window. Xianxia, back off a little. The girl did as she was told. Jiang Fuyue took off her protective mask, aimed at the crack, and smashed it hard. Crash, the glass shattered. But her hand was also cut. Blood flowed from her palm to her wrist, and then to her arm, leaving a long trail of blood. But she didn't seem to see it. Come, Xianxia. The little girl opened her arms. Jiang Fuyue carried her out and protected her in her arms. Then, they rushed back. But at this moment, boom, the gunpowder exploded less than 5 meters away from the two of them. Jiang Fuyue got down in time and protected Xianxia with her body. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. It was Xie Dingyuan. Let's go, but before the two of them could take a few steps, there was another wave of airdrops. Jiang Fuyue closed her eyes and protected the child with both hands. Xie Dingyuan, on the other hand, opened his arms and protected her in his embrace. Not far away, a reporter happened to see this scene. He picked up his camera and snapped the scene. There were continuous rumbles all around, and she could hear his steady and powerful heartbeat nearby. When Jiang Fuyue opened her eyes, tears fell from her eyes. Are you stupid? Who told you to come over? The man hugged her even tighter in silence. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation after Rebirth, I'm all the big bosses White Moonlight, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Jiang Fuyue ascended to the top with the F-active enzyme after the A and A+ seedlings. All of a sudden, all the major media outlets in the world scrambled to report. It is reported that Xianxia has developed a special drug for Xianxia infection. Human trials have passed and severely ill patients have recovered. It is still under observation and there are no sequelae. According to Xianxia's official news, the F-active enzyme was first discovered by a seedling researcher Jiang. Jiang, female, 19 years old, a freshman at Qiming University in Xianxia, published a scientific paper titled Analysis of Active Human Histone Pre-mRNA. Three-dimensional structure of 3-end processed compounds. Xianxia has not officially announced the F-active enzyme extraction method to the world. Our reporter has interviewed the relevant department heads in Xianxia on whether to disclose the extraction method to the world and open the production and export of special drugs. As of press time, we have not received a reply. It is reported that Jiang Fuyue does not have a fixed team and all the research is done by her alone. In addition to the overwhelming reports, all the major media outlets in the world also issued interview invitations to Jiang Fuyue herself. There were many authoritative media outlets in various countries, such as Country Y's Sun, Reuters, Country M's New York Times, Country F's Agence France Presse, and so on, but in the end, without exception, they all sank into the sea. However, media people, especially media people with an attitude, had always been stubborn. Since this path was blocked, then could her family use their brains. The first to be approached was Jantar and Han Yunru. The beautiful blonde reporter flew directly from Continent O to Linhuai and stood in a long line under the scorching sun for 3 hours before finally entering the restaurant. When they were ordering, Chao Dou asked her in broken English what she wanted to order. The beauty directly replied to him in fluent Chinese, "Anything is fine, please recommend." Chao Dou, so you can speak Chinese. That's great. This, and this are all our signature dishes. The beauty followed his advice and ordered, then asked him, "Can I meet your boss?" "The boss's wife is fine too." Chao Dou looked puzzled. "You can tell me directly if you have something to say." No, I just want to see them." Chao Dou understood. "You're not here to eat. You're here for an interview, right?" The beauty was taken aback. Chao Dou sighed, "There have been too many people trying to sneak in to see eldest senior brother and sister-in-law these past 2 days. I just didn't expect there to be foreigners." "Eldest senior brother? Sister-in-law?" The beauty's eyes lit up. "You're Jiang Fuyue's relative?" Cough, Chao Dou choked. "No, I'm not." "Then have you seen Jiang Fuyue?" Chao Dou nodded. "Yes, I have." "Why?" When Jiangji Restaurant's private home cuisine was first opened, Jiang Fuyue helped a lot. Chao Dou did what she told him to do. He exclaimed more than once that this little girl was too awesome. But he didn't expect her to be even more awesome. She made the whole world admire her. In the past 2 days, she was repeatedly mentioned on the news. Even when the channel changed, it was still her. Jantar and Han Yunru went from being excited and teary-eyed to being as calm as water and as indifferent as the wind. Chao Dou suspected that they were doing mortal studies, but after careful observation, he found that they were neither arrogant nor impatient. Chao Dou asked, "Eldest senior brother, why are you and sister-in-law so calm?" Jantar glanced at him. "If you can't sit still, what will you do in the future? Jump up and down? You have to leave some room for development in the future." "What the hell room for development?" Chao Dou almost died from jealousy. "Oh, you think you're so great because you have a daughter, as if no one else has one?" "Humph, Jantar, it's not difficult to have a daughter, but it's difficult to have a daughter like Jiang Fuyue." Chao Dou, back to the present, when the beautiful reporter heard that Chao Dou had met Jiang Fuyue, she looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Can I have a few minutes of your time to do a short interview?" Chao Dou looked at the crowded hall and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, just 2 questions, please." Who could resist a mature woman acting coquettishly? Then, okay. Jiang Fuyue is doing research on the Xianxia virus. Did you know about this beforehand? Chao Dou, in any case, I didn't know. The reporter choked. Chao Dou reminded her, "There's one more question." The reporter thought for a moment. "In your eyes, what kind of person is Jiang Fuyue?" "A genius." "Other than that?" "That's all." "A genius is everything." The reporter. She seemed to have asked a lonely question. From the beginning to the end, Jantar and Han Yunru did not appear. Although Chao Dou agreed to an interview, he only said a few words. The reporter was very regretful and wrote in a feedback message to her superiors, "Jiang Fuyue's family is low-key, cautious, and full of mystery." Jantar, who was busy in the kitchen and sweating all over, was speechless. "Mysterious?" Just as the reporter was about to leave regretfully, Chao Dou said, "The dishes are all here. Don't you want to have a taste?" Out of courtesy, the reporter tried a mouthful. Then a second mouthful, a third mouthful. She couldn't stop. In the end, she added 2 more dishes. "Oh. It's so delicious. Can I take away some of these dishes?" Chao Dou smiled slightly, as if everything was under her control. Of course. The second family to be found was the Han family. First, Han Ku was stopped by a reporter at the company. "Hello, CEO Han. Is it convenient for you to accept an interview?" Han Ku, "Sorry, this month's interview schedule is full. Please come early next month." After that, she pretended to leave. "Hey, wait." The reporter chased after her. "I don't want to interview you, Han Ku." "Oh, that's good. I don't accept interviews either." "It's not that we don't want to interview you. I mean, the content of our interview has nothing to do with you. We mainly want to talk about your niece, Jiang Fuyue. Is that okay? Oh, then you can go find her. I don't have any interview value. The reporter whispered, now the world's media is looking for her. If they could find her, I wouldn't be here. Han Ku was a little angry and also a little amused. As the CEO of TNW International Finance, he had become the second best choice. CEO Han, I only need 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes will do. Let's talk about Jiang Fuyue, shall we? Han Ku didn't talk nonsense with her and directly gave the receptionist a look. The receptionist understood and quickly called the security guards to stop her. Han Ku successfully got away. The reporter, hey. Why are you doing this? Get out of the way. I haven't interviewed her yet. The receptionist snorted. That's enough. You're already very polite that the security guards didn't throw you out directly. Don't be ungrateful. How can you be like this? I'm a reporter. She raised the work pass around her neck and almost hit the receptionist's face. The receptionist was calm and composed. Of course I know you're a reporter. Why? You think you can barge into TNW International Finance without an appointment just because you're a reporter? You can block our CEO Han at the elevator without a second word? Don't joke around. There have been a lot of reporters asking about Miss Jiang in the past 2 days. You're the first to block someone who's not an official media outlet. Who else would I block if not you? In the end, the reporter pursed her lips. What's the big deal? The receptionist raised her voice. I admit that I'm not the big deal, but Miss Jiang is the big deal. The reporter opened her mouth and found that she couldn't refute. Jiang Fuyue was indeed the big deal. Han Shen was in the same situation as Han Ku. He was also blocked at the company. Faced with all the cameras in front of him, he only said, if you want an interview, sure. Wait for Yaya to come herself. None of us have the right to speak for her. The reporter, you don't have to speak for her. We just want to ask as her family what you think of her. That's all. Han Shen, her achievements have their own proof. Who else does she need to evaluate her? Who can evaluate her? You? Or you? Or you? All the reporters were speechless. Then it was Han Heng's turn. He was questioned by the reporters on the spot at the movie press conference. Almost all the questions were related to Jiang Fuyue. Han Heng wasn't as stubborn as big brother and second brother. He smiled and said half-jokingly, this is the first time I feel like my limelight has been stolen. Why don't you ask about things related to the movie? I'm mainly afraid that Director Zhang will attack me. Look at Director Zhang's face, it's so dark. Besides, this is what the news reporters do. Why are you entertainment reporters joining in the fun? The reporter, it's because Miss Jiang is so popular that no one can interview her. We just want to get some information from you. Han Heng laughed but didn't say anything. His mouth was tight. Even so, the next day, the front page of the tabloid magazine still had the words Jiang Fuyue on it. It was a proper clickbait. Movie King Han talks about his genius niece Jiang Fuyue at the movie press conference. At the end, the words Jiang Fuyue were even bolded. Han Heng. Is this even possible? As a top celebrity, this was the first time he was riding on someone else's popularity. Cough, not just anyone, but yeah. His cute little niece sob. Day 182 of missing her finally, it was Grandpa Cheng's turn. Han Qishan spent most of his time at home, so the reporters could not see him. But he had a mobile phone. He had no idea where the reporters had gotten his phone number from. Hello, Grandpa Cheng. I'm from. Usually, he would hang up on those who started the call. But there were some who were not easy to hang up. For example, Old Han, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Han Qishan thought the other party was calling to ask about him. He smiled and replied, not bad. Come on, your granddaughter is so successful, shouldn't you be happy about it? You're being modest by saying not bad. Hee hee. Grandpa Cheng laughed. Little did he know that the other party was waiting for him. We've been friends for decades. My granddaughter is doing People Weekly. Do you think you can give her an exclusive interview with Jiang Fuyue? Next quarter, I'll give her a 2% discount on all the projects we're working on. What do you think? 2% was not a small amount. But Han Qishan did not say anything. You know that I dote on my granddaughter the most. Her parents passed away when she was young. She's not interested in managing the company and wants to be a reporter. I'm worried. It's not easy for her to ask me for a favor. How can I reject her? Old Han, are you listening to me? Yes, I'm listening. So you agree to it? Han Qishan kept quiet again. 3%, how about that? That's the limit. I can't give you more. If I give you more, I won't be able to answer to the board of directors. Just take it that you're doing me a favor. I'll remember this favor. Han Qishan sighed. Old Lu, we've been friends for so many years. I won't beat around the bush with you. It's not that I don't want to help, but I can't. Why? We're both grandfathers. You feel sorry for your granddaughter, so do I. Yaya has been away for more than half a year. She's doing something so dangerous. How can I bear to use her as a bargaining chip? No, it's just an interview. It's not a big deal. Is there a need to be so serious? You make it sound like I'm proposing marriage to your family. Han Qishan said seriously, Yaya's matters are not trivial. As soon as she hung up, another call came in. It was from the leader of the news department. He had some friendship with Han Qishan in the early years. The other party went straight to the point. Old master, can Jiang Fuyue accept an interview? Don't worry, there are no tabloids. It's all official media. Han Qishan was a little surprised. Can't you call Yaya directly? Why are you asking me? The person on the other end sighed and said helplessly, I want to contact her, but the Ministry of Health. Her whereabouts are all encrypted. We don't have the right to speak and can't contact her. That's why I'm looking for you. Han Qishan pondered for a moment. I can't contact Yaya either. How about this? If she comes back, I'll help you ask and see what she thinks. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Just as the whole world was fighting to interview Jiang Fuyue was in the laboratory, looking at Xianxia with a round face and bright eyes. Her eyes were filled with gratification. Are you still coughing? The girl shook her head. It's all better. The structure of the F-active enzyme synthesized by Xianxia's own immune system was not perfect, so when it cured Xianxia, it also left behind a cough. This was also one of the drawbacks of relying on the body's own immune system to form antibodies. After Jiang Fuyue found out the reason, she added other ingredients on the basis of the body's own F-active enzyme, which became the current synthetic F-active enzyme, which was Xianxia's special medicine. Sure enough, after Xianxia took it, her cough was cured. This also further verified the effectiveness of the synthetic F-active enzyme. Xianxia looked at her with her big eyes. Sister, can I go home now? Jiang Fuyue asked, isn't it good here? Xianxia shook her head desperately. No, it's very good here. During this period of time, she had been nourished by the base's food. Her face and body had grown fat, and her smile was getting brighter. She also learned Chinese from Jiang Fuyue, and now she could recite the entire Thoughts in a Quiet Night. Xianxia said, although it's very good here, it's not my home. I still have to go home. Sister, can I go back? Jiang Fuyue touched her head. Of course. The next day, Xianxia Dingyuan personally sent Xianxia back to the resettlement camp in Kenny Bay, and fulfilled their promise to prepare gifts for each of her friends. For Sophia was a box of beautiful hair clips and a new dress. According to Xianxia, Sophia was a girl who was very vain. For Oakley was a perfectly ironed suit, which was said to be his dream when he was young. For Kenyatta, there were 2 pairs of running shoes. He wanted to participate in the Olympics as a track and field athlete, so he could wear them for a long time. Of course, they couldn't forget Doya. Xianxia said, Grandpa likes to read. In addition, Jiang Fuyue also sent a large amount of food and supplies to the resettlement camp. At noon that day, the group arrived at the resettlement camp. Jiang Fuyue personally handed Xianxia to Doya. She's a smart child. If possible, send her to school. Doya nodded. Yes, last Monday, Huaxia's education aid fund agreed to build a new high school in Kenny Bay. The children will be able to go to school soon. Jiang Fuyue nodded. That's good. Uncle Lu was quite efficient. After that, she asked about the clinical effects of the F-active enzyme here. Because the North Vietnamese epidemic had spread too quickly, they couldn't wait for the F-active enzyme to be tested step by step before it could be put into use. Su Feng specially approved and decided to let some of the critically ill patients who were on the verge of death test the drug themselves. Professional medical personnel were sent to each resettlement camp to observe and record the data. Although the data would eventually be summarized in Jiang Fuyue's hands, she felt more assured to ask in person. A smile appeared on Doya's face. It's done. It's all done. Those who were going to die have been saved. They're grateful to God, but I think the person they should be most grateful to is actually you. When Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan left, Doya, Xianxia, and the other patients watched from afar. Even when the off-road vehicle drove away and could no longer be seen, they still didn't look away. Xie Dingyuan asked, "Are you touched?" Jiang Fuyue sniffed. I suddenly feel a little emotional. Bringing hope to life and guiding peace for society. Perhaps this was the true meaning of scientific research. On August 15, after settling all the matters in Civitan, Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan boarded the private plane back to China. Zhongxiang, ECI, and the others were also with them. August 16, 6 p.m. in Huaxia. The private plane arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport, and the group was arranged to take a special passage. Zhongxiang and ECI followed the group back to the military base. Xie Dingyuan was picked up by a black car with a red flag. Before leaving, he squeezed Jiang Fuyue's hand and said, "I'll report my work first. I'll look for you when I'm done." Jiang Fuyue nodded obediently and said, "Okay." Xie Dingyuan loved how obedient she was and couldn't help but kiss her. Good girl. Jiang Fuyue was speechless and blushed. After Xie Dingyuan left, Jiang Fuyue was also picked up by another car. She didn't need to report her work and directly asked the driver to drive her to the Han family. This time it was a secret operation, so no one came to pick her up. If Grandpa Han and her 3 uncles knew about it, they would have been waiting at the exit. Woof woof woof, Ah Ting, what's wrong with Xiaomeng? Why is he always so noisy? Is he in heat? Uncle. Han Ting's mouth twitched. He was sterilized last year. Han Hang's eyes widened when he heard that. Brat, didn't your teacher teach you to speak in complete sentences? Your uncle wasn't sterilized. It's very normal. Han Qishan happened to come down from the 2nd floor. When he heard that, he sneered in disdain. What's the difference between being in a relationship and not being sterilized? Han Heng was speechless. His whole family was bullying him. Woof woof woof, Xiaomeng was still barking. He was furious. Stupid dog. I'll beat you up if you don't stop. Han Ting immediately protected the dog behind him, afraid that Han Heng would be serious. Grandpa Han snorted. Don't stoop to the level of a dog. That's all you can do. Han Heng was speechless. Woof, woof woof, Han Ting frowned. Xiaomeng is a little strange today. He has been barking since noon. Han Ke walked over and patted the dog's head. Are you hungry? Han Ting, I just fed her and even gave her snacks. That's strange. It's usually so restless. Did it see other female dogs when you were walking it? Han Ting. Little uncle, can you think of something more serious? Han Qishan directly said, you're disrespectful to your elders. Han Heng was about to retort when Xiaomeng, who had been lying by his feet, suddenly jumped up and ran out of the door. Han Ting snorted and immediately chased after him. Han Ke shook her head helplessly. After half a minute, Han Ting suddenly let out an awe from outside. Then he ran in excitedly, big sister, the 4 Han family members, ? Han Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Sister is back. Where did you get this sister from? Boss, you secretly got yourself an illegitimate daughter? Han Shen's handsome face darkened. If it's possible, I really want to make you mute. Han Heng, if you want to sentence him, please think twice. Han Ting looked at the group of elders who couldn't react in time and was about to die from anxiety. Sister Yu. Sister Yu is back. Everyone froze for a moment, and then, Yaya is back? Old Master Han was the first to run out. He didn't even want his walking stick. Han Shen, Han Ku, and Han Heng followed closely behind. At the entrance of the villa, Jiang Fuyue held Xiao Meng's hand and smiled at the few of them. Grandpa, eldest uncle, second uncle, youngest uncle, I'm back. Han Qishan's old eyes reddened. He went forward and asked, why did you lose so much weight? His words were full of heartache. Although he used to say this sentence often and it was inevitably a little exaggerated, this time, it couldn't be faked at all. Jiang Fuyue was visibly thinner. She was originally slim, but now, she looked like she could be blown away by the wind. Her chin was sharp, and her collarbone was more obvious. When she left, it was still winter. Now, it was midsummer. She must have suffered a lot in the past half a year. Old Master Han had never felt so heartache. There were a few times when tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. Under the setting sun, they sparkled. But in the end, he held it in. The old man wanted to save face. How could he cry in front of the younger generation? That would be too useless. He had just scolded third brother. He definitely couldn't do the same. Han Shen went forward and looked at Jiang Fuyue. It's good that you're back. Han Ke nodded and sighed. You've indeed lost weight. Han Heng directly rushed over and gave her a bear hug. Ah. Little Yaya, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Jiang Fuyue felt that he should have missed out a few words, the stuffed toy in the room. Naturally, dinner was as sumptuous as possible. Old Master Han immediately ordered the kitchen to add more dishes, such as sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled fish slices. He ordered 7 or 8 dishes without any repetition. They were all Jiang Fuyue's favorite dishes. After dinner was ready, the family gathered around. Han Qishan didn't care about his own food. He tried his best to put food into Jiang Fuyue's bowl. Eat more. Let's grow back the meat. Han Ke nodded. Girls should more or less have some meat. Han Heng said, Yaya, you're very suitable to be on camera now. Why don't you come and play a guest role in my new show? Han Shen rolled his eyes at him. Eat your food. Don't cause trouble. Han Ting sat next to Jiang Fuyue and was in charge of scooping rice for her. Sister, give me the bowl. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue received a lot of care and concern from the 5 men of the Han family. Until, I really can't eat anymore. Only then did the men of the Han family stop feeding her. She heaved a sigh of relief. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue was surrounded on the sofa. Han Heng and Han Ku were on the left. Han Ting and Han Shen were on the right. Opposite her was Old Master Han Qishan. There was even a Xiao Meng lying at his feet. This lineup was very solemn. First, it started with Old Master Han, then Han Shen, Han Ku, and finally, it was Han Ting. The men of the Han family started to ask questions, such as, is the virus difficult to deal with? Do you have to wear protective clothing every day? Do you have to come into contact with patients every day? What if you get infected? As it didn't involve confidential information, Jiang Fuyue answered all the questions that she could. Especially Han Ting, his excited eyes didn't stop from the beginning to the end. He almost had the words I admire written on his face. In the end, it was Old Master Han who spoke. Yaya must be tired after rushing all the way back. If there are any questions, we can talk about them tomorrow. Let her go upstairs to rest first. Just like that, Jiang Fuyue went back to her room. The pink walls, coupled with the soft lighting, illuminated the entire room with a sense of warmth. She hadn't been back for half a year, but there was no dust in the room or on the table. It was clean. Jiang Fuyue took a shower to wash away the dust and fatigue on her body. She picked up the phone that she hadn't touched for a long time and called Han Yunru. Mom. As soon as she spoke, the woman on the other end couldn't help but cry. Yaya, you're back? Yes, I'm back. Jantar, Jantar, Han Yunru shouted loudly on the other end. Yaya is back. Come over quickly. After a series of banging sounds, Jantar's voice was heard. Yaya? Is that Yaya? Dad, Jantar was a man, but when he heard this, his eyes instantly turned red. It's good that you're safe, it's good that you're safe. At that moment, he was still wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand. He kept nodding as he repeated. Is that sister? Xianxia also came to the shop to help out during the summer vacation. He was originally at the cashier, but when he heard the sound from the bakery behind, he couldn't wait to run over. He snatched the phone and said, Sister. Have you been obedient while I was away? Did you fall behind in your cultural studies? Xianxia said, I've been obedient. I got first place in the grade for the final exam. Jiang Fuyue smiled and praised him. It wasn't hard to imagine that the young man on the other end of the phone must be blushing again. Half an hour later, the call ended. However, Han Yunru said, Yeah, Dad and Mom will go to the capital to visit you tomorrow. Jiang Qinxing said, Me too. That night, Jiang Fuyue lay down before 10 o'clock. She thought that she wouldn't be used to it, but she soon fell asleep. She slept soundly through the night without any dreams. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fuyue woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw a clean and bright ceiling. The chandelier swayed gently in the morning breeze. She was covered with a soft, thin blanket, and under her was a mattress that was neither hard nor soft. It was no longer a simple and crude environment, nor the harsh living conditions in the hot summer. She was back. Jiang Fuyue got up and washed up. Then, she changed her clothes and went for a morning run. After she was done, she was just in time to have breakfast with Grandpa Shen. In the afternoon, Jantar and Han Yunru arrived at the airport with Jiang Xiaodi on a flight. Han Shen personally drove to pick them up. After more than half a year, the family of four was finally reunited. Jantar and Han Yunru stayed in the capital for 3 days. Lin Hui Restaurant called to urge them to leave. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have left. Jiang Xiaodi stayed behind. There was a talent show that was being recorded in the capital. He had received an invitation from the director and didn't intend to come. Now, it was a good opportunity. Firstly, he could see the world. Secondly, he could spend more time with his sister in the capital. The second reason was the main reason. However, he later found out that it was difficult to see Jiang Fuyue, let alone spend time with her. If he had known, he wouldn't have participated. He had miscalculated. On the 5th day after returning to the country, Jiang Fuyue was summoned by the higher-ups. She stayed at the state guest house for nearly a week. There were all kinds of reports, lectures, and conferences. The people she met were all the big shots of the big shots. Fortunately, Xie Dingyuan was also there. He attended as Dr. X. The two of them often met secretly. As for what they did when they met, anyway, Jiang Fuyue's lips were swollen the next day. She said, It's nothing. It's just a mosquito bite. Dr. X coughed. Why? Did you catch a cold too? Xie Dingyuan said. A little. The next day after the report, Jiang Fuyue returned to Ming University. Makeup exams. Although the file said that she was going abroad for an exchange, she had to do well in the final exams every semester if she wanted to graduate successfully. Before Jiang Fuyue returned to the country, the Ministry of Health had applied to the school for a postponement of the exams. Xiaoshan signed to agree. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people in the school during the summer break. However, someone leaked the news. When Jiang Fuyue stepped into the school, a large group of students looked at her. Was there a sports meeting? If there was a sports meeting, it should be in the field. Why were they all blocking the entrance? 1, 2, 3. Someone in the crowd counted. After counting, a banner was pulled open. It was red with white words. It was bright and eye-catching. Welcome back to school, Sister Yu. Sister Yu. You're finally back. Sister Yu. Sob sob sob, you're amazing. The news is all about you. I told my dad that she was my classmate, but he didn't believe me. When you weren't around, we studied hard and worked hard every day. We definitely won't embarrass you. Sister Yu YYDS, Eternal God. Ming University YYDS. Can I have an autograph? If I take it back, I'll definitely score well in the final exams next semester. Me too. Me too. Plus 10086. Hehe, I want to take a picture with you. Just like that, before Jiang Fuyue entered the examination hall, she was given a wave of autographs and became a mascot for group photos. After everyone left, she walked into the school building. There was an examination hall specially set up for her alone. She took 12 exams in one go. When she finished, it was already evening. Next, she just had to wait for the results. However, the news of the Pulitzer Prize for Journalism came out even earlier than the results of the competition. A photo of a man and a woman hugging a little girl in the middle won the prize. The Pulitzer Prize for Journalism, as the highest international award in the field of journalism, was known as the Nobel Prize for Journalism. There were 14 news awards and 7 creative awards under it. And this photo named Protect won the most important news photography award. In the photo, a woman was kneeling on the ground, instinctively protecting her child with both hands. Her eyes were closed tightly, and tears streaked across her dusty cheeks, leaving 2 black tear stains. Her protective suit was torn, her protective mask was lost, and her arms were stained with blood. A man opened his arms and embraced her and the young girl, using his broad embrace to build a wall of life for them. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly ahead. They were calm, sharp, and carried the resoluteness and determination to face death calmly. Around them were mushroom clouds and flying yellow sand. Smoke billowed, and thick fog covered the sun. There was a small line of words at the bottom right corner of the photo, taken in 2052. 5.2 Kenny Bay Resettlement Camp. There was a brief introduction of the author in the text. Mailahue, a foreign correspondent from Sino News, born in Province J in 20XX, graduated from Xianxia Media University, stationed in the northern part of Continent F for many years, has reported on 1125 bombing, village attacked by wild beasts. There was also a comment from the Pulitzer Prize Selection Committee on the winning work, Protect, Protect, Defend. The Borderless Aid Force protected tens of thousands of Xianxia-infected patients in Continent F. In this barren land, the world saw not only the ravages of the virus, but also the blooming of kindness. The news of the award was announced by the president of Columbia University, and the winning work was immediately publicized on the Pulitzer website. When the news spread back to China, the press was shocked. Although this award was not limited to nationalities, it was rarely won by Xianxia. Even Mailahue himself was caught off guard. The major media outlets also called the Huaxin Society where he worked. Sino News was stunned by the sudden enthusiasm of their peers. When they learned the cause and effect, they regretfully said that reporter Mai was still in Continent F and could not accept an interview. Although the main character did not appear, this was a joyous event in Huaxia's press and newspaper industry, so it naturally could not be ignored. There had to be a report, right? Arrange it, trending search, right? Get it done. Although the industry was celebrating and the news was all over the news, the Pulitzer Prize was only an industry award. To some laymen, they might not have even heard of it. At most, they would know that it was a Nobel Prize. Originally, they thought that this matter would be over after the industry celebrated. However, they did not expect that after Huaxia News reporter wins Pulitzer Prize was at the bottom of the trending list for 2 hours, it suddenly became the third trending topic. The first 2 entries were, Jiang Fuyue Pulitzer, are they hugging? They were all labeled with the word explode. What's going on? Do we journalists have so much face? This trending topic is making me a little dizzy. April Fool's Day is here? I'm curious. What does Pulitzer have to do with Jiang Fuyue? Why is she on the hot search list? I remember that the Pulitzer Prize doesn't award science prizes either. The group of people clicked on it with doubts, bewilderment, and confusion, all kinds of complicated emotions. Then, he was stunned. The woman in the photo is Jiang Fuyue? F*CK, that's a helicopter bombing. She's too daring. I thought she went to Continent F to do research in the laboratory. I didn't expect it to be so thrilling. It said that she was protecting the little girl in her arms. It was also because of her that Jiang Fuyue was able to discover the F-active enzyme. However, that's not the point. The point is, The man who was hugging Jiang Fuyue and the little girl and using his body as a shield is actually Professor Xia Dingyuan. Not only was the news shocking, but the internet was also in an uproar. Some felt sorry for Jiang Fuyue. Yueshan has suffered. There's so much blood on her hands, sob sob. Bow, my heart hurts. Those who said, isn't it just discovering the F-active enzyme? She's just lucky to have met someone with her own antibody, don't they feel guilty? Does your face hurt? If you have the ability, risk your life and experience the helicopter bombing. F***CK. There were also Jiang Fuyue who was frantically cheering for her. After seeing this photo, I finally understand why the person standing at this height and enjoying the flowers and applause is Jiang Fuyue. Because, she's worth it. She used her life to protect others and save more lives. As a citizen of Xianxia, I'm extremely proud. The backbone of the country is unbending and unbending. How desperate must she have been to see Yueshan cry for the first time? What the heart cares for, what the love gives, never forget the original intention, love knows no boundaries, this is Yueshan. The person I worship is not a stream, but the sea, not a plain, but a mountain. In addition, there was also a secret force in the comment section. Ahem. Although I know it's a little inappropriate to say this, no one really thinks that Sister Yu and Professor Xia are compatible? Super soft voice, forgive me for letting my imagination run wild under such a positive Weibo post. But the image of Professor Xia hugging Sister Yu in his arms is too cool. Aha. I can't control myself. So, is there anyone who wants to be a couple? Quietly raise your hand, mainly afraid of being scolded, since they know they're going to be scolded. What are the people upstairs doing? Every day, TV dramas, variety shows, interviews, and those demonic clips on small lousy websites can't satisfy the evil interests of a bunch of lovey-dovey single-celled creatures like you? Why do you have to mess around on such a solemn occasion? This is so disgusting, open the door for disgusting, it's so disgusting. You're a bunch of bugs. Sister Yu risked her life, Professor Xia was so righteous, but you guys treated a hug so dirty. Reported. Overwhelming accusations and abuse flooded in. The netizens who wanted to be a couple were scolded like a sieve in the blink of an eye. They didn't even dare to open their mouths. Soon, the comment section was quiet again. It was full of praises and praise. Sister Yu is protecting the little girl, and the professor is protecting her. This is the strength of character of Huaxia's children. The professor is handsome, and Sister Yu is cool. The current and future top figures of Huaxia's academic community are all in this photo. At the same time, in a group chat called Yuanyua Saccharin Processing Factory, Yuanyua's little button, boo-hoo. This is too much. Yuanyua's little panty, I'm so angry. It's so hard to make candy, and it's like a ginseng rooster. Yuanyua's little heart? Yuanyua's little tummy, what happened? Yuanyua's little button directly sent 2 screenshots. It was the comments on Weibo where they were being dissed by a group of keyboard warriors. Yuanyua's big kiss, didn't we say that we only eat candy internally? Why are you promoting it on Weibo? Yuanyua's little panty, boo-boo, did you not go on Weibo today? Yuanyua's big kiss, I was waiting in line to take the exam for subject 3, so I didn't. So, what happened? Yuanyua's little button, this is big. Take a look. There was no need to say anything. As long as the photo of the Pulitzer Prize was posted, it would be clear at a glance. Yuanyua's big kiss, F***CK. This is my Yaya and Yuanyuan? They recognized the two at a glance. There was no doubt about it. Yes. Yuanyua's big kiss, oh my god. The candy is here. Storm inhaled. Oh my god. He hugged her. He hugged her. Yuanyuan's eyes were firm and gentle. It must be for Yaya. Oh. KSWL, I'm going to die. Yuanyua's little tummy, boo-boo, you're too slow. When I clicked on the hot search, it was this photo. I was so sweet that my soul left my body and my brain was dizzy. Yuanyua's little heart, me too. Me too. In the past, I could only eat candy from the cracks. I didn't expect to be soaked in honey one day. Ah. Happiness came so suddenly, Yuanyua's little panty. This photo can make me imagine a 2 million-word-long romance novel. It's so good. Yuanyua's big kiss. I'm shocked. So you all saw it? Why didn't you tell me in the group? You made me miss a lot of candy. Angry, Yuanyua's little heart. I was too busy sucking on the candy and forgot to tell the group. The top 3 hot searches are all up. I thought everyone saw it. Yuanyua's little panty, but these scolding keyboard users are too immoral. Damn. They actually said that little button and I are disgusting. Sob sob sob. If Xianxia and Yuanyuan were really a couple, let's see if those trolls would still dare to scold them. Unfortunately, it's fake. The two of them are clearly compatible. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. The man is strong and the woman is strong. Why aren't they together? Troubled. Xianxia was about to take a nap. She had changed into her pajamas and placed her phone on the bedside table. She lay down and closed her eyes, preparing to fall asleep. All of a sudden, a series of notifications rang in his head. She had to sit up again and grab her phone. 99 plus group messages. She thought something big had happened and quickly clicked on it. Then, wow. This photo. Oh my god. As the only CP fan in the group who knew the truth about Sister Yu and her uncle's relationship, Xianxia had been chewing on the candy everyone made up. Then, she brought it to life and imagined that feeling was simply too great. She thought that this kind of happiness would last for a long time. She didn't expect that the two of them would be exposed so soon. They even used the war theme to take an official photo. Needless to say, the flames of war and the smoke of gunpowder filled the air were quite realistic. Forgive me for not checking Weibo. Not only that, Xianxia didn't even finish reading the group messages before she stared at the photo and asked, Yuanyua's little Xiao. Is it finally official? The group went silent. Xianxia continued to type, Sister Yu and my uncle, deleted, Professor Xia are a match made in heaven. Sprinkle flowers. Bless them. Have a baby soon. Oh. Yuanyua's little button, Yuanyua's little Xiao, are you still asleep? Yuanyua's little heart, or, is this a new way to be a CP? The self-deceiving method? Or is it a fantasy? Yuanyua's little belly, when the fake is real, the real is fake. When the real is fake, the fake is real. Amazing. I suddenly got it. Yuanyua's big kiss, then I'll try it too. Xianxia and Yuanyuan's goose is so cute. It's chubby and inherited all the good points of its parents. Yuanyua's little button, Haha, you're too ruthless, wipe sweat, Yuanyua's big kiss, no way. Little Xiao pretended that they were officially in a relationship. Then, I pretended that they had a son. Did I get it wrong? Xianxia looked at the messages and screams on the screen and was a little confused. Wasn't it an official announcement of their relationship? She then realized that she might have made a mistake. She hurriedly rewound and read through all the messages. Phew, so the photos were real. There was no official announcement about the two of them. They were only photographed by a reporter in Continent F. Xianxia immediately logged into Weibo. The first 3 hot searches were all related to this photo. If he clicked on any one of them, he would either be screaming in excitement or crying tears of gratitude. In contrast, those netizens who secretly wanted to be a couple were silent. One by one, they shrank back into their shells like snails, afraid of being discovered. Xianxia sighed. Sigh, I just want to eat some candy. It's too difficult. It was too difficult to be a CP fan. At the same time, at the Xia residence. The 7 sisters were all present. Old Master and Old Madam sat upright. Fu Wanqiu rested her reading glasses on the bridge of her nose and held a tablet in her hand. On the tablet was a magnified photo that couldn't be clearer. So, Xiaojiu hugged the girl. Look at his arm, it's really tight. Old man, take a look. Xie Zhendong didn't take the tablet from her. He narrowed his eyes and looked at it. It's our family's youngest. Xie Yunlan was anxious. It's not the point. The point is that Xiaojiu was put in such a dangerous situation. He's doing research, not going to the front line. The moment she said that, the room fell silent. Who didn't know how dangerous it looked in the photo? And this was the photo. The ones that weren't taken were probably even worse, however, no one mentioned it. It wasn't that they ignored it, but that the wound was already there. Why should they rub salt on it? Third sister. Xianxia shook his head at her. Xia Yunlan obviously realized that her words had poked the entire family's lungs. Her eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance. What I mean is, he gained a lot from this trip. He doesn't mind touching girls anymore. Xia Yunxiang disagreed. The situation was so urgent at that time. It's not strange that he hugged her. Our Xiaojiu has always been a person who looks at the big picture. Second sister, don't pour cold water on mom. There's finally some hope. That's right. Old Madam nodded heavily. Her glasses almost fell off. Fourth brother is right. Can't you let me have some hope and fantasize? Old Madam was already thinking about what name to give her great-grandson. Thank you for what? She looked at the photo and gently brushed her fingers over it. Although this girl's face is covered in dust, her facial features are very good. Our Xiaojiu has good taste. Their future children will be very beautiful too. Old Madam smiled happily. Xia Yunshu, this girl is Jiang Fuyue, right? She's the granddaughter that old Han just found. He loves her so much. Old Madam's eyes lit up. Han Qishan? I know him. I'll visit him tomorrow to talk about the marriage of our two children. Better not. I'm afraid you'll be chased out. Mom, Xia Yunxiang looked helpless. You're not serious, are you? It's fine if you're just joking around. Are you really going to take action and propose marriage? Old Madam blinked. Why? Can't I? Xia Yunxiang, of course not. Didn't Xiaojiu say that he already has a girlfriend? Don't add to the trouble. If there are rumors, won't it make things difficult for Xiaojiu? Old Madam pursed her lips and didn't think much of it. He said he has a girlfriend, but it's been half a year. Does Xiaojiu look like he's in a relationship? He's either working or researching every day. He even went to Continent F and stayed there for so long. He went out early this morning to report on his work. Anyway, that brat must have found a girlfriend to fool us. Only you would believe him. I agree with Mom on this point. With Xiaojiu's personality, do you think he's the kind of person who would secretly have a girlfriend? Xia Yunzhao listened quietly at the side. She didn't say anything, but she thought, why not, he hid it well. He kept it a secret. Didn't you guys not suspect anything when the photo was placed in front of you, the Han family? Old Master's eyelids kept twitching after breakfast. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. As expected, in the morning, he saw the award-winning photo. He knew that Continent F was very dangerous, but he didn't expect Yaya to be bombed by a helicopter. Instantly, his heart ached to the extreme. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her go. Our child doesn't need to risk his life to fight for fame. It's fine as long as she's safe and sound. Hanka's mouth twitched. She didn't know who was the one who couldn't stop smiling while watching the news broadcast on a tablet in the study in the middle of the night. Han Heng snorted. Dad, that's not what you told me back then. His father said, we don't have money for you to spend. If you want to spend money, earn it yourself. If you don't make a name for yourself, you're not Han Qishan's son. If you don't do anything and just wait for death, you might as well find a temple and become a monk. His words were ruthless, but his actions were even more ruthless. That day, he decisively stopped his credit card. Not only did he not give him a single cent, but he also didn't let big brother and second brother give him money to spend. Just like that, Han Heng embarked on the path of conscientious acting. After all, he earned quite a lot as a celebrity. Was it easy for him? In the end, when it came to Yaya, it became, safe and sound, Han Heng, ? You picked me up from the trash can, right? Suddenly, his favorite sandwich didn't smell good anymore. For the entire morning, Grandpa Shen sat on the sofa, holding his phone and scrolling through it nonstop. He sighed as he scrolled through it. His expression was sometimes gratified, sometimes proud, and sometimes so heartbroken that his eyes turned red. Han Heng winked at Han Ku. Brother, don't you think our dad looks like an opera singer? Hanku, shut up, what are you saying? You little brat. He didn't know what Han Shan was scrolling through, but his face suddenly darkened. Clang, he directly slammed the tablet on the coffee table. Dad? What's going on? Han Shan scowled. I'm so angry. These bored netizens are actually talking about Yaya and Xia Dingyuan hugging each other. Is that the main point? The main point is that Yaya discovered the F-active enzyme and saved countless lives. These people simply can't understand what's going on. It's ridiculous. What's with the CP? Although in the end, it was suppressed by the righteous netizens, Grandpa Shen still couldn't accept it. Han Heng raised his eyebrows and walked over to pick up the tablet. Let me see. When he finished reading, his face instantly turned ugly. Yaya and Xia Dingyuan actually had CP fans? What the hell was this, Han Shan? There are also some who have nothing better to do and actually said that Yaya and Xia Dingyuan are dating. Don't joke around. That kid from the Xia family can be our Nanan's uncle. Han Shen, who had been silent all this while, also nodded. That's right. It's simply ridiculous. Digression, looking for a monthly vote, moi, grandpa, eldest uncle, second uncle, youngest uncle. She greeted them one by one. What are you looking at? No, nothing. Han Heng put down the tablet quietly. Hanka scratched her head and looked away. Han Shen picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Jiang Fuyue looked puzzled, but she didn't ask much. She just picked up the tablet. After Rebirth, I'm all the big boss's white Moonlight. Relationship exposed, decided to go public. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Han Shan stroked his chest, unable to calm his anger. Dad, drink some water. Upon seeing this, Han Shen hurried forward, afraid that something bad would happen to his father. Stinky brat. This stinky brat. He was still cursing Xia Dingyuan. How old is he? How old is our Nan? How dare he? Since Han Shan and Xia Zhendong were of the same generation, then Jiang Fuyue should call Xia Dingyuan uncle. Romance official announcement, causing the internet to rejoice. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. There was a watermark at the bottom right corner of the video to mark the time of production, so everyone knew that the video was edited a long time ago. They followed the clues and found that there was a group. Then, the new CP fans were excited. They didn't know where they got the group number. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and a large number of netizens began to join the group. Abyss Moon's button, I'm numb. Hundreds of verification messages popped up in an instant. Abyss Moon's heart, I have a feeling that the group is going to explode. Abyss Moon's little hair, it's mainly because the video of Kiss is too awesome. I can't resist at all. Xianxia had been watching the screen. When she saw the message, she immediately typed, Abyss Moon's little bridge, it's Sister Yu and the professor who are too awesome. What can we do? Hands up, Abyss Moon's little belly, bridge is the truth. HHHH, Abyss Moon's big kiss, what should we do now? There are so many people in the group. Should we approve it? Abyss Moon's little button, let's approve it. We have to unite the power of the CP fans and cram candies together. You take one, I take one, and we'll add them together into a pile. Everyone can lick it. How good is that? Agree, support, +1 2 3 4 5 Abyss Moon's big kiss, I suggest we make another small group for easier communication. Abyss Moon's little button, okay. Little Button quickly made a new group and named it, Abyss Moon Saccharin Processing Factory's Senior Elders. Then, the verification began. A minute later, in the Abyss Moon Saccharin Processing Factory's Senior Elders group, Abyss Moon's little button, it's over. The group is full. What should we do? Abyss Moon's big kiss, then make another one. Abyss Moon's little button, OJBK, okay, another 2 minutes passed, Abyss Moon's little button, the second group is full too. Abyss Moon's big kiss, Abyss Moon's little belly, Abyss Moon's popularity is amazing. Since 2 groups weren't enough, 3, 4, 5, in one day, Little Button and Big Kiss had a total of 52 groups. And the number of people joining the groups was increasing. Little Button and Big Kiss voice chat. Little Button, I can't. If this goes on, I'll be banned. Big Kiss, wait a minute, let me take a breather first. Whenever I hear the news, my whole body will reflexively tense up. Little Button, there are still many people queuing up to join the group. What should we do? Why don't we set a threshold to join the group? You can't just accept everyone. Who knows if there are people with ulterior motives or who want to fish in troubled waters? Sure. What kind of threshold should we set? The two of them racked their brains and finally came to a decision. There were different age groups. Those under the age of 12 were advised to quit. Go back and study hard. They could come back after they graduated from primary school. Between the ages of 12 to 15, one math problem in junior high school. Between the ages of 15 and 18, a high school math or physics problem. Note, at this stage, studying is the most important thing. Joining the group is not encouraged. If you really want to join, fine, but you have to answer the questions correctly first. This way, we will believe that being a couple will not affect your studies. Thank you for your cooperation. The question wasn't difficult, but it wasn't easy either. It would also change every day and be updated at any time. If he wanted to do it, even if he didn't have to be a top student, he had to have good grades. In the evening, #want to eat Abyss Moon first hashtag became a trending topic. Working hard, picture, ha. Upstairs, it's too difficult. I have an easier way, picture, I think my solution is not bad, picture, what's the trending topic? XSWL, I'm dying of laughter, with Abyss Moon, my mother doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. The 11-year-old me is crying in the toilet. Why don't you let me join the group? Boo-hoo. I want to eat candy. You're 2 months away from 12 years old. Come on. Soon. Is the group manager discriminating against primary school students? Upstairs, don't start a war. The announcement is very clear. Not joining the group is to let primary school students study hard. Don't secondary school students need to study hard? Secondary school students' ability to distinguish right from wrong is far better than primary school students. They have the right to choose independently. Ignore the haters. Get lost. This is a positive couple. It's a million times better than those couples in the entertainment industry who sell their image and make money. In the future, these groups would gather countless top students and geniuses. In addition to the couple, the group members would also solve problems online and help each other. There were many good seedlings from B University and Q University. There were also a new generation of scientific researchers who were senior fans of the Abyss Moon couple. When the parents heard that their children were chasing after Abyss Moon, they immediately nodded in relief. That's right. Learn from good people. Maybe in the future, you can be a scientist like Professor Xia and academician Jiang and win glory for the country. The children were eating candy while studying. They were in a good mood even when doing problems and were full of hope for the future. It was said that when psychologists and educators studied the power of role models, they also created the Abyss Moon role model branch. In terms of positive influence on the next generation, it attracted countless scholars to explore and research. What kind of charm did these two people have? How could they inspire generations of young people? These were all stories for later, so let's not talk about them for now. After the official announcement, the netizens felt that the relationship was not sweet enough. They even crazily at and called their friends. Among them, the one that was crazily cued, mentioned, was Xianxia Restaurant's private kitchen. Your new son-in-law, come and claim him. Uncle Jiang is going to be a father-in-law. HHHH. Congratulations. I feel that the congratulations are too early. After all, the little girl has been snatched away. Uncle Jiang is probably squatting in a corner sulking. Why do I feel that Xianxia will be even more depressed? He has a sister complex. No, Xianxia has been training and recording a show recently. He might not know yet. When he finishes recording the show, he will probably cry. So sad. Xianxia Restaurant's private kitchen. Where's the rumored operations editor who lives on Weibo? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Maybe he's playing dead. Or maybe Uncle Jiang is angry. Anyway, I don't feel good. There's going to be a good show again. Looking forward to it. The new son-in-law and father-in-law won't fight, right? With many guesses, Chao Dou, who was far away in Linhui, had just picked up his phone and opened Weibo. He was about to reply to the netizens' messages as usual or repost the post of customers checking in at the restaurant. Unexpectedly, he suddenly stared at the screen with his eyes wide open and his hands trembling. With a clang, the phone fell and hit the floor. After a full 5 seconds, he reacted and bent down to pick it up. He blinked and looked at the screen again. The #1 trending topic hashtag Professor Xia and Jiang Fuyue's official relationship hashtag was followed by a black and red word explosive. He clicked on it and saw that it was the official photo of Xia Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue. He scrolled down and saw that it was all well wishes. This, how was that possible? That's right, Professor Xia had been to the restaurant a few times, but he didn't see anything wrong with Jiang Fuyue. How did they get together and even announce their relationship? Did eldest senior brother and sister-in-law know? This question suddenly popped up in Chao Dou's mind. He thought for a moment, took his phone, and went to the kitchen. Jantar had just finished a beautiful ladle toss. His movements were clean and his technique was superb. Eldest senior brother, Little Bean? Why are you here? That. He hesitated. Jantar was slightly stunned. His first reaction was, is there a customer who isn't satisfied with the food? I'll go take a look. With that said, he wiped his hands and was about to walk out. Chao Dou hurriedly stopped him. No, huh? That. Chao Dou suddenly felt that he was being rash. Jantar, if you have something to say, just say it. It's okay. Are you sure it's okay? Of course. He wasn't someone who couldn't listen to opinions. Jantar was very confident in himself. Chao Dou, It's that, does Yaya have a boyfriend? Jantar was stunned. Then, his eyes widened. What? I mean, she has one now. Looking at the confused Jantar, Chao Dou raised the phone in front of his eyes. This is it. 2 minutes later. Clang, the man threw the spoon, abandoned the pot, and walked out. After a few steps, he walked back. While Chao Dou was still in a daze, he snatched the phone and ran to the bakery angrily. Han Yunru, why are you here at this time? The last 2 words were stuck in her throat when she saw the photo in front of her. She widened her eyes. After a while. This is Yaya and Professor Xia? Jantar's face darkened. He nodded. They are together? Han Yunru's eyes were palpitating. She seemed to be in a daze. Will the official account also spread rumors? Jantar asked without replying. Han Yunru, I don't think so. Jantar's face completely darkened. So, his precious daughter had really been abducted? The Han family found out even earlier. Less than half an hour after the official announcement of Huaxia Academy's Weibo was posted, one of his old friends called Han Qishan, Old Han, congratulations. You're lucky to have such a son-in-law. Han Qishan, huh? Grandson-in-law, stop pretending. We've been friends for decades. There's no need to pretend. No. Grandson-in-law? You're still dreaming, aren't you? What are you talking about? Wait. Do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? What do I know? Han Qishan was confused. Hey. This is serious. Hurry up and watch the news. Then, he hung up. Watch the news, Han Qishan wanted to turn on the TV but couldn't find the remote control. He picked up his phone and unlocked it. Damn, there were dozens of unread WeChat messages. He clicked on one and the screen was filled with congratulations. Han Qishan was even more confused. What were these people congratulating him for? Then, he clicked on another message. It was still congratulatory, but there was an additional link to Weibo. He clicked on it, the photo of Xia Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue caught him off guard. 5 minutes later, Old Master Shen finished reading all the messages and even browsed through Weibo. Big brother, second brother, third brother, get down here. The 3 brothers immediately appeared when they heard the roar. Han Shen and Han Ke were the first to appear. Han Heng was still sleeping in his room. When he was woken up, he quickly ran downstairs. "Dad, what's wrong? What's the matter?" "I was sleeping soundly," Han Qishan glared at his youngest son. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. You only know how to sleep. Are you a pig?" Han Heng, ? He was innocent. "Yaya is about to be snatched away and you still have the mood to sleep?" The three of them were stunned. "Dad," Han Shen frowned. "What's the situation? What do you mean by Yaya is about to be snatched away? Make it clear. See for yourself." Old Master Shen threw the phone to him angrily. Han Shen's face sank after reading it. Han Ke came up to him. "Let me see too." Half a minute later, his expression was tense. Han Heng took out his phone and opened Weibo. He scrolled through the trending topics. "What the F***ck, why is there an official announcement?" "Han Qishan, don't say anything else. Get your weapons and go to the Xia family to ask for clarification." Dad, don't, calm down. Yes, you can't solve the problem if you rush over like this." Han Qishan, I'm angry. Yes, I know you're angry. Who wouldn't be angry when their little cabbage is taken by a pig? I'm angry too. Han Ke nodded. Yes. Han Heng, I think it's better to get our weapons. Han Shen pulled him back. Why are you making a fuss? Stop it. Then, he turned to Old Master Shen. I think we should ask Yaya about this matter and see what her attitude is. If the official Weibo dared to do this, they must have asked for the opinions of both parties. In fact, he had already guessed Jiang Fuyue's attitude. However, he still needed to hear it with his own ears before he could rest assured. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue came down from upstairs. Grandpa, eldest uncle, second uncle, youngest uncle, I'm willing. She was willing to be with Xie Dingyuan. She was willing to make their relationship public. End of chapter 822. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.